Chapter 1. Transmigration into a Novel. The night was as dark as ink, the moonlight seemingly obscured by a veil of black cloth. Shadows of trees loomed heavily, their gnarled roots twisted and knotted, while the ground beneath was a mire of filth and stench. A woman stumbled desperately in her flight, only to be ensnared by the roots and fell heavily into the muck. In terror, she glanced back. A tremendous black dragon glided towards her, its visage grotesque and fearsome. Under the moonlight, its eyes glinted like polished ebony, filled with an ominous haze of malice and contempt. With a chilling swish, the dragon's tail struck out, sending the woman soaring several meters before crashing down with a bone-jarring thud. She let out a heart-wrenching scream, blood spilling from her lips, ribs shattered, her limbs contorted at unnatural angles. Hisses! 3 small snakes slithered in from all directions, their eyes reflecting a singular, venomous hatred. With jaws disproportionately large, they savagely tore into the woman's flesh, exposing her bones in horrifying segments. Oh no! Her agonized wail pierced the night, sending chills down the spine. Mao Duoduo jolted awake, her head pounding as if it might split. The 3 children standing at the foot of her bed were taken aback, exchanging startled glances. The eldest boy, with serpent-like pupils of vibrant green, flicked his tongue in disdain. Mao Duoduo, you shameless woman. Have you gone to seduce Bao Lai again? You must have been knocked unconscious and tossed into the river, and you deserve it. This scene was profoundly shocking for her, a denizen of the ordinary world. Mao Duoduo widened her eyes in disbelief, then turned to the 2 younger children behind her. Why did this feel so eerily familiar? Shui? Mao Duoduo tentatively called out, recalling the novel's contents. Don't harm Brother Shui. We want to tell Father about this, the shorter boy interjected, standing protectively in front of Shui, his voice frail. The smallest boy remained silent, his lips pressed tightly together, his yellow, serpent-like eyes watching her warily. Transmigration? The absurdity of it all was overwhelming. Yet, here she was undeniably in such a predicament. She had found herself within the pages of a novel titled The Overbearing Beastman's Compulsory Love, where she was cast as the cannon fodder female character, Mao Duoduo. The original character had enjoyed a blissful family life, with a doting mother who indulged her every whim. However, tragedy struck when her mother perished in a beast tide, her father remarried, and the arrival of a younger sister none other than the story's heroine, Tu Linger marked the beginning of her misfortunes. Mao Duoduo had shared a fondness for the male lead, Bao Lai, much like Tu Linger, who was not the innocent flower she appeared to be. During the mating season of the Serpent Tribe, Tu Linger had sent the original character into the lair of the most despised beastman, Shirong. Shirong was considered the most ineffectual beastman in the tribe. That fateful encounter forced the original character to bear 3 offspring for Shirong. Yet her thoughts remained fixated on how to entice Bao Lai, neglecting Shirong and the 3 children to the point of cruelty, beating and starving them. Her actions were nothing short of monstrous. Mao Duoduo's gaze fell upon the 3 pitiful children before her. Years of abuse had left them marked with various scars, their bodies mere skin stretched over bones, emaciated to the point of deformity. Having read the novel, she was acutely aware of the fate awaiting this cannon fodder character. The villain, Shirong, would inevitably undergo a transformation into a dragon, and the 3 offspring would become his most formidable accomplices, engaging in unspeakable acts of cruelty. The first order of business would be to eliminate Mao Duoduo. The thought of the torturous methods described in the story sent a shiver down her spine. Since she was here, she must adapt to her circumstances. The immediate priority was to cling to the strongest ally for the sake of survival. Mao Duoduo forced a smile, extending her hand toward the nearest child, wishing to ruffle his hair. She instinctively recoiled, his little face taut with fear. Mother means you no harm. Mao Duoduo withdrew her hand awkwardly, casting a tender glance at the 3 children before descending from the bed. It's nearly dark, let me prepare a meal for you. Cooking, was she plotting to poison them? The malevolent woman was indeed preparing to strike. Shi's eyes turned frigid. If not for his own recklessness, Mao Duoduo would not have retaliated so swiftly. Xiaoyi, and the youngest, Shi-san, trembled in fear, clearly aware of Mao Duoduo's ulterior motives. Unbeknownst to the three children, who were filled with suspicion, Mao Duoduo made her way to the dilapidated kitchen of this ramshackle home. As she pushed open the creaking grass door, a cloud of dust engulfed her. The kitchen was a dismal sight. A rickety stove, a stone pot with a gaping hole, a few bundles of firewood, and not a single decent table in sight. What left Mao Duoduo utterly flabbergasted was the complete absence of food after she scoured the kitchen. Am I truly destined to starve on the very first day of my transmigration? As she gazed up at the heavens, on the brink of tears, a sudden flash caught her attention. The decrepit kitchen transformed into an unfamiliar space, revealing 2 rows of rooms, all locked tight. Welcome to your resource space, current level 1. Cold storage can be unlocked. A mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Resource space? Was this the perk of transmigrating? The nearest room swung open, and Mao Duoduo stepped inside. Although the cold storage was modest in size, it boasted a veritable cornucopia of ingredients. Surely, everything here could be taken out? Mao Duoduo was rendered speechless with excitement as she tentatively grabbed a bag of beef moments later. The warehouse replenished itself with fresh meat. Was this an inexhaustible source of supplies? She had struck gold. Chapter 2. She wants to poison us. Having gathered the ingredients she needed, Mao Duoduo circled the tightly locked rooms twice, her heart racing with exhilaration. Herbs, bee skins, tools, techniques, everything she could conceive of was available. With this, even if she were to lie idle, she would not starve. Yet, each door bore a label indicating its corresponding level, requiring achievement to unlock. How could she level up to access these rooms? With no time to ponder, her mind buzzing with questions, Mao Duoduo exited the space, cradling her bounty. The immediate priority was to cook for the 3 children, to win their favor and avoid the grim fate of being torn to shreds. Recalling the novel's ending, a shudder coursed through her as she hastily cleaned the stove. Due to her inexperience, it took her quite some time to ignite the fire with flint, but soon the fragrant aroma of sizzling beef wafted through the chimney, enticing the children in the yard. Shi-san, utterly exhausted, leaned against a tree, drooling as he gazed toward the kitchen. Shi-er grumbled, "I can't believe this wicked woman cooks so well. We should go, brother, will gather wild fruits for you." She understood that their so-called mother would never share food with them. As beastmen, they only consumed meat, yet now they had to forage for wild fruits on the mountain. If it weren't for that woman, their father would still have a home to return to, and they wouldn't be battered and bruised, living worse than vagabonds. Shi-er and Shi-san trailed behind Shui, just about to head up the mountain when Mao Duoduo called out to them. "What are you doing?" Shi-san jolted, hastily covering, "We're going to chop firewood." "Well, fill the water tank when we return." Shui and Shi-er stood rooted, their serpent-like eyes fixed on Mao Duoduo. If they didn't complete their chores, she wouldn't allow them to eat. Once they finished the task she assigned, they would have no time to forage. It had been 2 days since they last ate. Noticing the darkening sky and the water bucket towering above them, Mao Duoduo decisively beckoned them inside. "Come in and eat first. Such heavy labor is not for children. I will handle it from now on." As her words fell, the 3 children looked at her in terror, fearing yet another ploy to lure them inside only to be met with violence. The thick club would come crashing down on them, with no way to escape. They would not fall for it again. "We'll go do the work, just don't hit us." Shi-san trembled, the youngest and most frail, always slow in his tasks. The original character had despised him most, often beating him mercilessly, even tearing his scales off, leaving him bloodied. His brothers frequently shielded him, but the original character only grew more vicious in her punishment. "Begad, I won't hurt you. Come inside and eat." Recalling the original character's heinous deeds, Mao Duoduo felt tears welling up. The image of the cruel mother had left a profound psychological scar on the 3 children. They were unlikely to accept her in a moment. "Don't think you can deceive us again." Shui positioned himself protectively in front of his brothers, adopting a defensive stance, his tongue flickering ominously. Today, he would not allow Mao Duoduo to harm his siblings again, even at the cost of his own life. Mother would never deceive you. For the first time, Mao Duoduo found herself at a loss for words. She knew that no matter what she said, the three children would not believe her. Very well, if you refuse to come inside, I shall bring food out to you. Mao Duoduo dished out the sizzling beef into 3 plates, placing them before the children. The aroma was already enticing, and with the meticulous preparation, the 3 children swallowed hard, staring at Mao Duoduo in fear, too intimidated to move. Shisan tugged at Shi's arm, whispering, "Brother, she doesn't mean to poison us, does she?" After suffering humiliation outside, the original character would surely return home to curse them, wishing for them to perish, so as to avoid further annoyance. Now, it seemed she truly intended to poison them. With reddened eyes, Shisan instinctively hid behind Shui, who leaned protectively to scoop him up at a moment's notice, ready to flee. The 3 little ones gazed warily at Mao Duo, their apprehension palpable as she prepared to thwart them once more. How utterly negligent must the original self have been to have transformed the cubs into such quivering creatures, perpetually on edge. Driven by desperation, she seized a piece of beef and placed it in her mouth, offering each of the 3 plates a morsel. "See, I have not deceived you," she reassured them. The trio remained in a standoff when Shisan tugged at Shier's sleeve. Shier leaned closer to Shi's ear and whispered, "Elder brother, she has eaten herself. Surely this meat cannot be poisoned." The malevolent woman, fixated on the wild men beyond, would not dare to poison herself. Noticing the cubs' shifting demeanor, Mao Duo softened her tone, offering comfort. "In the past, it was your mother who erred. Henceforth, she shall treat you well. Please eat first, and if it is insufficient, I shall prepare more." With that, she retreated inside, shutting the door, and stealthily peered through the window's crack at the 3 little ones. Shisan was the first to succumb to temptation, inching forward hesitantly. Just as he reached out, Shi halted him. "Do not move yet." Shi pinched a small piece of meat, placing it near the ant hole on the ground. Observing the ants consume it without ill effect, he then permitted Shisan to partake. The 3 brothers devoured hungrily, not only the beef but also leaving the plates spotless. Seeing them willing to eat, Mao Duo could hardly contain her delight. The first step towards thawing their icy relations had been achieved. Burp. Shisan licked his lips, his little belly round and full, yet still yearning for more. "Elder brother, what has happened to Mother? She seems like a different person altogether. Not only does she refrain from striking us, but she even cooks for us." She pondered thoughtfully, gazing into the room, shaking his head. "I know not what scheme she harbors. Perhaps even greater dangers await us." Shier nodded in agreement, while Shisan timidly edged closer to his brothers. "Two overheard her speaking with Bao Lai a few days ago, but did not dare to inform you." Shi's eyes darkened. "What did she say?" "Bao Lai requires the essence of spirit snake to enhance his cultivation. She mentioned there were 3 at home, and she plans to deliver them to him soon. She intends to harvest our snake gall." "That wretched woman." Shi clenched his fists, his azure eyes gleaming with ominous light. "When night falls, we shall flee to the northern mountains to seek our father. He will surely protect us." Mao Duo, overhearing their increasingly alarming conversation, stepped outside. The survival instincts of beastkin offspring are dreadfully inadequate. These 3 little ones were inherently weak and suffered from malnutrition. Should any misfortune befall them on the journey, she too would not escape dismemberment. "It is late, let us return inside to sleep." She displayed clear resistance. Her intentions were indeed treacherous. Typically, she forbade them from entering the house, yet now she beckoned them in, undoubtedly plotting to trap them and extract their snake gall to please Bao Lai. "It is cold outside, you may fall ill sleeping in the open." Knowing her gentle entreaties would fall on deaf ears, Mao Duo seized the opportune moment to scoop up Shisan into her embrace and dash toward the house. Chapter 3. What a malicious woman. Let her accompany the giant crocodile instead. As Snake 3 was dragged into the house by Cat Duoduo, Snake 1, flicking its tongue, followed closely with a chilling gaze. Snake 2 trailed behind him. Cat Duoduo, reveling in her triumph, placed the trembling Snake 3 on the bed. The moment she released her grip, Snake 3 swiftly burrowed beneath the covers, leaving only a pair of glowing serpent eyes peeking out at her. Snake 1 and Snake 2 stood at the bedside, adopting a protective stance. Despite their fierce demeanor, they could not suppress their trembling. The shadows cast by this room loomed large over them. Cat Duoduo had confined them within these walls multiple times, mercilessly beating them, and they were left wondering how she might torment them this time. Cat Duoduo, if you must strike, then strike us too. Do not harm our little brother. Snake 1 shielded his younger siblings behind him, his small frame barely taller than the bed. Yet he was willing to endure pain to protect them. That it was hard to fathom what the original owner had been thinking. They were such good children. How could she bring herself to harm them? If you want me to spare you, then you must heed my commands. She realized that no matter how kindly she spoke, the trio would never trust her. It would be wiser to emulate the original's more fearsome demeanor and order them to remain inside, which was preferable to them sleeping outside and falling ill. You are all lying on the bed, so I shall not strike you. Snake 1 and Snake 2 exchanged dubious glances, hesitating to move, unable to comprehend what new scheme this wicked mother might concoct, having just lost face in front of Leopard Lie. She was bound to unleash her frustration upon them. Seeing their reaction, Cat Duoduo could only resort to threatening them with a wooden stick she picked up from the bedside. Hurry up. Do you truly wish to be punished? Knowing they could not escape, Snake 1 and Snake 2 climbed onto the bed, forming a protective barrier over Snake 3. Cat Duoduo reached out, and the three of them huddled together, fearfully shutting their eyes, anticipating the pain that never came. Instead, a soft, warm blanket was draped over them. Cat Duoduo added more firewood to the flames and lay down on the straw bed beside it, drifting into a deep slumber. By the time she awoke, the three little ones were no longer in the room. Snake 1 and Snake 2 were busy filling a large vat with water, having worked tirelessly all morning, finally filling the bottom of one container. Unable to manage the heavy work, Snake 3 had gone to the nearby stream to catch fish for Cat Duoduo, observing the two little ones drenched in sweat. Cat Duoduo pushed the door open and stepped out, raising her hand to wipe their brows. To her surprise, Snake 2 fell to the ground in fright, with Snake 1 stepping protectively in front of him. Do not harm him, just give us a little more time. We will surely fill the vat. Cat Duoduo felt a headache coming on as she recalled the near-obsessive servitude the original owner had imposed on the three little ones. They were to fill the large vat at the door before dawn, catch 50 fish, and have everything ready for her meal. Typically, the original owner would sleep until well past sunrise, yet today Cat Duoduo had risen early, and the little ones had not completed their assigned tasks, fearing they would face another brutal beating. With a sigh, Cat Duoduo took the water bucket from Snake 1's hands. Mother said that you won't have to do these chores anymore. Snake 1 and Snake 2 stood in place, staring blankly at Cat Duoduo as she walked toward the stream. What on earth had happened to this wicked woman? Yesterday she had cooked for them, allowed them to sleep indoors, and had not beaten them. Today, she was not angry about not having freshly caught fish, but was instead going out to work herself. Could it be that the sun had risen from the west? Cat Duoduo ignored the whispers behind her, cursing the original owner for the umpteenth time in her heart. Why squander the good life she could have led and instead create such a mess for her to clean up? The original owner was utterly malicious, and when would the little ones ever put aside their grievances and accept her? Upon reaching the river, Cat Duoduo filled the bucket, squatting by the bank and feeling her spirits lift while gazing at the clear stream. Having been born in an industrialized era rife with pollution, she rarely encountered such pristine scenery. After enjoying the view, she looked around for any sign of Snake 3, but found no trace of the little one. Perhaps he had wandered off to play. Cat Duoduo turned to head back with the water bucket. She suddenly sensed something was amiss. The three little ones were terrified of her. Just moments ago, Snake 1 and Snake 2 had feared her wrath over the unfilled vat, and Snake 3, being the most timid and fragile, could never venture out to play or act alone in the world of beastmen. It was hardly safe. A lone little one could easily become prey for a wandering beastman. Not if something had happened to Snake 3, Snake 1 and Snake 2, along with their father, would undoubtedly fall into despair. At that point, it would be impossible for her to escape the tragic fate laid out in the story. Recalling the bloody scenes, Cat Duoduo broke into a cold sweat and forced herself to ask Snake 1 and Snake 2. Where does Snake 3 usually go to play? He never strays far from home. Snake 1 frowned. Snake 3 was frail and not yet fully transformed, after enduring years of abuse from Cat Duoduo. He never dared to leave the house alone, play, They can barely survive. Who has the heart to play? What new trick is this wicked female up to? Cat Duoduo's heart sank, just as she had feared. Something had indeed happened to Snake 3. I was just by the river and did not find Snake 3. Do you know if he has crossed anyone recently, or if someone might have taken him? Snake 1 clenched his fists, his deep, cold serpent eyes glaring at Cat Duoduo. Other than family, Snake 3 knew no one. He was timid and could not possibly have offended anyone. The only possibility was that this woman had cut out Snake 3's gallbladder to curry favor with Leopard Lie and then pretended to be kind to them again, seizing the opportunity to extract their gallbladders as well. She was afraid that her father would return to hold her accountable, hence her sudden change in attitude, feigning kindness toward them, all the while planning to tell her father it was all an accident, leaving him clueless about how they had met their demise. She would not get away with it. Snake 1 pretended to think for a moment, then pointed toward the great marsh. The fish by the river are hard to catch. He fears your punishment and might have gone to the great marsh, where Leopard Lie's favorite black fish are said to be. Cat Duoduo dropped the water bucket and hurriedly raced toward the great marsh, praying to the heavens that Snake 3 would be unharmed. As Cat Duoduo departed, Snake 1 pulled Snake 2 towards the back mountain. Brother, Snake 3 would never dare to go out alone. How could he possibly go to the great marsh? Snake 2 followed behind Snake 1, utterly confused. The great marsh was dark and treacherous, often roamed by giant crocodiles. Not even the bravest male beast men dared venture there alone. On the way, Snake 1 explained the situation to Snake 2, who flicked his tongue in anxiety, with veins bulging on the back of his hand. She had better pray that nothing has happened to Snake 3, or I will make her pay with her life. Snake 1 nodded, speaking softly. Once we save Snake 3, we will take him to find Father. He will surely rescue us. Snake 2 nodded in agreement, and the two quickened their pace toward the back mountain. Among the three brothers, a strong telepathic bond existed. Snake 1 could feel that Snake 3 was somewhere on the mountain. As for the wicked woman who sought their lives, let her accompany the giant crocodile instead. Chapter 4. Today, I will teach you how to truly fear. The deeper one ventured into the great marsh, the darker it became. The silent forest occasionally echoed with the haunting cries of crows. Cat Duoduo steeled her nerves and pressed deeper, calling out for Snake 3 to bolster her courage. After navigating through the winding and pitch-black paths, she finally emerged into a clearing, where she could hear the heavy breaths of something nearby. Hiding behind an ancient tree, Cat Duoduo peered into the great marsh, where countless giant crocodile beastmen lay sprawled on the muddy banks, exposing their gaping jaws filled with gleaming teeth capable of crushing an elephant in a single bite. Scanning the area, Cat Duoduo sniffed the air, but there was no trace of Snake 3's scent. That a wave of despair washed over her. Had he already been devoured by these beastmen? Snake 3 was always so timid. How could he dare to come here? Was it possible that Snake 1 had not told her the truth? Lost in thought, she suddenly slipped, her body leaning forward as she collided with a branch, causing the leaves to rustle. The giant crocodile beastmen turned in unison, their glowing eyes locking onto her, and Cat Duoduo felt her spine stiffen as if her very blood had frozen. This was it. She would die at the end of the story, but be devoured by crocodiles. If she must die, she would rather be bitten by a snake warrior. In an instant, several giant crocodile beastmen lunged forward, closing in on her. A mere little cat dares to intrude upon our territory. You must have a death wish. The giant crocodile beastmen towered over her, standing at least 3 times her height. Her legs trembled, yet she mustered the courage to ask, "Have you seen a little snake?" One of them erupted into laughter. "We haven't seen any little snakes, but we've certainly found a female cat beastman. Quite delightful. This time we have something to eat and something to play with." Convinced that Cat Duoduo could not escape, they exchanged lewd grins and slowly advanced toward her. But just as they were about to pounce, Cat Duoduo vanished into thin air, causing the beastmen to collide in confusion, stumbling to the ground. Where did that little female go? How could she just disappear? Go look over there. She can't have vanished into thin air. A group of giant crocodile beastmen grumbled as they searched the depths of the great marsh. Once they were gone, Cat Duoduo emerged from her hidden space, taking a deep breath and sprinting out of the marsh. Outside the great marsh, the sun shone brightly, and Cat Duoduo leaned on her knees to catch her breath. Feeling warmth return to her body as her previously frozen blood began to flow again. Oh, I wondered who it was, looking so disheveled and rejected by the leopard. Tu Linger hugged her shoulders, her head held high with disdain as she regarded Mao Duoduo. Mao Duoduo rose from the ground. casting a cold glance at Tu Ling, and I have long ceased to harbor any affection for Bao Lai. But you, why are you not at home watching over your man? Bao Lai, a towering and robust figure, was the most formidable male beastman in the clan, renowned for his hunting prowess. He was enamored with Tu Linger, often doting on her while ignoring other females. Humph, I never imagined you to be so ruthless, willing to sacrifice even your child's life to curry favor with Bao Lai. Tu Linger's complexion darkened, recalling how a flamboyant female fox beastman had sought out Bao Lai that morning, claiming to have discovered a living snake gall. The snake tribe was already scarce in numbers, and their offspring were exceedingly precious. Aside from Mao Duoduo, no one would dare sell snake galls. Mao Duoduo stomped her foot angrily. Where have they gone? What? Do you still intend to use this to entice Bao Lai? I advise you to abandon such thoughts at once, or else. They are over there. Mao Duoduo interrupted her sharply, her usually charming feline eyes now glinting with a menacing light, as if she were poised to unleash her claws in a desperate fight. Tu Linger, intimidated by her ferocity, pointed towards the back mountain. Without a moment's hesitation, Mao Duoduo rushed towards it with unprecedented speed. At the mountainside, dense foliage surrounded the area. Snake San, having transformed back into his original form, dangled from a branch, struggling to free himself in vain. The female fox beastman who had previously tormented them held a stone knife, gesturing towards the location of the snake gall. Why are you crying? Don't be afraid. I am swift in my actions. The cold stone knife scraped back and forth against the snake's skin, causing Snake San to tremble in fear. Let me go. When my father returns, he will not spare you. Your father? That worthless Shirong. Don't be absurd. He couldn't even subdue your mother. So how could he seek revenge on anyone? She continued. Once I extract your snake gall, you will be liberated from the daily torment inflicted by your mother. Bao Lai would soon arrive, and if she presented him with a warm snake gall, he would certainly regard her with newfound admiration. As for Mao Duoduo, she had no regard for her own offspring. Hu Fenger positioned herself, and just as the stone knife was raised to strike, it was suddenly knocked from her grasp by a stone. Release my brother. Snake E and Snake Air arrived, panting heavily as they lunged at Hu Fenger, their fangs bared. This female beastman had bullied them for too long and now sought to extract their snake galls. It was intolerable. Hu Fenger kicked Snake Air in the chest, sending him rolling on the ground, his forehead colliding with a large rock, leaving him unable to rise. Snake's eyes blazed crimson as he lashed out with his tail at Hu Fenger. She barely managed to evade it. A gash appearing on her face, Hu Fenger raised her hand to her cheek, staring at the blood that stained her fingertips, her fox-like eyes glinting with malice. You dare to mar my face? I shall take your life. Beastman cubs stood no chance against adult beastmen. Hu Fenger exerted her strength, slashing her claws down upon Snake E, nearly stripping the scales from his chest with a few swift blows. Snake E lay there, bloodied, while Hu Fenger seized both him and Snake Air by their tails, hanging them alongside Snake San. 3 snake galls would surely suffice for Bao Lai to elevate his powers. Upon hearing Bao Lai's name, the three cubs felt a chill in their hearts. Their malicious mother had indeed turned against them. Fearing their father's return would bring her trouble, she had resorted to using others to harm them. Hu Fenger tended to her wounds, fantasizing about the delight on Bao Lai's face when he beheld the fresh snake galls. What could the delicate Tu Linger possibly compare? Hu Fenger, you had best kill us today. Otherwise, I shall flay your skin and crush your bones. Snake E, suspended upside down, dripped blood onto the ground, his forked tongue flickering ominously as his crimson eyes fixated on Hu Fenger, sending shivers down her spine. Such a mere cub, yet possessing such audacity. Enraged and humiliated, Hu Fenger, an adult beastman, could not allow herself to be intimidated by a mere child. She raised her whip, intending to strike at Snake E's alluring face. Mao Duoduo, clutching the three cubs, sidestepped the attack and placed them beside the safety of a sturdy tree root, focusing her attention on Hu Fenger. You wish to kill my cubs, yet it is I who has wronged you. In a striking departure from her former timid demeanor, Miao Tsai unleashed her formidable orc physique to showcase the martial arts she had diligently studied in modern times. Although initially lacking in proficiency, her agility rendered Hu Fenger unable to land a single blow, while she managed to sweep him with her tail on several occasions. The two engaged in a fierce battle, being a cat by nature. Combined with her habitual indulgence, Miao Tsai soon found herself fatigued. Conversely, Hu Fenger grew increasingly ferocious, and as Miao Tsai stumbled, he seized the opportunity to slash at her. leaving a bloody mark on her leather tunic. Miao Tsai gritted her teeth in pain, unwilling to utter a sound, for to cry out would signify weakness. Should she show any sign of yielding, both she and her 3 offspring would be doomed. A swift resolution was imperative. With a subtle movement of her brows, she began to exploit her inherent advantages, adopting a nimble cat-like stride, prioritizing defense while waiting for the opportune moment to expend her energy on offense. Her 3 offspring huddled beside the tree roots, their expressions a tapestry of concern as she gazed at the crimson stain on Mao Tsai's back, witnessing her struggle against the imposing Hufonger. What had come over this woman? Based on his understanding, as long as she could appease Bao Lai, she would not hesitate to sacrifice their snake gall or even turn them into a delicacy, without batting an eye. Yet now, she fiercely battled to protect them against Hufonger, who was more than twice her size. Why did she not flee? In the midst of his thoughts, Shi's arm was grasped by Shi'er, who anxiously implored, "Brother, what shall we do?" Shi-san's face was streaked with tears, sobbing, "Brother, let us assist mother. I don't want her to be killed." Shi felt a stirring in his heart. If she were to perish, they would stand no chance against Hufonger. "Shi-san, stay hidden and do not move, that we will go to help her." He whispered a plan to Shi'er, and together they stealthily approached the tangled fray of combat. Gathering their strength, Hufonger held Miao Tsai firmly, his sharp claws embedded in her shoulder, while she reciprocated with fierce determination, gripping his wrist and sinking her teeth into his neck, determined to fight to the death. Seizing the moment, Shi summoned all his might to propel himself forward like an arrow, thrusting a stone knife deep into Hufonger's back. While he was the scene was momentarily engulfed in chaos. Yet Shi persisted, alongside her 2 brothers, to gently place Mao Duoduo upon the bed. Mao Duoduo's breathing was steady, her complexion pale, starkly contrasting with her usual vibrant demeanor when she would express anger towards them. Particularly troubling was the sight of the wounds and bloodstains adorning her hands. The herbs they had collected were numerous, and Shi paused, scrutinizing them closely, before confirming they were of a rather precious variety. How did Mao Duoduo come to know of this? Chapter 7. The Herbalist Prodigy. Despite her perplexity, Shi instructed Shi-san to prepare the medicine while she hesitated alongside Shi'er, contemplating whether she truly had ventured into the mountains to gather herbs for them. Shi'er wished to speak ill, but in the presence of their sibling, he merely nodded. "Fine, I'll fetch hot water." "You tend to her wounds." "I cannot," Shi replied, having been cautious and suspicious of others for so long that she found it difficult to approach anyone normally. "If we don't hurry, she may awaken." Shi'er decisively tossed the cloth to her and swiftly departed. "Shi'er!" Shi exclaimed, at a loss, just as she heard Mao Duoduo's faint voice from the bed, "that I have gathered the herbs. You will all be fine and will not suffer any further injuries." "What?" Shi stared intently at Mao Duoduo, who remained in a state of unconsciousness, appearing somewhat disheveled. Yet the thought of the extraordinary origin of these herbs reminded her that acquiring them had not been an easy feat. "Very well, I shall consider this as a debt owed to you. I, Shi, am not one to casually owe anything to another beast." Shi gritted her teeth, attempting to clean Mao Duoduo's wounds. Shi'er returned with the herbs, and without needing a single word, both he and Shi carefully applied the medicine to Mao Duoduo. Shi-san hurriedly brought over the brewed medicine. Fearing that his 2 elder brothers might take advantage of his momentary distraction to do something untoward to Mao Duoduo. To his astonishment, upon his arrival, he found his brothers diligently caring for her. He was so taken aback that he nearly dropped the bowl. "Foolish Shi-san, be careful," Shi'er quickly admonished, taking the bowl from him. The soup was still hot, unsuitable for immediate consumption by Mao Duoduo. The 3 brothers gathered at the bedside, silently observing her. It was Shi-san who could no longer contain himself, stating, "It feels like something is missing." He craned his neck, searching for something. Shi furrowed her brow in silence, refraining from interrupting. Shi'er moved his lips, ultimately speaking, "Fool, give her the cup." "Oh, right. How could I forget?" Shi-san cheerfully bit down on the blanket and took the initiative to cover Mao Duoduo with it. The other 2 brothers chuckled at the naivete of their younger sibling, but they understood that he had not yet given up hope for Mao Duoduo. After all, she was their biological mother. And every time they witnessed other families in the village engaging in affectionate interactions, they couldn't help but feel a yearning and envy. "By the way, we need to drink our medicine too." Shi suddenly interjected, "You 2 go ahead. I'll watch over her." Shi-san stammered, clearly not adept at lying. I need to keep an eye on that wicked beast to ensure she doesn't do anything nefarious while we're distracted. Xier observed this scene and smirked. Fool, second brother, what are you saying? Shi-san retorted, clearly displeased, convinced of his own cleverness. All right, we all need to drink our medicine. There's no hurry, Shi-e insisted, forcibly dragging Xier and Shi-san toward the stove to drink the soup. The steaming broth was laden with an endless bitterness, its aroma wafting into the air. She pinched her nose and took a deep gulp, then turned to her brothers, saying, I saved some for her. You two drink first. As long as you ensure your own recovery, she'll feel at ease when she awakens. As for what she needed to feel at ease about, she inexplicably wished to refrain from approaching Mao Duoduo, as she had in the past. The other two brothers, hearing these words, shared a tacit understanding and quickly drank their fill, racing back to the bedside to watch over Mao Duoduo. The female beast on the bed remained in a deep slumber, only to awaken languidly the following day. Upon regaining consciousness, Mao Duoduo felt a tremendous pain throughout her body, akin to being crushed repeatedly by 50 trucks. She opened her eyes, touched the aching areas of her body, and memories of the previous day surged into her mind. Good heavens, she had fought alongside the female beast she secretly admired, Bao Lai, and had nearly met her demise, had it not been for the assistance of the three little ones. She feared she would have shared a tragic fate with her opponent. Imagining the horror of her body being discovered by the village, she shuddered at the thought of the gossip that would ensue, likely leading to her reputation being tarnished, although at present, her reputation was already in tatters, as she was merely a devoted admirer of Bao Lai. Hearing sounds around her, Mao Duoduo turned to see Shi-san sleeping at the edge of the bed. He had hatched last, and had yet to take on his beastly form, retaining the softest temperament among the original trio, and in the original story, he had morphed into the most fearsome antagonist. It was no surprise, given that their father was perceived by all as a worthless snake beast, yet he still managed to transform into a dragon and become the villain as for these little ones. Their potential was not to be underestimated. Achoo! At that moment, Shi-san sneezed. Mao Duoduo, thinking he had awakened, focused intently on him, contemplating how she would engage him in conversation later. To her amusement, Shi-san merely shifted positions in his sleep, looking quite content. Unable to suppress a smile, Mao Duoduo quietly slipped out of bed and carefully cradled Shi-san, placing him onto the bed. Indeed, the moment he landed on the spacious, comfortable bed, even in his slumber, Shi-san rolled about joyfully in Mao Duoduo's eyes. He was utterly adorable. She could not fathom why the original owner had harbored such animosity toward Shi-san, especially when he was the most affectionate of the three. Yearning for maternal love, despite being scolded and beaten by the original owner, he remained obediently devoted to assisting the female lead. Never mind, I shall treat them well from now on. Mao Duoduo stretched lazily, considering herself fortunate and resolved to live her life well from that point onward. She intended to seek out Shi-e and Xier, only to discover that neither was home, assuming they had been lured away by Hu Feng. She felt a pang of worry and prepared to go out to her surprise. Just a few steps later, she spotted two small figures cautiously tending to the fields. They were carefully installing wooden stakes beside the newly sprouted crops, wrapping a line around their roots to ensure they grew upright and it did not wither prematurely. Such tasks were second nature to Shi-e and Xier, having learned them from their father. Initially, they had anticipated a day of tending to the crops and waiting for sustenance, only to be confronted by that wicked female beast who would plunder their hard work and subsequently belittle and insult them. Shi-e, Xier, so you are here, a female voice interrupted, causing the two little ones to freeze in place. What should we do? In the past, during such moments, they would have rejected her, banishing her to prevent her from ruining their crops. Unaware of the boy's thoughts, Mao Duoduo quickly approached. Upon closer inspection, she soon realized what they were doing. It made sense. This period was crucial for the crop's growth, and missing it could spell disaster, leading to the beastmen starving in winter. Let me handle it. I work faster, Mao Duoduo declared, efficiently grabbing the vines from her basket and starting to work. Chapter 8. The bullies come knocking. What is there to endure? Wait, you don't even know how to do this. The protests of Shi-e and Xier were of no avail, for Mao Duoduo moved swiftly, accomplishing in mere moments what had originally required them over an hour. As soon as she finished, she wiped the sweat from her forehead, glanced at the sky, estimated the time, and inquired of Shi-e and Xier, what do you plan to eat for lunch? Shi Yi and Shi Er exchanged glances, but did not respond immediately. Feigning ignorance of their hesitation, Mao Duoduo surmised that the original owner had treated them poorly. She took the initiative to say, "I'll go find something to eat. You two stay home and wait for me." Upon hearing this, Shi Yi and Shi Er's eyes widened in surprise. Despite her chilling demeanor, Mao Duoduo found them utterly endearing. "Let us agree on this. Wait for me at home, and do not go wandering off." With that, she smiled and dashed away. "That wicked beast, you aren't planning to seek out Bao Lai again, are you?" Before Shi Er could finish his thought, Shi interrupted, "We should head back now. Shi Yi is waiting for us." "But, big brother, don't you think she has some ulterior motive?" Shi Er, appearing calm, was still just a child and couldn't help but feel anxious. She had never liked them, finding them repulsive, and did not regard them as her own children. If she merely disliked them, she could have followed the example of other village females and left, rather than remaining in this household to continue tormenting them. Numerous times, they had nearly perished, had their father not safeguarded them. That wicked beast would have likely sold them to the nefarious individuals who preyed upon beastmen cubs. Regardless of her intentions, for now, it was enough that their lives had improved. In the midst of their conversation, Shi Yi and Shi Er arrived at the doorstep. Shi Yi calmly uttered these words, raising a hand gently. However, Shi Er, feeling somewhat unsettled, was about to voice his concerns about whether their elder brother had indeed believed that wicked female beast. Just then, with a fleeting glance, Shi Er caught sight of Shi San, who was sprawled out in the very spot where the cat, Meow Meow, had previously slumbered, and immediately erupted in frustration. "Shi San, what on earth are you doing? How can you possibly be sleeping? Wah, ergo, you're so loud. Silence. How many times have I told you to keep a close watch on that fellow?" Listening to this exchange, Shi Yi sat in contemplation on a chair, resting his chin on his hand while gazing at the sky. When will that wicked female beast return? This time, please do not let them down again. Achoo, surely not. Have I caught a cold? Meow Meow muttered to herself, pondering how, despite the robust nature of beastmen, it was not so easy to fall ill. The more she contemplated, the more convinced she became. Consequently, she began foraging for tender bamboo shoots in the bamboo grove. The bamboo shoots in this season were particularly succulent, and Meow Meow skillfully crafted a bamboo rope to gather a plentiful supply. The ground was strewn with bamboo shoots. She was so absorbed in her task that by the time she realized it, she had accumulated a considerable pile. That it seemed that these bamboo shoots would pair splendidly with the dishes she planned to prepare, especially since her 3 young snakekin were particularly sensitive to flavors. After a moment of reflection, she decided to take a quick glance by the nearby river at this time. The fish were mostly small and not yet plump enough, suppressing her innate craving as a cat beastman for fish. She instead opted to catch some river shrimp and gather nearby cauliflower. Along with a few cloves of ginger and garlic, she could identify it was quite a marvel to discover these ingredients. She had not anticipated the existence of such bounty in this world, which spared her from rethinking her menu. This excursion had indeed yielded a bountiful harvest. She trudged back home with her load. She was taken aback to find an increasing number of footprints along the path. Upon passing the fields, Meow Meow halted in disbelief, glancing at a basket by the edge of the field, which was now mysteriously absent. They had left without taking the basket. This was most unlike the characters of Shi Yi and Shi Er. Curious, Meow Meow approached to pick up the basket and discovered it contained some wild greens, likely foraged by the 2 brothers earlier. She was startled to realize that they had both vanished. Could it be that they had encountered some danger? This thought flashed through her mind, and her expression changed as she took off running. Her pace was swift, and despite the weight of her burden, she managed to arrive just in time at that moment. Hu Fenger, who had previously clashed violently, along with a male fox beastman, was unceremoniously banging on her door. "Hurry up and open the door. We have matters to discuss." The door remained steadfastly shut, only to be met with the trembling yet tense voice of Shi San. "I don't believe you. You seek to take my snake gall. Are you looking for death? You refuse my invitation to drink?" Hu Fenger's expression darkened. She needed to obtain the snake gall without delay, and she had no time to indulge these little ones in their games. Instantly, Hu Fenger signaled a nearby tiger beastman, who had long harbored feelings for her. With a fierce roar, he transformed into his true form, a massive tiger, and charged at the door, intent on capturing the children for nefarious deeds. Inside, Shi Yi and Shi Er, struggling to hold their ground, were beside themselves with panic. "This is bad. Our true forms lack strength. Shi Air gritted his teeth. Shi's gaze darkened as he urgently instructed Shi San to push over the cabinets to bolster their defenses. This is dire. Our snake beastmen are not adept in physical strength, and we are so small without any adults around. Mother, please return quickly, Shi San cried out, nearly in tears after pushing 2 cabinets. Feeling utterly helpless, Shi and Shi Air were about to admonish him when, at that moment, the tiger beastman forcefully broke through the door. The 2 brothers, who had been bracing against the door, were caught off guard and fell heavily to the ground, leaving only Shi San to confront Hu Feng'er and the tiger beastman. The tiger beastman laughed heartily. Feng'er, is this all you've got? Are you really scared of these little ones? I have no choice. I desperately need them, Hu Feng'er replied, casting a glance at the fleeing Shi San, who was rushing to protect his injured brothers. With a smile, she drew a knife from her waist, preparing to extract their snake gall today if only their father were present. Otherwise, she would have devised a way to acquire that fellow's gall that he was nothing but a useless waste. It would serve better to contribute his last strength to enhance Bao Lai. Just then, a piercing scream shattered the air. With the situation escalating, Miao Miao could no longer hold back. Regardless of who stood before her, anyone who dared to harm her young ones was a villain. Without hesitation, she felt her body become remarkably agile. She charged forward, catching Hu Feng'er off guard, and raised her hand, revealing her true form, ready to draw blood with her sharp claws. Chapter 9. I swear to the beast god. I no longer harbor any affection for him. Hu Feng'er was momentarily taken aback, unable to react quickly, but the tiger beast man was swift to act, pulling her away to safety. Miao Miao then rushed to check on Shi and Shi Air. Are you both all right? Wah? Shi San, still a child at heart, clung to Miao Miao, tears welling in his eyes. They want to take our snake gall and have destroyed our door. Unforgivable. Miao Miao gritted her teeth in anger. Behind her, Hu Feng'er shoved aside the tiger beast man, glaring furiously in Miao Miao's direction. Don't act as if I'm the only one with such intentions. You clearly want to seize all the snake gall to curry favor with Bao Lai. What a fantasy. I will not allow this to transpire. Hu Feng'er assumed an aggressive stance, lunging forward at that moment. Miao Miao pushed Shi San aside, confronting Hu Feng'er head-on. The tiger beast man stood by, arms crossed, chuckling as he anticipated a one-sided victory for Hu Feng. To his surprise, Miao Miao, fueled by rage, attacked Hu Feng'er with wild abandon. Moreover, she possessed considerable knowledge of foxes from her previous life, understanding that the differences between foxes and fox beastmen were minimal, with their vulnerabilities aligned. Hu Feng'er, a sheltered girl who had never faced true adversity, was swiftly brought crashing down by Miao Miao's ferocious assault. Hu Feng'er spat blood, struggling to rise. This is bad, the tiger beastman exclaimed, rushing to support her. His voice filled with concern. Today's grievances will not be forgotten. Miao Miao's pupils transformed into those of a feline, infused with both cunning and vitality, as a menacing aura enveloped her. What had started as a potential reconciliation, with Hu Feng'er suggesting they share the snake gall amicably, had devolved into a desire to skin Miao Miao alive for a new outfit. The tiger beast man let out a roar, causing a stir. Drawing the attention of onlookers, Bao Lai, who had just gathered fruits to deliver to Tu Linger, furrowed his brow at the commotion. He had intended to see Tu Linger quickly, only to find others heading towards Miao Miao's home. This is not good. My plans may be derailed. Bao Lai clenched his teeth and followed suit, eager to prevent the situation from spiraling out of control. Upon arrival, his suspicions were confirmed. The entire village was abuzz with the news that the once ineffectual Miao Miao was now fearlessly battling the formidable tiger beast man, Hu Dazhuang. While she lacked the brute strength of Hu Dazhuang, her agility and quick reflexes allowed her to hold her ground. This scuffle was not destined for one-sided defeat. Mother, Shi San, tears streaming down his face, recognized the danger before him but could not devise a solution. If only his 2 brothers were still conscious, they would have a chance at salvation. Wait. At that moment, a figure materialized out of thin air, swiftly subduing Hu Dazhuang with ease. Another figure joined in, collaborating with allies to restrain Miao Miao. Miao Miao attempted to resist, but was calmed by their presence. What on earth are you 2 fighting about? Explain yourselves. This is a village. In the village, inter-beastmen brawls were strictly prohibited. Upon hearing this, Miao Miao endeavored to regain her composure. Yet the beastman restraining Hu Dazhuang spoke up. Let us call it a day. You 2 should apologize to one another and refrain from such dangerous antics in the future. The formidable Bao Lai stepped forth as a mediator, displaying remarkable finesse in his diplomatic efforts. The surrounding orcs, upon hearing him, nodded in agreement. However, the fiery cat Duoduo was incensed, glaring menacingly in the direction of her adversaries. How shameless can you be, pretending to be a noble orc? Do you truly believe I would fall for such deceit? Her words came as a shock to Bao Lai, who had not anticipated such an outburst. Just recently, Cat Duoduo had been fervently devoted to him, engaging in numerous outrageous acts. The other orcs gasped in disbelief at her revelations. Aware that the two orcs restraining her belonged to the village chief's family, she understood they would inevitably report the incident to him. The outcome of this matter held significant implications for her. Determining whether she would be expelled from the village. As a cat orc with 3 younglings, survival in such perilous surroundings was utterly impossible. With conviction, Cat Duoduo proclaimed, "Bao Lai, do you dare claim ignorance? Hufonger has been fixated on my children these past few days, intent on extracting their snake gall to aid your training. What nonsense are you spouting?" Bao Lai replied, feigning righteousness. Cat Duoduo smirked. Turning to call out to Shi-san, "Child, please recount what transpired yesterday." Shi-san, the slowest to transform among the village's younglings, was known for his honesty. Upon approaching, he recounted how Hufonger had seized him and hung him from a tree, nearly extracting his snake gall, an act that would have resulted in his demise. The revelation ignited a wave of chatter among the onlookers, their attitudes wavering between belief and skepticism, as it seemed plausible that Cat Duoduo might indeed have orchestrated this situation. Hearing murmurs about how she had pursued Bao Lai just days prior, Cat Duoduo gritted her teeth and declared, "Before you all, I vow to the beast god that I, Cat Duoduo, no longer harbor feelings for Bao Lai." Gasps of incredulity rippled through the crowd, transforming the atmosphere into one of chaos. The two orcs restraining her, taken aback, released their hold in astonishment. Seizing the opportunity, Cat Duoduo embraced Shi-san, demanding that the assembly witness her plea for justice against Hufonger and Hudazhuang, who had attempted to harm her offspring. "Wait, you want to punish Hufonger and Hudazhuang?" The crowd was torn. Cat Duoduo had just sworn an oath to the beast god, lending her words credibility. However, the younglings were unharmed, and many were reluctant to believe such accusations against Hufonger, the village's most cherished fox orc. Despite the awareness that Hufonger was infatuated with Bao Lai, many still chose to side with her, hoping that their support might win her favor. Are you truly willing to overlook such blatant wrongdoing? Cat Duoduo, forcing herself to remain composed, cast a withering glance at the assembled orcs. Some, unable to withstand her gaze, averted their eyes, while others remained obstinate, regarding her with skepticism. The blatant bias was infuriating, igniting a fire within Cat Duoduo. "Are you all right?" Shi-san rushed to her side, sensing her struggle. "I am fine," she insisted, unwavering. "That I demand severe punishment for Hufonger and Hudazhuang." She paused, adding, "If they would harm my younglings, it could easily happen again. Perhaps the next victims will be your own offspring." Her words resonated, eliciting conflicted expressions among the orcs. In this peculiar village, the various orc races often sought out each other's blood and organs to enhance their strength. "You lie," Hufonger retorted, disregarding her injuries. "I have done nothing to your children. You are merely fabricating excuses to attack me." "Indeed, we are," Hudazhuang asserted, unwaveringly loyal to Hufonger. The throng of sycophantic orcs rallied behind Hufonger, vociferously defending her. Cat Duoduo, however, merely scoffed, her clenched fists producing a crisp cracking sound. "Fools, this course of action will only force you into the light." Bao Lai's gaze flickered momentarily before he spoke. "Enough. Let us conclude the matter here. We are all from the same village." He attempted to defuse the situation, but his biased stance further disgusted Cat Duoduo. She could not tolerate his words. The evident disdain and dissatisfaction etched on her face made it clear to the onlookers that she had genuinely moved on from Bao Lai. In this village, the one in dire need of snake gall to enhance their prowess, besides him, was no one else. Cat Duoduo resolved to escalate the matter. She could protect her younglings this time, but she could not guarantee their safety in the future. Should anything befall them, Bao Lai would undoubtedly be implicated. Silence. Bao Lai's brows furrowed, his tone brusque. "Your words are absurd. That I have no interest in your younglings." He hesitated, as if to say more, but was interrupted by Shi-san's spitting retort. "Liar, you are clearly targeting us." Even as Shi-san stood resolutely by Cat Duoduo's side, his blatant contempt ignited a fire within the hearts of the other orcs, leaving them speechless in astonishment. This was a brazen act, considering Bao Lai was the strongest orc in the village. Hey, little brat. Bao Lai's facade of amusement faltered, preparing to deliver a lesson to the younglings. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from a distance. The orcs shifted, parting to allow an elderly orc assassin to pass. Leaning on a cane, the elder was indeed venerable and held significant esteem within the village. He was none other than the village chief. Upon seeing him, Cat Duoduo felt a surge of hope and quickly implored, "Chief, please help me seek justice. Hu Feng'er and Hu Dazhuang have harmed my children." "I have heard everything," the chief replied with a cold and firm demeanor, invoking a sense of unease within Cat Duoduo. Regardless of the circumstances, no harm has come to the younglings. And both Cat Duoduo and Hu Feng'er have violated village regulations. Given that this is a first offense for all involved, I shall not impose punishment. The chief is wise. Hu Feng'er chimed, casting a triumphant glance at Cat Duoduo, reveling in her perceived victory. Cat Duoduo, feeling the sting of injustice, approached Hu Feng'er, only to be obstructed by two towering orcs. With the chief's decree in place, Hu Feng'er had been granted a semblance of innocence. Thus her admirers felt compelled to protect her. "You lot are all biased, spouting lies with open eyes." Cat Duoduo's gaze turned menacing as she surveyed them. It was Shisan's voice that broke through the tension, reminding Cat Duoduo to regain her composure. "Mother." Taking a deep breath, Cat Duoduo returned to her human form, her aggression dissipating. The other orcs, witnessing her shift, felt a sense of satisfaction, preparing to impose their views on her, advising her to temper her outbursts, lest she tarnish their village's reputation. Unexpectedly, Cat Duoduo's next words left everyone astounded. "All right, you all may leave. This is my home, and you are not welcome." Each word dripped with finality, her expression unwelcoming. The orcs bristled with indignation, murmuring amongst themselves, ready to chastise Cat Duoduo for her apparent foolishness. Yet, the chief cut through their clamor, commanding silence. The atmosphere grew tense as the chief, with a complex expression, scrutinized Cat Duoduo before inquiring, "Are you certain you wish to address us in this manner?" Cat Duoduo's earlier actions had clearly signaled her stance. This was her territory, and she would no longer extend welcome to those who intruded upon it. Such an occurrence had not been witnessed in years, reminiscent of a time when a bereaved orc, consumed by disdain and despair for the world, had made a similar declaration. "Indeed, I no longer welcome you," Cat Duoduo asserted, her teeth clenched. "From this day forth, anyone who dares to trespass shall find no courtesy extended to them." But as she spoke, her gaze lingered on Hu Feng'er and Hu Dazhuang, her resolve unwavering. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Hu Feng'er exclaimed, her expression darkening, preparing to retaliate against Cat Duoduo, but was swiftly restrained by the other orcs. "Enough, we are leaving." The village chief was rather displeased, feeling that Miao Miao had intentionally undermined his authority, and he called out to others to follow him in silence. The other beastmen, though their feelings were complex and nuanced, still largely heeded the chief's words. Miao Miao, in particular, waited until the group of beastmen had departed before finally collapsing onto the ground. Utterly exhausted, it was truly overwhelming for her to contend simultaneously with two adult, perilous beastmen, placing an excessive burden upon her. "Are you all right?" Shiasai, seeing her suddenly sit down, was filled with concern, almost wishing to tug her back to the house by her clothing. "I'm fine, just a bit tired and in need of a rest." Miao Miao paused for a moment before shifting the topic. "By the way, where are your brothers?" Shiasai, still pulling at her clothing towards the house, mumbled through the fabric, "They are still in a deep slumber. I'll take you back." "You little rascal, really don't listen." Miao Miao could only shake her head in bemusement. Witnessing Shiasai's childish behavior stirred something in her heart, prompting her to rise and return to the house for a moment of respite. Upon entering, she nearly burst into laughter at the sight of Shi and Shi-san, lying peacefully on the ground with their arms crossed over their abdomens. Appearing remarkably serene to Shiasai, "You are truly quite the thinker. Shiasai, you are the best." Shiasai's face flushed slightly at the praise. However, due to his current serpentine form, his speech was somewhat unclear, yet it was evident he was enjoying the moment. Meanwhile, a group of beastmen walking away began to grumble about Miao Miao, feeling she was rather ungrateful. Even if Hu Feng'er and the others did intend to extract the snake cub's gallbladder, and were ultimately unsuccessful, there was no reason for her to provoke such anger. "I'll head back first," the village chief volunteered. The other beastmen, worried, offered to escort him home to rest. The chief declined each offer until Leopard Lion insisted on accompanying him, at which point the chief nodded in agreement. The two beastmen took a quieter path. After walking for a while and confirming they were not being followed, the village chief expressed his displeasure. Did you suggest to Hufonger and the others that they should extract the snake cub's gallbladder? Absolutely not. Leopard Lai immediately protested, feeling wronged as he insisted that he was being unjustly accused. He had always been a striking and powerful beastman in the village, and now, disregarding his pride, he was on the verge of tears, which softened the chief's heart. This child was someone he had witnessed growing up, and their bond was profound. With a sigh, the chief conceded, "Fine, I'll clean up this mess for you this time, but you must promise me that such incidents will not be repeated." "Understood," Leopard Lai then continued, as was his custom, to speak of his progress and hunting prowess on their way back, much to the chief's satisfaction. Once the chief entered the house, Leopard Lai turned away, his smile fading as he walked a few steps. Losing the previous eagerness and admiration from his face, there remained significant issues at hand. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of menace appearing. Why had Miao Miao changed so quickly? It was entirely unexpected. He was determined to acquire the snake gallbladder, and now that Miao Miao had exposed his plans, it seemed he would need to proceed with caution in his schemes regarding the gallbladder. Damn it. That wretched Miao Miao has already forgotten her earlier promises. Achoo. At that moment, Miao Miao sneezed, somewhat surprised. Shi, having returned with the bamboo shoots Miao Miao had harvested, noticed her reaction and curiously asked, "Are you getting sick?" "Not at all." "I suspect someone is secretly talking about me," Miao Miao muttered, deftly slicing the bamboo shoots and discarding the pot, diligently adding ingredients to ensure this meal would be exquisite. Shi, intrigued, inquired why Miao Miao was so certain about this. "Well, I can tell you." Miao Miao pondered for a moment, then decided to indulge the young one with a bit of education. A sneeze means someone is speaking about you. If you sneeze several times, it likely indicates a cold. The Shi's eyes widened, the initially fearsome vertical pupils now revealing a more innocent side. "Oh, you are so adorable," Miao Miao said, feeling warmth in her heart, and she reached out to gently ruffle his head. Shi, flustered, stammered for her to stop. I will be a super strong beastman in the future. I can't be hugged by female beastmen like this." All right, you will be very formidable, Shi," Miao Miao replied dismissively, relishing the joy of interacting with the young one. The two beastmen enjoyed their time together, and laughter filled the air as they cooked. At least when Shi and Shi-san instinctively sought out Shi and Miao Miao, they were momentarily taken aback by the closeness of their interactions. "Could we be mistaken? You're all awake. Just in time to eat," Miao Miao said, setting the large pot on the table. She began to lay out bowls and utensils, which caused Shi and Shi-san to exchange glances, instinctively wondering if they were seeing things correctly. Surely this wasn't still a dream. Miao Miao, the troublesome female beast man, had always been a disruptor, never once offering to cook for them. "Come on, taste it," Miao Miao exclaimed, lifting the lid of the pot. And the aroma of the bamboo shoot and fish hot pot wafted through the room, causing all three cubs to unconsciously swallow. Shi was the first to break, eagerly asking Miao Miao to serve him some. Shi and Shi-san disapproved of their foolish brother. "Don't worry, it's truly delicious. I even removed the fish bones, so it won't hurt your throats." Even as beastman cubs, their combat prowess was not comparable to that of human children. Yet they could still be caught off guard by bones. Hearing this, Shi's gaze flickered as he glanced at Miao Miao, intrigued by her intentions. Shi-san, however, took a deep breath and decisively served himself a bowl without hesitation. His swift actions caused Miao Miao to exclaim in surprise, "You didn't even savor the flavor of the bamboo shoots. What a shame." Shi-san's ears turned red at her words, and he stuttered, trying to defend himself. But Shi quickly interjected. Shi, tasting the sweet and sour soup, felt a shock, and when he encountered the refreshing bamboo shoots, his feelings became complicated. Chapter 12. It seems she possesses a natural talent for nurturing cubs. Shi set down his bowl and directly inquired, "Can you cook?" "Indeed," Miao Miao nodded, her face breaking into a radiant smile. "How is it? Delicious, right? I prepared this especially for you." These young ones had endured considerable mistreatment in the past. She couldn't suddenly offer them extravagant meals, so after careful consideration, she opted to prepare a light and nourishing bamboo shoot fish hot pot, ensuring every essence was preserved while taking special care of their needs. Shi opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Miao Miao's culinary skills were commendable, but the pressing question remained. Why was she cooking for them? "Why are you doing this?" Shi-san couldn't help but ask. Miao Miao replied without hesitation, I wanted to eat. So I made it today. As soon as she finished speaking, she realized the young cubs were all gazing at her intently, and her mind raced with the educational theories she had heard in her past life. Cub, having suffered, might bear psychological scars that would require years of healing. Every word she spoke now held significant consequences for their future. Thus, she could not afford to treat them lightly. Meow Meow straightened her posture and sincerely stated, "Consider it as me having seen through the outside world, wanting to live well and care for you." Just as her words fell, faint sounds emerged from outside, leading Meow Meow to believe the beastmen were returning, prompting her to rush out for a check. Almost as soon as she stepped outside, Shio exchanged glances with the others and whispered, "She seems trustworthy." He possessed an innate sensitivity and judgment regarding the truthfulness of other beastmen's words. Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement, knowing that Shi'er held the dominant influence, and he proposed, "Big brother, see, mother truly seems to have repented." Her scoffed, "With a temperament like yours, you will undoubtedly encounter setbacks." Despite his words, a flicker of anticipation arose within him, though he remained cautious, stating, "I might not stop you in the future." At his words, Shi-san and Shi-si visibly brightened with excitement. Just then, Meow Meow returned, arms crossed, and upon seeing the cub's joyful expressions, she eagerly shared her discovery from outside. "You won't believe it. A few birds flew into the fields. Honestly, I thought those annoying creatures had returned." Upon hearing this, Shi'er, who had been planning to continue sipping soup, suddenly changed his expression. "Are those birds still around?" "Yes," Meow Meow replied, somewhat surprised at Shi'er's sudden change, but dutifully answering. Before anyone could react, Shi'er sprang into action as if a spring had been placed beneath him. Dashing outside, Meow Meow called after him, but Shi-san and the others stopped her in no need to follow. "Sure, we'll return shortly." Cat Duoduo turned back, looking at the snake with a hint of confusion, for it was merely an ordinary bird. Snake 2 shook its head, intending to speak, but was preempted by Snake 3. "It's different. You see, in our location, birds are quite rare. Whenever they do appear, it usually heralds a heavy downpour." As Snake 3's words concluded, Snake 1 hurried in, a palpable tension etched across its face. "Quick, to the warehouse. Gather the supplies to protect the crops." "Understood," replied Snake 2 and Snake 3 in unison. Cat Duoduo, bewildered by the situation, followed the young ones. Having no prior engagement with agricultural matters herself, she accompanied them to the warehouse, retrieving various items, and mimicking their actions to help raise a large umbrella over the crops. A fully grown beast man. Her strength was considerable, and she quickly assisted Snake 1 with tasks that had previously seemed quite laborious. Nevertheless, they did not cease their efforts, continuously wielding shovels to repair the nearby ditches, striving to ensure that when the torrential rain fell, the crops would not be utterly submerged. Just as they completed the final task, the sky unleashed large raindrops, drumming loudly, prompting everyone to hasten towards home. Observing that untransformed Snake 3 lagged behind, Cat Duoduo swiftly scooped it up and dashed homeward. As they awaited the door to close, the rain outside grew increasingly ferocious, tightening Cat Duoduo's heart with anxiety, fearing that the downpour would cause leaks in the house. Perhaps her expression betrayed her concern. For Snake 1 quirked a smile and reassured her, "The house is secure. My father has made ample repairs." This statement brought her some comfort, and while she exhaled in relief, her curiosity quickly shifted back to the topic of birds, prompting her to inquire further. "How could you not know about the birds? Were you perhaps struck senseless by a leopard?" Snake 1 thought. But nonetheless, he quietly explained, unaware that her presence had already altered Snake 1's perception. Cat Duoduo listened with keen interest, diligently absorbing the information. The once insipid world of the original narrative now shimmered with an air of mystique. In Snake 1's words, their village was the most remote and impoverished, primarily due to the slow growth of crops in this land, which was susceptible to flooding during heavy rains. Later, Snake 1's father personally tested the conditions and confirmed that such rains could bring the birds seen by Cat Duoduo to the fields as a significant omen. "Ah, I see," Cat Duoduo realized, committing this knowledge to memory. Snake 1 and Snake 2 couldn't help but observe her, eager to discern her subsequent intentions. Just then, a snoring sound emerged from Snake 3, causing both Snake 1 and Snake 2 to feel a twinge of annoyance. What on earth is wrong with this creature? How can it fall asleep so quickly? It must be in excellent health, able to eat, drink, and sleep. No wonder it became so powerful after its transformation. It had a solid foundation. Seeing Snake 3 sleep so soundly, Cat Duoduo decided to invite Snake 1 and Snake 2 to rest on the bed. The bed was spacious, made of stone and topped with straw for comfort. As Cat Duoduo leaned against it with the young ones, drowsiness soon overcame her, the sound of rain outside lulling her into slumber. Originally, Snake 1 and Snake 2 had also been on the verge of sleep. But they now opened their eyes, motionless as they regarded her. They wished to confirm that the events of the day had not merely been a dream. They, too, could have a caring and nurturing presence like other Beastman families, rather than one that belittled them at every turn. Upon awakening, a sense of tranquility enveloped them. The room was shrouded in darkness, making it difficult for Cat Duoduo to see clearly. However, as a feline beastman, she possessed extraordinary night vision. Cautiously, she struck a flint to ignite a lamp, illuminating the entire room. Under the warm glow, she beheld the young ones sleeping blissfully, filling her heart with an overwhelming sense of pride. It seemed she had a knack for nurturing them. Chapter 13. The young one's transformation plan with a firm resolve to transform the original antagonists into healthy, happy beastmen. Cat Duoduo had set her future goals. Just as she solidified this thought, her stomach audibly grumbled. Much to her surprise, "Am I actually hungry?" Thankfully, they are still resting, so I won't be too embarrassed. Cat Duoduo tiptoed to the kitchen in search of food. Aside from the bamboo shoots she had previously unearthed, there was little else to eat at home, which posed a dilemma. Sitting on a chair, she propped her chin in one hand, contemplating what to prepare. Yet, no matter how she considered it, cooking the shoots alone without proper seasoning or meat would surely not satisfy her once spoiled palate. Additionally, she resolved to act swiftly and hunt nearby. "You all be good. No matter who knocks on the door, do not open it," Cat Duoduo whispered before firmly closing the door behind her. Moving with agility, utilizing her feline advantages, the rain had ceased at some point, and the distant sky was adorned with a waning moon, casting a gentle light on her path. Fireflies flickered along the way. Cat Duoduo's goal was clear: to hunt in the vicinity, seeking wild game to bring back for the young one's delight. However, she overlooked one crucial detail. After the rain, many larger creatures would descend from the mountains at night. Their home was already situated near the forest, and she was fortunate enough to encounter a ferocious wild boar with sharp tusks. The creature charged at her, intending to make a meal out of the unsuspecting Cat Duoduo. "What? This beast has come out." Cat Duoduo dodged to the side, relying on her agility to evade the massive wild boar. Yet, the boar, driven by hunger, barreled forward, unyielding, as it crashed into the trees that Cat Duoduo had sought refuge in. With a cracking sound, another tree began to topple. Not good. Panic surged through Cat Duoduo as she prepared to leap. But the boar was already lunging directly at her, its tusks aimed menacingly at her abdomen. At such a velocity and with such force, she knew the next moment would surely spell her demise, becoming the boar's next meal. Just then, a figure flashed forward, moving with astonishing speed. A precise punch struck the boar in the most vulnerable spot, its eye. The creature was violently thrown back, howling in agony, realizing it was no match for its adversary, and it bolted back up the mountain without a second thought. Cat Duoduo, having narrowly escaped, barely had time to catch her breath before she heard the voice of her savior. "Duoduo, are you all right? Wait, that voice sounds far too familiar." Cat Duoduo's expression soured instantly, for it was none other than Leopard Lai who had come to her aid. His prowess was formidable, earning him the title of the strongest in the village. He had yet to retract his fist, and from her angle, Cat Duoduo could clearly see his muscular arms. Anyone with a hint of admiration would easily fall into the trap of infatuation. However, if it weren't for Cat Duoduo's unintentional glance, she might have missed the signs of someone having lingered nearby for quite some time. "How long have you been here?" she asked coldly, her tone devoid of the warmth Leopard Lai had anticipated. A flicker of displeasure crossed Leopard Lai's eyes, but he maintained his usual jovial demeanor. "I just left old Hunter's house, preparing to head home. You know he is quite skilled, and I went to learn from him. I didn't expect to be caught in the rain and delayed my return." The unspoken conclusion was clear to anyone else. Leopard Lai had encountered the formidable wild boar and, without a hint of fear, had acted promptly to rescue Cat Duoduo. Such a noble act of kindness, free from past grievances, should have rendered Cat Duoduo grateful and eager to remain loyal to him. Yet, unexpectedly, Cat Duoduo's reaction was rather tepid. She cast her eyes downward, her demeanor unchanged. "It's fine. I'll head back now." She meant what she said, turning to leave, which was contrary to Leopard Lai's intentions. "Wait," he called out quickly, attempting to amend the situation. "I fear there may still be danger. Allow me to escort you home." Such words would undoubtedly incite admiration among the other female beastmen in the village. deepening their affection for Leopard Lie. However, Cat Duoduo could not mask her irritation and sarcasm. "What is wrong with you? I've already said no. Don't follow me." Her tone bore an unmistakable edge of annoyance. Leopard Lie remained considerate, his voice earnest. "Don't worry. We're headed the same way to it be a bother." Cat Duoduo felt a wave of nausea at his persistence. Was he deliberately ignoring her words? She halted, turning to face Leopard Lie, her eyes revealing her unfiltered disdain. "You saving me is your affair, and my gratitude is mine alone. We are even now. Enough of this. Do not follow me. If you do, I will suspect you have designs on my young ones." She chattered away, then abruptly turned and dashed toward home. Bao Lai, taken aback, soon realized that the figure had already vanished into the distance. That moment, his expression darkened. With no other beasts around, he clenched his teeth and emitted a sound reminiscent of a beast in fury. Did this fellow truly believe that he needed to rely on her to procure the snake gall? This time, it was merely a miscalculation on his part, as he had not anticipated that Cat Duoduo could change so swiftly. Previously, she had unabashedly expressed her admiration for him, and according to his expectations, she should have brought him the snake gall within a few days. Everything was proceeding according to his predictions until the unexpected variable of Cat Duoduo arose. No, he must devise a new plan. The snake gall was imperative for him. After running for a distance, nearing home, Cat Duoduo finally slowed her pace, muttering to herself about bad luck. She had just encountered Bao Lai and truly believed she could not discern the obvious signs of an adult beast lingering nearby. It was evident that the so-called heroics were premeditated. She even began to suspect that the wild boar might have been released by him. Cursing Bao Lai under her breath, she gazed toward home. Feeling regretful, this was troublesome, as she had not caught any prey. While passing through a field, her ears perked up at the sounds emanating from it, and an idea struck her, prompting her to move closer for a better look. Chapter 14. Unexpected harvest. Upon closer inspection, her vertical pupils sparkled with joy. There were loaches and even lobsters. Her hands trembled with excitement, even though she had little seasoning available. Cat Duoduo hurried home to fetch a wooden basin and eagerly began to scoop up the loaches and lobsters. Once home, she separated the loaches from the lobsters, filled 2 large wooden basins with fresh water, and placed them inside so that the creatures could expel the mud and silt. As she was about to step inside, she remembered something she had forgotten and quickly found an object to place on top of the basin, preventing the lobsters from escaping, just as she was about to find a door latch to enter. The door was swung open from the inside by an impatient figure. "Mother, you're back," Snake Air exclaimed, his gaze fixed intently on Cat Duoduo, seemingly trying to discern where she had been. For a brief moment, Cat Duoduo felt a pang of guilt but quickly replied, "I went hunting but didn't catch much." Indeed, aside from her encounter with that despicable beastman, she had little to show for her efforts. "Oh," Snake Air puffed his cheeks, appearing to want to believe her. That moment, Snake Sen ran out, beaming as he greeted her. "Mother, what are we having for dinner?" His adorable demeanor conveyed his unspoken desires, hinting at what he wished to eat for lunch. Seeing his enthusiasm, Cat Duoduo couldn't help but smile. "There's no fish, but I can make something with bamboo shoots instead, as long as you don't mind it being vegetarian." "I don't mind." Snake Sen nodded vigorously, offering to help start the fire. Before delving into how a shape-shifting child could assist her, Snakey promptly interjected, "All right, Snake Sen, stop causing a ruckus. I'll handle it. Let's wrap this up quickly. Remember to twist rope with Snake Air." With this arrangement, Snake Sen reluctantly acquiesced. Cat Duoduo was intrigued by the idea of twisting rope, but kept it in mind to inquire later. As they prepared to cook, Snake E explained that the purpose behind their efforts was to prepare for future trades at the Beastman market, where they could exchange the rope for goods. The young ones were still too small, their strength not fully developed, but they could learn the rope-making skills left by their father to trade for items. Cat Duoduo's lips moved as she contemplated offering to take over the responsibility. But it was clear that Snake E had no intention of involving her. If this were the modern world, she could easily post on a forum about how her children were too independent, earning their own keep, and lament about how to make them reliant on her. That post would undoubtedly garner swift attention and a wave of criticism. Goodness, it seemed she still had much to learn in her role as a mother. The bamboo shoot soup was simple to prepare, yielding a rich and nourishing flavor that all the little ones enjoyed. Cat Duoduo took note, planning to make it more often in the future. As she began to clean the dishes, the little snakes insisted, "You go take a bath first, Dad. There's barely enough hot water for me." Cat Duoduo hesitated. Snake E nodded reassuringly. "No rush. We can all bathe together." Seeing that all three little ones shared the same sentiment, she relented. Beside the cooking area, there was a depression where they could store water. Each time they cooked, the water would heat up, making it convenient for drinking and bathing. Of course, Cat Duoduo was curious about the layout of their home and wondered if other beastmen lived similarly. Though she had no one to ask, she filled a wooden tub with water, added fresh well water, and ignited a fire with a flint stone to start heating it again. Meanwhile, she retreated to a small room at the back of the house, enjoying a soothing wash with the warm water. That moment was truly delightful. After bathing, she instinctively shook herself off, a characteristic of her feline nature, and inadvertently knocked down some of the thatch from the roof. The rainwater that had accumulated from the previous downpour cascaded down upon her. "Thank goodness I'm not cold now," Cat Duoduo muttered, dressing leisurely in her animal skin clothing. That moment, the little ones rushed over, and upon seeing the roof of the bathing area had collapsed, they stared in wide-eyed astonishment. Cat Duoduo felt a bit embarrassed. Her bathing session had inadvertently ruined their small shelter. "Mother, are you all right?" Snake Sin asked quickly, his eyes brimming with tears. "Are you hurt?" "I'm fine, don't worry," Cat Duoduo assured him, pulling him out while glancing back at the spot where she had stood, noticing the straw strewn across the ground. Snake Air approached to gather the fallen straw. Believing he was distressed, Cat Duoduo said, "Don't worry, I will definitely fix this." If only she had studied architecture. Suddenly, Cat Duoduo realized that she had overlooked a space that now offered a new prompt. System prompt. Construction has been activated. Before her, the mist dissipated to reveal a room, with the word construction emblazoned upon it. As she attempted to open the door with her mind, she discovered it was locked, causing her to feel frustrated. What good was it to merely see something she couldn't use? But just then, Snake Air's voice captured her attention. "That's all right. I can collect this and dry it out to use for the fire," he said, showing no signs of being difficult to care for. "I'll just gather some new leaves to cover it up later." Cat Duoduo thought to herself, "Don't say that. If you keep talking like this, I'll feel even more ashamed." It turned out that these little ones were indeed quite easy to manage. Snake E and Snake Sand joined in, assuring her that the sun would shine brightly for 3 days after the heavy rain. So there was no need for concern. They even mentioned that it was fine if the roof didn't get repaired. "All right," Cat Duoduo conceded. "Are these little ones trained by a manual on how to spoil them?" Unable to hold back, she remarked, "I'll fix the house tomorrow. It's a good opportunity to exercise." The little ones looked puzzled, but Snake E quickly suggested, "We can just cover it with wood and big leaves." No, no. I want to renovate the entire house," Cat Duoduo clarified, her voice trailing off. So that incidents like today won't happen again. They can come barging in and attack you without warning. This statement held merit. Their home was rather humble, and anyone with a hint of strength could easily kick down the door, posing a risk to the little snake's safety. The little ones pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, even offering to help the next day. Cat Duoduo feigned compliance, but secretly prepared to showcase her skills and demonstrate her prowess to them. Upon returning to the house, she picked up a stick and began sketching her designs on the ground. Just as she formed a shape, the little ones finished bathing and rushed back, their eyes sparkling with excitement, prompting Cat Duoduo to abandon her work. Chapter 15. New house design. "All right, let's go to bed," she suggested. In a single moment, Cat Duoduo successfully called several little ones, all of whom joyfully crowded into her embrace, leaving her with the sensation of being nearly crushed. After much coaxing, the few insecure little ones finally relinquished their tight clinging, opting instead to cautiously nestle close to her, as if this proximity granted them the entirety of happiness. Ultimately, being mere children, they quickly succumbed to slumber. The day was indeed a bit warm, yet the presence of the little snake offsprings, even in their transformed state, brought a refreshing coolness that alleviated Cat Duoduo's discomfort. As she drifted into a drowsy reverie, she contemplated the need to renovate the house the following day, preparing larger rooms for the little ones to prevent them from crowding around her. At that moment, she was blissfully unaware that the little one's clinging was rooted in their intrinsic feelings of insecurity and lack of confidence, destined to persist even after the house was built. The following morning, Cat Duoduo arose, ready to design the new abode. This time, she opted to incorporate numerous new features into the design. As the little ones emerged and observed her sketching on the ground, their curiosity drew them closer. They were astonished to see the once simple dwelling transformed in her drawings into a multifaceted space. Snake One pragmatically noted, "This will require a plethora of materials, which may prove challenging." Cat Duoduo, brimming with confidence, reassured, not to worry. I have devised a plan to optimize material usage, and we will certainly succeed. Before Snake 1 could respond, Snake 2 and Snake 3, with an air of contentment, nodded in agreement, seemingly unafraid to confront the giant crocodile beast if Cat Duoduo commanded it. Snake 1 remarked, "It seems the responsibility of remaining calm falls solely upon me." He then assigned tasks. "All right, Snake 1, you and the others will help me prepare the paste at home while I gather clay and other materials from the mountain." Without hesitation, Snake 1 volunteered, "I will assist you." Snake 2 and Snake 3 exchanged wary glances, questioning their elder brother's audacity to privately accompany their mother. Snake 1, undeterred, confidently declared, "I possess greater strength and can be of assistance, though he may not match the adult beastmen in power." He stood out as the strongest among the three brothers. "Come on, brother, you're bullying us," protested Snake 2 and Snake 3, visibly displeased. Cat Duoduo, unable to suppress a laugh, interjected, "Enough of this. Focus on your tasks at home. I believe only you can handle this matter." Her sincerity left the little ones feeling buoyant, subconsciously agreeing. Before they could fully comprehend, they watched as Cat Duoduo ascended the mountain with a bamboo basket to collect clay. On her first day, her haul was modest, primarily focused on locating a safe and reliable source of abundant clay. Upon her return, she collaborated with the little ones to create earthen bricks. This was a significant achievement for Cat Duoduo upon awakening, as her mental prowess in constructing rooms had been activated. Following the guidance of her newfound abilities, she discovered the method for crafting earthen bricks. Initially, the clay bricks required extracting clay, shaping them, firing them in a kiln, and finally drying them in the sun. Cat Duoduo undertook the first step, while the little ones labored together on the second. Cat Duoduo supervised, with the little ones assisting for the final step. Naturally, what seemed like a lengthy task was accomplished swiftly through the collaboration of the four, resulting in a substantial number of earthen bricks. The emergence of these bricks filled the little ones with awe and admiration for Cat Duoduo. They observed that many villagers resided in natural rock caves or constructed thatched huts and wooden houses, which posed challenges for storage and mobility. In contrast, the prospect of building a house with earthen bricks under Cat Duoduo's guidance intensified their anticipation for a brighter future. As the family collectively embraced their hopes for tomorrow, Cat Duoduo often encountered Leopard Lai, who claimed to be hunting, during her clay-collecting excursions. Engaging in quarrels with unpleasant individuals did not detract from her focus on the vision of a beautiful new home. However, on the final day, while descending the mountain with a basket of clay, she was unexpectedly interrupted by a striking figure. The individual, exhibiting distinct rabbit beastman traits, possessed enchanting beauty, with crimson eyes often shrouded in mist, captivating many male beast men who would willingly offer their lives for her. With a slender waist and a captivating smile reminiscent of a delicate flower, Rabbitling blocked Cat Duoduo's path. Glaring with displeasure, "I warn you, do not cling to him relentlessly. Leopard Lai belongs to me," she declared, her voice trembling as if on the verge of tears. Cat Duoduo, well-versed in the dangers of modern-day manipulative tactics, raised an eyebrow, her lips twitching in disbelief. "You must be joking that if you have nothing better to do, why not simply take a leap into the river? You're clearly bullying me. I will inform my parents and the village chief," she retorted. Cat Duoduo, taken aback by Rabbitling-er's dramatic flair, quickly scanned the surroundings to ensure no former followers of Rabbitling-er were present. "All right, enough of your nonsense. I genuinely find your pretentiousness tiresome." With that, she swiftly retrieved a bamboo tube filled with dust and showered Rabbitling-er with it. Despite Rabbitling-er's agility, she could not escape the peculiar dust, which covered her entirely. The once breathtaking rabbit beast woman transformed into a dark figure, her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at Cat Duoduo. "How dare you treat me this way? Oh, my apologies, dear sister. You ought to understand. My abilities are lacking, and I mistakenly grabbed the wrong item. There's a reason for everything," Cat Duoduo said, struggling to suppress her laughter, casually reaching for another bamboo tube. Upon spotting the tube, Rabbitling instinctively distanced herself, issuing a stern warning. "Enough already. I will tell the village chief. I'll have my say too. I've mentioned this is for you. It contains water," Cat Duoduo replied, opening the tube to reveal clear water. "I even added a patch, stating it was collected on my way to quench my thirst later." This reasoning was sound, at least enough for the villagers of the saintly Beastman faction to accept, and they would likely persuade Rabbitling to adopt a more virtuous approach, urging her to cease her relentless pursuit. "Do you truly believe I fear you? Rabbitling Urus murderous intent seeped through. Cat Duoduo clicked her tongue and turned her head, casually calling out, "Oh, Leopard Lie, you've arrived. You missed Rabbitling Ur's quick reaction just now." "What? He is here." Rabbitling Ur panicked, fearing her earlier display of skill had been witnessed. Ignoring her concerns, she abruptly turned and dashed in the opposite direction from where Leopard Lie could be. Once the coast was clear, Cat Duoduo sighed, "What a fool! I had deliberately spoken harshly to Leopard Lie the other day." It is no surprise he followed her here. Clearly, he had a temper, and it was impossible for him to remain a passive target for her ridicule, concerned that Rabbitling Ur might realize Leopard Lie was absent in return. Cat Duoduo hurriedly descended the mountain to join her little ones in completing the remaining earthen bricks. After several days, a considerable number of earthen bricks had accumulated in their courtyard. Upon finishing the last one, Snake 3's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the bricks, brimming with excitement. "Can we really build with these? I want a big house. My second brother keeps wanting snacks at night and bites me. He is so unfair. Isn't it you who keeps drinking the milk our mother gives us?" Snake 2 interjected, abruptly halting mid-sentence, feeling embarrassed about exposing his fondness for milk. Snake 1 sighed, and Cat Duoduo, hearing this, smiled knowingly, reassuring, "Don't worry, I'll make sure to prepare extra milk for you all." During this time, Cat Duoduo had not been idle in her pursuits. For instance, she successfully unlocked a new room, a pasture, gaining 2 cows in the process. After careful study, she discovered they were high-yield black and white dairy cows, known for their excellent milk production and taste, perfect for the little ones. Consequently, she pretended to barter for milk from her surroundings and diligently returned to the space to milk the cows daily. 2 cows, a bucket of milk, and a return home to boil it, sufficient for a hearty satisfaction shared among 1 large and 3 small. The sole drawback lies in the necessity for her to carefully supervise the mother cow, lest it becomes disgruntled and reduces its milk yield. Under their cooperation, before departing today, Cat Duoduo experienced a delightful new development. The door indicated that the ranch level had upgraded to 2, with rewards imminent. At that moment, she eagerly anticipated the rewards, only to be left disappointed as they failed to arrive in due time. "That's splendid. Second brother, you absolutely cannot bite me anymore," Snake 3 remarked, speaking each word with suspicion as he scrutinized Snake 2. Snake 2 merely scoffed. "Who cares about you?" Although his words suggested indifference, his evident joy was unmistakable to all. "All right, hurry up and place these clay bricks for baking," urged Snake 1 that the young ones joined forces. And when Cat Duoduo attempted to assist, they firmly denied her entry. It was solely due to their recent indulgence in ample food and drink that they had gained strength, making such tasks exceedingly easy for them. Unfazed, Cat Duoduo took a bamboo stick as a reference and began to sketch on the ground. Once the young ones completed their task, they innocently approached her, remaining silent yet eager to learn. Later, the family gathered for lunch, enjoying a pot of boiled beef accompanied by fresh bamboo shoots and other side dishes, leaving everyone thoroughly satisfied. In the afternoon, they rested, and by evening, they relished a refreshing seasonal stir-fry, rekindling the young ones' love for vegetables after a period of meaty indulgence. Once dinner was finished, the young ones teamed up to wash the pots and dishes while Cat Duoduo carefully sorted the gathered bamboo, meticulously removing sharp edges and slicing it into bamboo strips. After completing the dishwashing, the young ones instinctively returned to the kitchen and eagerly approached Cat Duoduo, wanting to learn how to weave bamboo baskets. "Are you sure? This can be quite dangerous. One wrong move and you might injure your hands," Cat Duoduo cautioned, drawing from her past experiences as a craft enthusiast. "Absolutely, no worries," they replied, eager to follow her lead. Curiosity had overtaken them after spending time with Cat Duoduo. In these days of togetherness, they had inevitably developed feelings for her, a mixture of curiosity and an irresistible fondness. "Look, our mother is truly remarkable. There must be reasons she was reluctant to take care of us before. Although we don't know the reasons, she is now willing to be close to us." They felt like the happiest young ones in the village. "All right, let me make it clear. I will be keeping an eye on you. No one should push themselves. If you're uncomfortable, just stop," Cat Duoduo warned, then began to teach them diligently. In truth, weaving baskets was quite simple. She had crafted one effortlessly upon her arrival. The young ones, brimming with curiosity, frequently glanced at the new basket. Naturally, with Cat Duoduo's guidance, they diligently followed her instructions. Snake 1 and Snake 2 demonstrated remarkable dexterity. But Snake 3, perhaps you should try something simpler that I'll teach you later," Cat Duoduo sincerely suggested. Snake 3 pouted, clearly displeased, primarily because he had yet to transform and found weaving cumbersome. Meanwhile, his two brothers, each cleverer than the last, had already woven most of their baskets in a short span and were on the verge of completion. In contrast, Snake 3 was still struggling with the basics. "Come on, don't be disheartened. Mother will teach you," Cat Duoduo reassured him, mindful that Snake 3 was the most delicate among them. She immediately guided him step by step. Although Snake 3 had not yet transformed, he could still leverage his physical advantages to weave the basket. Despite his small appearance as a beast-kin cub, his body was not as feeble as it seemed. Cat Duoduo believed he could easily bind a 200-pound man without breaking a sweat. With Cat Duoduo's teaching and assistance, Snake 3 began to grasp the technique. The subsequent weaving felt like a game, as he playfully tapped the bamboo stakes with his tail, transforming the process into an enjoyable activity. Observing this, Snake 1 and Snake 2 felt a sense of competition and quickened their pace, even coming over to watch how Snake 3 was doing it. Chapter 17. Bullied again as soon as he finished. Snake 3 gleefully flaunted his accomplishment to his two brothers. "Look, I'm quite impressive, aren't I? You must admire me now, haha." Snake 1 and Snake 2 exchanged glances, thinking, this little rascal is truly insufferable. They struggled to contain their amusement, while Cat Duoduo, unable to suppress her laughter, inspected the young one's baskets. Indeed, while there were some minor issues in the details, it did not detract from the basket's overall utility. "Well done, everyone. Now you can all carry your baskets and accompany me up and down the mountain," Cat Duoduo declared, instantly igniting their excitement. Seizing the moment, Cat Duoduo pointed to the ground where she had sketched her designs, explaining to them where they would live once their houses were built. As she described the various houses, the young ones flushed with excitement, their eyes shimmering with unmasked anticipation. Yet, Snake 3 soon fell into a despondent mood. He murmured, "If only father were here. I miss him so much." Upon hearing this, Cat Duoduo's lips moved, but no words came forth. She was acutely aware of the absence of the original owner's husband. "Snake 3, Snake 1 interjected, reminding him that their father had yet to reconcile with their mother. Snake 2 cleared his throat and deliberately shifted the topic, inquiring about the delicious meals Cat Duoduo planned to prepare for dinner. "Oh, I'll make something delightful for you," Cat Duoduo replied, pausing to assure them, "Rest assured, once the houses are built, I will take you to find your father. This was a mistake made by the original owner." Ultimately, her overly aggressive actions in a dispute over a leopard had led to her being ensnared by Rabbit Linger, resulting in her entanglement with Snake Rong. The crux of the issue was that she had unjustly vented her frustrations on Snake Rong and the young ones. Failing to recognize that Snake Rong and the children were also victims, Snake Rong had unintentionally become involved with her, and after her pregnancy, he had been subjected to her unreasonable demands to keep the children. Despite his attentive care for them, the original owner remained unrepentant, repeatedly using the children as outlets for her anger and subjecting Snake Rong to excessive treatment. After some contemplation, she added, "How about this? I'll go play on the mountain for a while longer. And later, I'll create a large pond in the yard to store water. You can all transform and enjoy yourselves there, including your father." This last part was unspoken, as the pond would have to be designed with Snake Rong's transformed size in mind, requiring a significant amount of clay bricks. Upon hearing this, the young ones were thrilled and eagerly volunteered to help. With their new baskets, they were eager to assist. "Not so fast," Cat Duoduo replied, realizing she had been too hasty in her decision. Denying as she diligently excavated, her mind wandered to the prospect of perhaps installing a swing in the yard, a delightful spot where the little ones could frolic together. It was hardly fair to continue having her watch as several children scurried off to the fields to toil away, masquerading their labor as play. The result of such exertion, after all, merely culminated in the burden of a full basket for Cat Duoduo, a weighty load indeed, despite cradling a bamboo tube filled with mud in her arms. Heavy yet unable to dim the radiant smile adorning her face, her cheerful demeanor shattered as they approached home. "Fear not, for it is merely the worthless offspring of those foolish parents who dare to lay a hand upon us," she exclaimed with laughter. "Today, I shall ride the serpent. Come join me. These little rascals are truly insufferable. Do not bully my brother. I shall bite you to death. Fools, do you truly believe that my brother the rhinoceros will be frightened by your insignificance?" At that moment, 7 or 8 large beastly children were seen tormenting the 3 offspring of Cat Duoduo. Leading the charge was none other than the rhinoceros child. Seated atop the serpent, the serpent attempted to wriggle free. It was restrained by the leopard and tiger children, along with others who held down the second and third serpents. Their claws were mercilessly poised at the throats of the latter, making their intentions unmistakably clear. Any movement from the first serpent would result in an immediate and ruthless end for the second and third. While the second serpent endured, his eyes brimming with fury and resentment, the third wept incessantly, struggling in vain to rescue his elder brother but was held fast. The beastly children guffawed with delight, their disdain evident as they dismissed the serpents, intent on utilizing the first serpent as a mount for their amusement. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed from nearby. Everyone turned to see a bamboo tube tumble to the ground, its muddy contents spilling forth. Cat Duoduo's expression shifted, her eyes ablaze with fury as she set down her basket. Initially, a few of the children, realizing the implications, hurriedly advised the rhinoceros to flee, claiming their mother was approaching. "What is there to fear? It is merely a waste of space," scoffed the rhinoceros child. But no sooner had he spoken than he was met with swift retribution. Chapter 18. Retribution. You dare to bully my children. I am truly enraged by this detestable lot. Once a slender and agile cat-like being, Cat Duoduo's wrath now radiated fiercely, easily infecting the surrounding beastly offspring. They gulped nervously, instinctively looking to their leader, the rhinoceros child, awaiting his command. Little did they know, the rhinoceros child stood stunned, having never been forewarned of the formidable prowess possessed by the mother of the serpent offspring. He instinctively gestured to command his cohorts, who gritted their teeth, poised to continue their torment of the first serpent. "Stop." Cat Duoduo's eyes blazed crimson as she seized a bamboo stick and swung it forcefully at the group of children. Her strength was such that they were caught off guard, sent sprawling and wailing as they fled. Even the rhinoceros child was not spared from this swift justice. In that moment, however, Cat Duoduo's fury was not yet quelled. Her pent-up rage sought an outlet. The sound of the third serpent's sobs reached her ears. "Mother, something is wrong with my brother." "What?" Panic surged through Cat Duoduo as she hastily discarded the bamboo stick and rushed to embrace the first serpent, whose condition appeared dire. After all, he was the strongest among the siblings. The second and third serpents were subdued, threatened by the rhinoceros child and his gang, and the latter had left marks on the first serpent's body. Cat Duoduo's heart ached as she examined her firstborn. "He is not gravely injured. Let me check on the others." After ensuring that the second and third serpents were unharmed, she breathed a sigh of relief, gritting her teeth as she hoisted one and cradled the other two, making her way homeward. The first and second serpents had succumbed to unconsciousness, leaving only the third, who continued to cry. He had yet to transform, which was both an advantage and a disadvantage. In this moment, his only strength lay in his weeping. He clung to Cat Duoduo, tears streaming down his face as she settled at the doorstep, diligently grinding herbs. "Mother, will my brothers be all right? Am I truly so useless? I was the first captured to threaten them." The little serpent berated himself. Cat Duoduo gently patted his head and placed the herbal mixture carefully into the bamboo tube before rising to tend to the first and second serpents. As she applied the ointment, she reassured him, "Little fool, you are but a child. It is normal not to be able to fight back. But what if they come again? Won't we be bullied once more?" The third serpent questioned uneasily. "They dare." With that, Cat Duoduo's anger surged anew, causing her to apply the ointment with renewed vigor, eliciting a pained groan from the first serpent. "Oh dear, it is all Mother's fault. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. It just tickles a bit." She carefully massaged the sore spots, swiftly easing the first serpent's discomfort, allowing him to drift into a peaceful slumber. The third serpent watched in silence, his eyes glistening with tears. This was indeed his mother. As Cat Duoduo grew increasingly gentle in her ministrations, ensuring not to awaken the first and second serpents, she took the bamboo tube outside to rinse it. In that moment, the third serpent approached, tears streaming down his face. "Mother, I want to grow stronger. I want to defeat those who bully my brother." Cat Duoduo paused, her heart softening as she thought, "Oh dear child, do not cry just yet." With the third serpent's tearful disposition, she found it hard to believe he would ever become strong. Nevertheless, she sighed heavily. "Very well, Mother will do her utmost to assist you." It was merely a matter of teaching a few beastly children a lesson. While she could not intervene directly, that did not preclude her from educating her own offspring on how to fight back. "All right then, Mother is the best. Give me a kiss, Mother," the third serpent exclaimed, brimming with excitement, leaping about in delight, only to inadvertently entangle himself, prompting Cat Duoduo to stifle a laugh as she carefully untangled him. "I have warned you repeatedly to be cautious. If you become too knotted, I want to be able to help you." "Mother, I truly did not mean to. Enough with the excuses. Don't expect me to give you the treats I've prepared ahead of time. Mother, does love disappear suddenly? Do you not love the third serpent anymore? You little rascal. Soft voices filtered through the slightly ajar door, and the first and second serpents, still dazed, climbed to their feet, noticing the herbal salve applied to their bodies. Remembering what they had seen before losing consciousness, anxiety gripped them, and they rushed to the door. Coincidentally, they peered through the crack and beheld the tender interaction between Cat Duoduo and the third serpent. Cat Duoduo was meticulously preparing something in the bamboo tube, her focus unwavering. The third serpent, eager to taste the concoction, was repeatedly denied by Cat Duoduo, leading him to launch a barrage of dramatic verbal assaults. Of course, the first and second serpents were unaware of their younger siblings' newfound progress. They merely found the antics distasteful. But, is she truly becoming a good mother? The second serpent murmured, his voice barely audible. Only the first serpent able to hear. Indeed, the first serpent's attention remained fixed on Cat Duoduo, who, despite the third serpent's antics, refrained from resorting to violence or showing any sign of displeasure. It seemed he could trust Cat Duoduo a little more in the future. It is done. Third serpent, wake your brothers. All right. The third serpent cheerfully hummed the melody Cat Duoduo had sung while cooking. Although he was entirely off-key, akin to a cat in Siberia, which somehow only added to his charm. Brothers, rise, or else I shall spank you. The third serpent's exclamation was abruptly cut short as the first and second serpents, arms crossed, sat in silence, lost in their thoughts. Here they come. Soon enough, the first and second serpents stood and approached. Cat Duoduo, oblivious to the brothers' subtle changes, was determined to soothe the little ones by preparing a delicious meal to lift their spirits. In her home, they utilized stone pots, both thin and thick. The thin ones were ideal for grilling, while the thick ones served for stewing. However, neither type was suitable for the custard she intended to make. Yet, undeterred, she opted for bamboo tubes, filling the thick stone pot with water to cook the bamboo, allowing the custard within the tube to be heated through the steam. Chapter 19. Please, do not abandon us. It is ready to eat. As the Cat Duoduo awaited the moment when the contents were no longer scalding, she retrieved them and began distributing them to the little ones. Initially, the cubs were somewhat puzzled. Yet upon closer inspection, the custard in the bamboo tubes appeared quite appealing and emitted a delightful aroma. Tentatively, they each took a taste, and soon their vertical pupils widened, radiating a palpable joy, leading them to enthusiastically indulge in the treat. Satisfied, Duoduo chuckled and handed out the double-skin milk she had prepared, which was made from authentic cow's milk, boasting an exceptional flavor. Once the cubs finished, they licked their lips repeatedly, clearly content. I just secured the door. While you are at home, should any danger arise, ensure the door remains locked and do not venture outside, Duoduo cautioned, as her arduous task of digging in the soil was far from complete. Upon hearing this, the cubs paused momentarily before chiming in unison. We want to go too. Is that so? It's quite far, Duoduo pondered for a moment before adding. You little ones are too small to walk such distances. Besides, they might not be able to assist her in transporting the soil, which was rather unfortunate. She wished for the cubs to rest at home and swiftly overcome the unpleasant shadow cast by the bullying of the rhinoceros younglings. Exchanging glances, the cubs seemed to be engaged in a formidable tug-of-war. Observing this, Duoduo decided to rise and take action. Suddenly, a voice from behind shouted, "Action!" What? Duoduo was caught off guard, and in an instant, the cubs coordinated perfectly, firmly hugging Duoduo while pleading in unison, "Please, don't leave us behind." You little rascals, Duoduo couldn't deny that she was utterly charmed. Instinctively wiping away an imaginary tear, she looked at the cubs, who wore expressions of helplessness, as if she had already embarked on the path of abandoning them. Duoduo felt a surge of emotion welling up, but recalling their earlier antics, she sighed. Very well, but I must insist that you obey me, or else I shall not. We promise to be very obedient, the cubs echoed, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Once they had spoken, they hurried back to retrieve the bamboo baskets that Duoduo had previously taught them to weave. Clearly preparing to be little helpers today. Must you take this so seriously? Duoduo mused, feeling somewhat conflicted. However, seeing their enthusiasm, she sighed again, sat down, and took out the remaining materials for weaving, beginning to craft anew. Her dexterity was, as always, remarkable, making it impossible to overlook. Within mere minutes, a large and spacious bamboo basket emerged before her. Just then, the cubs returned, proudly carrying their small baskets, their excitement palpable upon seeing what Duoduo had created. "Wow, did you just weave this, mother?" "Yes, yes, come inside," Duoduo replied swiftly. The cubs hesitated, thinking they were quite capable themselves, being rather promising serpent beastlings. Yet, with Duoduo's decisive words, "If you don't come in, I won't take you out," they acquiesced, with Snake One speaking on behalf of them. "Thank you for your hard work. Dear mother, it won't tire me at all," she assured them sincerely. For once nestled inside the bamboo basket, the cubs reverted to their original forms. Significantly lighter than in their human states, Duoduo carried the basket on her back, humming a tune. Little second son, carrying a backpack to school, the big windmill, spin and spin, spinning into your heart, among the chorus. Snake 3 seemed to be the most lost in the melody, while Snake 1 and Snake 2 felt utterly faint, realizing for the first time how atrocious their brother's singing was. This time, Duoduo chose a different location to gather soil. The area she frequented had begun to show signs of severe erosion, and she was not the type to disregard future consequences for present convenience. Thus, she resolutely opted to excavate soil from a nearby mountain instead. This route, however, inevitably led her through the village. Fortunately, she veered slightly off course to minimize contact with other beast folk. Yet, it was evident that numerous passers-by were intrigued by her basket. Whispering amongst themselves, Duoduo resolved to ignore them and quickened her pace. Suddenly, a female beastfolk voice called out from behind, "Duoduo, please wait. You are Valina." Duoduo recognized as she turned to see a rather attractive and voluptuous female beastfolk. Valina's figure was commendable, though her skin bore a slight tan, placing her among the more distinguished of her kind. Duoduo knew her name because Valina used to be one of the most favored females in the village, beautiful, ample, capable of bearing children, and an excellent hunter, all contributing to her desirability among many beast folk. "What do you need?" Duoduo thought of Valina's character and patiently engaged with her. Valina's face flushed slightly as she cautiously inquired. "I wanted to ask, what is this?" She pointed to Duoduo's basket, which Duoduo had covered to protect her little serpent cubs from the sun's harsh rays, as even beast folk younglings were vulnerable and could easily suffer from sun exposure. "Bamboo basket," Duoduo replied, inviting Valina to a quieter spot. Upon arrival, she unveiled the basket, allowing Valina to inspect its contents. Upon removing the covering, Valina's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld 3 serpent cubs nestled within. Indeed, Duoduo's own offspring. Valina's pupils dilated momentarily as she exclaimed, "Even in their transformed state, they are quite heavy. How can such a small item carry them?" "Indeed," Duoduo chuckled, patting the sleeping cubs, who promptly opened their eyes. Snake 1 and Snake 2 crawled out and greeted Valina in their human forms, while Snake 3 let out a yawn, clearly on the verge of slumber, and merely waved his tail in acknowledgement. "Hey, Snake 3, that is rather impolite," Duoduo couldn't help but murmur. Snake 3 yawned again. "I will learn manners soon enough." Chapter 20. Dinner of soil. As he spoke, he flipped over and promptly fell back asleep. Snake 1 and Snake 2 exchanged glances, bemused by their brother's antics. "How adorable," Valina chuckled, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "This is truly impressive. Could you teach me how to do this?" "Of course," Duoduo replied without hesitation, as she saw no harm in sharing knowledge that could aid daily life. "However, let me teach you when I have some free time. I am currently busy building a house." "All right," Valina replied reluctantly, waving goodbye as Duoduo and her cubs began to depart. Almost as soon as their voices faded, footsteps approached Valina from behind, accompanied by a curious inquiry. "Why are you associating with the notoriously disliked Duoduo?" Valina, sensing no malice, casually remarked, "I find her quite amusing, and she possesses a wealth of knowledge." After a moment's thought, she added, "I might seek her out for some fun soon, so please don't cause any trouble." Upon hearing this, the male beastfolk felt compelled to remind her that he was not merely her companion, but rather that he was tasked with ensuring her safety. The new soil gathering location was not as promising as Duoduo had hoped. After a careful assessment, with the assistance of her cubs, she sighed, reassured herself that the soil's quality would suffice for making bricks, suitable for constructing a pond, if not a house. With that in mind, Duoduo returned home bearing a basket full of soil, her cubs unusually obedient this time. They carried their little bamboo baskets, some filled with soil, others with heavy wild vegetables, and a few with fish and shrimp. Thus, it seemed they would enjoy a hearty meal that evening. "Mother, I want to eat that double-skin milk," one cub exclaimed. "Not tonight. There is no milk left," she replied. Then I want something fresh, something delicious, another chimed in. All right, eat, 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 Duoduo responded, unable to suppress a smile, her heart brimming with joy. Why did I in that moment? She realized that living in such a remote area wasn't so bad after all, for it allowed her to experience the joys of nurturing her young and tending to the land. Just then, Snake One, who had been silent until now, suddenly exclaimed, Mother, look over there. There's a pond. I'll go take a look. Upon catching sight of the pond, Mao Duoduo instantly felt invigorated. The vast expanse of water reflected the radiant lotus blossoms, complemented by the accompanying lily pads. An idea sparked in her mind, prompting her to instinctively rush over. The little ones hurriedly followed, curiosity piqued as they sought to discern her next move. Goodness, I can't believe there's a pond here. Such a splendid place. If only I had known earlier, she mused, contemplating how to descend into the water. Even if she had arrived sooner, she would have remained uncertain about what to do. Fortunately, Shi-san reacted swiftly, discarding his backpack and joyfully leaping into the water, splashing about. Hey, Shi-san, come back quickly, Mao Duoduo exclaimed, fearing for his safety and instinctively reaching out to grab him. But at that moment, it was Shi-e and Shi-er who joined forces, ensuring that Mao Duoduo was spared from any mishap. Mother, fret not. He will be just fine. We are naturally adept swimmers, Shi-e succinctly reassured her, a statement that altered the way Mao Duoduo regarded Shi-san. There he was, akin to an exceptional diving instructor, reveling in the experience and frolicking around the lily pads. Mao Duoduo exhaled in relief, setting down her backpack and leaning against the side, unable to suppress a chuckle. I can't believe I forgot about this. She observed her intently, her delicate, fair features now adorned with a smile. Mother, do you wish to join us in the water? Perhaps not, Mao Duoduo replied, clearing her throat. Cats are not fond of water. In her previous life, her swimming skills had been rather lacking. Fear not, Mother, I can guide you, and nothing will go awry, Shi assured her calmly. Though, Shi, you are quite the trickster, Shi-er interjected, shooting a glare at his brother before turning to Mao Duoduo with eager eyes. Mother, ignore this rascal. Come and learn from me, and I guarantee you will find it enjoyable. Mao Duoduo thought to herself, how clever her little ones were at play. It was then that Shi-san returned, carrying lotus leaves and flowers. Mother, look quickly. They're so beautiful. I want to give them to you. Wait a moment. Let me grab something to hold them, she replied, carefully avoiding the prickly surfaces of the leaves as she headed back with her 3 little ones. This time, they chose a less crowded area. Seizing the opportunity, Shi-san began to hum a tune, initiating a slightly off-key sing-along. Fool, that's not how you sing it. Shi-er could no longer contain himself and sang it correctly. Shi-san was utterly astonished, nearly bursting into applause. Brother, you are amazing. Of course, Shi-er replied, basking in his own glory, prompting Mao Duoduo to question if he had a tail. Given how smug he seemed, that it was truly adorable. Soon enough, the little snakes began their own off-key melodies, creating a lively and cheerful atmosphere. Mao Duoduo couldn't help but laugh. Even though digging was dirty and exhausting, she resolved to prepare a delightful meal for everyone. Thus, while the little snakes were bathing, Mao Duoduo entered her space and carefully retrieved a chicken from the cold storage. Though small, it was ample for her family of 4. More importantly, she found joy in preparing a chicken of such size. Before long, the enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen, drawing the bathing little ones who could hardly contain their eagerness to devour the meal. It's delicious. I knew Mother loved me most. She must be making my favorite. Shi-san's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hey, Shi-san, you still have unwashed spots. Be careful not to get scolded by Mother. Shi-er pulled his brother back. Let me go, brother, Shi-san protested, struggling against him. Shi-e, seemingly oblivious to the commotion, quickly finished washing up and rushed over to Mao Duoduo. By then, Mao Duoduo had removed a large lump of clay from the fire. She looked on, curious. Mother, what is this? Oh, this is what we will be having for dinner tonight. Chapter 21. Can you teach me how to prepare it? The sight of such a large lump of clay left the little snakes momentarily frozen, their eyes nearly brimming with tears. What had they done to deserve such a punishment from their mother? Hey, what is wrong with you all? Aren't you going to eat? Mao Duoduo was taken aback. Having assumed her little ones had hearty appetites, Shi-san's eyes glimmered with unshed tears, and Shi-er bit his lip, clearly aggrieved. It was Shi-e who rose to the occasion, reminding her, Mother, our teeth aren't strong enough to eat clay. Currently, the village hadn't yet faced dire straits. The beastmen were not reduced to subsisting solely on mud. Even herbivorous beastmen, like the antelope, wouldn't stoop to eating mud. If news of this were to spread, they would undoubtedly be ridiculed for having fallen to such depths. I'm not asking you to eat clay, Mao Duoduo realized. Finding the misunderstanding amusing, she decided to demonstrate instead. First, she began to pound the large lump of clay. After considerable effort, she managed to safely extract it. With a satisfying pop, the clay opened, revealing something wrapped in lotus leaves inside. Wow, it smells amazing here, Shi-san, with his keen sense of smell, exclaimed with delight. Indeed, this is what I truly wish to share with you. Carefully, Mao Duoduo unwrapped the outer layer of leaves, unveiling a beautifully roasted chicken. This is called beggar's chicken. It involves seasoning the chicken, stuffing it, wrapping it in lotus leaves, and encasing it in clay before burying it in the ground to cook. Thanks to the unique heat-retaining properties of the clay, the chicken turns out incredibly tender and infused with the fragrance of the lotus leaves. Just hearing this made her little ones nearly drool with excitement. Mao Duoduo generously portioned the food, and the little snakes eagerly dug in, discovering a treasure trove of flavors hidden within the beggar's chicken. They were soon stuffed to the brim. That evening, Mao Duoduo found herself in amused disbelief as she gently patted their bellies, ensuring they were comfortable. Despite this, the most spirited among them, Shi-san, insisted on being held to sleep. Don't scare me, Mao Duoduo replied, apprehensive about being crushed by the weight of the little snake. Shi-e and Shi-er exchanged knowing glances, nodding in agreement as they played the role of stern older brothers. Pulling Shi-san aside, "All right, it's time for bed, and no more fussing," they admonished. "Wah, I want mother. You two are bullying me." The night was destined to be filled with laughter and joy. Even as Mao Duoduo drifted off to sleep, she could faintly hear the sounds of her little one's playful banter from the next room. With her eyes closed, she smiled softly, contemplating how to teach them to enhance their strength, ensuring they would never again be bullied by other beastmen. After all, they were now her little ones to protect. Little did she expect, the following morning, Valina arrived at tea that time. Mao Duoduo was still training her little ones in their stances, laying the groundwork. Aside from Shi-san, who was still wobbly, Shi-e and Shi-er were already resembling seasoned practitioners. "Hold on, just a bit longer, and I'll treat you to a delicious meal at noon," she encouraged. Upon hearing this, Shi-san nearly leaped in joy. "I want beggar's chicken." Shi-san. Both Shi-e and Shi-er chided in unison, as Shi-san failed to maintain her stance. Just then, an exclamation pierced the air. "What are you all doing?" Mao Duoduo turned to see Valina, who had arrived carrying some bamboo, and was observing her family's peculiar activities with curiosity. Clearing her throat, Mao Duoduo decided to grant her little ones a break. "We have a guest. Let us pause for now." She approached Valina, offering her a cup of boiled water before inquiring about her visit. "This water tastes quite unique," Valina remarked thoughtfully, examining the water in the bamboo tube. "Because it's specially boiled," Mao Duoduo explained, gesturing toward the nearby stone stove where a small flame flickered. Valina's eyes widened in surprise, revealing a hint of astonishment. "You can sustain a flame here?" It's worth noting that most flames require striking stones to ignite, which is quite challenging. The village, being close to the river, had high humidity, making it easy for flames to extinguish if one isn't careful. Stones that get damp must dry completely before they can be used to start a fire. Consequently, many beastmen families resorted to eating raw food out of convenience. "Unfortunately, my little ones have delicate constitutions. I must vigilantly oversee every step to prevent them from falling ill." Cat Duoduo's words resonated deeply with Valina, who nodded in agreement. After confirming once more that drinking such hot water was beneficial to one's health, a thoughtful expression flickered across her face. "Then I'll go fetch another bucket of water for my little ones," Cat Duoduo declared, making her way to replace a large bamboo tube filled with water back onto the fire. Valina proactively came over to assist, considerably lightening Cat Duoduo's workload, primarily due to her impressive strength. No wonder she was once the most sought-after marriageable orc in the village. "Cat Duoduo, please teach me how to weave baskets." Valina shyly expressed her desire, gesturing toward the bamboo. "I noticed the one you carried yesterday resembled this bamboo, so I took the liberty of cutting some. Oh, you think these will suffice?" she inquired. "Indeed, they will be enough to make several," Cat Duoduo responded. Since they had discussed this yesterday, she prepared to demonstrate. However, Valina grabbed her arm, her expression resolute as she assured her, Rest assured, I will not take advantage of you. Later, I will ask my partner to help you carry soil, and I shall assist with your work as well. Well, thank you, Cat Duoduo replied, given that the pond required a considerable amount of soil and Valina was sincere in her offer. Cat Duoduo felt compelled to accept. With that in mind, Cat Duoduo decided to take Valina to begin slicing the bamboo into strips. Several little ones wanted to help but were assigned tasks by Cat Duoduo instead. I entrust you to gather some vegetables. Whatever we can eat later will depend on your efforts, she instructed. Upon hearing this, the little ones visibly perked up, eagerly thumping their chests and promising to return with a bounty that would astonish Cat Duoduo before dashing off. Cat Duoduo mused. Wait, such excitement makes me fear they might encounter trouble. Chapter 22. The children of the poor take charge. Early witnessing this scene, Valina held a different perspective. She couldn't help but chuckle. Your family shares a wonderful bond, and they are quite obedient and willing to lend a hand. Well, what can I say? I used to be unreliable. After all, the children of the poor must take charge early. Cat Duoduo quipped about her past. Valina was surprised, but quickly followed suit in learning. Cat Duoduo had nothing to hide. Once the materials for the baskets were clarified and the initial steps understood, it was straightforward for others to follow along. Valina's learning pace was impressively swift. It'd be why the time her partner arrived, having already brought a decent amount of soil for Cat Duoduo, Valina had crafted 2 baskets. Did you truly weave these yourself? Valina's partner looked genuinely astonished. Hee, it will be much more convenient for us to go out now. I can simply toss the baskets aside. Valina beamed, patting the baskets. Afterward, she turned to bid farewell to Cat Duoduo as she left. The little ones returned that afternoon, laden with their small bamboo baskets filled with an abundant harvest. They gathered around Cat Duoduo, who thought it best to assign them a task. Go find some firewood. This will ensure a better blaze. All right, the little ones replied, setting off with determination, intent on filling their baskets, which left Cat Duoduo pleasantly surprised. She confirmed they wouldn't stray too far and couldn't help but chuckle as she began meticulously crafting a stone pot. This time, she aimed to make a larger one for the whole family to dine conveniently. Her imagination was running wild, contemplating various dishes, and she intended to search for modern substitutes for seasonings when she had the time, as her current selection was insufficient for her palate. The next day, Cat Duoduo and her family collaborated to mix clay with water to form dried mud bricks, preparing to make bricks. This task was not strenuous, but required attention to detail. Sitting together, they chatted and lost track of time. Their spirits buoyant. It was during this moment that Valina arrived, accompanied by several female friends. Duoduo, these are my friends. They are very fond of bamboo baskets and hope to learn from you. In exchange, their partners will assist you with work, Valina explained. Upon hearing this, Cat Duoduo was taken aback. Although Valina had mastered the craft, her friends opted to learn from Cat Duoduo instead. She found Valina's dedication unexpectedly admirable. At that moment, Valina slyly winked at her. So, what do you need help with? Their partners will arrive shortly. Just as she finished speaking, several burly male orcs approached, exuding strength and vigor. Cat Duoduo glanced at them, stroking her chin, unable to suppress her curiosity. Well, we won't need many for the soil, but I have an idea. Could you assist me in digging the foundation? The foundation? The adult orcs responded in unison. Puzzled, Cat Duoduo nodded, indicating the area and using stones and trees to mark the boundaries of her proposed construction. I plan to build a house and dig a pond, so I require assistance with the excavation. As she elaborated on her plans, the male orcs' faces broke into smiles that I thought it was something difficult. This is quite simple. Just watch me. Hee, I'm the best at this. No one can outdo me in digging. They boasted, rubbing their hands together before turning to begin their work. Their efficiency was astonishing. At the very least, while Cat Duoduo and the females were busy weaving baskets, she turned to see the remarkable progress they had made. It was important to note that the area she had initially planned for her house and pond was substantial, yet these strong male orcs quickly yielded impressive results. Moreover, they had handled the soil with care, making Cat Duoduo's subsequent tasks significantly easier. Witnessing this, Cat Duoduo felt a surge of gratitude. She decided to wait for the little ones to return, burdened with their haul of vegetables and fish, and felt invigorated by the collective effort. Since everyone has helped so much, allow me to treat you all to a nice lunch, she proposed. Though that may not be appropriate, Valina and the other orcs protested, not wanting to offend Cat Duoduo's pride. They believed that as a female orc raising 3 children alone, She had enough on her plate, especially considering her past reputation. Everyone had prepared to assist her, fully aware that should she ask for help with hunting or gathering, they would gladly oblige to repay her kindness. However, they did not anticipate that Cat Duoduo would request what they considered trivial. "Valina, are you sure you want to return?" Cat Duoduo inquired with concern. Valina bit her lip, initially inclined to say yes, but upon noticing her partner's subtle gestures, which indicated concern about the two adult orcs consuming too much and affecting Cat Duoduo's family's food supply, she quickly replied that they needed to head back for their meal. Thus, Cat Duoduo could only watch them depart. Well, I suppose it will just be us, she sighed, and decided to prepare a hearty meal for lunch. That evening, seeing that the little ones had overindulged at lunch and fearing they might suffer from indigestion, she opted to make them a delicate fish soup. The fish was finely shredded, retaining the tender meat while discarding most of the bones and spines. This way, the smooth and soothing soup could accommodate a generous amount of vegetables. Such a dinner left the little ones, who could hardly go without meat, thoroughly satisfied and with full bellies. "You all should practice your horse stance again," Cat Duoduo suggested, stroking her chin in contemplation. "Oh no, Mom," the little ones immediately protested, their faces falling at the thought of the dreaded exercise. Just as they were about to unite in opposition, footsteps approached, prompting Cat Duoduo to perk up. Given that wild beasts often roamed at night, she was wary of potential threats to her family. To her surprise, she found Valina approaching, cheerfully carrying a bamboo basket. "Cat Duoduo, I brought you something," Valina announced, offering her a selection of stone needles, a rare commodity among female orcs. Valina's thoughtfulness was evident, but her keen senses quickly zeroed in on the fish soup simmering in the stone pot. "Oh, by the way, now that you're here, you can have a taste," Cat Duoduo offered, eagerly filling a bowl for her. "Is this appropriate?" Valina hesitated, but Cat Duoduo was not one to stand on ceremony, insisting she try the dish. As a result, Valina found herself savoring the rich flavors of the fish soup, her eyes widening in delight as she licked her lips, exclaiming, "This is delicious. Indeed, you should add some of these vegetables and taste again." Cat Duoduo encouraged. The cat, Mao Duoduo, wore a cheerful smile as she eagerly prepared a bowl for Valina. This time, Valina found herself too lazy to refuse, savoring the dish with delight and showering compliments, seemingly transformed into a member of the praise squad. As for the several snakelings behind her, they patted their chests with a sense of relief, reveling in the joy of narrowly escaping a predicament. Indeed, they were fortunate, with Valina diverting their mother's attention. They had secured their safety, which was simply splendid. As night fell, Mao Duoduo grew somewhat concerned about Valina's return. "How about I accompany you for a while?" she offered. "No need," Valina replied with a bright smile. "My partner is coming to pick me up." The mention of a partner made it seem rather sweet to Mao Duoduo. However, her genuine thoughts were soon interrupted when she saw Valina being picked up by another male beast man. The individual was a large carnivorous beast man, exuding a strong demeanor. Yet, upon seeing Valina, he wore a blank expression, willingly transforming into his original form and inviting Valina to sit upon him. Mao Duoduo observed their departing figures with a mix of emotions. "Wait, did I see that wrong? Why did Valina's partner change his expression?" "Not at all, Mother. This is Aunt Valina's second partner," Snake One corrected her proactively. Mao Duoduo was taken aback, nearly dropping the stone needle in her hand. This item had been difficult to acquire, and Snake 3 swiftly hooked it with his tail, fearing it might fall. With great difficulty, Mao Duoduo managed to inquire, "Valina, how many partners do you have?" "2, Snake 2 reminded her. "Goodness, I've certainly seen enough," Mao Duoduo exclaimed. Snake 1 looked puzzled. "Mother, how could you forget? An exceptional female can have more than 2 partners. That I feel utterly lost," she admitted, her thoughts swirling, though she began to grasp something. For instance, she recalled others describing Valina as an outstanding individual, the kind many in the village pursued for marriage. If that was the case, then the notion of being suitable for marriage must entail such qualities. Unlike ordinary females, whose reproductive capabilities and hunting skills were limited, a typical marriage would suffice, with just a few offspring. As she pondered this, her dreams that night were filled with visions of her own offspring running off to become the partners of female beast men, sharing love and companionship. Oh dear, could this dream be too absurd? Even in this peculiar world, she realized she might not be able to accept such notions. This realization alone prompted Mao Duoduo to resolve to tighten her education on her offspring. The little ones, curious, wondered why their mother seemed so tense, yet they found her rather endearing. Yes, children's aesthetic standards typically develop towards those they encountered most frequently, to the very least, early the next morning. As Meowd subtly hinted at various lessons, her offspring began to engage in a flattery mode, allowing her to experience the joy of being praised. Come on, there's no one as great as you. Mother, I wouldn't want anyone else, Snake 3 declared. There's no one as beautiful as you, Mother. I wouldn't settle for anyone else. Snake 2 chimed in. I will only like what Mother likes, Snake 1 added. Meowd mused. Is this what it feels like to be adored by one's offspring? I might just be overwhelmed. Thanks to this exchange, the morning atmosphere was harmonious and pleasant. When Valina arrived, she couldn't help but laugh. Wow, what are you all up to this time? Fearing her offspring might speak out of turn, Meowd stepped forward to weave a kind lie. I intended to teach them a few skills. Yes, we are still laying the groundwork. Valina, unaware of the bullying incident involving the little ones, nodded in agreement, acknowledging that they indeed needed to learn well at that moment. Her two partners approached, standing under the sun. The contrast became evident. To Valina's left stood the handsome birdman who had arrived the previous day. To her right was the carnivorous beastman who had come to fetch Valina home. Meowd greeted them warmly, offering everyone some water. The water was remarkably sweet. After boiling, the earthy taste from the river was eliminated, yielding a clear and sweet flavor. Once they finished drinking, Valina couldn't help but express her delight. I really enjoyed what you made yesterday. Do you have more? Oh, absolutely, Meowd replied, pondering. I'll go fishing today and show you my skills. Before she could finish, Valina interrupted with a smile. Before anything, I must clarify that this time, I'm not here to eat for free. That I brought my partners to help out, along with food in exchange. Oh, I feel a bit embarrassed, Meowd admitted, as she truly did not lack for food. After all, she had plenty in her space, aside from being unable to improve her offspring's meals in front of so many outsiders. Her supplies were quite satisfactory. No, we must operate on a basis of exchange, Valina insisted, displaying her determination. Meowd, confused, finally grasped the situation through the cheerful banter of Valina's partners. The reality was that food was scarce in the beast world. Though everyone appeared healthy and capable of feasting, many plants and animals were unknown in terms of their edibility, posing significant risks. Consequently, the range of accessible food remained limited without prior knowledge. Naturally, it was quite an accomplishment for a family to sustain several offspring all at once. If one were to ask for food from others without offering anything in return, it could lead others to perceive that individual's male partner as lacking in capability. To Valina's partners, with fiery determination in their eyes, were eager to prove themselves. Meowd felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing she had nearly unwittingly caused trouble. All right then, she said, contemplating, please help me with the soil clumps over there. They've become too stubborn to handle due to the sun. No problem at all, Valina's partners replied enthusiastically as they headed over. With impressive strength, they transformed into their humanoid forms, retaining fewer beast-like features on their bodies. Meowd carefully observed Valina's partners. They resembled humans but possessed the innate strength characteristic of beastmen. Effortlessly handling the soil clumps without causing damage, she felt reassured. Valina continued to smile beside her. Don't worry, they are incredibly capable. Indeed, Meowd sincerely agreed. She quickly fashioned several fishing rods and taught her offspring how to dig in the soil for earthworms. As for the sharp tips of the fishing rods, Meowd pondered for a while, but couldn't find a solution until Snake 1 proposed. Mother, we could try using the thorny grass to fetch some. And Meowd examined it, revealing an excited expression. This will work. The thorny grass is somewhat sturdy, but it can be tied to the line and entangle the earthworms. Immediately, Meowd demonstrated to her offspring how to fish. She had barely settled when she quickly caught a small fish. However, it was rather tiny, weighing only about 150 grams, so she decided to release it, encouraging her offspring to continue fishing in that manner. Don't worry, Mother. I will definitely catch a big fish that will surprise you, Snake 3 boasted in advance. Snake 1 and Snake 2 appeared quite disdainful of him, but reluctantly joined in to avoid making Valina think they were incapable of helping at home. All right, you stay here. If anything comes up, just call for me. I'll be busy for a while, Meowd said, taking her leave. Valina followed her with curiosity. Can that fishing rod really catch fish? Yes, Meowd replied, recalling Valina's spirited nature and offering her the most effective suggestion, acquiring a fishing net. As she contemplated, she described the shape and purpose of the fishing net, leading Velina to ponder thoughtfully. Mao Duoduo appreciated her friend and refrained from interrupting, choosing instead to search for salt stones nearby. After wandering for quite some time without encountering any, she began to worry. Had she miscalculated? Was this place too far from the sea to find salt stones? Her brow furrowed, visibly tinged with anxiety. "What are you looking for?" Velina, noticing the change in Mao Duoduo's demeanor, inquired curiously. "I want to find salt stones," Mao Duoduo gestured. She realized that in the beast world, most seemed unconcerned about such matters, frequently engaging in hunting. The flora and fauna they hunted often contained salt, which helped the beastmen avoid ailments like the big neck disease. However, she couldn't just rely on hunting with her offspring, hoping to find salt among the hunted. Salt was simply too vital. She had various dishes she wished to try, and without salt, it would be akin to a skilled cook lacking rice. "If it's what you're describing, I might know where to find it," Velina said thoughtfully. Mao Duoduo's eyes brightened as she eagerly grasped Velina's arm. "Please, take me there quickly." She explained that salt was essential for enhancing the flavor of her fish soup. "Did I ask that true?" Velina questioned. Velina displayed an unmistakable gluttonous expression, inevitably licking her lips. She could not deny that the fish soup crafted by Cat Duoduo truly delighted her, prompting her to nod eagerly and lead Cat Duoduo down a secluded path. "That was the very location where I had once hunted alongside my partner. It was somewhat distant, yet the advantage there was the absence of any dangerous creatures that we could not handle." With Velina by her side, Cat Duoduo felt reassured about the safety of her little ones. Thus, she and Velina hastily set forth on their quest for salt stones. The winding path was deep and mysterious, with the dense forest obscuring the way. Occasionally, sounds of rustling and the calls of peculiar birds could be heard. Along the way, concerned that Cat Duoduo might feel frightened, Velina began recounting tales of her past hunting experiences with her partner in this very area. One must admit, this method of diverting the topic proved to be remarkably effective, achieving a success rate of 100%. Mesmerized by these stories, Cat Duoduo nearly forgot the purpose of her journey until two familiar orcs approached them. Itsu, Rabbit Spirit and Leopard Flame spotted Cat Duoduo and Velina as they drew near. Rabbit Spirit's gaze fell upon Cat Duoduo, a flicker of disdain flashing in her eyes before she quickly resumed her usual sweet and charming demeanor. This truly was troublesome, Cat Duoduo mused, as she continued walking alongside Velina. Velina's relationship with Leopard Flame and Rabbit Spirit was rather lukewarm. She merely nodded from a distance, deeming further conversation unnecessary. She sealed her lips and quickened her pace, with Cat Duoduo trailing behind, seemingly oblivious to Rabbit Spirit's presence. "Wait," Rabbit Spirit, with an air of feigned tenderness, shot Leopard Flame a look, signaling him to proceed, while she deliberately blocked Cat Duo's path. Her face bore a sweet smile, yet her words were quite troublesome. "Cat Duoduo, even if you play hard to get, Leopard Flame will never take a liking to you. You think too much." Cat Duoduo replied with a slight tug at her lips. Only those like Rabbit Spirit and her band of orcs would regard the arrogant Leopard Flame as a treasure. "Humph, just wait until my mating season arrives. Then I shall mate with Leopard Flame," she added, a hint of warning glimmering in her eyes towards Rabbit Spirit. Cat Duoduo, exasperated, simply said, "Congratulations to you." Her flippant remark left Rabbit Spirit momentarily at a loss for a retort. Without hesitation, Cat Duoduo followed Velina onward. Once they had distanced themselves, Velina curiously remarked, "Why does Rabbit Spirit seem quite different from what the rumors suggest?" That was a rather understated observation, considering the many lovesick orcs in the village who would literally bang their heads against rocks over Rabbit Spirit. Their reactions were quite amusing. Velina had witnessed numerous such spectacles and had mentioned to her partner that if those were the kind of orcs they were, she would never consider a life with them. Her partner could only carry Velina into the cave, physically demonstrating that his heart belonged solely to her. "I think I heard something," Cat Duoduo said. Her ears perked up. Just ahead, Velina promptly transformed back into her original form and dashed ahead. Upon reverting to her beast form, Cat Duoduo realized that Velina was an equine orc, moving with remarkable speed. Not wanting to be left behind, Cat Duoduo gritted her teeth and transformed back. Hastening to keep up, after a brief sprint, they arrived at a stony expanse. Velina and Cat Duoduo shifted back to their human forms, where they beheld the end of the rocky terrain. Revealing a tributary of seawater, Cat Duoduo surveyed the scene thoughtfully, It was no wonder this area was rich in salt stones. Chapter 25. The method of extracting salt stones many years ago. This tributary must have been much larger. Over the years, the accumulation of soil along its banks had significantly limited the inflow of seawater, resulting in the gradual expansion of the rocky terrain. Now occupying a vast area of their view as they walked, Valina explained to Cat Duoduo, "Many people are aware that these stones are salty and deem them useless. The land here cannot yield much either, which is why they avoid this place. The only thing that attracts them is the sight of this tributary and the occasional marine creatures washed ashore, stirring a longing for the ocean's beauty and uniqueness." Cat Duoduo meticulously examined the salt stones. After inspecting several, Valina followed closely, inquiring about the type of salt stones Cat Duoduo sought. "Well, I find myself pondering that as well. With so many available, I am at a loss as to which to choose," Cat Duoduo contemplated, ultimately selecting a stone she could comfortably carry. Observing her choice, Valina curiously picked up a stone of her own. As they made their way back, engaged in cheerful banter, Valina shared tales of her and her partner's impressive hunting skills, recounting their experiences in the vicinity. Cat Duoduo listened, feeling as if she were part of those adventures, growing increasingly in awe of Valina. "Valina, you are truly remarkable." "Hee, you can be too," Valina replied earnestly, having rarely encountered an orc like Cat Duoduo who could keep pace with her, known for her speed. Valina found it amusing that Cat Duoduo thought to compare herself to a steed of extraordinary swiftness. As they continued to chat, they returned to where the little ones had dug a pit and placed several fish within it. Upon seeing Cat Duoduo's return, the young ones excitedly exclaimed, "Mother, come quickly, we've caught so many fish." "Is that true? Let me see." Cat Duoduo hurriedly set down the salt stone and approached, pleasantly surprised to find 5 sizable fish, each weighing at least 2 pounds, in the pit. Her gaze towards her little ones shifted entirely. The little ones, not foolish, sensed Cat Duoduo's expression and felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Especially Snake 3. "Mother, you must praise me." Snake 3 patted his little chest, brimming with pride. "Big brother and second brother always catch those small fish. I'm clever. I used my tail to catch worms and baited them in the water." All right, Snake 3's cleverness in using himself as bait indeed attracted a good number of larger fish. Cat Duoduo's lips twitched at the thought of such cleverness. "Fool!" Snake 3, Snake 1, and Snake 2's faces darkened as they glared at their younger brother. Snake 3, avoiding their gazes, looked everywhere but at his brothers, feeling guilty. Valina couldn't help but chuckle. "You lot are truly amusing." "Haha." Cat Duoduo facepalmed, only able to remind them, "You must never do such foolish things again." The little ones nodded in agreement, promising to behave in the future. Whether they would truly honor that promise remained to be seen. Exasperated, Cat Duoduo decided to grind the salt stone on a large stump. Extracting a bit of salt as she did so, she explained the process of obtaining and using salt to Valina, who mimicked her actions with great enthusiasm. At that moment, Snake 3 approached, showering Cat Duoduo with compliments. "All right, enough flattery. What do you want?" Cat Duoduo feigned seriousness, though the amusement in her eyes was unmistakable. Snake 3, quick to catch on, eagerly declared, "Mother, I want to eat that egg custard we had last time." His eyes sparkled with anticipation, prompting Cat Duoduo to instinctively agree, yet the presence of Valina kept her rationality intact. Goodness, she couldn't simply agree to such a request. With others present, she couldn't just produce an abundance of eggs on a whim. Thus, Cat Duoduo cleared her throat, stating, "If you want to eat, we need to gather enough eggs. That's not a problem, that we'll find them." Snake 3 responded with exuberance, rushing off to inform his 2 brothers. Before long, the 3 little ones returned, gazing at her with eager eyes. Cat Duoduo turned to Valina, who smiled brightly. "I'll help too." "Then I'm counting on you," Cat Duoduo said, genuinely appreciating Valina's assistance. Valina was skilled and knowledgeable about many stories. With just a mention of needing eggs, Valina could promptly provide information on the local distribution of egg-laying animals, with Valina serving as a human GPS. They avoided unnecessary detours and soon located their target. The Chi-Chi Chicken.it was a towering tree, the largest in the forest. Notably, there were nests in its branches. Cat Duoduo looked up closely and saw several Chi-Chi chickens, resembling those commonly consumed in the human world, incubating their eggs in the nest. Her spirits lifted. She nodded enthusiastically, This is it, but this isn't very tasty. Valina expressed her doubt that I've tried it before. And the taste was quite unpleasant. She shook her head emphatically, recalling a past hunting experience with her partner, where the abundance of feathers made it a hassle to prepare, and the meat lacked the delectable sweetness found in other animals. Leaving her feeling quite disappointed. Not true. My mother makes it delicious. We can eat plenty of Chi-Chi chickens in one sitting. Snake 3 insisted earnestly. Perhaps if it's made by Duoduo, it could be different. Valina conceded. Valina, filled with uncertainty, decided to join forces with Cat Duoduo to capture the elusive Chi-Chi chicken. The creature, adept at surviving in the wild, possessed formidable combat skills that in their quest to ensnare the Chi-Chi chicken. Cat Duoduo and Valina exerted considerable effort, while the little ones seized the opportunity to gather eggs. With a successful ambush, they managed to snap the chicken's neck, and the little ones excitedly reported. "Mother, we found 12 eggs here," Snake San, in a fit of exhilaration, coiled around a tree, hanging upside down and incessantly exclaiming about the egg custard. This spectacle left Cat Duoduo in a state of amused exasperation. After reiterating her ability to make egg custard multiple times, Snake San finally descended. This venture proved fruitful as they returned laden with their spoils. "Are you sure we can eat this?" Valina inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she watched Cat Duoduo set a stone pot over a fire. "Yes, trust me," Cat Duoduo replied with a beaming smile, picking up another stone pot to begin the process of extracting salt from salt stones. While also instructing Valina in the technique, Valina eagerly awaited the transformation of the salt stone, surprised to see such a large piece yield so little salt. "Mother, may I sleep with you?" Valina's child asked. "Yes, but to store it properly, we must avoid getting it wet," Cat Duoduo advised, carefully placing the bamboo tube aside, as it was essential for their upcoming culinary endeavors. Upon their return, the little ones mimicked Cat Duoduo's previous construction of a roasting pit. Prompting laughter from Valina's partner, their camaraderie was evident, and they looked forward to future offspring, eagerly assisting whenever they encountered Snake San and the others. The 2 adult beastmen and 3 young ones coexisted harmoniously. A sight that would surely astonish many tribes that in the outside world. Numerous tribes held a hostile view towards younglings, often opting to eliminate them to maintain their status within the tribe. This was tied to tribal customs where adult males enjoyed privileges and would fight for dominance over females. Leaving behind more male offspring would inevitably lead to conflict with older males as they matured, resulting in the once mighty older males becoming solitary and prey to predators. Such knowledge was commonplace outside. Yet here, it seemed few cared much about it as Cat Duoduo prepared the water and plucked chicken feathers. Valina watched in astonishment, realizing why her previous attempts had been unsatisfactory. The feathers needed to be removed. "Indeed," Cat Duoduo affirmed, "but if you wash and dry the feathers, you can make feather shuttlecocks to play with." Valina, intrigued, assisted and inquired about the game. She had never imagined that Cat Duoduo possessed such a wealth of knowledge, far surpassing those females who were merely consumed with jealousy and petty squabbles. Even a straightforward and carefree female like Valina found little enjoyment in associating with those who were limited in their understanding. Content to remain in their caves waiting for males to return from hunts, she could never comprehend why her fellow beast women willingly relied on males for sustenance, only to bicker among themselves when the males ventured elsewhere. Was this existence truly fulfilling? Swift in her actions, yet limited in aggression, Valina was astute and independent. Even after finding a partner, her aspirations remained unchanged as she continued to hunt relentlessly. Her wild spirit and audacity were undoubtedly the reasons her partner was deeply enamored with her. "Once we have some time, we can play a bit," Cat Duoduo suggested, having prepared a clay-baked chicken, carefully wrapping it in mud and placing it in the fire to roast. "Is this really going to work?" Valina asked, glancing back with curiosity. "Don't worry," Cat Duoduo reassured her, seizing the moment to involve everyone in crafting ropes for nets. However, these nets were unsuitable for water but would serve well for hunting. Upon hearing this, Valina and her partner were motivated and began to twist the ropes with enthusiasm. Even within their small group, they possessed considerable speed and combat prowess, though they occasionally faced challenges from formidable foes. With the nets, they could utilize the terrain to ensnare prey and buy themselves time to escape. Unbeknownst to them, Cat Duoduo had already crafted several ropes and was demonstrating how to weave nets. starting with smaller ones for Snake San and the others to play with. I wish we had plants that wouldn't deteriorate even after prolonged immersion in water. We could use their roots to make nets and fish in the river. Cat Duoduo lamented. Is that really possible? Valina asked, her excitement palpable. Cat Duoduo, though puzzled, nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, I will seek them out, Valina promised. As they twisted the hemp ropes for the nets, the clay-baked chicken was ready. Cat Duoduo demonstrated how to break the hardened clay. Releasing an aromatic steam that wafted into the air. It was a large adult chicken, and Cat Duoduo had stuffed it with a variety of ingredients, offering a rich and unique flavor that thrilled Valina and the others, who praised Cat Duoduo's cleverness and skilled. Though one shouldn't boast so, Cat Duoduo said, blushing as the time approached. Everyone was thoroughly satisfied with their meal, especially with the addition of sweet pears for dessert. When Valina and her companions prepared to leave, they turned back repeatedly, expressing their intention to return and visit Cat Duoduo again after their departure. Snake San sincerely remarked, Aunt Valina and the others are incredible. They can dig such deep holes with ease. This was indeed the foundation Valina's partner had excavated, and Cat Duoduo, recalling this, suggested, Oh, I almost forgot. We should prepare some clay bricks. The clay bricks needed to be dried before entering the oven. Since they had just completed their task, Cat Duoduo and the little ones worked through the night to store some, while leaving others near the entrance to dry and be cleaned the following day. In the end, they all ended up quite dirty, and bathing at night proved to be quite a chore. After finally finishing, Cat Duoduo, yawning, longed for sleep. However, just as she lay down, a small creature leaped onto her belly, nearly causing her to regurgitate her dinner. Snake San, why is it you again? Mother, may I sleep with you? Snake San pleaded, sensing a hint of danger, but still believing himself to be Cat Duoduo's favorite child. Meanwhile, Snakey and Snake Air peered through the door's crack, silently berating their sibling for his foolishness. Cat Duoduo, with a stern expression and a palpable aura of displeasure, questioned, Is that so? Without a moment's hesitation. She flipped Snake San upside down and casually remarked, Snake Air, I know you're out there watching. Remember to take your brother with you. Yes, the two, feeling unjustly implicated, exchanged glances but swiftly complied, whisking away Snake San. Once back on the straw, Snake San rolled about, nearly crying out that he wanted to weep. Mother, I no longer love Snake San. It's so hard. You silly creature, don't you realize how tired Mother is? Snake and Snake Air exchanged knowing looks and began to tickle him mercilessly. Even without having transformed, they knew exactly how to deal with their younger brother. Naturally, Snake San was overwhelmed by their tickling assault and begged for mercy. Laughter echoed from the adjacent area, and the once fearsome Cat Duoduo couldn't help but chuckle, slowly closing her eyes. All right, I'll remind these little rascals tomorrow not to make a fuss before bedtime. Chapter 27. The startling disruption of a beautiful dream suddenly jolted from her beautiful dream. Cat Duoduo was roused by a familiar scream. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, instinct propelled her outside. That voice belonged to Snake San. Could it be that more beastmen were coming to bully them? Awakened abruptly, she opened her eyes to find Snake San, eyes brimming with tears, staring at the remnants of the clay bricks they had unearthed, now lying in disarray at the cave entrance. What had once appeared pristine and hopeful was now a scene of devastation. Mother, what should we do? Our clay bricks have been destroyed, Snake San wailed, launching himself into Cat Duoduo's embrace, nearly causing her to experience a comical mishap. Fortunately, Snake and Snake Air arrived just in time to prevent Cat Duoduo from meeting such an absurd fate. Snake San, be cautious. Don't hurt Mother. Yes, don't make such a fuss, they added, trying to calm him down. Feeling aggrieved, Snake San lamented, I woke up, came out to take a look, and our clay bricks were ruined. As the expressions of She and She Air shifted, they gazed upon the chaotic scene before them, their countenances darkening, even a glimmer of bloodlust flashing in their eyes. This is not good. These young ones are on the verge of losing control, they thought. The youth, when subjected to intense provocation, could experience profound alterations in their development. In that moment, Mao Duoduo hastily intervened, urging them, do not act rashly. Mother can track down the culprit. Upon hearing her words, the young ones paused, their curiosity piqued as they turned their gazes toward Mao Duoduo. She confidently patted her chest and declared, join me in searching this vicinity. Let us see what remnants the beastmen may have left behind. It is important to note that when they had excavated the earthen bricks, Valina and her partner had already departed, and they had even tidied up in the process. Logically, only the belongings of her family should remain. If there were any additional items, they would undoubtedly belong to the perpetrator. As this realization dawned, the three young ones grew excited, slipping into their detective mode. Seeing this, Mao Duoduo released a sigh of relief. Though soon thereafter, her ire directed toward the instigator of this chaos intensified. This individual was doomed. She would not let them escape easily. Did they truly not comprehend the difficulty of crafting these earthen bricks? She had already endured enough discomfort to prevent her little ones from sleeping in the damp, oppressive cave. Now, the fruits of her labor had been so easily ruined. This was unforgivable. Mother, look! Is this it? Suddenly, Shi-san exclaimed. Mao Duoduo hurried over to inspect, discovering a fiery red tuft of fur on the ground. She picked it up and scrutinized it, yet could not identify its owner. Fiery red. Who in the clan possessed such a hue? Given its location, she ought to inquire with the nearby inhabitants. Who would have thought? Shi-san murmured, his small face scrunched up in concentration. He found himself unable to assist Mother. Shi-er, stroking his chin, tilted his head and murmured a few names of beastmen. Shi-e, exhibiting a surprising level of tacit understanding, followed suit, promptly sharing the locations of the beastmen mentioned by Shi-er, providing clarity on the distances in relation to their home. Shi-er, Hu Feng-er. Shi-e, the cave is by the river. Wait a moment, that seems quite close. In unison, Mao Duoduo and her family exclaimed, "Let us seek out Hu Feng-er." Upon reflection, they indeed had a conflict with this Hu Feng-er. Consequently, Mao Duoduo led her young ones out. Their objective now was to confront the clan leader. Considering the circumstances, approaching the clan leader would likely yield a more satisfactory resolution and prevent Hu Feng-er from escaping. Previously, the situation had been blatantly in Hu Feng-er's favor, but now Mao Duoduo was determined that this individual would not evade punishment. Clan leader, you must hear my plea for justice. I discovered the fruit tree first, yet he insisted on following me to snatch it away. Preposterous. I have always tended to that fruit tree. Look, if it weren't for my frequent visits to care for it, it wouldn't have grown so splendidly. So the scent of urine I detected previously was indeed left by you. I will have your head for this. Come on then. I fear you not. I have many brothers and sisters who will stand up for me. As the argument escalated toward physical confrontation, the beastman referred to as the clan leader struck the massive stone before him. With a resounding crash, the stone shattered into fragments, astonishingly halting the two belligerents in their tracks, who gulped nervously, casting fearful glances at their clan leader. This imposing figure was a gorilla-like beastman, larger than the average beastman. And unlike the distant village chief, who was known for his indecisiveness, this leader exhibited a more assertive demeanor. Covered in dark fur, he possessed powerful limbs, appearing harmless yet well aware of his own strength. In previous conflicts with other clans, he had effortlessly snapped the necks of his adversaries. Though he typically relied on intellect, it did not imply weakness and physical prowess. Are you two still going to argue? The clan leader, Shili, surveyed the two with a commanding gaze that I in unison. The two beastmen swallowed hard and chorused, "We will cease our quarrel. No more arguing." They instinctively embraced one another, feigning camaraderie, and hastily added, "In truth, we shall both tend to the fruit tree together and share its bounty." "Then it is settled," Shili replied nonchalantly. The two beastmen quickly agreed, promising to refrain from further disturbances, and promptly departed, their expressions akin to those who had seen a ghost. Almost immediately after they exited the cave, other beastmen approached, eager to engage in conversation about how they would endure the coming winter. At that moment, Mao Duoduo and her family arrived, imploring, "Clan leader, please help me seek justice." The appearance of Mao Duoduo, accompanied by her young ones, surprised the others. Rumors had spread regarding Mao Duoduo's recent firm stance in severing certain relationships. Shili and the other beastmen regarded her with curiosity. Eager to learn the purpose of her visit, Mao Duoduo then displayed the fox fur they had discovered, sharing the unfortunate incident of the earthen bricks being damaged with the gathered crowd. They were eager to construct a new home, hoping to secure a comfortable place to reside during the harsh winter. Chapter 28. It was she who destroyed our earthen bricks. The straw hut was severely leaking, and the cave was damp and unbearable, rendering daily life inconvenient. Once heavy snowfall commenced, they would be unable to venture outside, lacking sufficient storage for food, and left to await their demise. Mao Duoduo had intended to use the earthen bricks to construct a home, laboring tirelessly for days, only to have Hu Feng'er ruin most of her efforts. She was truly infuriated upon hearing that Mao Duoduo planned to construct a home with the earthen bricks. Some beastmen expressed skepticism, believing she was courting disaster. They recalled previous attempts to build houses from mud, which had ended in failure, collapsing with the slightest touch, rendering their efforts futile. Now, Mao Duoduo was attempting to gather enough materials to construct a house, leaving many to wonder if she had lost her senses. Shili, however, remained silent, stroking his beard as if deep in thought. Mao Duoduo, feeling a mix of anxiety and anticipation, hoped that the clan leader, being a gorilla, would see through the situation. After all, modern studies had confirmed that gorillas possessed high intelligence, and humans were believed to have evolved from such creatures. Thus, Mao Duoduo held a greater expectation that this leader would speak based on the facts, rather than siding with the unjust. Very well. Shili finally spoke. Adhering to clan customs, you shall present your evidence, and she shall provide her defense. He clapped his hands, summoning the beastmen to bring Hu Feng'er forward. They promptly complied, soon dragging in a struggling Hu Feng'er. What are you doing? I will scream that you wish to bear my offspring. Upon hearing this, Mao Duoduo felt a wave of absurdity wash over her. Envisioning a stampede of wild horses rushing through her mind. Was this the epitome of sexual harassment in the beastman world? Realization dawned upon her, and she yearned to give Hu Feng'er a few slaps. However, the beastman who had brought Hu Feng'er felt disgruntled and unceremoniously tossed her to the ground. With a thud, Hu Feng'er landed, her sycophants unable to react before Mao Duoduo seized the opportunity. Without hesitation, Mao Duoduo grasped Hu Feng'er's hands, inspecting them closely. There is dirt, she exclaimed. Look, there is mud beneath her fingernails and in the crevices of her fingers, even though Hu Feng'er had clearly attempted to clean herself. Traces of the evidence remained. What nonsense are you spouting? Hu Feng'er awkwardly attempted to conceal her hands behind her back. However, she could not evade the keen eyes of Shi San. Mother, there is indeed mud. She is the one who damaged our earthen bricks. Ridiculous. Who claims I did such a thing? You are simply envious of my beauty and popularity, conspiring to frame me for ruining your bricks. Hu Feng'er protested, feigning innocence, which genuinely amused Mao Duoduo. Are you certain? I have found your fox fur, as well as other evidence, she drawled, deliberately prolonging her words, observing the flicker of fear and anxiety that crossed Hu Feng'er's face upon hearing this. You are spouting lies. I was merely digging a hole by the river and accidentally got dirty. Hu Feng'er stammered at first, but gradually spoke more fluently, as if confessing to the act. Such behavior only served to amuse Mao Duoduo further. Witnessing Hu Feng'er's predicament made her feel a wave of revulsion. Enough? Suddenly, the ape-man Shili spoke up. Hu Feng'er, believing that the other party was on her side, shot a deliberately disdainful glare at Mao Duoduo, and then gazed at Shili with boundless affection, projecting an image of unwavering trust. At once, Shi San, feeling somewhat anxious, tugged at Mao Duoduo, wishing to seek counsel from him. Chief, you must discern with clarity and not allow others to cloud your judgment. Hu Feng'er, why have you sought to undermine the fruits of Mao Duoduo's labor? Shili's words immediately changed Hu Feng'er's complexion, leaving her frozen in place. Stammering and appearing quite unnatural, she replied, Chief, why do you say such a thing? This is a grave injustice. How could I possibly commit such an act? The other beastmen present nodded in agreement. But a mere glance from the ape-man Shili silenced them instantly. Hu Feng'er, witnessing this, felt a surge of resentment, cursing inwardly at these useless beastmen. They had previously professed their affection for her, yet at this critical moment, not a single one was of any help. Upon witnessing this scene, Mao felt a heavy stone finally lift from her heart. Are you still going to argue? Shili clapped his hands, summoning a bird-like beast man who had been waiting at the cave entrance for an indeterminate time. Tali, please recount what you observed today. Yes, Chief. The bird-like beast man spoke rapidly, explaining that early in the morning during his patrol, he had seen Hu Feng'er hastily departing from Mao's abode, her demeanor peculiar at the time. He had not perceived anything amiss, as there had been no signs of disturbance at Mao Duoduo's home, and he had simply flown over without concern. Little did he know that Hu Feng'er had indeed gone to ruin the labor of another. Yet she stubbornly refused to admit it. You've misunderstood. I was merely passing by Mao's vicinity for a matter of importance. Hu Feng'er attempted to defend herself. However, Shili interrupted, stating, Look closely at your fingers. They have betrayed you. With his hands interlaced, Shili exuded an air of control. If I am not mistaken, the earthen bricks used by Mao were sourced from the mountains, which are entirely different from the soil by the river you previously mentioned. Indeed, Mao Duoduo remarked, somewhat taken aback. She had never anticipated that the ape-man Shili would be so astute as to uncover this detail. She had examined the nearby soil and ultimately decided to utilize the unique mountain earth for her construction, never once considering the riverbank soil. Upon hearing Shili's assertion, Hu Feng'er displayed a look of horror, collapsing to the ground, tears streaming down her face. Although she had uttered no words, the assembled beastmen were acutely aware that she had indeed committed such an act. Consequently, those who had been swayed by her beauty and instinctively inclined to support her fell silent. Had it been the village chief, that old meddler who preferred to stir the pot, they might have chosen to sit back and offer Hu Feng'er a few words of support. However, the situation with ape-man Shili was different. The villagers respected him and trusted him, not only for his wisdom but also for his neutrality, as he would not easily take sides as a result. Hu Feng'er's family was soon called forth. Chapter 29. Exorbitant compensation. Hu Feng'er's mother and her siblings, upon learning of the situation, surrounded Hu Feng'er, chastising her for her actions with disdain, feeling that their efforts had been in vain. Mao Duoduo merely cast a glance at them, dismissing them entirely. What a farce it would be if a few scoldings could allow one to casually destroy the fruits of another's labor and expect forgiveness. According to the rules, destroying another's labor requires compensation in food. Ultimately, ape-man Shili declared the punitive measures. Based on the data provided by Mao Duoduo regarding the damaged bricks, Shili imposed a considerable penalty. Within 15 days, Hu Feng'er would need to provide Mao Duoduo's family with food. Specifically, she would owe at least 5 chirping chickens, 10 fish, and 5 bags of grass. Simply hearing Shili's verdict made Hu Feng'er feel as though she might faint. Even her siblings' eyes turned red as they looked at her. Their gazes transformed. If their mother continued to blindly support Hu Feng'er, they would not let the matter rest. How could they survive if so much food were casually given away? Even Hu Feng'er's mother, who had seemed eager to support her, fell silent at this moment. Seeing this scene, Mao Duoduo narrowed her eyes slightly and quickly stated, "Chief, I apologize, but I do not require food as compensation." Her words surprised the assembled beastmen, particularly Hu Feng'er's family, who felt a wave of relief yet also thought it foolish of Mao Duoduo to refuse such a thing. What then do you wish as compensation? Shili surmised that Mao Duoduo had other demands. This was reasonable. A young person like Hu Feng'er certainly could not produce such a bounty of food herself, nor could her family afford it. Mao Duoduo, adopting a serious demeanor, articulated her request clearly. My demand is quite simple. For every brick Hu Feng'er has damaged, she must transport the earth and create replacement bricks to restore what she has ruined. Are you out of your mind? That is an impossible task, Hu Feng'er blurted, fully aware of the weight and quantity of those bricks. That it was a classic case of instant gratification with a burdensome price to pay. Mao Duoduo smiled, and in the eyes of her little ones, she radiated an aura of strength, resembling a towering beast man. This is what you must do. I only know that I want my bricks back. Or perhaps, are you offering food as compensation? As she uttered the last sentence with a hint of mockery, Hu Feng'er's face flushed crimson. Indeed, Hu Feng'er was young and had seldom labored diligently, having been spoiled by her family. Her mind was filled with thoughts of vying for the affection of Bao Lai, without having established a home or a male partner, relying on her family for sustenance, which left her unable to provide the required compensation. I can offer my male relatives. 2 of them can help you with those bricks. Hu Feng'er's mother interjected through clenched teeth. Upon hearing this, Mao Duoduo felt satisfied and cheerfully reminded them to remember where to dig the earth in the mountains and to ensure they brought back baskets for efficiency. Very well, Hu Feng'er's mother replied, begrudgingly. That will suffice. She san, let us depart. Before leaving, Mao Duoduo, recalling something, expressed her heartfelt gratitude to the chief while leading her 3 children. The eyes of the family sparkled with gratitude. And even the usually stern ape-man Shili couldn't help but chuckle, nodding at them to return home promptly. Almost as soon as Mao Duoduo's family departed, Hu Feng'er found herself summoned by her siblings for a reprimand. While her mother sighed, contemplating which son to send to assist Mao Duoduo. Just then, the ape-man Shili called out to her. Shili spoke simply, offering a kind reminder. Hu Feng'er is no longer a child. Do not forget that you are also a mother to others. It is not the lack of resources that is concerning, but the inequity, now that Hu Feng'er has caused such a ruckus. What will happen if she creates an even greater disturbance in the future? Can you bear the consequences? Furthermore, Hu Feng'er's mother had sons and daughters, even daughters-in-law. Among the generally early marrying beastmen, she lived quite well, with dutiful children. Yet, she had unfairly favored one unworthy individual die. I don't know what to do. Perhaps, Chief, you could tell me how to handle this. Hu Feng'er's mother hesitated, mainly hoping to find a way to evade this compensation. The ape-man Shili merely gazed at her in silence, seeming to see through her thoughts. Hu Feng'er's mother instinctively averted her gaze. Sensing danger, be on your way, Shili said, closing his eyes, appearing weary. Chief, Hu Feng'er's mother attempted to speak. But at that moment, the other beastmen had already united to escort her away, even though Hu Feng'er had previously sought their favor and received special attention when it came to the chief. They still preferred to trust him and stand by his side. After all, the chief was selfless, considering the collective interest, caring for everyone, and striving to ensure their survival. Hu Feng'er's actions had indeed disappointed many. The fruits of their hard labor had been wantonly destroyed. If the perpetrator were to evade appropriate punishment, such detrimental behavior would surely have a negative impact on the entire community, leading to trouble. Mao Duoduo's family nearly arrived home, but along the way, they discussed the matter of ape-man Shili. The children were particularly excited, having witnessed Shili for the first time and marveling at his cleverness and keen observation, which had saved them considerable effort. All right, no more fussing. We need to go home and tidy up, Mao Duoduo said, unable to conceal her smile. Once they returned home and surveyed the mess, she felt a pang of regret. It seemed wasteful to simply discard the clay to that moment. She prepared to clear away the clay, primarily utilizing the wooden board that Mao Duo had previously used for cutting vegetables and processing meat. Upon seeing this, Mao Duoduo's eyelids twitched, and she hurriedly called out, "Wait," she said, "put down my cutting board." "Mother, what is the matter?" Snake 3 wears a perplexed expression. "If we don't use a wooden board, cleaning up the clay will be quite a hassle." "Well, I know how to handle it." With a spark of inspiration, Cat Duoduo promptly begins to tidy up the clay and instructs Snake 3 to fetch water, diverting the others' attention, together with the obedient and quick-witted Snake 1 and Snake 2. They construct a stove on the spot. This time, they aim for a more refined design, ensuring it appears both elegant and grand, far superior to the rudimentary earthen stove they had used previously. Chapter 30. The difference between houses and caves. The stove is completed, and Snake 3 excitedly circles around it, exclaiming, "Mother, this is so big. We can make so many things." Indeed, Cat Duoduo also feels a surge of excitement. Recognizing that this stove is unique, it can maintain a flame while simultaneously boiling water and cooking, making it convenient for their future use. Overwhelmed with enthusiasm, the little ones propose to place the firewood they had previously gathered around it. Cat Duoduo does not stifle their enthusiasm. Instead, she gazes at the stove, her mind racing with new ideas. Can we use this clay to make bowls? It stands to reason that as the orcs' evolution progresses and they become more human-like, having bowls and chopsticks will be essential for their family's future. However, upon further reflection, she realizes that she still lacks a proper kiln for firing the pottery, and she does not yet possess the necessary materials for ceramics. No, it would be unwise to rush. Patience is key. With that thought, Cat Duoduo curbs her excitement and calls over several little ones that I will explore the nearby forest to see if there is anything useful. You all stay here and watch the house. Good, Snake 1 and Snake 2 obediently reply. The only one breaking this harmony is Snake 3, who pleads, "Mother, I want to go too." "Silly Snake 3, how can you say that?" Snake 1 and Snake 2 immediately glare at him. Snake 3 looks pitiful, "But I don't want to part with Mother. If it weren't for his murmurs about wanting to share a moment with her." Cat Duoduo could have managed the situation more normally. She feels a bit flustered. The term two-person world was something she had casually mentioned to distract the little ones, to prevent them from incessantly bringing up Valina and her companions, interrupting their courtship. Now, Snake 3 has unwittingly turned her words against her, leaving Cat Duoduo with a lesson. She must be careful about what she says to the little ones, lest they misinterpret it. Clearing her throat, she concedes. "All right, just remember not to wander off." Cat Duoduo shares her instructions and squats down, gently reminding Snake 1 and Snake 2 to keep watch, while inquiring what gifts they would like. Snake 2 blushes and stammers, "No need." Snake 1 coughs slightly and quietly states, "Mother's return is the best gift." "All right then, be good. If anyone comes by, don't go out. for safety's sake. Cat Duoduo advises as she and Snake 3 step into the forest. This time, she ventures into uncharted territory, and Snake 3, who has never been here before, excitedly wags his tail, captivated by the novelty around him. It is only due to Cat Duoduo's guidance that the little fellow does not run off. Snake 3, remember to stick close to me and don't lose your backpack. Cat Duoduo glances back to ensure he is following, and then they proceed forward. Just a turn of her head reveals a delightful surprise. Numerous eggs from the chirping chickens nestled in the low branches of nearby trees. It seems the chickens are out foraging, leaving only one guard, who is dozing off. This is a splendid opportunity. Snake 3 spots it and is eager to rush forward, but Cat Duoduo halts him. She gestures for him to remain still and indicates that she will take care of it, asking him to assist from below. Snake 3 nods eagerly, obediently following her instructions. Cat Duoduo, utilizing her agility as a feline orc, carefully retrieves the chicken eggs from their nests. She proceeds cautiously, taking only one from each nest, knowing that the future still holds plenty of time, and there is no need to exhaust the chicken's offspring for a fleeting meal. Despite her caution, they successfully fill their backpacks to a good extent, and both Cat Duoduo and Snake 3 feel quite satisfied as they hastily depart to avoid alerting the returning chickens. Cat Duoduo cradles Snake 3 in her arms as they make their way back. Once they are a safe distance away, she gently sets him down. Just as she is about to speak, Snake 3 exclaims in delight, "Mother, this is so beautiful. Let me see." Cat Duoduo turns around, and upon recognizing the vibrant red fruit resembling a small lantern, her face lights up with excitement. She hadn't anticipated finding such a treasure here. Her hands tremble with anticipation as she nearly forgets how to properly harvest it without damaging the roots. Snake 3 quickly interjects, "Mother, you can't eat this. It will hurt your mouth." A little foodie. He often scours for food when hungry. Snake 3 has learned through trial and error, much to the concern of his brothers. "Don't worry. Mother knows this one. It's delicious when cooked." Cat Duoduo reassures him. Carefully picking the chili pepper, she wraps the roots in a large leaf, intending to take it back and plant it properly to avoid the hassle of returning for another harvest in the future. "All right then," Snake 3 complies, assisting willingly. The duo sets off on their journey back. Their haul is ample, and there is no need to continue exploring out of mere curiosity, even for an adult orc like Cat Duoduo. Vigilance is essential in the forest. Upon returning, Cat Duoduo places the backpack down and begins to construct walls with the clay bricks she had prepared yesterday, using mud mixed with water to seal the gaps. Making the wall much sturdier, she works swiftly, while the 3 little ones struggle to keep up. Nevertheless, with their combined efforts, a spacious room is taking shape. With only the roof left to complete, the 3 little ones are already panting from exhaustion. Seeing this, Cat Duoduo smiles and seizes the opportunity to step into her space. She rummages through and finds some sugarcane rewards from a task completed long ago, pulling out a stalk to give to the little ones, encouraging them to peel it and enjoy the sweet parts. The 3 little ones obediently comply, and upon tasting, their faces light up with joy. They absolutely adore sweet treats and quickly begin to munch on the sugarcane like seasoned enthusiasts. Meanwhile, Cat Duoduo takes the opportunity to gather some bamboo, known in this world as segment grass, to fashion a roof. The roof is indeed the most crucial aspect. Considering future uses, she tightly binds the bamboo, layering it one after another, even adding straw to reinforce it. When the time comes to place the roof atop, she collaborates with the 3 little ones to lift it into position. Snake 3 is the first to enter and quickly announces, "It's a bit hot and dark in here, but far more comfortable than living in the cave." Although he struggles to articulate what makes it better, the sentiment is clear. "Let me give you a surprise." Cat Duoduo replies, producing a lit wooden stick, carefully securing it with fireproof material and suspending it from the roof. Instantly, the interior is illuminated. This time, Cat Duoduo and the 3 little ones take a moment to explore their new abode, truly feeling a temporary return to the realm of humanity. Living in a house is indeed a different experience from residing in a cave. Chapter 31. Moving into the new home. Cat Duoduo, eager to continue her momentum, constructs a bed from bamboo, inviting the little ones to try rolling on it. They are brimming with excitement. This room marks Cat Duoduo's initial endeavor. By modern standards, it resembles a spacious mansion, allowing them ample space to run around. While the little ones revel in their new bed, Cat Duoduo seizes the moment to transport items from the cave, also crafting tables and cabinets from bamboo for storage. Though the furniture is somewhat rudimentary at first glance, the house already embodies the functions Cat Duoduo desires for her new home. At a tea this moment, Valina pays a visit. Upon seeing Cat Duoduo's new home, she exclaims, "Did you make this with those clay bricks? It's so large and magnificent." Cat Duoduo invites her in to experience the new space. Valina appears a bit anxious, fidgeting as she surveys the area. But it is evident that this new home offers a different ambience. The cave is indeed somewhat dark, necessitating fire sticks to be affixed to the walls. Moreover, it is often damp, making it challenging to store food without spoilage. This place is spacious. I can see it can hold a lot of supplies, Valina observes, demonstrating her foresight as she considers future needs. Let me teach you how to do this. You can also reside in a grand house like this one. Cat Duoduo replies, appreciating Valina's keen interest. Valina nods enthusiastically at the prospect, but quickly recalls her purpose, stating, "By the way, I came to inform you that there will be a village meeting this afternoon. Don't forget to go to the village chief's house." "All right," Cat Duoduo responds, feeling somewhat reluctant. Valina finishes her business and departs, mentioning that she will learn from Cat Duoduo when she has time, that as soon as she leaves. The excitement that the little ones have been suppressing erupts. They affix animal hides to the bamboo bed, making it considerably more comfortable, and begin to tumble around gleefully. Mao Duoduo observed them closely, her smile blossoming uncontrollably. After days of indulgent care, the little ones appeared much more spirited, their faces plumper and radiating a charming innocence. She mused to herself that this was merely a promising beginning. They would later strive to enhance their home even further. "Mother," Snake 1 earnestly declared, "we must lend a hand." Meanwhile, Snake 2 busied himself, eagerly volunteering to chop bamboo, having realized that their household required many items crafted from it. As for Snake 3, he had already begun digging outside, preparing to transport the stove. What more could Mao Duoduo say? She chuckled softly and joined her 3 little ones in their industrious endeavors. In the midst of their labor, the trio seldom found the time to ponder their father. Meanwhile, in the distance, a tall man, confronting other beastmen, was momentarily taken aback. He instinctively touched his chest, sensing that he had lost something this time. It felt as though if he did not hasten back, his little ones might forget him. Surely, it must be a mere illusion. He wondered how the little ones were faring after his prolonged absence, and if they had discovered the treasures he had buried deep within the cave. Considering that a meeting was scheduled for the afternoon, Mao Duoduo prepared a simple meal of steamed eggs for lunch, saving the more delectable offerings for the evening. The 3 little ones reluctantly accepted this arrangement and eagerly followed Mao Duoduo to the village chief's location. They were among the last to arrive, and the atmosphere was already abuzz with excitement. Mao Duoduo was oblivious to the multitude of beastmen present, fearing a chaotic stampede, so she quickly led her little ones to stand at a distance, on top of a stone mortar, allowing them to see over the heads of the other beastmen, including those standing at the entrance of the village chief's home. The little ones, feeling bored, whispered to each other, contemplating what to discuss at today's meeting, which was a rare occurrence. Meanwhile, Mao Duoduo's mind wandered as she subconsciously counted the number of beastmen present, her eyes widening in surprise at the realization that there were over 200 males, while the females numbered only 20 or 30. She felt somewhat embarrassed, with the immediate question arising in her mind: how had her original self managed to cultivate such poor relationships within the village? After all, she was a female beastman in a village where resources were scarce. Many males willingly shared one another, often laboring selflessly for them. If it weren't for this, how could Hu Fenger, known for her mischief, attain such popularity in the village? Just then, the commotion subsided abruptly, as the clan leader had arrived. The nonchalant village chief wore a peculiar expression, clearly indicating that today was not his moment to shine. Standing atop the large stone, visible to all the beastmen, was the esteemed gorilla man, Shili, who, despite his infrequent appearances, commanded considerable respect within the village. It was only when assistance was sought that he would lend his help. "Silence, please," Shili spoke slowly. "Today's meeting is to address an important matter. The rainy season is approaching in just over 10 days. I am here to inform you all to prepare ample food supplies to endure this season." He reminded them of the devastating consequences of past rainy seasons, where a lack of preparation had led to numerous casualties. His voice, though calm, resonated clearly in the hushed environment, capturing the attention of all present. Mao Duoduo's heart sank at the mention of the rainy season. "Wait," Hadn't the original text vaguely alluded to this? The rainy season indeed brought heavy rainfall. Consequently, she realized the necessity of implementing additional measures. It became imperative to construct more robust shelters and improve waterproofing efforts. As for food, drying and preserving provisions would suffice, and she could even consider making vegetable chips with her little ones to ensure a steady food supply. Furthermore, the house must contain a stove and sufficient daily necessities. Fortunately, she had space for food storage, so there was no worry regarding supplies. She just needed to devise a way to convince her little ones that the food came from her previous reserves. A flurry of thoughts raced through her mind as she waited for the meeting to conclude and for everyone to disperse. Mao Duoduo particularly held on to her 3 little ones, waiting for the crowd to thin before encountering Valina and her companions. Being aware of Valina's kindness, Mao Duoduo reminded her that vegetables could also be dried. What about fruits? Valina paused, her 2 partners listening attentively. That too is possible, Mao Duoduo replied. However, during this time, it should be referred to as dried fruit. After pondering briefly, she added, you could clean the fruits and turn them into dried snacks, perhaps coating them with honey or something sweet that will be delightful. Sweet, you say? I shall look for it later. Valina nodded thoughtfully. Soon after, the 2 families parted ways. Mao Duoduo, accompanied by her 3 little ones, made her way home, passing through the bamboo grove, where an urge to gather more stirred within her. Snake 3, picking up on her sentiments, eagerly suggested, Mother, let us chop some more. Very well. Since we are here, we must not let this opportunity go to waste. After all, bamboo was a treasure trove. Even the leaves, once dried, could serve as fuel reserves, proving to be exceptionally useful. Mao Duoduo eagerly gathered bundles of bamboo and made her way home. Working together as a family, near their residence, she discovered a type of tree bark suitable for weaving mats. Invigorating her spirit, and she promptly chopped it down. A series of materials were soon piled at their doorstep. Mao Duoduo worked efficiently, assigning tasks to her 3 little ones before attempting to weave mats to enhance the waterproof capabilities of the roof. Although the roof appeared satisfactory, she wished to be cautious, as the rainy season would persist for an extended period. However, in the midst of her work, she inadvertently cut herself while weaving. The bamboo had splinters, and she hadn't noticed until her finger was wounded. Furrowing her brow, Mao Duoduo did not cry out in pain as her former self would have. Instead, she concentrated on removing the splinter. You mustn't do that. Snake 1 quickly admonished, his face a mask of concern. A mere scratch, Mao Duoduo replied, feeling a twinge of guilt. It was strange. Why was she afraid of her own little ones? With utmost care, Snake 1 removed the splinter from her finger with great success, causing minimal bleeding and preventing the wound from worsening. He then used the clean water stored in a bamboo tube to gently cleanse her injury. Turning to his brothers, he instructed them to keep a vigilant eye on Mao Duoduo, urging her not to move. With that, Snake 1 dashed into the forest. He acted swiftly, clearly identifying the appropriate herbs to staunch the bleeding. As he gathered them, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. His mother had changed for the better. She was no longer the person who had once bullied them. Memories flashed before him of the times when he and his brothers had been beaten by the former Mao Duoduo, who had been wild and reckless. Her eyes filled with anger and disdain, as if they were mere refuse. Snake 1 pressed his lips together. Those days were over. Their mother had transformed, bringing joy and happiness into their lives. Driving away the bullies from the village, taking a deep breath, he quickly exhaled. He carefully returned with the herbs, cleaned her wound, and began to gently mash the herbs into a paste, applying it to Mao Duoduo's injury. To her surprise, the pain she had anticipated was nowhere to be found. In fact, she felt a pleasant sensation instead. Snake 1 carefully covered her wound with the herbal mixture, inadvertently coating her entire hand in a green paste. Mao Duoduo observed the worried expressions of her little ones and, unable to refuse their concern, consoled herself that such a refreshing and soothing herbal remedy could perhaps serve as a facial mask, potentially whitening her skin. The 3 little ones chimed in, each sharing their experiences with the effectiveness of the herbs. Despite this, Mao Duoduo discerned the underlying fear they were trying to conceal, stemming from their past encounters with their original father. Snake Rong, who had applied medication after beating them. It baffled her. If the original self despised this family, why had she bullied them? Now, with the whereabouts of the original husband unknown, and having no idea if he had met with misfortune, why were her little ones so obedient? Once again, disdain for the original self surged within her. Looking at her adorable and obedient children, She vowed to treat them with kindness and care. Quickly, she declared, "Little ones, shall we work hard for the next few days to expand our home?" She beamed with joy, brimming with anticipation. Upon hearing this, the young ones nodded excitedly in agreement. Thus, they decided to expand their home by adding 2 more rooms to their current dwelling. One room was designated for storage, while the other was intended for kitchen-related purposes. Consequently, she needed to incorporate a window in the kitchen. Considering the technical aspects involved, Meow Meow diligently researched alongside the 2 young ones. In the meantime, Valina came over to learn and lend a hand, yet she expressed her inability to assist further due to her and her partner's pressing need to hunt and prepare food for storage and preservation. Leaving no time for construction, after some considerable effort, Meow Meow's family finally completed the 3 rooms, which now appeared quite suitable from the outside. To prevent flooding, Meow Meow took numerous precautions, even installing a waterproof layer on the ground and utilizing the surrounding terrain to create a drainage system, directing runoff towards channels that would lead to rivers and lakes, thereby safeguarding their home from inundation. Just as Meow Meow was contemplating stocking up on provisions, she was reminded by Snake One, "Mother, we lack animal hides." Upon glancing back into the house, Meow Meow was momentarily taken aback, quickly revealing a look of astonishment. Indeed, it seemed there were far too many areas in need of animal hides that a large hide lay on the ground, where the young ones had been playing and rolling around in their original forms, while another hide adorned their sleeping area. The trouble was, they had no hides to keep warm, nor any available for other uses. Meow Meow felt a twinge of embarrassment, but Snake One suggested, "Perhaps we could seek Valina's help." Meow Meow pondered for a moment, stroking her chin, and then exclaimed, "That's right, I could barter with her." Chapter 33. Tangible improvements in life with newfound determination. Meow Meow grabbed her basket and filled it with various items. Before leaving, she instructed the young ones to remember to forage for bamboo shoots nearby to ensure a good food supply. Bamboo, once cleaned of mud and kept dry, could be stored for extended periods and would provide essential vitamins. The young ones obediently agreed, reluctantly watching Meow Meow depart. As for Meow Meow, she chose to visit Valina. Upon arriving at Valina's home, she found her busy processing hunted food, primarily meat. It was evident that after Meow Meow had informed Valina about the option of preserving food with salt, Valina's household had eagerly adopted this method to enhance food storage longevity. Now, an array of dried foods adorned the area, creating a spectacular sight. As soon as Meow Meow appeared, Valina quickly noticed her and greeted her with a smile. "What brings you here? Come, try my freshly made candied fruit." Valina was quite thrilled. The sweet candied fruit could last for quite some time. Meow Meow tasted a piece but felt bashful to express her thoughts. Valina, momentarily taken aback, soon smiled and said, "Such a trivial matter. If you had mentioned it, I would have gladly brought some to you. By the way, how many pieces do you want? Choose now, and I'll deliver them to you shortly." "No need. I only desire 2 pieces, and I would like to trade," Meow Meow replied, taking out fresh beef from her basket, which she had retrieved from her storage space, along with bamboo shoots wrapped in leaves. Valina, upon seeing this, was about to refuse, saying, "You have already helped me immensely. I cannot accept your offerings. If it were anyone else who would selflessly share such invaluable food preparation tips." One could say that this rainy season had provided Valina with sufficient advice from Meow Meow, allowing her to fare quite well. "No, I must give you something in exchange. Or how can we continue to collaborate in the future?" Meow Meow earnestly insisted. Meeting Meow Meow's gaze, Valina could discern the sincerity behind her words. Considering Meow Meow's nature, she ultimately agreed. Consequently, Meow Meow successfully exchanged for 2 pieces of animal hide. As she was leaving, Valina reminded her, "Be sure to manage the drainage properly. Dig a channel near your dwelling to ensure the water flows away and does not enter your home." "Understood," Meow Meow acknowledged. Upon returning home, she found the young ones covered in dirt, diligently digging for bamboo shoots. She couldn't help but laugh and shake her head, quickly interrupting them. "You've gathered quite enough. We won't be able to consume all of this. What should we do then?" Snake One and the others stood frozen, unsure of how to proceed. Meow Meow chuckled and shook her head. "All right, you all go wash up first. I will take care of this." The young ones confirmed her instructions, their faces flushed as they hurried off to bathe. Hot water had already been prepared at the stove, ready for use. As for Meow Meow, she swiftly rinsed the bamboo shoots, removing the outer layer of mud, and then set them out to dry using a makeshift drying rack. Feeling fatigued after a long day's work, she sought to rest. However, when she turned around, She noticed some mud bricks stored not far from the house. Those were the remnants of the previous construction, and she realized she could use the remaining clay to craft something useful. Without delay, Meow Meow rose and circled her new home, soon realizing there was indeed something she needed. She paused, then dashed back to the bamboo bed, confirming her thoughts once more before turning to begin crafting. If comfort was the goal, a solid clay bed would be ideal. It wouldn't wobble and would feel pleasant against the animal hides. She resolved to proceed with that plan. Eventually, she lay down on her clay bed, feeling quite satisfied as she closed her eyes to rest. Just as she did, the young ones chorused, "Prepare." Before she could register the unsettling feeling that was about to ensue, the young ones leapt onto the bed in unison, causing Meow Meow's heart to ache. Meow Meow thought to herself, one day, she would make these little rascals pay for this. That hurt, you know. Nevertheless, it was impossible to deny that life had visibly improved for the entire family, growing increasingly harmonious and blissful. During this time, Meow Meow took the young ones into the forest, patiently capturing a few chirping chickens, with the goal of successfully training them to provide eggs. The trio of Meow Meow and her young ones determined their objective and carefully scouted the area, ensuring no large beasts would disrupt their plans before launching their attack, hoping to capture as many chirping chickens as possible. This way, they could enjoy a bountiful supply during the upcoming rainy season without needing to venture outside. Meow Meow had even considered constructing a shelter to protect against the rain. In their collaborative efforts, they utilized the terrain to dig pits, preparing to catch any unwary predators who might underestimate them. Then, Snake One excitedly called out, "Mother, come here. I caught a bouncing beast. A bouncing beast. How wonderful!" Meow Meow thought it was merely a small prey, but upon closer inspection, she was nearly dumbfounded. It was a rabbit. The bouncing beast not only had ample meat, but its fur could also be utilized after processing, making it quite a valuable catch. She had never anticipated Snake One would be able to assist so quickly. Snake Two and Snake Three, not to be outdone, searched for spots to dig pits, eager to contribute as well. "Well done. You're all quite impressive. There's no need to rush. I believe you can all achieve your goals. However, we must be cautious as we bring these back home." Meow Meow encouraged. Snake Two and Snake Three replied in unison, "Yes." In the following days, they busied themselves with gathering food and preparing firewood. As the rainy season approached, Meow Meow increasingly regretted not having prepared an underground storage area, which would have been quite convenient. Amidst the bustling activity, their food reserves grew ample, filling them with anticipation for the days to come. One day, as they were immersed in their labors, a torrential downpour began outside, accompanied by thunderous roars that instilled an uneasy feeling. Meow Meow suppressed her young one's curiosity about the storm and pulled the animal hides over them, snuggling into the bed for a moment of respite. This could be considered a well-deserved reward after their tireless efforts. Chapter 34. The arrival of the rainy season. A deluge poured down relentlessly. Outside, the rain fell in torrents, seemingly an endless cascade of water descending upon the land. Meow Meow remained patient, relying on her keen hearing to discern the muffled cries of suffering and struggle beyond the confines of their home. It appeared that other families were not as comfortable and at ease as they were. "Mother, I just took a look outside. The river is likely to rise to the banks. Will everything be flooded?" Snake One approached, anxiety evident in her voice. "Surely it won't come to that," Meow Meow reassured, as her recollections of the rainy season were vague. Nevertheless, she utilized the stove to prepare their meal. Uncertain of how long the rainy season would persist, she opted for a slow cooking method to minimize the usage of firewood. A family of 3 relies on this method to savor steaming hot soup, accompanied by fresh vegetables and meat. In the initial days, the comfort of their meals was beyond imagination. However, as the days progressed, the novelty began to wear off, and even the most carefree child, filled with curiosity, spoke up. "Mother, where does the meat you provide us every day come from? Rest assured, it's delicious, so don't question it." Cat Duoduo replied with a mysterious smile, placing a finger to her throat and winking at them. She maintained her routine of visiting the kitchen at fixed times, seldom straying far from it. The children, blushing and pondering, eventually nodded in agreement with Cat Duoduo's arrangement. After all, their mother would never err. She was the wisest of them all. Outside, the rain poured relentlessly, making it seem impossible to venture out. Cat Duoduo prepared to retrieve more delectable treats from her storage, hoping to entice everyone. Suddenly, Snake 3 screamed, "Mother! Whoa, the Chi-Chi chicken we caught has died." "What?" Cat Duoduo's heart sank as she rushed to investigate. discovering that the previously captured Chi-Chi chicken had its feet bound by ropes. Their initial intention was merely to keep the chicken alive for a few more days, ensuring a fresh meal later and avoiding any hassle. Unfortunately, the chicken had stealthily ventured into the rain and succumbed to the downpour. Snake 3, feeling wronged and anxious, was on the verge of tears, while Cat Duoduo, suppressing her frustration, approached to comfort him, striving to uplift everyone as spirits. Let us cheer up. Today, we can feast on chicken. Anticipate it and lend a hand. I promise you won't be disappointed. With her encouraging words, the children perked up, nodding eagerly. After all, they were serpent-like beast-men who relished water and were unafraid of the rainy season. Thus, they eagerly sought the opportunity to explore their surroundings. Noticing their restless energy, Cat Duoduo bravely allowed them to stay nearby for a while. She had established certain rules. The three little ones could go out to play but must not stray too far. Nor could they all venture out together. Understood, Mother, you can rest easy, they chimed in unison. That is splendid. I'll prepare the chicken, so don't wander off. After imparting her instructions, Cat Duoduo boiled water, plucked the feathers from the Chi-Chi chicken, and carefully cleaned its innards, preparing for a delectable dish at tea that moment. The three children exchanged glances, and despite Cat Duoduo's words, they swiftly dashed outside. As soon as they stepped out, they instinctively transformed into their true forms. Moving gracefully through the rain in their natural state, they felt light and agile in the water. Snake 1 declared, I want to gather fruits for Mother. She seems to be working hard. Snake 3 added, I want to see if there are any fish to make Mother happy. Snake 2, uncertain of his own desires, felt an innate need to accomplish something significant. With that thought, he stealthily wandered off, ignoring the calls of Snake 1 and Snake 3, who he deemed overly meddlesome and restrictive. As Snake 2 ventured further, he found himself meandering deeper into the forest. Meanwhile, a weary beast man staggered forward, gasping for breath. His body was frail, on the verge of collapse. But he pressed on, knowing that if he faltered, he would be captured. That I must keep moving. They are still searching for me. However, despite his resolve, he eventually fell to the ground, involuntarily transforming into a large white tiger. Just as he lost consciousness, Snake 2 unexpectedly stumbled upon him. Initially taken aback, joy quickly replaced his surprise, and he felt an urge to leap in excitement. What a perfect catch! This large prey will sustain my family for days. Indeed, Snake 2 saw this as a valuable source of food. Determined, he gritted his teeth and dragged the tiger's tail back home. Navigating through the rain proved challenging, but Snake 2 felt fortunate to have encountered Snake 1 and Snake 3. The two, having lost their brother, dared not return home alone. Relying on their unique bond, they successfully found Snake 2. The three brothers demonstrated the importance of teamwork as they collectively pulled the white tiger home. In a daze, the beastman caught a whiff of the enticing aroma. Just as he began to regain consciousness, he heard the exasperated voice of a female beastman chastising, You lot still have much to learn. This is not food for storage. He is a male beastman, and the scent is quite strong. The three snakes chimed in, so we can't eat him. Their voices were tinged with disappointment. Cat Duoduo, both amused and exasperated, sighed, You all, even under these circumstances, I could never allow him to remain with us. She wanted to explain that a male adult beastman posed a significant threat to them. Only the children would foolishly consider keeping him around. Just then, a coughing sound interrupted her thoughts. The white tiger coughed and opened his eyes, exuding an intimidating presence. However, he quickly resumed his human form. Shedding the obvious beastly traits from his ears, the man was handsome, radiating a robust masculinity. If he hadn't transformed into a beast man, he would have nearly been caught in a compromising position. Cat Duoduo quickly covered her eyes, while the three snakes glared fiercely at the white tiger. You dare try to take advantage of our mother? The white tiger smirked, glancing at his well-defined abs. He appeared bemused, his expression dry as he adjusted his animal skin covering. Chapter 35. Embarking on the path of fishing, the little ones huffed, but still offered him a share. The white tiger, taking the initiative, dressed himself and introduced, I am Gyre. The white tiger, he was succinct in his introduction, omitting any mention of his village of origin. Cat Duoduo, upon hearing his voice, turned to see Gyre's form and felt relieved. Nodding in approval, Are you hungry? Have some warm drinks to soothe your stomach. Regardless of his origins, as long as they shared a love for food, they could converse comfortably. With that in mind, Cat Duoduo effortlessly prepared a few bowls for him. Jair, intrigued by the ingredients Cat Duoduo added to the soup, sampled a few bites and expressed his surprise at the delightful flavors. The snake children, witnessing this interaction, became excited and began chattering around Jair. How impressive! This big tiger knows so much. He is so interesting. Cat Duoduo watched their lively exchange with a smile, allowing the moment to unfold. She then reclined on the other side of the bamboo bed to rest. While Jair engaged in conversation and play with the three children, eventually dozing off on the clay bed eating as Cat Duoduo's breathing settled. Jair gazed at the clay bed in wonder, unable to believe someone could craft something so delightful from clay. Outside, the rain continued to patter down. Cat Duoduo fell into a deep slumber while Jair quietly recounted his adventurous tales to the children. When the little ones began to feel sleepy, Jair stood up, tiptoeing to the door, and glanced around, marveling at the structure of their dwelling. After their rest, the rain showed no signs of abating. That evening, they feasted on bamboo shoots, given the presence of an outsider. Cat Duoduo refrained from retrieving fresh meat from her storage for the children. Although she could endure the wait, she worried that the children might not manage for long, stirring anxiety within her. Complicating matters, with the rain season, Jair was also injured, making it difficult for her to send him away. At that moment, a young male beastman approached, carrying something wrapped in lotus leaves, using a large leaf to shield himself from the rain. Hey, this is fresh meat for you all. Enjoy it to get through this ordeal. The young male beastman spoke quickly, placing the bundle down and preparing to leave. Cat Duoduo called out to him. Wait. She proactively filled a bamboo tube with flower tea, freshly brewed. In such rainy weather, enjoying a cup of tea felt like a delightful experience. With a warm smile, she offered it to him. He hesitated momentarily but ultimately accepted. Upon tasting it, his face revealed astonishment, pleasantly surprised by the unique flavor. How did you achieve this? Seizing the opportunity, Cat Duoduo inquired. May I ask why you brought meat for us? The beastman replied, surprised. Isn't it the village's tradition to protect females and young ones? The chief arranged this. Every household keeps a record, and I have several more to deliver. Thank you for your kindness, Cat Duoduo said, watching him depart with gratitude. She felt a sense of appreciation, realizing once more how reliable the chief was. Under such a rainy season, the ability of the other party to present such an abundance of fresh meat in one breath is truly a remarkable feat among the capable indigenous individuals. Regardless of the motives behind it, once this rainy season concludes, everyone will undoubtedly admire their performance and continue to choose them for further leadership. Mother, it's the flavor of meat. How splendid. We have meat now. We can eat meat. I crave meat. I'm so delighted. The little ones reacted swiftly, promptly beginning their celebrations. Cat Duoduo was left in a state of bewilderment, merely urging them to quiet down while she hastily tended to the meat. The quality of the meat was indeed impressive. Upon closer inspection, Cat Duoduo confirmed it to be the flesh of the bouncing beast, commonly known as rabbit meat. The mere mention of rabbit meat invigorated her. Both roasting and stir-frying it would be delectable, a perfect opportunity to showcase her culinary skills. By who Jair wanted to reserve the meat for the females and cubs, believing that the larger adult and the smaller ones were the true dependents in the village. As a grown orc, how could he shamelessly indulge in feasting? However, Cat Duoduo, being rather assertive, shot him a fierce glare, questioning, Are you disrespecting me? Before Jair could respond, the little ones expressed their displeasure, urging, Hurry up and eat. Join us in praising our mother. Her cooking is extraordinary. Listening to this, Cat Duoduo felt a swell of pride, nodding vigorously in agreement. Indeed, Jair replied. Then I shall leave it to you, since the introduction of meat into their diet. Cat Duoduo had developed a craving for it that moment. Her home lacked sufficient meat dishes. Fortunately, a simple vegetable diet was still adequate. Jair noticed the dwindling supplies at home and felt compelled to venture out for hunting. Yet, his wound was still healing. Any exertion could cause it to reopen, and the ghastly injury continued to bleed profusely. Oh dear, I long for fish. You stay here and take care of my cubs. Cat Duoduo instructed, then turned her gaze towards Shi and the others. Shi and the others obediently nodded, their eyes fixed on Cat Duoduo, practically pleading with expressions that read, Mother, we want to go too. Cat Duoduo firmly replied, No, you must stay to guard the home. What a joke. If I let you go, how could I secretly retrieve items from my space as if I had stumbled upon them? The little ones felt wronged but had no choice but to comply, allowing Cat Duoduo to venture out alone. The rain continued to pour relentlessly. Fortunately, Cat Duoduo had previously gathered ample materials, using bamboo as a frame. She crafted a makeshift umbrella from lotus leaves and other plant foliage. She reinforced the surface with ropes and other materials, and once it was sufficiently sturdy, she deemed her umbrella a success. With the umbrella held high, Cat Duoduo stepped into the rain, as if entering another realm. She merely waved to the little ones before striding away without a backward glance. The little ones watched in helpless anticipation. Squatting at the door, refusing to budge despite Giles' attempts to coax them, they had transformed into the most pitiful cubs in the world. Mother won't take us with her. Fish, fish, I want to eat fish. They lamented. How frustrating. Why didn't I pay better attention in class? On a rainy day like this, fish should be more abundant. Surely, I could catch a few to savor, perhaps due to her feline lineage. Cat Duoduo was indeed tempted, instinctively rushing to the riverbank. Even without a fishing rod, she was undeterred, prepared to perform an impromptu fish-catching act. Little did she expect that the unusual water levels of the river would cause her to halt in her tracks. Her expression shifting to one of tension. Chapter 36. Seeking refuge in the cave, the river surged violently against its banks, crashing repeatedly as if attempting to drag everything into its endless flow. The water was murky, let alone catching fish. Simply observing such perilous levels led Cat Duoduo to conclude that something must have occurred upstream. Her expression changed, and unable to contain herself, she hurriedly followed the current, only to discover that numerous trees had been uprooted and laid waste, resulting in severe mud accumulation. If this continued, it might form a natural dam. However, the ferocity of the rising waters was increasingly threatening the downstream area, causing significant disruption along the banks. Without needing to elaborate, Cat Duoduo could easily envision the dire consequences that would follow such a tumultuous surge. I remember that the village is situated in a depression, she thought, her heart racing as she disregarded everything else and dashed back home. Even as the rain pelted her umbrella, damaging it just as she was about to return, leaving her drenched, she cared not. Quickly, gather your belongings, Cat Duoduo exclaimed, panting, her hair soaked and appearing somewhat pitiful. Upon seeing her, she and the others sprang into action, rushing to inquire if anyone had bullied her. No, it's the river. It's going to flood us. We must go to higher ground. Higher is better. Cat Duoduo gritted her teeth, quickly shouldering her backpack and rallying she and the others, her thoughts drifting to Giles as she glanced back. This male white tiger orc, who had barely spoken since awakening, took the initiative to assist, carrying the very items Cat Duoduo had insisted on bringing along. Thank you, she said, not bothering to decline his help in this moment of danger. She took the lead, gathering essential supplies such as food, firestones, and torches, and led her family towards the cave nestled among the surrounding mountains. After confirming that it was a safe location, she earnestly implored Giles to protect the little ones before departing. This is my duty, the white tiger orc replied with a serious expression, clearly understanding the gravity behind Cat Duoduo's earlier anxiety. Then I shall leave it to you. Amidst the reassurances from she and the others about their ability to protect themselves and their mother, Cat Duoduo turned and, using her nearly broken umbrella as a shield, hurried to inform the village chief. The village chief was situated in the central part of the village, and once she delivered her warning, it would inevitably prompt the other orcs to follow suit quickly. At that moment, Chief Shilly was discussing matters with the village chief, seemingly surprised by Cat Duoduo's arrival. Without a moment's hesitation, Cat Duoduo urged, "Please evacuate quickly. We need to move to higher ground." I witnessed that the upstream river is perilous. A breach is imminent. The village, situated in this depression near the downstream, has no defense against it. Remaining here would only invite death. Nonsense. Do you even know what you're saying? The village chief scolded sternly. Chief Shilly remained silent, eyes closed in contemplation. Indeed, such matters were extraordinary. Any misstep could have far-reaching implications. The rainy season itself was troublesome enough. A hasty evacuation during such peril would only heighten everyone's risk. I am not lying, Cat Duoduo exclaimed, growing increasingly anxious, especially as other orcs approached with expressions that clearly conveyed. What nonsense is Cat Duoduo spouting now? She realized that at such a critical moment, her previously tarnished reputation would only bring further complications. Clenching her teeth, she recalled past rumors and declared, "Shilly, if you do not believe me, you may consult the oracle that I merely wish to avoid missing the chance for timely escape due to everyone's reluctance. That is all I have to say." With that, Cat Duoduo turned and dashed out, needing to inform others. Almost as soon as she left, the village chief scoffed dismissively, just a lying cat-like orc, stirring trouble for everyone. This is truly excessive. Given the opportunity, I shall certainly see to it that this individual is driven out. Repaying the favor from last time. Wait, Sheely suddenly spoke up. He retrieved a tortoise shell, simple yet polished, bearing unique markings. Upon seeing this, the others inhaled deeply, instinctively holding their breath in anticipation of Sheely's actions. Though undeniably an ape-like individual, he possessed a rare gift for divination, able to foresee fortune and misfortune. It was precisely this ability that had enabled Sheely to guide the village safely through numerous calamities over the years. Now, Sheely raised his hand and began to perform the divination. After spinning the tortoise shell, it quickly settled, pointing towards the upstream direction of the river. Sheely opened his eyes, gazing intently in that direction. And in that moment, his expression shifted, as though he had perceived something significant. The surrounding orcs grew tense, and the village chief squinted, wanting to dismiss such methods as futile. Suddenly, Sheely's voice trembled with a hint of panic. This is bad. It's real. Inform everyone to gather some food and quickly head to the mountains for evacuation. Meanwhile, Mao Duoduo hurried towards Walina to notify her of the impending relocation. You want me to evacuate? Walina was taken aback, glancing at her two companions. Are you sure? They had prepared numerous supplies to endure this rainy season. The process of relocating would likely involve dealing with the rain. Yes, Valina, I just saw that it's truly perilous over there. The river could overflow at any moment. Before Meow Meow could finish speaking, Valina interrupted her. The smile of this female orc was as radiant and generous as ever, her expression exuding unwavering trust. No problem at all. We shall commence the relocation immediately. With this assurance, Meow Meow nodded vigorously and dashed toward the river, brandishing a prepared branch to measure the rising water. Her expression shifted. In just a brief span of 10 minutes, the river had surged again. Upstream, it seemed destined to be completely submerged. Her mind was a whirl, pondering what an orc like herself could possibly do amidst such a calamitous natural disaster. Gritting her teeth, Meow Meow hastened to the mountains to rendezvous with the others. Presently, several younglings were residing in the vast cavern. They had arrived drenched from the rain, feeling quite uncomfortable, occasionally sneezing. The cave was somewhat damp, but its greatest advantage was its capacity to shelter many individuals. The downside, however, was its excessive humidity, rendering it unsuitable for prolonged stays. Chapter 37. Seeking refuge. Meow Meow glanced around, clenched her teeth, and resolutely gathered nearby branches to construct a small shelter. She dried the ground with fire to eliminate moisture and then utilized the dried branches to erect a modest abode. Though the shelter was not large, it was sufficient for them to rest momentarily. Draped in a layer of animal skin, they felt warm, and the rain outside was unlikely to intrude easily. At this juncture, more orcs began to arrive in succession. Everyone was bustling, making do with their lives. Yet they could not fend off the incessant drizzle from outside. Fortunately, someone soon noticed the small wooden shelter Meow Meow's family had built. Let us help with this, one youngling exclaimed, shivering from the cold. You start the fire. I'll construct the house. Oh, we can also use leaves for curtains. I'll handle that. I'm skilled and can do it quickly. As the number of orcs increased, so did their chatter. On a typical day, Meow Meow would find the noise unbearable, yet now it brought her a profound sense of comfort. Eventually, the clan leader, Sheely, coughed to restore silence and declared, Now, everyone has successfully relocated. Let us settle in properly and look after one another. Be mindful of safety. He paused before continuing. Just a moment ago, the river surged towards our village. There was no need to elaborate further. Just the thought of the village's location caused many faces to pale. Had they remained for the sake of comfort, they would have surely been swept away by the river, facing certain death. In such a catastrophe, only the water orcs could navigate the turmoil with any semblance of safety. The number of fire tenders grew, and through the collective warmth from the numerous flames, the relentless rain and chill were effectively halted. The clan leader ultimately arranged for some to use branches to shield against the heaviest downpour, ensuring there were ventilation openings, and then urged everyone to rest well. That night, those who had narrowly escaped disaster gradually drifted into slumber. Meow Meow found herself pinned beneath 3 little serpents, while the white tiger orc carefully positioned himself at the corner of the wooden hut to avoid disturbing her. You're too heavy, she lamented, once again thrust into a nightmare. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she gently placed the little ones on the ground, moving with the utmost care to avoid waking them. Yet reality told Meow Meow that the little ones were completely oblivious. Entranced by their sweet dreams. That moment, faint sounds of distress echoed within the cave. Initially, Meow Meow assumed someone was unable to restrain themselves, flushing at the thought of who could be so eager, especially within the confines of the cave where everyone could hear. However, the sounds persisted, deepening with palpable pain and fear that, oh no, someone is about to give birth, Meow Meow realized, hastening toward the source of the noise. Inside a rudimentary wooden hut, a sweating female orc, her belly swollen, bore an expression of terror, tears streaming down her cheeks. Surrounding her were several other females who instinctively began to prey upon witnessing the scene. Oh, orc spirit, please grant this gentle female a swift delivery. Yuli is still so young. She is yet to see the sage. Such actions indeed hold significance, the most apparent being that Yuli felt a reduction in the difficulty of her labor. As the troubles that had previously plagued her began to dissipate, after several twists and turns, the first cry of the female cub ultimately shattered the previously somber and terrifying atmosphere. Cat Duoduo carefully wrapped the cub in a small pelt, meticulously removing the surface bloodstains. The cub, drowsy, appeared quite docile. That I in the village, a skilled female adept at caring for young ones volunteered to prepare food, eagerly awaiting to feed both the cub and Yuli. Mother, I am back, and I have crushed the herbs, said she as he approached. Give it to me, Cat Duoduo said, promptly mixing the herbs with hot water, ready to administer it to Yuli. Wait, what are you giving my partner? Yuli's companion's expression changed, instinctively placing himself in front of her. This is for stopping the bleeding and replenishing her strength. If you continue like this, she may not endure. Initially, Cat Duoduo felt a spark of irritation, but upon sensing Yuli's dire condition, she composed herself and offered a gentle reminder. Yuli's partner wanted to speak, but upon glancing back and seeing Yuli's pale visage, he could not bear it. He took the bowl from Cat Duoduo's hands and carefully fed Yuli. I'll take a moment to rest, Cat Duoduo said, seizing the opportunity to step outside. Once outside, the rain fell upon her, refreshing her mind. She strategically nestled among the branches for cover and retrieved a piece of fish meat from her storage. This was a delicacy in the modern world, known for its nourishing properties for newly delivered females. Having secured the fish, she swiftly returned to her wooden abode, preparing a small pot of fish soup, which she stored in a bamboo tube and handed over to Yuli's partner, instructing him to feed her well. Upon seeing the food, Yuli's partner moved his lips, calling out to Cat Duoduo, I apologize for my earlier recklessness. Also, thank you very much. Cat Duoduo was somewhat taken aback. She had assumed Yuli's partner to be a rather thoughtless individual, yet here he was, offering an apology. Regardless of his demeanor, she deemed it merely human nature. It's nothing, she replied, and soon after, Cat Duoduo and she returned to rest, recognizing the importance of sleep. While many beastmen were astonished by Cat Duoduo's earlier display, she lay contentedly, resting her head upon her eldest son's body. At last, she had discovered the purpose of her clingy little snake cub. Such a cozy sleep on a rainy day was indeed exquisite. The following morning, the rain continued to pour outside, the sound of droplets typically inducing a sense of endless annoyance. However, the attention of all was captivated by the newly born life, a remarkable occurrence that allowed the villagers to witness the safe birth of a child without venturing to Beast City. For this reason alone, the village chief and the clan leader were particularly excited to come and see the newborn. Meanwhile, Cat Duoduo had just awakened, preparing to inquire with the children about their meals for the day when she was informed that Yuli wished to see her, just birthed a cub. And already she has the energy to see visitors. Truly, females in this world are formidable. I assumed she would be on the brink of death after such heavy bleeding yesterday. As Cat Duoduo made her way, she and the others insisted on following her. With no other choice, she brought them along. On her journey, Cat Duoduo felt the gaze of numerous villagers upon her. Their stares bore no malice, which intrigued her greatly, given that her original persona was not well regarded in this village. The presence of a newborn cub was of great significance, and many villagers gathered around Yuli's wooden hut, exchanging greetings and closely observing the female in a display of camaraderie. Upon her arrival, Cat Duoduo witnessed this scene. You've come, Yuli exclaimed, smiling as she beckoned Cat Duoduo closer, following her request. Cat Duoduo was taken aback when Yuli encouraged her to attempt holding the child. I must clarify that I am not adept at this, Cat Duoduo said playfully, yet Yuli's sweet smile responded. I know that's deceitful, Cat Duoduo mused, feeling it was grossly unfair. Nevertheless, she cautiously cradled the cub, while she and the others leaned in curiously, their innocent interactions eliciting smiles from those nearby, further fostering a harmonious atmosphere. Help me name the child, Yuli suddenly requested. Is that appropriate? This is your child, Cat Duoduo replied, casting a glance at Yuli's partner. The burly male fidgeted uncomfortably, avoiding eye contact with her. Cat Duoduo couldn't help but think. Surely, he must have been reprimanded by his wife and feels guilty now. If it weren't for your assistance yesterday, I fear I would not have been able to successfully deliver this child. Yuli continued, prompting Cat Duoduo to concede. Gazing at the cub's sweet sleeping face, she spontaneously uttered a name, Aina. A dream of happiness and joy. She shall forever be blessed. Aina is a beautiful name. Yuli beamed, her smile radiant as the surrounding beastmen engaged in discussions about the name, their eyes filled with delight. From a distance, Rabbit-Ling Air observed this scene, her eyes glimmering with a malicious light. Her disdain unmasked, she chuckled softly, declaring that these individuals would soon regret their decisions. Clenching her fists, she vowed that if Cat Duoduo continued to harbor feelings for Leopard Lai, she would not spare either Cat Duoduo or her family. In the days that followed, the villagers remained at the cave entrance. Despite the crowded conditions, the presence of many individuals allowed for warmth, preventing the discomfort of dampness that had previously plagued them. After 2 or 3 days of residing in the cave, clan leader Shili sent someone to survey the village. The report indicated that the river had receded, and everyone prepared to return home. Although the journey would entail braving the rain, the villagers felt considerably lighter, especially since the rain had diminished. Cat Duoduo's home was situated at the edge, a location everyone would pass through. Surprisingly, the house remained intact, with no accidents to report. Though some mud had inevitably accumulated around the area, it was clear that cleaning would be necessary upon their return. Mother, it's not damaged. Wonderful, there's no water inside. Hurry, put your belongings down, Mother. I want to eat a lot of things. The family of Cat Duoduo joyfully entered their home. Before long, as others returned, they discovered their own houses had suffered significant damage, leaving them to either crowd into nearby caves or face various hazards. The tantalizing aroma of Cat Duoduo's cooking wafted through the air, stirring appetites. Goodness, Cat Duoduo's house is simply too splendid. If only they had chosen to build their homes in a similar manner, they might have enjoyed such comfort. Upon returning home, Cat Duoduo realized what inconveniences accompanied the addition of Jair. Unfortunately, just as she began to ponder, Jair exhibited his characteristic silence, rarely speaking unless necessary, mostly opting to nestle and sleep. Well, it's better if he doesn't roam around at least that allows me to manage certain tasks more conveniently. Cat Duoduo thought, preparing to clean the mud with Shi and the others. To her surprise, the mud had vanished, thanks to Jair's efforts. With nothing else to occupy him, Jair resumed his slumber, showing no indication of being the good-natured beast-man he truly was. Observing that he had no intention of claiming credit, Cat Duoduo refrained from disturbing him, opting instead to offer him a bit of meat. Jair exhibited no reaction to her gesture. The heavy rains persisted for an entire month. The abundant rainfall, while a constant challenge for food acquisition, surprisingly made it slightly easier to obtain provisions. Though the beastmen could not venture out freely, it did not imply that the animals had ample reserves. They gradually began to forage. Seizing the opportunity during the lighter rain, Cat Duoduo took Shi and the others to practice combat skills, adeptly applying them to their hunting endeavors. Achievements abound. With ample prey gathered, and Cat Duoduo discreetly draws ingredients from her space, feeling considerably reassured. Over the past month, the abundance of provisions has led to the remarkable growth of the 3 snakes, who remain blissfully unaware, clinging to Cat Duoduo as if they were before, eager to accompany her wherever she goes. The sky's finally clear. Jair begins basking in the sun atop the rooftop, while Cat Duoduo lounges on the lawn with her 3 little ones. After the river's flood and the rain's cessation, she revels in the warmth of the sun, feeling that life is quite delightful, if not for the sudden shadow that obscures the sun. Cat Duoduo rises abruptly, turning to discover it is none other than Rabbit-Ling Air and Leopard Lai. These 2 beastmen, now hand in hand, exude an undeniable intimacy and sweetness that is hard for anyone to overlook. Especially Rabbit-Ling Air, whose once sweet and fresh appearance now carries a hint of allure. What brings you here? Cat Duoduo inquires first, her tone tinged with an unmistakable desire to shoo them away. Rabbit-Ling Air does not immediately take offense. Instead, she chuckles. I simply wish to share some good news. Leopard Lai and I have mated during my heat, and come spring next year, we shall have a brood of little ones. As she speaks the final words, her gaze is filled with affection for Leopard Lai, who, in turn, appears utterly devoted, as if Rabbit-Ling Air is the sole treasure of his life. Witnessing this scene, Cat Duoduo's lips twitch slightly. She wonders why these two have come to flaunt their happiness before her. Oh, is that so? Have you finished your little performance? She replies earnestly, devoid of any negative emotion. This unexpected reaction causes Rabbit Linger, who had anticipated a more stimulating response from Cat Duoduo, to change her expression. With a huff, she declares that Cat Duoduo will surely regret it, before departing with Leopard Lie. Cat Duoduo observes their retreat, shaking her head. Meanwhile, Snake 3, yawning nearby, sleepily wonders, Mother, weren't they here to bring us meat? What are you thinking? That's impossible. Cat Duoduo replies, amused. Snake 3, you must control your meat cravings. We need to eat more greens lately. Snake 3 instantly wakes up, on the verge of tears. A snake cub. He needs meat to grow quickly. When it comes time to cook, Cat Duoduo decides to prepare a meal of wild vegetables. However, to her dismay, she discovers that the salt has run out, leaving her with no choice but to serve unsalted dishes. Consequently, mealtime turns bland, and several times they find themselves nearly choking on the bitterness of the greens. Losing all sense of taste, Mother, I long for the old flavors, Snake 3 laments, rolling on the ground in sorrow. Gyre has chosen to sulk outside, gazing at the stars, while the other two snakes appear on the verge of tears, pitifully looking at Cat Duoduo, thinking she is deliberately tormenting Snake 3, which has inadvertently affected them as well. Look quickly, Mother. We are the best behaved. Don't treat us like this. Cat Duoduo sighs inwardly, wishing things were different. She attempts to reassure them. Tomorrow will be better. Just wait until I gather some salt stones. Chapter 40. Little rascal, take my stick. As time has shown, once accustomed to something, its absence is hard to bear. In recent days, Cat Duoduo and her cubs have grown used to the taste of salt, and now even a single meal of wild vegetables feels tasteless. Gyre silently consumes his portion before rising to leave. Where are you going? Cat Duoduo calls out just as she sees him revert to his original form and dash into the forest, disappearing in an instant. Perhaps he wants to go play. Changing forms and running about sounds fun, Snake 3 speculates. Fool, only you would enjoy that. Snake 1 and Snake 2 nod emphatically. Cat Duoduo shakes her head, dismissing the matter. Moments later, Gyre returns, this time with 2 plump chickens in tow. The snakes look on in astonishment. These chickens appear formidable, and in the past, they would have struggled to catch even one alongside Cat Duoduo. Eat, Gyre states, turning back to the lawn to bask in the sun and snore. Resembling an exceedingly lazy white cat, or perhaps a somewhat powerful Persian cat, Cat Duoduo muses quietly, unable to suppress a smile. Who would have thought that Gyre, seemingly taciturn, could be so subtly charming? She had assumed they were eating greens due to a lack of meat. Now, the snakes gaze at Cat Duoduo with pitiful expressions, practically begging for something delicious. Ahem, let me give it a try. Cat Duoduo suggests, though she feels a headache coming on. How can she make something delicious without salt? After much contemplation, she opts to roast a chicken. Given its size, it can be stuffed with numerous ingredients to fill their bellies. Under Cat Duoduo's careful preparation, the roasted chicken emanates a delightful aroma, igniting everyone's appetite and presenting beautifully. However, when night falls and everyone eagerly anticipates sharing, their expressions shift dramatically. With teary eyes, Snake 1 remarks, Mother, the flavor is so bland. Ahem, there's no salt. Cat Duoduo admits, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I'll go gather salt first thing tomorrow. I'll go too. Gyre quickly responds. I'm strong. The other cubs eagerly insist on joining, spurred on by Gyre's impressive display of lifting a stone nearly the size of an adult beastman, leaving the little snakes wide-eyed and caught in an endless loop of trying to lift stones themselves. Watching from the side, Cat Duoduo can't help but admire Gyre's prowess, thinking it might be a skill she could learn. However, she realizes that such feats of strength are beyond her as a snake beastman. Gyre sets off early the next day to the location Cat Duoduo mentioned, while Cat Duoduo and her 3 cubs clear the mud around their home and dig pits to cultivate fish. Gyre returns bearing salt stones nearly the size of an adult beastman. The results are evident. The cubs, momentarily distracted, rush over, their expressions practically shouting, "Teach me this impressive skill." Cat Duoduo exclaims, "What a hardship. Gyre, could you please help me break it into smaller pieces?" I'll start preparing the salt. With sleeves rolled up, she begins heating the stone pot and adding the crushed salt stones. The 3 snake cubs assist by gathering firewood and tending the flames, their teamwork proving quite effective. With such organized cooperation, the smoke from Cat Duoduo's home rises steadily, attracting the attention of many villagers who wonder what is happening. They approach, only to find Cat Duoduo engaged in the curious task of refining salt stones. Leaving them perplexed but respectful, given her prior efforts in helping them avoid the flood. However, Hufeng'er is not so restrained. With a raised eyebrow, she spots Cat Duoduo's activities and bursts into laughter. Openly ridiculing, "Are you merely idle? What are you doing with those useless stones? It's laughable." She squints her eyes, her gaze lingering on the little snakes for a few extra seconds, calculating their potential value. Unfortunately for her, she cannot extract their snake gallbladders. The little snakes react quickly, instinctively retreating behind Cat Duoduo, as if silently pleading for her protection. With a stern expression, Cat Duoduo retorts coldly, "If you find it displeasing, you can leave." That Hufeng'er, stung by Cat Duoduo's words, feels her temper flare. She counts her fingers, about to respond, when Gyre reappears, carrying more salt stones. Clearly, Cat Duoduo's request for assistance in breaking the salt stones has left an impression on him, as he now returns with 2 stones roughly the size of the little snakes. Upon seeing Gyre, Hufeng'er remembers her mother's words and sneers, "I thought Cat Duoduo had something special, but it turns out she's just keeping a male in the house who only eats and drinks." Ha ha ha. She covers her mouth with a laugh, and those needing to curry favor with her join in the mockery, as many males find it disgraceful to be thought of as being supported by a female. In their courtship of females, males often strive to showcase their strength, believing only the strongest can attract the finest mates. It is evident that Gyre is angered. This is the first time Cat Duoduo has witnessed such a dark expression on Gyre's face. She previously assumed he was unfazed by everything. Damn it, Hufeng'er is truly overstepping. Without knowing why, Cat Duoduo instinctively steps forward, directly mocking Hufeng'er. "I see you're not quite right in the head. Spreading gossip about others. What? Do you want to be punished? Do you wish to die?" Hufeng'er was filled with anger. The last time she was punished, her mother had asked her brother to help her with the chores, which had already caused some discontent between her brother and his wives. During that period, life was quite suffocating, and as a result, when Mao Duoduo spoke up, Hufeng'er charged at her, ready to fight. Mao Duoduo was not one to be easily intimidated. She wielded a wooden stick that was originally used for stirring salt stones and demonstrated a Shaolin stick technique, striking fiercely towards Hufeng'er. Her swift and vicious actions left the surrounding beastmen momentarily stunned. Chapter 41. Mother will set off tomorrow to find your father. Several snake cubs instinctively applauded, continuously cheering for Mao Duoduo. Initially, Gyre, who was quite angry and wanted to teach the reckless Hufeng'er a lesson, couldn't help but chuckle as he glanced in Mao Duoduo's direction, amusement flickering in his eyes. The commotion attracted the attention of nearby beastmen, who gasped at the scene. Soon, a familiar voice among the beastmen called for Mao Duoduo and Hufeng'er to cease their skirmish. "Enough? Are you too intent on being driven out of the village?" The speaker was the ape-man, Shili. His stern expression commanded considerable authority. Mao Duoduo cleared her throat and quickly explained, primarily stating that Hufeng'er had provoked her without cause. Hufeng'er, feeling even more defiant, tearfully pointed out that Mao Duoduo had struck her and specifically appealed to Gyre, the clan leader. "You must be reasonable. We cannot allow unprincipled males to come here." This statement held a grain of truth. At the very least, after Hufeng'er voiced her concerns, many of the males present showed agreement. Mao Duoduo's lips twitched as she considered the imbalance of males to females in the village, over 200 males to just over 20 females. A severe disparity. If more males were to arrive, resources would dwindle, likely leading to significant trouble. "Clan leader, I can explain." Mao Duoduo has always believed that Gyre is a stray beast man, seeing him hardworking and not taking advantage of her and her mother. She only wished to help speak on his behalf. Shili interrupted, stating flatly, "The village does not accept mysterious males." Upon hearing this, Hufeng'er felt triumphant, while Mao Duoduo's head spun with frustration, and Gyre maintained an indifferent demeanor. Fortunately, Shili provided a supplementary condition, a choice. Either Gyre becomes Mao Duoduo's partner and stays here, or he discloses his identity and finds a place to live. This choice was straightforward. Most stray beastmen outside would have an opportunity to stay. Mao Duoduo sighed in relief, while Hufeng'er muttered about the unfairness of it all. However, with Shili's imposing presence, she dared not voice her complaints, fearing repercussions for her family. Gyre remained silent, causing Mao Duoduo to feel somewhat anxious about his demeanor. "You must make a choice," Shili said, fixating on Gyre, causing the numerous beastmen present to feel a tightening in their chests. Gyre, however, lowered his gaze, remaining taciturn. Under the sunlight, this white tiger beastman appeared exceptionally handsome, yet exuded an inexplicable melancholy. Mao Duoduo sighed inwardly, resolving to treat him as a good person and send him home. She gritted her teeth and attempted to mediate. Clan leader, let us allow him some time to reconsider. Mao Duoduo believed that Jia would likely choose to disclose his identity. It was evident that he had some unusual past, and his reluctance to speak had left him stuck at this juncture. Given this, let's show some leniency for a few days. After Shili finished speaking, he warned everyone against causing disturbances. Otherwise, the beastmen responsible would be tasked with repairing the riverbank. The mention of repairing the riverbank. The gathered beastmen grew fearful, losing interest in the spectacle, and hurriedly departed. Once they left, Mao Duoduo sighed in relief and turned to Jia. All right. Thank you for your help. Just put down the salt stones and help me crush them. Understood. As if nothing had transpired, Jia continued with his work. The snake cubs exchanged glances, stifling their laughter, and chose to stoke the fire. Mao Duoduo diligently worked, extracting a considerable amount of white salt, filling several bamboo tubes. With her efforts throughout the morning, she planned to showcase her skills during lunch and dinner. As she prepared dishes, she imagined a dish of chicken or rabbit, a feast to savor. Even taking the time in the evening to teach the snake cubs how to identify the Big Dipper by observing the moon. The snake cubs, still somewhat naive, curiously asked Mao Duoduo when they might be able to raise creatures in the soil. Well, I still need to research that, Mao Duoduo replied, feeling a bit conflicted. The snake cubs quickly bathed and went to sleep. Mao Duoduo sat outside, resting her chin on her hand, pondering, if only I knew who to ask. Sighing, she lamented how she had ended up on the path of becoming a farming magnate. Damn it, when will I be able to domesticate chickens and rabbits? At that moment, a figure approached from behind, choosing to sit beside Mao Duoduo. Noticing who it was, she nonchalantly asked, Aren't you going to sleep? Jia, as always, spoke very little. Mao Duoduo found this unremarkable until he suddenly declared, I like you. Huh? Mao Duoduo was taken aback, struggling to turn her head to look at him. His handsome face remained serious, his eyes even reflecting her image, compelling her to acknowledge the sincerity behind his words. She parted her lips, wanting to dismiss his statement, but found herself unable to utter a lie in the face of Jia's earnest expression. After a moment of silence, Mao Duoduo finally spoke. I'm sorry. I understand. Jia's response left Mao Duoduo somewhat bewildered. What exactly did he understand? Just then, a loud noise interrupted as something crashed to the ground. Mao Duoduo quickly glanced over, and as she entered the room, she noticed the snake cubs had haphazardly covered themselves with furs, a sign of their hurriedness. Her gaze landed on Snake San, whose tail was shaking uncontrollably, an old habit of his. Having spent considerable time together, Mao Duoduo had come to understand the little quirks of the snake cubs. For instance, Snake San was the most typical. Whenever his emotions wavered, his tail would shake incessantly. Sitting beside him, she observed their uneven breathing and finally spoke. You all heard that, right? Don't worry, Mother has already rejected it. Mao Duoduo was genuinely surprised by Jia's confession, as she held no feelings for him. Mao Duoduo had always been direct and sincere in matters of the heart. If she didn't like someone, she wouldn't play games like those manipulative individuals. Ultimately, Snake Sin could no longer contain himself. Leaping into Mao Duoduo's embrace, quietly whimpering, Mother, I miss Father. Sighing, Mao Duoduo could only gently stroke the little one. Snake and Snake also couldn't hold back and moved closer, wrapping their arms around her. They had become accustomed to their human forms, only reverting to their original shapes during hunting to eye in their human forms. Their tears fell freely, softening Mao Duoduo's heart. All right, enough of this. Tomorrow we will go find your father. Really? Mother has never lied to us. Chapter 42. Will you choose to stay? The three snake cubs gazed at Mao Duoduo with wide eyes, causing her to fall silent. Wait a moment. While she had never deceived the snake cubs, the original owner had done so on numerous occasions, often using their affection as a guise to bully them. As the atmosphere grew awkward, the snake cubs excitedly nestled against her knees, joyfully exclaiming, Good mother, let us find father. What could Mao Duoduo say? She couldn't help but chuckle. Naturally, she was oblivious to the figure lingering hesitantly at the doorway, who had yet to enter. Jair pondered and ultimately chose to sit at the entrance. Soon transforming back into his original form, retreating into the forest, channeling his myriad thoughts into the primal drive for hunting. What was he thinking? Why did he need a partner? What necessity was there to be bound to a partner? Mao Duoduo and her children were clearly living well. There was no reason for them to endure hardships alongside a beast man like him. The next day, Mao Duoduo was awakened by the snake cubs pressing against her. Stifling a yawn, she slowly rose to prepare breakfast, primarily a wild vegetable soup. The snake cubs clearly exhibited a preference for meat and a disdain for vegetables, which was unacceptable. As young ones, they needed a balanced diet to grow properly. The snake cubs protested, "Mother, does love really fade away? We want meat. We won't eat grass. We can still grow." Unfortunately, before they matured, they were still under Mao Duoduo's care at that moment. She displayed a domineering side as their guardian. Insisting they eat their meals in the midst of the ruckus, Yuli arrived, accompanied by her newborn female cub. "Apologies for the untidiness. I didn't clean up well enough, and I'm afraid I embarrassed you." Mao Duoduo felt a bit awkward. Yuli, however, seemed unfazed, cheerfully presenting her gift to Mao Duoduo. Upon seeing it, Mao Duoduo was genuinely surprised. It was a beautiful necklace made of shells. I excel at weaving. I collected these while visiting the beach with my partner in the past, and I hope you don't find it unworthy. Yuli pursed her lips and smiled. Indeed, the other party was strikingly attractive, with fair skin and a graceful demeanor that exuded a gentle elegance. Mao Duo couldn't help but lavish compliments upon her, causing a blush to bloom on Yuli's cheeks. It was only after Mao Duo ceased her enthusiastic praises that she joined Yuli in playing with her young ones. Indeed, they were playing with the little ones. The 3 snake cubs had been dispatched by Mao Duo, carrying bamboo baskets as they wandered nearby, hastening back to her at the slightest hint of trouble. They were eager to abandon their foraging for wild vegetables, scampering off with glee. Meanwhile, Mao Duo gazed fondly at the female cubs crawling about on the bed, her smile radiating warmth. How adorable they were. Truly irresistibly soft. That is also thanks to you. Without you, this child would not have come into existence. I might have even perished myself, Yuli remarked, having encountered many difficult females in her time. Males were relatively manageable, possessing robust physiques that allowed them to survive as long as no calamity befell them. But females faced the peril of childbirth. Failure to navigate this peril could lead to death. Of course, this was all hypothetical. In reality, the child was thriving. Certainly, little girls were the most delightful. Unable to contain herself, Mao Duo tugged at the beast's skin as she gestured to Yuli about making clothes for the female cubs. Her mind was agile, accustomed to the modern explosion of information and the various parenting styles exhibited by others. Thus she offered Yuli numerous suggestions for adorning the little girls. Were it not for the limitations of her circumstances, Yuli would have eagerly jotted down her ideas on a clay tablet. As noon approached, Yuli knew she had to return home to prepare food for the children. Mao Duo, feeling reluctant to part ways, could not help but present Yuli with a jar of salt. "What is this?" Yuli inquired. Puzzled, "It's salt," Mao Duo replied, encouraging Yuli to taste a small sample. The unique flavor caused Yuli to squint her eyes in delight. Mao Duo then briefly explained how to use it. Upon hearing that this could enhance the flavor of food, even masking the overpowering richness of certain meats, Yuli was visibly excited, repeatedly expressing her gratitude before taking her leave. Mao Duo watched as Yuli departed, unable to suppress a murmur. Indeed, girls are far more charming. This sentiment arose particularly after she observed the snake cubs, their bodies covered in dirt, yet carrying heavy bamboo shoots, which left her momentarily silent. Unable to resist, she approached them and ruffled their heads. "How many times have I told you not to wander off? But mother loves bamboo shoots," the snake cubs insisted, their adorable expressions nearly melting Mao Duo's heart. "Very well, considering your commendable efforts, I have decided to treat you to Kobe beef tonight." To her surprise, the cold storage still had some, and she graciously accepted it. The dinner was a resounding success, with everyone thoroughly satisfied. It is worth mentioning that Gile returned just in time for the meal, having brought back an impressive haul of game. Mao Duo looked on, astonished, successfully overlooking the envious expressions of the snake cubs, who were left wondering how they could possibly compete with Giles' prowess. "Did you hunt all of this?" she asked. "Yes, is there a problem?" he replied. No, I understand what to do now." Mao Duo gritted her teeth, resolved to process the game for dinner, preparing to marinate it this moment. She felt fortunate that her stone pot was sufficiently large, with a few spares available. They all worked simultaneously, taking turns to stoke the fire and add water. Naturally, by the following morning, the marinated meat was ready, its aroma wafting for miles. However, Mao Duo quickly covered it to contain the scent, preventing the numerous beasts and beastmen drawn by the smell from approaching in disappointment. By nightfall, Mao Duo began to gather her belongings, ensuring that their supplies were ample for their journey ahead. The snake cubs, brimming with excitement, asked, "Mother, are we going to find father?" "Yes," Mao Duo replied while organizing her things. "I need to speak with Valina and ask her to help us look after the house." She wondered where Shirong was now. Sighing at the tangled mess that lay ahead, that moment, an unfamiliar beast man appeared at the door, speaking leisurely. "I will go too." "Huh?" Mao Duo turned around abruptly to find Giles, his eyes lowered yet exuding a firm resolve. "I will accompany you to find him." Mao Duo wanted to voice her concerns but found herself at a loss for words. After a long pause, she finally managed to say, "Are you sure you don't want to return to your own family?" He remained silent, yet she sensed a refusal in his demeanor. "Very well," she conceded, acknowledging his determination. After all, in these times, traveling with 3 cubs, who were coveted for their snake gall, posed significant risks. With Giles, an adult beast man by her side, their safety would undoubtedly increase. Chapter 43. Setting off to find Shirong. Since they were to depart in search of Shirong, Mao Duo made the necessary preparations. In the end, Valina accompanied her partner to bid Mao Duo farewell. Thus, Mao Duo and her companions set out on their journey to the northern regions. The original plan had been for Shirong to go to the northern mountains to capture blue foxes and skin them for beast clothing. In the beastman realm, the blue fox pelts from the northern mountains were renowned for their quality. The original character had heard of a wedding in a neighboring village and, upon acquiring a pelt, had become envious. Without hesitation, she demanded that Shirong procure one for her, threatening to harm several snake cubs if he did not comply. This led to the originally weak Shirong embarking on a journey to the northern regions, causing the original character to miss the opportunity to discern the danger that befell her son. The path to the northern mountains was fraught with peril, steeped in treacherous terrain. The snake cubs, understanding that they were searching for their father, were filled with joy, eagerly carrying small bamboo baskets as they walked, except for the youngest, who had yet to transform into human form and found the journey exhausting, often being carried forward by his brothers. Meanwhile, Mao Duo and Giles filled their baskets with provisions for the journey. In truth, Mao Duo had secretly stored some items from home in her space before their departure, making good use of what she could not bring along. On the very first day of their journey, Mao Duo and the snake cubs found themselves utterly fatigued. That evening, they constructed a makeshift shelter from firewood and rested where they lay. She gently massaged the soft feet of the snake cubs when Giles approached, whispering, "What if we seek assistance from the winged tribe beastmen?" The winged tribe possessed the unique advantage of flight, making the skies their battlefield. If they could find a way to travel with them, it would alleviate much of their burden. However, this would undoubtedly require meeting the winged tribe's exceedingly demanding expectations. To put it in Mao Duo's words, monopolistic industries were intolerable in these times, and the winged tribe was notorious for their exorbitant prices, causing many families undue hardship. "No need. I will think of a solution," Mao Duo replied. Although she said this, she found herself lying awake late into the night, pondering a solution. The following day, with Giles and the snake cub's assistance, she fashioned a simple tricycle. Note: the wheels were crafted from wood, somewhat rough and unrefined, and given the uneven terrain, anyone who attempted to ride it would likely find themselves quite uncomfortable. Fortunately, they could take turns pushing the tricycle, placing their supplies atop it to lessen their burdens, making the journey considerably more manageable. As they continued, Mao Duo skillfully utilized the game she encountered in the forest, harnessing their strength to save her own energy. Though the journey was still challenging, they managed to travel for several days. Eventually, they stumbled upon the largest peacock tribe in the area and decided to rest there. Since they intended to rest, it was essential to seek the approval of the tribe's leaders to avoid inciting the peacock tribe's wrath, which could lead to aggression and theft. After much deliberation, Mao Duo decided to humbly consult an elder of the peacock tribe. Upon learning that they had come from the southern region, the elder was pleasantly surprised and promptly offered them fresh food to enjoy while reporting to the chieftain. This was Mao Duo's first experience traveling outside, and encountering such genuine kindness left her nodding in gratitude, instinctively partaking in the offered food. Meanwhile, the peacock tribesman went to relay the news. Giles, who had been feigning interest in eating, furrowed his brow, intent on ensuring that Mao Duo and the snake cubs consumed their fill. He succinctly stated, "They hold grudges, but we haven't offended the peacock tribe. It should be fine, right?" Mao Duo attempted to recall her knowledge of the peacock tribe, remembering their reputation for vanity and their strength in unity. Giles pondered this before ultimately nodding in agreement. All right. The 3 snake cubs eagerly awaited the adults to finish speaking. joyfully cradling the food gifted by the peacock tribe. "Mother, this is so sweet. Indeed, it is quite sweet." Upon cracking open the hard shell, they discovered soft fruit flesh within, the flavor surpassing that of mangosteen. In such a time, this experience was particularly unique and delightful. Anyone fortunate enough to take a bite could not resist licking their lips in satisfaction. Before long, the peacock tribe returned, bringing more people with them. They generously permitted Mao Duo and her companions to rest nearby and graciously offered free food and water. Mao Duo was overjoyed, and that evening, she was introduced to the chieftain and other prominent members of the peacock tribe, witnessing their distinctive nighttime bonfire dance. Sleeping that night was especially sweet. As Mao Duo rested alongside the 3 snake cubs. The leisurely pace of not having to travel brought her immense joy. Just as she was drifting off to sleep, she felt a gentle tug on her hand. "Mother," the soft voice of Snake 2 called out. Exhausted, Mao Duo instinctively pulled him close, whispering, "Sweetheart, it's time to sleep." Snake 2's face flushed red as he cautiously nestled against Mao Duo, a sweet smile illuminating his features. "The mother's embrace is mine." The following day, the group led by Meow Meow was roused from their slumber by exclamations of alarm. Upon awakening, Meow Meow discovered Gyre, with a solemn expression, standing protectively between her and the 3 serpent cubs. Not far away, members of the Peacock clan brandished weapons, their eyes gleaming with malice, clearly prepared to commit acts of violence. "Release our clan leader's cub at once. We trusted you, aided you, tolerated your presence while you rested at the periphery, and even provided you with clean sustenance. You have truly disappointed us." Amidst the cacophony, Meow Meow felt a throbbing headache and bewilderment. She was unaware of the circumstances, but recognized that whenever the Peacock clan attempted to attack, Gyre would adopt a defensive posture with an unyielding demeanor. With the presence of the White Tiger Beastmen, known for their extreme aggression and perilous nature, the Peacock clansmen were understandably infuriated but had yet to act recklessly. However, the dangerous glances they cast at the serpent cubs tightened Meow Meow's heart, prompting her to instinctively shield the cubs in her embrace. "Very well. Until you divulge the whereabouts of the cubs, you shall remain in the dungeon, but we truly do not know their location." The Peacock clansmen were numerous, and Meow Meow was reluctant to incite Gyre into a confrontation with them. Although Gyre was formidable, he could not single-handedly withstand the onslaught of hundreds of Peacock clansmen, even the most inept beastmen. When armed with sharp weapons and possessing knowledge of how to harm others became a significant threat, the so-called dungeon was, in reality, an abandoned cave under the watchful eyes of the Peacock clan. This cave had evidently not housed beastmen for quite some time, carrying a stale odor. Nonetheless, after managing to suppress the peacocks, Meow Meow kindled a fire to banish the mustiness and served the cubs and Gyre the beef jerky she had prepared prior to their departure. The jerky was flavorful, with a hint of spiciness, making it quite appetizing. The serpent cubs, being so young, could consume quite a bit in one sitting. "Take your time, there's no rush," Meow Meow said, gently patting their backs to ensure they were eating comfortably and had not been frightened before turning her attention to Gyre. He was eating the jerky while leaning against the stone wall, listening intently. Soon, he nodded at Meow Meow, signaling that they were temporarily safe. She finally exhaled in relief, grateful they were willing to eat during their captivity. The Peacock clan had still sent provisions. However, due to the incident involving the missing cubs, their rations had diminished, although the advantage was that the serpent cubs, being children, were allowed some freedom, such as going to the restroom. In the dead of night, while Meow Meow was in a deep slumber, she was awakened by the frantic grasp of she air that he appeared unusually anxious, rousing the others with the urgent declaration, "I saw a male beast man taking a cub from our previous dwelling." He gestured to illustrate the size of the cub, noting it was small and easily manageable, but this raised suspicions. After all, the place where Meow Meow and her companions had sought refuge was on the outer fringes of the Peacock clan's territory. The cubs of the Peacock clan were typically safeguarded with great care. How could one be sent to the outskirts? After considerable contemplation, Meow Meow resolved to seek an audience with the clan leader. "Pela, I will accompany you." Gyre and several serpent cubs chimed in unison, casting disdainful glances at one another. Meow Meow smiled briefly before returning to a serious demeanor, asserting, "Enough of this nonsense that I must go alone. Time is of the essence. Otherwise, the cubs may be in danger." Taking the initiative, she approached a Peacock clansman. Upon seeing her determination, he assumed she was prepared to confess and eagerly escorted her to the clan leader. Upon meeting the elderly leader, Meow Meow found him imposing, devoid of the initial warmth he had displayed. Instead, He radiated a fierce intensity born from the loss of his cub. She learned that the missing cub was the youngest child left behind by his wife. Embodying his hopes for the future, it was said that the cub's bloodline was pure, potentially awakening great powers that could strengthen their clan and instill fear in their adversaries. Meow Meow wasted no time. Addressing the leader, I wish to inquire if we have offended someone. She conveyed all that Xier had described, emphasizing a critical point. The perpetrator boldly concealed the cub in our former residence and was able to take it freely. It is likely they intend to exploit the cub for their purposes. We must act swiftly. The cub is in peril. Upon hearing this, Pela's expression shifted, his previous skepticism giving way to concern. He summoned several guards to apprehend Gully. I shall return now, Meow Meow said. Sensing the complexity in Pela's tone when he mentioned Gully as, she gazed at the eager faces of the cubs and Gyre. She shrugged and remarked, it seems they may be embroiled in infighting. Let us wait a moment. This was indeed good news. As the serpent cubs began to roll about in excitement, Gyre quietly discussed their next course of action, noting that the Peacock clan's internal strife appeared quite troublesome. Having forgotten to provide them with food during the day, the Peacock clan leader personally arrived by afternoon to release Meow Meow and her companions. I sincerely apologize. It was my oversight that allowed a rogue within the clan to create this situation. I am immensely grateful for your assistance. We are hosting a celebration this evening. Please enjoy yourselves. He was accompanied by the very cub described by Xier, who, though small, radiated innocence and joy, his bright blue eyes reflecting the shadows of the beastmen. The Peacock clan occupied a prosperous territory, abundant in resources. The celebration, Meow Meow was delighted to discover an array of exotic dishes, immersing herself and the cubs in a culinary feast. Mother, this milk fruit is exquisite. Its juice is creamy and sweet, exclaimed one cub. This orange fruit is delightful too, tangy and sweet. The others chimed in. The Peacock leader observed their enjoyment and proudly introduced the delicacies as treats reserved for honored guests. These fruits took considerable time to cultivate, and the Peacock clan had invested great effort in mastering the growing techniques, which was no small feat. Upon hearing this, Meow Meow regarded the leader with admiration. They were indeed experts in cultivation during this era. Don't run away. We are playing. Pela's cub, with a cheerful disposition, joined in the games with the serpent cubs. Watching the playful scene, Meow Meow smiled, while Pela took the opportunity to explain the previous events. For instance, he mentioned that the clan leader had a beautiful daughter, pursued eagerly by numerous males. Among them, Gully was the strongest competitor for her affections. Typically, such matters of mate selection would be determined by the female's choice, favoring the strongest to ensure the birth of robust offspring. The dilemma arose when the clan leader's daughter's partner had been stuck in a transitional phase but managed to progress after a few visits to the clan leader's abode for clan affairs. He quickly became the chosen partner, leading a happy life with his own offspring. However, Gully, feeling aggrieved, believed the clan leader had secretly aided his rival. In a fit of vengeance, he targeted the clan leader's youngest child, perceiving them as an easy target due to their purity of blood. Once he acquired the essence of the cub, Gully believed his strength would amplify significantly, granting him the opportunity for revenge against the clan leader. This charlatan is clearly driven by greed and selfishness, preying on the innocent cubs for his own gain, concocting a myriad of excuses to justify his actions, Meow Meow thought, her expression revealing her disdain for such a vile being. The Peacock leader, though surprised, nodded with a smile. It is wonderful that you can comprehend this, for my recent punishment has drawn some criticism from within the clan. Well, that is because they nearly became the victims. Not their own cubs, Meow Meow replied, unable to suppress an eye roll at the leader's amiable demeanor. Inspired by the leader's good-natured attitude, she began to devise a plan for dealing with such self-righteous individuals. What could be more satisfying than making them feel the pain they so readily inflict on others? The Peacock leader remarked. I learned so much that day. At that moment, Pela's cub, resembling a small train, brought over several slightly larger cubs, all of whom were young peacocks yet to fully develop their feathers. Meow Meow would describe. They were adorable little chicks, eliciting a desire to cuddle them. Mother, why are you looking at them in such a peculiar manner? One of the cubs queried. Ahem, it is simply because they are utterly adorable, Meow Meow responded, wiping her mouth. With the clan leader's permission, she tentatively reached out to touch the charming peacock cubs. These lively little creatures, blissfully unaware of Meow Meow's previous thoughts, chattered joyfully, filling the air with delightful sounds. Pela smiled and eagerly stated, these little ones hatched recently. You have saved my cub. You are heroes of our clan. Please, bestow names upon them." As if spoken aloud, a group of adult beastmen approached, their eyes brimming with anticipation, exemplifying their roles as the parents of the younglings. Cat Duoduo felt somewhat out of place among them. Caught off guard by their enthusiasm, unsure of how to respond, she attempted to politely decline, believing that such names were best chosen by the parents themselves. Yet, to her surprise, these adult beastmen were fervently eager for her assistance in naming their offspring. I really can't help with that. You all have fun," Cat Duoduo insisted once more, making a concerted effort to distance herself from them. She decided instead to join other beastmen in enjoying food and drink. Savoring the delightful moments. It wasn't long before a cacophony of chatter reached her ears. Upon closer inspection, she discovered the peacock hatchlings relishing sweet treats, their joy evident. The group of snake was equally excited, clutching their food and engaging in light conversation with the peacock younglings. "Hey, do you all also enjoy this white fruit? I love it too. It's sweet and never gets tiresome. So refreshing," one of them remarked. "Ah, I see. Eating this fruit can help one grow quickly and healthily. That I understand now," Cat Duoduo thought to herself, bemused by the voracious appetites of the peacock hatchlings. With tensions eased, the peacock clan seemed intent on making amends with Cat Duoduo and her companions, showering them with kindness in the following days. Eventually, Cat Duoduo found herself unable to resist their hospitality and began to pack her belongings. Bidding farewell to Bai La felt a pang of reluctance. For in just a few days, Cat Duoduo had imparted some rather intriguing survival skills and techniques. While the Peacock clan provided ample food and drink, Cat Duoduo reciprocated by sharing her skills in crafting rope, bamboo weaving, flat surfaces, wheels, and tricycles. Although some of these techniques were yet to be fully grasped by their clan, they were nonetheless grateful, feeling they had not adequately appreciated Cat Duoduo and her group. After considerable effort, Cat Duoduo and her companions set off, journeying northward. As they ventured further, the density of the forest began to wane, revealing landscapes unlike any they had previously encountered. For the first time, Cat Duoduo observed the world with unparalleled clarity, thankful for the presence of the adult male beastman, Gile, who ensured they did not easily stumble into perilous traps. In the wild, solitary beastmen struggled to survive, facing countless dangers from both nature and human society, presenting significant challenges for all. Snake and the others inevitably matured during their northern journey, their innocent faces bearing the marks of growth. As they awaited the day they would leave the forest and enter a new terrain, Giles' expression shifted. "We must find a cave to take shelter," he warned. "Understood," Cat Duoduo replied, recognizing the urgency in his voice. She and the young snakes quickly searched and soon found a cave nestled within a nearby cliff. Barely had they entered when the sound of heavy footsteps echoed, reminiscent of ancient giants trampling the earth. Creating an overwhelming din, Cat Duoduo carefully embraced the young snakes, ensuring they were hidden within the cave. Peering out into the tumultuous world beyond, Gile maintained a stoic demeanor, silently guarding them, his gaze fixated on the throng of beasts surging outside. "It's a small beast tide," he murmured his words. Cat Duoduo's heart raced. The very notion of a small beast tide conjured images of vastness and danger. Luckily, they had sought refuge just in time. Had they delayed even slightly, they would surely have perished beneath the onslaught. The beast tide, regardless of its size, represented a significant threat, comprised of frenzied beastmen and beasts, their danger undiminished by their classification as small. Even the most formidable beastmen found it nearly impossible to escape unscathed from such a threat. This marked Cat Duoduo's first encounter with a beast tide, having lived under the protection of her village. She had never faced such a peril before. The ground shook violently, dust swirling as trees collapsed, creating an undeniable sense of destruction. The young snakes instinctively covered their ears, fear palpable even with Cat Duoduo shielding them, as they grasped the terrifying reality of the beast tide. Fortunately, the small beast tide was indeed limited in scope. After 3 hours, it finally passed, and Cat Duoduo exhaled in relief, leading the young snakes outside to assess the twilight sky. They needed to find a safe haven with a water source before darkness fell. "I smell something ahead. There will be food and water," Gile announced, relying on his keen sense of smell. Cat Duoduo rallied the young snakes, who had reluctantly abandoned their tricycle to evade the beast tide. To their dismay, they discovered it had been trampled into pieces. Chapter 46. A rare encounter with the beast tide. The young snake's eyes brimmed with tears at the sight. Cat Duoduo suppressed her disappointment, encouraging them to muster their spirits for the journey ahead. If you're tired, just let me know. We should keep moving. If we hurry, we can find a place to rest and enjoy a warm meal before dawn. Giles reminded them as he took the lead. The young snakes nodded obediently, their impressions of Giles softening slightly after their shared experiences. Beyond his aspirations to be their surrogate father, he had proven to be a reliable and gentle beastman. Cat Duoduo checked the contents of their bamboo basket and grasped the young snake's hands as they pressed on. After just a few minutes, they heard faint noises emanating from the forest ahead. "Wait," Giles warned, his demeanor shifting to one of unprecedented aggression. Cat Duoduo's heart raced as she followed his gaze, spotting several imposing figures emerging from the trees. They were remarkably robust, clad in animal skins, their muscular torsos marred by old scars. Their overall appearance struck Cat Duoduo as peculiar, their eyes reflecting a mix of fervor and madness as they approached with intent. Giles halted, bellowing a warning. "Do not come any closer. If you advance, I will consider it a provocation and respond accordingly." They responded with enigmatic smiles, clearly dismissing Giles' threat. Cat Duoduo's anxiety mounted, and at that moment, the young snakes clutched her hand, trembling with fear. "Mother, it's so terrifying. Their presence is overwhelming," they whispered, their eyes wide with trepidation. "Perhaps it is due to their male nature. In some sense, they embody a raw battle prowess," Cat Duoduo mused, noting the unmistakable fear reflected in the young snake's eyes as they regarded the approaching males. This behavior puzzled her. Back in the village, they had never exhibited such fear. Listen closely. They are rootless beasts, and their aggression is exponentially greater than before. When I engage them, you must flee with the younglings, Giles instructed, positioning himself protectively in front of Cat Duoduo, unwavering in his gaze at the advancing beastmen. Upon hearing the term rootless beasts, Cat Duoduo's pupils dilated, her hands clenching involuntarily. "Damn it. Why does it have to be rootless beasts?" she thought, recalling that in the original narrative, such creatures were meant to inhabit the most wretched places. Choosing self-exile. In this world of beastmen, forming mate bonds between individuals was regarded as a special and sacred act, a means to foster stable and affectionate family ties, effectively tempering the wild nature of previously volatile beastmen. The issue arises when certain orcs find themselves betrayed by their partners, leading to the forced removal of their bond marks. The once visible sacred insignia on their necks undergoes a transformation, reflecting the happiness they once experienced and the madness that ensues upon its abrupt loss. Most notably, their aggression intensifies. Upon encountering a female, they unleash their full arsenal of attacks without a moment's hesitation. Driven by their frenzied minds and actions, they may even slay a female without comprehending the gravity of their deeds. So, what will you do? It is impossible for Meow Meow to allow Giles to face off against these 4 orcs alone. Their fierce forms are truly terrifying, and their combat prowess is exceptional. Do not forget, I possess remarkable speed. I will be fine. Giles' voice faltered momentarily before he continued. "Without you, I can run even faster." This statement held truth, and Meow Meow gritted her teeth, casting a glance at the anxious and fearful Serpent 1 and Serpent 2. Ultimately, she resolutely embraced Serpent 3 and urged Serpent 1 and Serpent 2 to follow her in haste. "We shall meet again on the next stretch of road." Having exchanged these brief words, Meow Meow and her companions swiftly departed. The towering adult orcs, upon witnessing this, felt their eyes blaze with an intensified crimson light, instinctively giving chase. That moment, Giles disregarded all else and collided fiercely with them. No longer burdened by the presence of Meow Meow and the others, he transformed into a colossal white tiger, wielding his advantages to unleash a torrent of attacks. The opposing adult orcs, unwilling to yield, roared in defiance and likewise transformed into their primal forms, launching their own assaults at Giles. Meow Meow and her group fled. The sounds of conflict among the adult orcs echoed behind them, intensifying Meow Meow's torment. Nevertheless, they had no choice but to at present. They could only serve as a hindrance to one another. She must not let Giles worry, as they were certain to reunite with him. "Giles, you must survive." The violent clashes and the brutally direct lethal attacks exchanged between the orcs possessed a certain cursed allure and seductive quality to onlookers. Despite this, Giles found himself inevitably overwhelmed. Bloodied by their bites, his body bearing numerous wounds, the white tiger appeared as though it could be wholly consumed by the adult orcs at any moment. with Cat Duoduo mused to herself, feeling quite surprised, for these spices were something she dearly desired. Fortunately, during her journey, she had successfully discovered some scallions, ginger, and garlic, which she decided to keep as seasoning for the time being, awaiting their future use. The orc laughed heartily, clearly pleased to have met Cat Duoduo, who recognized the importance of spices and even initiated a trade, generously gifting her a small portion. Cat Duoduo willingly divided the cooked meat she had purchased into several pieces, distributing them among everyone. Just as she was about to leave, the orc called out to her, patiently inquiring about her origins. Cat Duoduo briefly recounted her story, to which the orc responded, then you may need to stay here for a while. There are many orcs in this area. Upon hearing this, Cat Duoduo couldn't help but inquire further, reluctantly acknowledging that this tribal city, due to the overwhelming number of orcs, was in a perpetual state of chaos. Finding someone here would require a prayer that the individual would register with the city lord. Chapter 48. Courtship. Mother, when can we find father? Well, we need to wait a bit. Mother, when will we find that bad Gile? We will meet him in the evening. Cat Duoduo awaited the conclusion of their conversation, feeling a sense of unease. The several snake cubs bit their lips and chose to embrace one another, seemingly regretting their decision to come to the North Mountain. Cat Duoduo's gaze fell upon the stone house, which she had secured in exchange for the provisions she had brought with her after deciding to remain in the tribal city this moment. She felt grateful for the ample food they had prepared prior to their departure, as food still held considerable purchasing power in the tribal city at the very least. With the food, Cat Duoduo and her companions could enjoy a relatively comfortable life for the time being. Unlike other orcs, who, if numerous and unwilling to part with their food, had no choice but to huddle in more rudimentary places, they could rest in the stone house, listening to the patter of rain outside, and finally breathe a sigh of relief. She gently coaxed the snake cubs to sleep. Cat Duoduo furrowed her brows, increasingly troubled by the thought of why she could not find Shirong. She bore a mate mark with Shirong, which signified that he was alive and continuously sent her signals. It was evident that Shirong was still living and not far from her. Yet, it was perplexing that despite his unique nature, she had been unable to locate him. Find him. She ought to seek an audience with the city lord, but the issue lay in the fact that she had no opportunity to contact him. It was all too troublesome. Cat Duoduo tapped her forehead, trying to remain calm and devise a way to get there. She endeavored to rest, but the following day brought forth a new wave of courting males, who presented themselves in flamboyant attire and employed imaginative methods of courtship, adding ample amusement to Cat Duoduo's experience and enriching her understanding of the tribal city. Duoduo, I know you are still hesitant, but I assure you, once we are together, your children will be mine as well. This flower, which I picked early this morning from outside the city, will surely delight you. I've heard many female orcs adore such garments. When we marry, you can wear something like this to make life more comfortable. Upon learning that Cat Duoduo was a female accompanied by cubs in search of a mate, various males began to devise ways to approach her. Even though Cat Duoduo and the cubs expressed their disinterest, many males persisted in trying to gain her favor. Their logic was rather simple and amusing. They believed that although Cat Duoduo claimed she did not wish to find someone new, her arrival in this place as a seemingly fragile female must mean that something had happened to her mate or that he had abandoned her. They understood this well. In these times, some unscrupulous males deliberately chose to betray their mates for personal gain. Within just a few days, Cat Duoduo found herself reluctantly becoming somewhat of a local celebrity. Sighing, Cat Duoduo observed the group of orcs outside. The cubs, realizing the situation, spoke up. Mother, why don't we just leave? Well, Cat Duoduo squinted slightly. Leaving to avoid these fellows felt rather shameful. Though shame was one matter, the key was not letting others perceive her as fearful. Just then, a three-striped bear beast appeared outside, imposing in stature and holding a blue fox pelt. The pelt, upon closer inspection, was quite captivating, especially since it appeared to be in excellent condition, having clearly been meticulously cared for by other orcs. Upon seeing it, the other orcs understood that the three-striped bear beast was not to be trifled with. Those of weaker disposition instinctively chose to retreat, avoiding the aggressive aura that the bear exuded. Cat Duoduo's gaze lingered on the blue fox pelt. Such fine quality fur was said to be a rarity in the tribal city. At that moment, the three-striped bear beast knocked on the door. The presence of a three-striped bear beast signified formidable strength, as orcs gauged strength by the patterns on their bodies. Possessing 3 stripes indicated considerable prowess. Cat Duoduo chose to open the door. and the bear beast, with a hearty grin, presented her with the blue fox pelt, saying, "This is for you. I hope you like it." Cat Duoduo refrained from accepting it.I in this world if a female accepted a male's offering. It implied that she had accepted his courtship, and she was not ready to forget that. However, when the cubs approached her, Cat Duoduo sighed internally and thanked the bear beast before inquiring, "May I ask where you obtained this pelt?" The three-striped bear beast, filled with hope and stammering with joy, replied, "I hunted it in the Snow Wind Valley. Only there can one find the best pelts." The orcs lingering nearby gasped in astonishment and began to whisper amongst themselves. "He chose the Snow Wind Valley? That place is incredibly dangerous. Only Bear Air would dare to venture there. The last ones who took the risk there never returned." The voices were hushed, and Cat Duoduo did not catch the full conversation. She sincerely thanked Bear Air and then politely declined his offer. Disliking something meant she truly had no interest, especially since she still had a mate and saw no need to invite unnecessary complications into her life. Bear Air did not press the matter further. After he left, the other orcs followed suit. Cat Duoduo closed the door and sighed, "I need to make a trip to the Snow Wind Valley. You all should stay behind." Upon reflection, the probability of Shirong being in the Snow Wind Valley was quite high. The blue fox pelts were only found there, and their quality was the best. Shirong likely remained there in search of the finest pelts and had yet to return. After much contemplation, Cat Duoduo resolved to seek Shirong there. However, as soon as she voiced her intent, the snake cubs eagerly raised their hands, clamoring to accompany her. No. Cat Duoduo considered the situation carefully. "You are still cubs. If we encounter danger, I fear I won't be able to protect you." Chapter 49. Mother is starting to dislike us moreover. Even though the tribal city is chaotic, it still offers a glimmer of hope, at the very least, as snake cubs. If I fail to return, you will undoubtedly receive protection, having ample time until you reach adulthood. "No, we want to stay with you, Mother. Are you starting to dislike us?" The neighbor's aunt only begins to dislike her cubs when they turn 20. Mother is beginning to dislike us. We are so pitiable. They lamented, attempting to reassure themselves that Mother would still love them. Witnessing their experienced banter, the cubs chimed in, unaware that their words might lead others to believe them. Cat Duoduo found herself both amused and exasperated. Raising her hand to her forehead, her thoughts consumed with when these cubs would finally listen. Just then, the cubs, in perfect harmony, approached her and embraced her tightly, like small children, soft and endearing, their eyes filled with longing and concern. Given their current demeanor, even if Cat Duoduo wished to resolutely decline, the words seemed to lose their power before they could escape her lips. She moved her lips, her mind momentarily blank, pondering whether these little ones understood the importance of obedience. After a long pause, observing that the cubs had grown considerably taller, Cat Duoduo gritted her teeth and ultimately decided to relent. "Fine, but you must promise to behave from now on." Upon hearing the news, the little ones nodded eagerly. Cat Duoduo gently ruffled their fur, urging them to rest while she meticulously organized their supplies. The following morning, she set off early to the market, exchanging goods for provisions. Once everything was in order, Cat Duoduo, accompanied by several young ones, each carrying a bamboo basket, embarked on the journey to find Shirong. The direction towards Snow Peak Valley lay just beyond the city's outskirts, and they walked resolutely toward that area. Barely outside the city, they encountered an old friend they hadn't seen in days. "At last. It's you," Cat Duoduo exclaimed. The orc, who had been absent for several days, now bore a new marking on his face, signifying an increase in strength. Cat Duoduo's eyes brightened as she spoke. "We've been searching for you everywhere, yet we could not find you." Jair retained his familiar demeanor. Offering a slight smile, though he refrained from divulging his current situation, his gaze swept over the contents of Cat Duoduo's and the young one's baskets, and he made a clear judgment. "Are you heading to a perilous place?" Rather than a dangerous locale, Cat Duoduo clarified, "We seek someone." She rubbed her nose awkwardly, feeling the weight of the implication that they were courting danger. The young ones, having spent time with Jair, had warmed up to him, now softly expressing their desire to find their father in Snow Peak Valley. Upon hearing this, Jair furrowed his brow. "If you go there now, you will encounter trouble. Even an orc like me would face danger. I do not wish for you to be harmed." After contemplating, he quietly shared the risks associated with that area. With these words, Cat Duoduo bit her lip. Glancing at the three innocent young ones who remained oblivious to the dangers of Snow Peak Valley, her concerns, it seemed, were warranted. as she had underestimated the perils that awaited them. Let us return. Then, she decided firmly. The young ones pursed their lips, reluctant yet resigned to accept this outcome. Seeing their expressions, Jair nodded in agreement, accompanying them back into the city. After understanding Cat Duoduo's request, he led them to meet the chieftain of the tribal city. The royal palace appeared grand and magnificent, with guards exuding an aura of strength and imposing presence, likely formidable four-marked orcs. Cat Duoduo learned that meeting the chieftain would require some waiting. Jair stood beside her, his demeanor reflecting a reserved yet heavy presence akin to that of the guards, as if he were closely aligned with them. As Cat Duoduo observed Jair, a thought struck her. Were you with the chieftain when we became separated? It seemed there was a significant connection, considering how difficult it was for ordinary orcs to approach the chieftain. Yet, Jair had provided them with a green channel, significantly shortening their journey. Jair met her gaze, quickly smiling and nodding. Yes, when we parted, I had sustained some injuries, and it was the chieftain's people who rescued me and brought me back to recover. I have since undergone professional training, greatly enhancing my strength. The young snakes widened their eyes in surprise upon hearing this. Cat Duoduo breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he was unharmed. Jair nodded. Just as the guards of the tribal city changed shifts, the incoming guards, upon seeing Jair, greeted him enthusiastically with a fist bump. At that moment, Cat Duoduo noticed a unique mark on Jair's forehead, partially obscured by his tousled hair. Once the guards had departed, Cat Duoduo voiced her curiosity. Jair gestured for everyone to sit down, pondering before he spoke. This is a distinguishing mark. Currently, the tribal city is in a fierce territorial dispute with the snow wolves residing in Snow Peak Valley that I once fought in the chieftain's name, and this mark signifies that. Upon hearing this, Cat Duoduo contemplated thoughtfully in a wonder he advised against their journey. Given the current state of war, she and the young, vulnerable snakes would merely be offering themselves as easy prey. Jair nodded in agreement. The young snakes puffed their cheeks, feeling guilty for their lack of strength, realizing that if they were stronger, they could have protected their mother and sought out their father together. With a sigh, Cat Duoduo cradled her face in her hand. When will we ever find him? At this moment, Jair remained silent, aware that Cat Duoduo was searching for the father of the young snakes. She roamed. Eventually, Cat Duoduo revealed the struggle and hesitation on her face before asking, Jair, could you take me to meet the chieftain? According to the usual queue, they would have to wait several months, which seemed unnecessarily torturous. Moreover, she felt an urgency that could not be squandered in light of the dangerous situation between the tribal city and Snow Peak Valley. Failing to seize the opportunity could lead to dire consequences. All right, Jair agreed, promptly heading to speak with the guards. Chapter 50. Young ones, why have you come to find me? Cat Duoduo patiently awaited her turn. Before this, she instructed the young snakes to behave and follow Jair. While she approached the chieftain, the atmosphere was somewhat chaotic and lively, as the young snakes feared that Cat Duoduo intended to abandon them in her quest to find Shirong in Snow Peak Valley. Cat Duoduo reflected on her own feelings, realizing how deeply she cared for Shirong, willing to risk her life for him. Despite this, she maintained her patience, soothing the young ones that it was only after Jair joined them that the young snakes began to listen obediently. Cat Duoduo pondered if she had spoiled them, as these little creatures no longer took her words seriously. Soon, a guard approached to inform her that she could meet the chieftain as she walked. Cat Duoduo felt a twinge of anxiety, having learned from Jair that the chieftain was a remarkably powerful snow lion, a four-marked orc of extraordinary strength in fact, when she finally met him, she was taken aback by his imposing stature, which radiated a formidable presence. Yet, when he spoke, her admiration for him grew. Young one, why have you come to find me? Young one. This was the first time since arriving in this world that someone had addressed her in such a manner. She felt slightly embarrassed, but after careful consideration, she managed to smile and earnestly replied, Do not worry. I have a plan that can help you achieve victory against the Snow Wolf clan. Upon hearing this, the chieftain chuckled lightly, as if amused by the youthful bravado. Cat Duoduo maintained a serious expression, reiterating, I can indeed accomplish this. However, I hope that when the time comes, you can assist me in locating Shirong. Given the perilous situation in Snow Peak Valley, it was clear that only with the chieftain's assistance could they hope to navigate the dangers ahead. The chieftain's smile faded slightly, and he pondered. If the young man you speak of is indeed the one I have encountered, then I can offer my assistance. That, of course, his help came without conditions, as he merely sought to find a young orc. Mao Duoduo nearly forgot her subsequent words upon hearing this. The chieftain was exceedingly generous. She had intended to propose a deal for cooperation, but after hearing his words, she hesitated before affirming, "Please believe me, I can truly help you." She understood that her sudden appearance might not warrant serious consideration from the chieftain. Therefore, she proactively shared her insights regarding Snow Peak Valley during her journey. She had gathered substantial information, confirming that Snow Peak Valley was easy to defend but difficult to attack, with the snow wolves enjoying both favorable terrain and timing, making them formidable opponents. Naturally, if the tribal city sought to approach them directly, they would face considerable danger. My strategy is to lure the snakes out of their den. Mao Duoduo smiled subtly, revealing a confidence that captivated the chieftain's attention. Undoubtedly, if the city were to appear as traitors and the snow wolves learned that a new crystal deposit had been discovered, they would undoubtedly take immediate action. Before she could finish her thought, the chieftain appeared to comprehend, murmuring, "So, if news of the crystal's discovery spreads, they will certainly act swiftly. What better way to entice the Snow Wolf clan to willingly emerge?" In the days that followed, a piece of news rapidly circulated throughout the tribal city. They had discovered a new crystal mine. This development signaled an opportunity for wealth and valuable resources ahead. Everyone was brainstorming ways to maximize the utilization of the mineral resources. Naturally, in the present day, when the opportunity to acquire more ores arises, everyone's immediate thoughts gravitate towards work and a promising future. Consequently, everything else pales in comparison. While a jubilant atmosphere envelopes the tribal city, a few inconspicuous figures swiftly depart from it, resolutely heading towards the direction of Snow Peak Valley. Haha, akin to crystal madness. They are utterly unworthy of such a treasure. Such splendid resources should undoubtedly be claimed by warriors like us. No one shall seize them. No one can. The chieftain of the Snow Wolf clan is brimming with excitement. He understands that the ores signify immense value, and that evening, he convenes a council with several elders, ultimately deciding to launch a surprise attack on the tribal city to teach them a harsh lesson and seize the crystal mine. However, an unforeseen twist occurs. Aside from a few orc sentinels who are easily incapacitated by their own treasures, the streets of the tribal city are eerily devoid of orcs at night. The Snow Wolf clan, disregarding any doubts about potential traps, marches straight towards the Lord's palace. Just as they approach the entrance, on the verge of entering, the Snow Wolf clan finds themselves encircled by a band of orcs that had previously remained hidden. The sight is dark and intimidating, and the number of these orcs continues to swell, presenting a terrifying spectacle. Even the Snow Wolf clan, renowned for their ferocity and combat prowess, feels a pang of regret upon witnessing such overwhelming numbers. So it was a trap after all. When did the cunning lord of the tribal city become so astute? This was a fellow who had previously favored overt tactics and rarely resorted to such underhanded methods. At that moment, a path opens up in one direction. The lord, accompanied by a few others, approaches them willingly. Upon the lord's arrival, the chieftain of the Snow Wolf clan senses a palpable increase in the orcs' morale, as if they have been invigorated by some unseen force. This is dire news. They have lost the advantageous terrain of Snow Peak Valley. The number of clansmen remaining in the valley is woefully insufficient. And united, they are certainly no match for the tribal city's forces. It seems that this time, even if they were to fight desperately against the tribal city, they would be unable to endure. Just then, the Lord speaks. "Wolf King, let us have a conversation. It has been a long time since we last spoke." The chieftain of the Snow Wolf clan squints slightly, but nods in agreement. Even though he knows a duel is possible, he refrains from engaging in combat. He must be responsible for his clansmen and cannot allow their partners and children to lose their loved ones. Thus, they converse for an entire day. Meanwhile, Mao Duoduo remains unperturbed, going about her daily life as if nothing has transpired. Chapter 51. Rising status in the tribe. It appears that some orcs have recognized their recent victory, and Mao Duoduo, having contributed significantly to this achievement, finds her treatment in the tribal city has improved considerably. Of course, this may also be due to Jia's frequent visits, which have inadvertently enhanced her status. Similarly, the lord of the tribal city, Diqing, expresses his gratitude to Mao Duoduo, saying, "If it weren't for you, we would have had to expend much effort to resolve this issue. Please, state your desires. Tonight, the tribal city will host a grand celebration. And it is all thanks to your contributions." The vast orc community expresses their heartfelt thanks, which easily inflates one's ego. Yet, Mao Duoduo possesses a remarkable sense of self-awareness. She waves her hands dismissively, genuinely stating, "Please, do not say such things. Your words make me question whether I have truly accomplished anything of great significance. Honestly, if it weren't for your willingness to heed my advice, this solution would have been futile." Mao Duoduo is still preoccupied with thoughts of how to enjoy the evening's festivities. She exchanges brief greetings before hastily returning to her stone dwelling, where she diligently prepares herself amidst the excited chatter of her little ones. This is their first time attending such a grand celebration in the tribal city, and under Mao Duoduo's guidance, they are eager to make a stunning entrance. Perhaps buoyed by their easy victory, the lord of the tribal city, having gained the upper hand, negotiates with the Snow Wolf clan from a position of strength, compelling them to willingly submit to the tribal city without a single loss of life, much to the delight of the townsfolk. Mao Duoduo, initially believing that a simple adjustment would suffice in an era devoid of cosmetics, is taken aback to find that many female orcs are already competing to showcase their beauty for the evening. They groom their eyebrows, manicure their claws, and change into skins. Among a flurry of activities, to her astonishment, she even discovers something resembling lipstick, with several excellent substitutes recommended to her. Mao Duoduo muses, indeed, regardless of the era. The desire for beauty remains a timeless truth. Originally intending to simply fashion a skirt from animal hides for the celebration, she finds herself compelled to make an effort to keep up with the other females. As a result, the already stunning Mao Duoduo becomes even more captivating during the festivities. However, she remains blissfully unaware of this fact, simply smiling as she watches everyone dance around the bonfire, clapping along to the rhythm. Under the moonlight, with fiery serpents dancing, the joyous songs of the crowd drift into the night, until Mao Duoduo's figure is obscured by another imposing presence. Dijie, prince of the Snow Wolf clan, seek to prove to you that I am the strongest male. With ears still bearing the traits of a snow wolf and a robust physique exuding an air of danger, he presents Mao Duoduo with a necklace of snow wolf teeth. This gesture carries a weighty significance. Though it is not the reason Mao Duoduo pays immediate attention. Rather, it is the fleeting glimpse of his two markings that nearly leaves her dizzy. "That I must apologize, but I must decline," Mao Duoduo responds, instinctively sensing that others are observing her predicament and attempting to withdraw. "I genuinely admire you and wish to have more offspring with you. They would be exceptionally strong." This is the first time Dijie encounters a female like Mao Duoduo, one who does not adhere to the norms typically expected of her gender. Undoubtedly, this peculiarity piques his interest, prompting him to follow her unwittingly, and his conspicuous presence soon attracts the attention of several orcs. At this moment, Jar appears, unhesitatingly blocking Mao Duoduo's path. His swift action, coupled with a tone of coldness and rejection, is unmistakably directed at Dijie. "I'm afraid she will not be with you." As the two orcs lock eyes in a tense standoff, several younglings remain blissfully unaware that their beloved mother is being coveted once more. Enthralled by the tribal city's unique celebratory customs, they plan to return and perform something special for her. With Jiar's assistance in detaining Dijie, Mao Duoduo skillfully maneuvers away and hastily retreats to a distance, evading further entanglement with him. Is it merely her illusion, or does Dijie bear a striking resemblance to a husky? She feels utterly embarrassed. Being observed in such a situation would undoubtedly subject her to ridicule. At this juncture, Dijie and Jiar find themselves in a stalemate, gradually approaching the spot where Mao Duoduo is hiding. Fortunately, their peculiar interaction prevents anyone from delving deeper into their hostility, inadvertently making Mao Duoduo the center of this farcical scene. Just as she sits on a tree branch, catching her breath and contemplating her misfortune, she overhears the voices of Jiar and Dijie. "What are you? Merely an orc fortunate enough to awaken a single mark of power. You have no right to stand beside her." Dijie scoffs, his words dripping with mockery. Such a statement holds considerable weight, inciting Mao Duoduo's ire. How dare he dismiss Jiar's tireless efforts? Before Jiar can retort, Mao Duoduo leaps down from the tree effortlessly, a graceful act for a cat-like orc. "I know that a male who only seeks to flaunt his strength, without understanding the value of respect, can never earn the respect of others. Do you understand? Jiar is my friend, as important to me as family. And you, with your insatiable possessiveness, have never shown any regard for my feelings. For a first encounter, for him to openly express a desire to be with her and bear more powerful offspring." Mao Duoduo finds his mindset utterly irrational. Furthermore, Dijie's aggressive stance towards Jar leaves her profoundly dissatisfied. You will come to regret speaking this way. Djia furrowed his brow, lamenting the missed opportunity, for it would be quite challenging to find another male of such quality as I to father offspring. There is no need for such concern. Mao Duoduo tugged at the corners of her mouth, taking the initiative to see this young master off. Chapter 52. Companionship. She suddenly pondered whether the Snow Wolf tribe was comprised entirely of such unreasonable and obstinate beings, or if they were simply a peculiar existence with minds clouded. Why was she so unfortunate to encounter such abnormal beastmen here? Mao Duoduo. Suddenly, Gyre's voice rang out. Mao Duoduo turned back, worried for the other's safety, and attempted to reassure him. Do not take his words to heart. I assure you, you will become even more formidable in the future. Did I ask that so? Gyre's eyes twinkled with mirth as he gazed steadily at her. I am pleased to hear your words. What more could Mao Duoduo say? She stroked her chin, realizing she could not admit that she merely regarded him as a friend, devoid of any romantic inclinations. Upholding the dignity of friendship was essential for maintaining lasting relationships. At that moment, Mao Duoduo was drawn away by the cries of several cubs. Gyre, I will step away for a moment. Gyre watched her retreating figure, the corners of his lips curving upward. Was she as significant as friends and family? Upon reflection, it seemed he still held a glimmer of hope. The following day, Gyre met with Diching early to discuss their venture into the Snow Peak Valley. I recall that it was the female you know who sought the Beast Man in the Snow Peak Valley, Diching remarked, his memory surprisingly sharp, though he had not anticipated Gyre would make such a request so soon. Indeed, she has waited far too long, Gyre replied succinctly. Seeing his determination, Diching nodded, acknowledging that with Mao Duoduo's assistance, they could accomplish this task with ease. Very well, I shall accompany you to... Gyre had not expected the city lord would join them. This outcome took even Mao Duoduo, who had received the news, by surprise. The cubs exchanged glances, their sole thought being to seriously evaluate just how formidable this individual truly was. That of course he is formidable. Mao Duoduo replied without hesitation, stroking her chin and chuckling. By the way, since it has come to this, let us prepare our supplies. After all, we have indeed struck a fortunate deal by having such a powerful beastman accompany us. She turned to gather her belongings while Gyre watched, his mouth moving, yet the words remained unspoken. Observing Mao Duoduo's demeanor, could it be that she felt inadequate, prompting her swift acceptance of Diching's proposal? This resulted in Mao Duoduo noticing numerous training marks on Gyre as they prepared to depart. She was quite intrigued, assuming he was particularly dedicated to physical fitness, and after a simple remark on his prowess, they began their journey into the Snow Peak Valley together. Diching's presence lent them some confidence as they ventured forward. Unable to resist, the cubs began to feel drowsy upon entering, and Mao Duoduo's heart raced as she recalled the serpentine creature's habit of hibernation. It was evident that the Snow Peak Valley was blanketed in thick, white snow and perpetually low temperatures, which would only exacerbate the cubs' fatigue. Could it be that Chiron was also hibernating here? Explaining his prolonged absence. No, little ones, you must revert to your original forms and rest, Diching suggested. The cubs yawned, groggily complying. Before Mao Duoduo could reach out to embrace them, Gyre took the initiative to hold them, distributing the burden of their bamboo basket between Diching and Mao Duoduo. This is quite exhausting. Mao Duoduo expressed her concern, noting the low body temperatures of the cubs. Fear not, let us proceed, Gyre reassured her. Patting his body. My warmth is ample. They can enjoy a good rest. With Diching as a reliable companion, Mao Duoduo had no choice but to acquiesce, sensing her own body temperature plummeting. Indeed, the Snow Peak Valley posed a significant challenge. Though she had specifically chosen thicker beast skin clothing for this journey, it was still becoming increasingly difficult to withstand the biting cold. To maintain their body heat, the group of beastmen gritted their teeth, striving to minimize heat loss. Apart from the occasional soft footsteps and the murmurs between Mao Duoduo and the drowsy cubs, the atmosphere was unexpectedly silent, tinged with a hint of foreboding. In such vast snowy expanses, it seemed that apart from the endless white, there was nothing else to be found. Mother, I wish to hear a story, Snake 3 yawned, accustomed to his original form, making him more resilient to the cold. Let me think, Mao Duoduo mused, searching for a tale that would captivate her young listeners. She racked her brain and began to weave a story. Once upon a time, there was a farmer skilled in agriculture, so adept that he caught the attention of some ill-intentioned individuals who desired to exploit his talents for their own gain. These villains plotted to seize his land and forced him to toil for them endlessly. One day, while the farmer was distracted, they cast his farming tools into the river. Upon discovering this, the farmer ran to the riverbank in tears, desperate to retrieve his lost axe. Unexpectedly, a deity emerged from the waters. Inquiring about his loss, the farmer honestly explained, and the deity presented him with a golden axe, a silver axe, and his original copper axe, asking which was truly his. The farmer, being truthful, claimed the copper axe. The deity, impressed by his honesty, gifted him the other 2 axes as well. Thus, the farmer found himself in possession of 3 axes and drove the villains away. As Mao Duoduo concluded, Snake 3 was left pondering. A hint of skepticism in his eyes. The previously yawning Snake 1 and Snake 2 could no longer suppress their curiosity and chimed in. Mother, why do I feel that the farmer must have known the deity would reward him with so many axes? Which is why he said what he did. Diching and Gyre shared similar sentiments, engaging in a chain of thoughts. They speculated that the farmer might have already devised an elaborate plan for revenge. Unbeknownst to the deity, who might have possessed an overly pure heart, intending to test human nature through the farmer's misfortune. Listening to this discussion, Mao Duoduo fell silent, even forgetting the original tale she had intended to tell. Mao Duoduo, how vexing. Could you not cooperate with her a little, responding within the framework of the story? Having seen such narratives countless times, and having crafted response templates for many years, she felt quite aggrieved. However, spurred by her story, the group's spirits inexplicably lifted, and their chatter continued without end. Aside from Mao Duoduo, who was at her wit's end, everyone else appeared remarkably animated. Chapter 53. The Lair of the Blue Fox under the unexpected guidance of Mao Duoduo's story. The group's emotions surged, momentarily overshadowing the biting cold as they unwittingly entered the Snow Peak Valley. Diching aptly concluded the discussion regarding Mao Duoduo's tale with a light chuckle. Do you have a clear impression of the location of the beastman we seek? As soon as these words were spoken, Gyre also turned to look at her. Mao Duoduo surveyed the surrounding snowy landscape, where even the trees were encased in frost, transforming this place into a haven for lurking dangers. She thought to herself, if I knew, that would indeed be strange. The original intent of the previous owner in summoning Shirong to the Snow Peak Valley was to eliminate him, ensuring he would not return. She displayed a look of helplessness and shook her head. Diching stroked his chin, deep in thought. Gyre, on the other hand, was tasked with scouting the area, his keen senses detecting overlooked details, if I am not mistaken. Diching remarked, his gaze falling upon the sleeping cubs in the bamboo basket. The cubs are unable to endure and will inevitably enter hibernation. It is even more challenging for adult beastmen to eye in the Snow Peak Valley. The blue fox's lair is relatively easier to locate, but we can set out from there. Mao Duoduo's eyes brightened at the mention of the blue fox, and she prepared to catch one. Allow me, Gyre said, stretching his limbs, his movements imbued with a sense of agility and ease. Even in the frigid environment, he remained unperturbed. He swiftly transformed into a towering white tiger, charging forward and disappearing in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Diching also headed in another direction. Seeing this, Mao Duoduo grew concerned about losing their way. Let us wait here. If he cannot find us, we might not be able to separate later. Indeed, the sense of direction was a mysterious thing. Though Diching and Gyre were unsure, it seemed that Mao Duoduo possessed an innate ability to navigate, leading everyone away. Do not worry. I remember your scent. As long as you are alive, I will be able to find you, Diching assured, his imposing figure resembling the humans Mao Duoduo remembered, though he towered over them at over 2 meters tall. As they walked, he vanished from view. Mao Duoduo remained in place, her heart filled with unease as she gazed at the slumbering cubs in the bamboo basket, murmuring her hopes for their safety. Cursed be the heavy snowfall of Snow Peak Valley. When will it ever cease? In truth, Cat Duoduo did not wait long before she heard a faint rustling sound. It was Diching. Returning with a blue fox in his grasp, Gyre touched his other hand with a single finger, his expression subtly enigmatic. Concerned, Cat Duoduo looked over, only to receive a shake of the head in response. It was merely an encounter with a dangerous creature, and he had inadvertently fallen victim. Was it truly just a matter of being caught off guard? Cat Duoduo dared not dwell on it. Snow Peak Valley seemed far more terrifying than she had imagined. You are free now. Diching did something to the blue fox and soon released it. The blue fox, still incredulous, glanced back at Diching repeatedly. Diching, with a cheerful smile, waved his hand dismissively, conveying that he did not regard it as a significant matter. Ultimately, The blue fox gritted its teeth and charged ahead at AS for Di Qing. He called out to Gyre and Cat Duoduo. All right, we need only to follow this blue fox to locate its den. Gyre pondered. It is no wonder you released your prey so readily this time. There is no need for that. This is merely a recreational endeavor. We should make use of it, Di Qing replied with a smile, then turned his gaze toward Cat Duoduo. Let us proceed. Very well. It seemed she ought to enhance her combat abilities. She felt feeble and now realized that such thoughts were the most detrimental. They swiftly followed the blue fox, which exhibited agility, showcasing the vibrant life of the unique species inhabiting this area as they trotted along. Cat Duoduo focused intently, finally arriving at a cave. Rather than a mere cave, it appeared from a distance to be a mountain. It was evident that the mountain was a fodder, likely crafted by the blue fox to conceal something. Taking advantage of the melting snow for cover, they ventured deeper. They passed through the cave and swiftly located the blue fox's den. Cat Duoduo gritted her teeth, observing the cave's meandering and darkness. Any slight noise felt as if it might awaken some creature lurking above. A few cubs stirred restlessly, clinging to Cat Duoduo. She gently patted them, knowing that these young ones lacked decent night vision. Leaving her as their sole support, they pressed on, albeit the path ahead varied. After traversing an underground river passage, they encountered a selection of 10 passages, with the blue fox they had been tracking completely vanished. The beastmen exchanged glances. Cat Duoduo sighed, realizing they had been a step too slow and missed the opportunity to follow the blue fox. Now, it appeared they had indeed found the direction of its den. However, the most crucial point was that none had heard of blue foxes being adept at finding dens. Within, there were dozens of potential hiding places. Perhaps we could try splitting up and attempt each path in turn. Cat Duoduo suggested softly, ensuring her companions understood her intent. She took the time to feel the air at each junction, and after careful analysis, she approached Di Qing and Gyre to share her conclusions. It was clear that among the chaotic paths, 3 exuded a noticeable chill, suggesting a connection to the outside world, while the rest were marked by a closed airflow, faintly hinting at the presence of other dangerous creatures. As the only feline beastman present, Cat Duoduo prided herself on her keen instincts and perceptions, confident that her judgments would not falter. In that case, let us proceed, Di Qing said decisively, heading left. Gyre frowned, wanting to accompany Cat Duoduo through the middle path for her protection, but she declined. You must hurry as well. I can manage with the cubs. Cat Duoduo flashed a radiant smile. In the cave's pitch darkness, Gyre could see that she genuinely believed this, as she exhibited no trace of fear. All right, if anything arises, call my name, Gyre said before departing. Cat Duoduo then walked toward the center, gently patting the blue fox in her basket as she hurried deeper, reminding the yawning snake cubs. Just to clarify, if your father happens to be here and we miss him, I shall not bear any guilt for it. Hearing this, Snake 3 muttered, Father, Mother, bad dough, now you choose to side with your father and blame me, Cat Duoduo retorted, yet she swiftly ruffled their foreheads and proceeded deeper into the cave. She felt that if she continued onward, there would surely be some reward. As she delved deeper, the invigorating air connecting her to the outside world became increasingly apparent. Cat Duoduo remained patient, walking slowly. Snake 3, finally regaining his senses, yawned and attempted to assist Cat Duoduo in surveying their surroundings. He was small, light, and his cub status meant that his presence was not menacing. Unable to resist, he affectionately nuzzled Cat Duoduo, pleading, Mother, let me help you. No, that's not suitable for you right now. Before Cat Duoduo could finish speaking, a multitude of azure creatures inexplicably emerged, having plotted in advance, surrounding Cat Duoduo and swiftly cutting off all avenues for escape. Their breaths and figures drew closer, the threat palpable. May I surrender? I assure you, I only came to find my companion. Panic surged within Cat Duoduo as she realized these were blue foxes, many blue foxes. Her heart raced, recalling Di Qing's earlier description of their combat prowess. If blue foxes were easily captured, their reputation would not be so formidable, even within Snow Peak Valley. Indeed, blue foxes bore grudges, had excellent memories, excelled at teamwork, and tenaciously clung to their foes. This was why Di Qing and Gyre had instinctively chosen to capture prey themselves. Rather than involve Cat Duoduo, they believed such perilous tasks ought to be handled by themselves. failing to recognize that the very cat they sought to protect was now facing an onslaught from an entire pack of blue foxes alone. Cat Duoduo raised her hands, seeking an opportunity to flee. Truly, she held no interest in the pelts of blue foxes. She merely wished to ascertain the whereabouts of the snake tribe. The cacophony of their calls echoed around her, as if the blue foxes were relaying some signal to their companions, heightening Cat Duoduo's anxiety. "Mother, run. They want to kill you." Snake 3's voice trembled as he clung to Cat Duoduo's arm. Almost as if propelled by an arrow, Cat Duoduo bolted forward. Disregarding any engagement with the blue foxes as she sprinted, the multitude of blue foxes frantically pursued her. Determined, Cat Duoduo gritted her teeth, transforming into her original form, with Snake 3 securely entwined around her body along with Snake 1 and Snake 2, as she unleashed her previously unappreciated speed, racing toward the light ahead. Light? I must reach the light. As long as there was light, she could find the cave and ensure safety for her children. Little did she know, the light source lay far beyond her reach. Several times, she narrowly escaped the snapping jaws of the blue foxes. In a critical moment, she veered sharply, ultimately leading her cubs into the radiance. In an instant, she flipped and regained her balance, only to find herself in an entirely new world. The blue foxes had not followed her, and instead, she was surrounded by a paradise replete with the sounds of chirping birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers. Verdant foliage thrived, and the babbling brook before her painted a quintessential springtime scene. The flowers, weighed down by the creatures that visited them, bloomed vibrantly, while the trees stood tall, exuding a vitality that was invigorating. Cat Duoduo curiously surveyed her surroundings, and at that moment, Snake 3, who had clung to her for dear life, fell to the ground, exhausted. Snake 3. Cat Duoduo cried out in alarm, checking on him and sighing in relief when she discovered he was unharmed. Cautiously, she gathered her little ones and confidently ventured forth. Glancing around to ascertain her location by chance, she caught sight of a flickering light among the flowers, revealing creatures that appeared to be dancing, not bees, but something else entirely. Cat Duoduo's gaze sharpened, and she approached them. "Hello, I am Cat Duoduo. May I inquire where this place is?" She took the initiative to greet, causing the little sprite, who had been in the midst of a transition, to pause in its steps and perch upon a petal, curiously gazing at Mao Duo. That moment, Mao Duo also discerned the appearance of the sprite, apart from a pair of wings and some non-human traits. It bore a striking resemblance to a human, yet still exuded an ethereal, dreamlike quality. With her crescent-shaped eyes and a smile, she exclaimed, "How wonderful, outsider. Welcome to the Valley of the Sprites." The Valley of the Sprites? I have never heard of it. Mao Duo furrowed her brow. However, the little sprite soon introduced herself, stating that her name was Lon Lon, and she belonged to the sprites responsible for collecting nectar. It was only then that Mao Duo noticed the small bucket she had been holding, previously overlooked due to its diminutive size. In the Valley of the Sprites, aside from these little sprites, there existed only flowers, plants, trees, and rivers. As for anything else, it was truly unprecedented. Thus, Mao Duo was the first beastman to arrive in this realm. "I am from the outside world, searching for my companion," Mao Duo said, her expression troubled. "Could you assist me in finding him?" "Ah, I can take you to inquire with the valley's chief." The sprite tilted her head and readily offered. She flew ahead, with Mao Duo following closely behind, soon arriving at a colossal banyan tree. Before Mao Duo could ask what was happening, she witnessed the sprite greeting the tree. "Grandfather, wake up. We have an outsider," to Mao Duo's astonishment. The banyan tree, which had seemed unresponsive moments ago, quickly opened its eyes and nose, letting out a yawn that nearly startled her. Holding several snakelets, Mao Duo instinctively took a step back, her cheeks flushing crimson amidst the laughter of the sprite and the banyan tree. "Hello, Grandfather Banyan." "Greetings, outsider." The banyan tree responded amiably, showing no signs of being the valley's chief. Mao Duo promptly stated her purpose. "I have come in search of my companion that I never expected to find myself here." She frowned, recalling the events prior to her arrival, where she had been pursued by a group of blue foxes, only to unexpectedly follow a point of light and leap into this place. What could this mean? "Ah, I might have a vague recollection of that," Grandfather Banyan said. "When I awoke, I sensed that a serpent beast had inadvertently entered the Valley of the Sprites, and I expelled him." "Expelled him?" Mao Duo's heart tightened as she glanced at the banyan tree's gnarled branches and dense foliage, quickly inquiring, "Did you harm him?" Surely, the antagonist couldn't be subjected to such a fate, after all. She had only just arrived in the seemingly ideal place for hibernation, only to be cast out again. She felt compelled to pull the tree along to offer a prayer for luck. Grandfather Banyan chuckled heartily, his demeanor warm. Fear not, child, I did not harm him. I merely returned him to the world he belongs to. Mao Duoduo sighed in relief, finding this place quite comfortable, in stark contrast to the discomfort and suffocation she had felt outside. However, casting a glance at the slumbering snakelets, she felt an inexplicable worry about their current state. I wish to leave this place to find my companions. Grandfather Banyan, how can I exit? Grandfather Banyan paused, seemingly deep in thought. Yet, why was her encounter so different from that of the serpent beast? He had been expelled so swiftly. Very well, but you must assist me with a task first, and then I shall gladly guide you out. Otherwise, I shall keep you here for eternity. His unexpected declaration left both Mao Duoduo and the little sprite astonished. What extraordinary luck! Grandfather Banyan appeared to offer an explanation, speaking slowly. You are quite unique, unlike the beast men I have encountered before. So, was it that her distinct and refreshingly unique demeanor had drawn the attention of this powerful figure? Mao Duoduo felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth, taking a deep breath in an attempt to clarify. To her surprise, Grandfather Banyan continued with genuine intent. The task I ask of you can wait until you return. When you do, I will share it with you. For now, you may choose to venture to the summit of the northern mountain to seek the heart of the earth spirit and bring it back to me. Your companion shall be found there. Mao Duoduo's heart raced as she expressed her gratitude and proceeded in the direction indicated by Grandfather Banyan, guiding the snakelets along. Behind her, she heard his admonition, child, do not look back. Keep moving forward, towards the sound of water, and you shall find your way. With patience, Mao Duoduo attempted to cradle a few of the snakelets, warming their bodies to rouse them. Along the way, her thoughts drifted back to the blue foxes that had attacked her, and she worried about how she would handle them if she encountered them again. Despite these concerns, she persevered, and unexpectedly, the path ahead was smooth and uneventful. She did not cross paths with any unwelcome creatures. After an indeterminate amount of time, Mao Duoduo soon spotted a glimmer of light. This light was entirely different from the one that had lured her to the Valley of the Sprites. As she approached, she realized it marked the entrance to the Blue Fox's den. Relieved, she hurried towards it and found Diching and Jair discussing how to locate Mao Duoduo. I'm here, Mao Duoduo exclaimed as she ran over, adding, there were no leads on the serpent beast. Let us return to the tribal city first. She glanced at the snow blanketing the ground outside and sighed. Staying here, I fear I might succumb to eternal slumber. Diching and Jair chuckled. That may pose a considerable challenge. Generally, only the bravest warriors in the tribe can endure such conditions. Does that mean I, as a mere weakling, am merely here to fill the ranks? Mao Duoduo mused in exasperation. Nonetheless, Mao Duoduo seized the opportunity to inquire about the northern mountain summit from Diching, who was well versed in these matters due to past experiences. Upon hearing the name, Diching's brow furrowed slightly, hinting at an unexpected surprise that Mao Duoduo even knew to mention it. Still, he quickly elaborated. The northern mountain summit is a legendary place, where true achievers are exceedingly rare. To reach it, one must traverse treacherous snow-capped mountains, fraught with danger. Many once legendary heroes have perished along these paths. Mao Duoduo sighed in response. If I were to go, would it not be a futile endeavor? Diching and Jair paused, glancing back with expressions of concern and confusion. Why do you wish to go there? Merely out of curiosity, Mao Duoduo replied. Not wanting to raise their worries, I thought that if I were to conquer a place that no one else could reach, it would surely be impressive. Her face beamed with an eager smile, as if she had spoken without a care. While Diching and Jair did not dwell on her words for long, they still expressed their opposition. Only dreamers among the beastmen would dare to contemplate such a perilous venture, Diching remarked. Traversing the snow-capped mountains is not something just any beastman can manage. Even 3- and 4-striped beastmen have fallen short, Jair added. Then why is the serpent beast there? Mao Duoduo felt a surge of frustration, but recalling the other's future identity, she could only comfort herself, recognizing this as a privilege reserved for a boss. Despite this, she found herself caught in a lie, first appeasing Diching and Jair while following them back. The stone house, situated near the warm part of the tribal city, was quite cozy. It was the perfect spot for the snakelets, who had previously been cold and uncomfortable, to stretch out and even roll around in delight. After Diching and Jair departed, Mao Duoduo feigned nonchalance as she observed the slumbering snakelets on the stone bed. They had indeed been quite cold, each snoring softly as they entered premature hibernation, covering them with a thick fur blanket. A hint of worry crossed her gaze. Grandfather Banyan's words held some truth. Though she could not comprehend why the serpent beast would appear there, she still needed to strive for the elusive northern mountain summit. It was apparent that the snakelets were ill-suited to accompany her, and she must find someone reliable to care for them in her absence. After all, they were just children. As Mao Duoduo gazed upon the sweet sleeping faces of the snake cubs, she couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Rising to her feet, she promptly began to pack her belongings. The following morning, she decided to carry her bamboo basket to the market for supplies. After a brief organization, she prepared dried meats and vegetables for convenient consumption on the journey, carefully placing everything into the basket and covering it with animal hides to avoid detection. In the evening, Snakey noticed the movement of the basket and asked, "Mother, where are you going?" The other baskets lay empty, indicating that Mao Duoduo was up to something. Upon hearing this, Snake Air and Snake San gazed at Mao Duoduo with longing, which stirred feelings of guilt within her. She reluctantly explained, "I wish to seek your father, but the place he may be is rather cold, and it might not be suitable for you to accompany me." While her reasoning held merit, it nonetheless cast a shadow of melancholy over the cubs, who pouted in discontent. "Oh dear, you are still but cubs. In the future, you will be able to join me." Mao Duoduo endeavored to comfort them. Just then, voices echoed from the entrance, declaring, "I want to go." 2.2 voices chimed in unison, and it dawned on Mao Duoduo that the wooden door of the stone house had not been fully closed. Given the quality of the door, one could hardly expect it to provide much soundproofing. In that moment, she instinctively glanced at Snake San, who, feeling guilty, averted his gaze, truly having forgotten to close the door. At that instant, Di Qing and Jia Er entered together. They each introduced their purpose for visiting, which was simply to seek Mao Duoduo's insight on the situation in the tribe's city. To their surprise, they discovered they shared the same goal. Mao Duoduo genuinely intended to go to the summit of the northern mountain. In fact, I am well prepared to journey alone. Mao Duoduo exchanged glances with the cubs, who, despite their reluctance, nodded in agreement. Mao Duoduo firmly expressed her stance, while Jia Er, with a stoic expression, slowly stated his intention to accompany her, as if her words were of no consequence. "Please, do not be this way. At least hear me out for a moment," Mao Duoduo implored. Di Qing, however, smiled, emanating a wisdom that radiated a sense of tolerance and redemption. "The assistance you provided to the tribe's city was immense. I must accompany you. That is not necessary. I merely suggested an idea. The real burden falls upon you." Mao Duoduo understood her position clearly, yet could not resist the determination reflected in Di Qing's smile, compelling her to concede. Realizing he was resolute in his decision, "Very well, since both of you have expressed your intentions, it would be quite inappropriate for me to refuse." She sighed and ultimately accepted Di Qing's offer. Entrusting the snake cubs to the care of the elder female in his company. It was a rather amusing sight for the cubs as they encountered Di Qing's elder, who was gentle yet formidable. Possessing considerable experience with young ones, just a single glance was enough for her to effortlessly manage the cubs, compelling them to behave at the very least, while Mao Duoduo had previously coaxed them to eat carrots. The cubs now dutifully consumed their food under the elder's influence. Could it be that she is the legendary natural caregiver for younglings? Mao Duoduo mused, feeling relieved after resolving this pressing concern. Thus, the trio set forth on their journey. The path to the summit of the northern mountain was fraught with peril, requiring the traversal of numerous snow-capped peaks, along with the dangers of snow blindness and the lurking threats of hidden creatures beneath the thick layer of snow. Mao Duoduo believed she had adequately prepared her warming equipment, gritting her teeth as she donned thick clothing and animal hides. However, as the biting wind swept over her, she found herself struggling to maintain balance, her body shaking uncontrollably from the cold. With each step, she pondered, "Why is this so difficult? Let us rest for a while. The blizzard is fierce." Di Qing perceptively noted Mao Duoduo's condition as they encountered their first storm. He took the initiative to lead everyone to a nearby shelter. Mao Duoduo wished to protest, but as the new wave of snow and wind struck her face, she hastily acquiesced to his suggestion. Once inside the cave, they kindled a fire, utilizing wood and stones to shield themselves from the onslaught of the blizzard. Mao Duoduo leaned against the warmth of the fire, wrapping herself in thick animal hides while sneezing uncontrollably. Her bright eyes glistened with moisture, and her cheeks flushed with a pitiful hue, yet her body continued to tremble in the cold. "Are you still cold?" Jair suddenly inquired, concern evident in his gaze. "I am fine. A sip of soup will suffice," Mao Duoduo replied, having prepared a pot of soup using the frozen broth and dried vegetables from her basket, adding snow water from outside. In no time, the soup simmered, releasing an aromatic steam that filled the cave, albeit somewhat muffled by the makeshift barriers. Mao Duoduo served the soup to Jiaer and Di Qing. After drinking a bowl herself, she felt a semblance of warmth return and leaned against the stone wall, closing her eyes to rest. Di Qing and Jiaer exchanged knowing glances, silently agreeing to take turns keeping watch against any potential beastly threats lurking outside. As the cold intensified, the likelihood of wild animals taking risks to hunt for food surged. By nightfall, Mao Duoduo felt increasingly chilled, her body trembling as the dampness of the stone wall seeped into her animal hide, making it feel almost wet. The small fire in the cave offered little warmth, and while Di Qing remained resting, his excellent constitution helped him endure the chill, his brow furrowed in concentration, observing Mao Duoduo's plight. Jiaer transformed back into his original form, cautiously enveloping her with his large, warm white tiger body. The imposing presence of the magnificent creature provided a comforting warmth that dispelled the coldness surrounding her. Allowing Mao Duoduo to relax and drift into slumber, her face adorned with a gentle smile. "This is how it should be," she thought, content in the moment. The next day, as the snow finally ceased, Mao Duoduo yawned and rose, realizing she had been sheltered by Jiaer's form. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of the white tiger, her mind still somewhat foggy. Di Qing's voice broke the silence. "Shall we tidy up and proceed shortly?" Curious, Mao Duoduo turned to see him skillfully removing the barricade of wood and stones that had sealed the cave entrance, allowing her a glimpse of the world blanketed in white outside, an expanse that, upon sight, elicited a chill. Yet, she couldn't resist stealing another glance at Jiaer's true form, finding him utterly adorable. "When I have the chance, I must find a way to create large tiger plushies for the snake cubs," she resolved. Once Jiaer awoke, Mao Duoduo generously shared some dried meat with everyone, which paired delightfully with the melted snow water. Soon, they gathered their belongings and resumed their journey to It wasn't until they embarked on the actual path that Mao Duoduo grasped the true difficulty of reaching the summit of the northern mountain. The greatest challenge lay in the countless snowdrifts and hidden dangers. The moment's inattention could easily lead them astray beneath the snow, and it was only thanks to Di Qing's remarkable navigation skills that they repeatedly found their way back on track. Jiaer's imposing physique allowed him to transform repeatedly, providing Mao Duoduo and Di Qing the necessary time to evade the blizzards and other threats. With their assistance, Mao Duoduo felt an increasing desire to repay their kindness. Whenever it was time to eat, she tirelessly rummaged through her bamboo basket, striving to ensure everyone had enough to sustain them. As a result, their supplies diminished rapidly. By the fifth day, the basket was nearly empty, leaving her feeling somewhat dazed. Turning around, she noticed Di Qing and Jiaer tending to the fire, shaking off the snow from the wood to facilitate its use later. Jiaer had also opened the pot, adding some snow to cook over the flames, while Di Qing analyzed their route, discussing how to hasten their arrival. "This won't do. They are helping me so much. If I hesitate to provide for them, risking their safety, I would be a sinner," Mao Duoduo resolved, gritting her teeth as she secretly retrieved some beef from her cold storage. The large chunks posed a challenge, and she regretted not being able to access the other compartments for now. "Here, let's cook this," she declared, placing the sizable piece of beef into the pot. With a satisfying sound, the ice quickly melted away. Jiaer took a stone knife, carefully slicing the meat. Mao Duoduo observed the scene, her lips pressed together, unable to voice any further words. The only one who truly requires the stone knife is none other than Mitsai. Di Qing and Jiaer, with their agile skills and sharp teeth, find no need for such tools. Instead, Mitsai waits until the meal is finished and, feeling fatigued, wraps herself in a beast's skin to momentarily close her eyes and rest. Di Qing and Jiaer exchange a glance, which, if Mitsai were to witness, would undoubtedly prompt a deep breath and a moment of existential reflection. They seem to be both warning and questioning each other. Nonetheless, they have reached a tacit understanding, choosing in unison not to inquire about Mitsai's source of food. To elaborate, their journey has indeed exhausted considerable energy. No matter how hard they strive, they cannot guarantee that the food they provide will sustain them through the upcoming travels. The provisions they carried have long been consumed at AS for meat-sized supplies. They had assumed they would last a day or two at most, yet here they are, still relying on them. Originally, they had resolved that one would keep watch over Meatsai while the other ventured forth to hunt for sustenance. As survival was imperative, however, the food Meatsai brought back has alleviated the need for risky endeavors, allowing them to recuperate adequately for the forthcoming journey, bolstering their confidence. After a brief respite, Meatsai regains her strength and promptly resumes her journey alongside Diching and Gyre. Diching, having heard numerous accounts from other beastmen regarding these paths, feels assured enough to guide Meatsai and Gyre along, confident that there will be places to rest ahead, preventing them from being overtaken by darkness and freezing winds during the night. The road ahead is long and blanketed in white snow, and they engage in light conversation, laboriously moving forward beneath thick layers of beast skin. Upon reaching the icy lake, Meatsai notices the others have halted. She glances around, hesitating before speaking. Are we really supposed to cross from here? She swallows hard, questioning her life choices. It is almost as if the thick, white snow marks the boundary beyond which lies an endless expanse of ice. She wonders why she cannot ice skate. Surely, it would be less taxing than traversing on foot. No, she corrects herself. It would be more fitting to use a sled, perhaps drawn by Alaskan huskies. We must continue onward. Diching reassures with a smile. Fear not. It may appear vast, but we can certainly make it across before nightfall. Gyre casts a concerned glance at Meatsai. Not wishing to alarm them, Meatsai pats her chest confidently, declaring, I'm quite accustomed to this environment. You'll see soon enough that so? The glances exchanged between Diching and Gyre suggest skepticism. Meatsai chuckles lightly, scanning her surroundings before producing a piece of wood to fashion makeshift wooden skis. Also finding a stick to use as a propeller. Before long, she steps onto her creation, propelling herself forward with a swift push of the stick. It indeed appears effortless, prompting applause from Diching and Gyre. This looks rather entertaining. I shall give it a try, Diching exclaims, spotting a suitable piece of wood nearby. Meatsai willingly hands over her previously crafted hemp rope, and with the rope binding, their rudimentary ice skating apparatus is complete, allowing them to glide swiftly across the lake's surface, conserving considerable energy. If only the biting cold wind didn't make Meatsai want to curl up for warmth. The trio moves quickly and methodically, the lake's surface proving adequate for their skating. However, after some time, they still cannot see the end, leaving Meatsai feeling somewhat exasperated. Chapter 58. The fall into a mysterious tribe. Fortunately, their choice to skate spared them from waiting until darkness fell if they had been walking. Eventually, aided by their skating, they finally catch sight of the lake's edge. Gyre, with his keen eyesight, exclaims, I see the bottom. Let us quicken our pace. All right. With a powerful thrust of his stick, the three leap, prepared to leave the lake's surface and ascend to the next snow-covered mountain. Yet, in the next moment, they encounter an unforeseen situation. The wooden skis make contact with the lake's surface. A sharp cracking sound resonates, and Meatsai is struck by an ominous premonition. Before she can react or utter a word, the ice shatters beneath them, and the three plummet into the depths below. Spinning in a whirlwind, Meatsai is thrust into a dark abyss. Time loses meaning until she sneezes, rubs her nose, and gradually opens her eyes, only to find herself in a deep cavern surrounded by ice. Her astonishment, she sees frozen fish encased within the ice. Just as Meatsai contemplates her predicament, footsteps echo, and she turns to see Gyre and Diching approaching from different directions, their faces lighting up with smiles upon seeing her awake. It appears we have fallen deep beneath the lake's surface, and surprisingly, this place is rather extraordinary. Before you regained consciousness, we tested the depths. It is far too deep to ascend for now, but there are tunnels we can explore. Indeed, this seems to be their only option. Meatsai, with no other choice, nods eagerly and follows them. As they walk, she feels a twinge of guilt and whispers an apology. I'm truly sorry. Had I not suggested ice skating, we might have already reached the next resting cave. Wouldn't it be delightful to roast by a fire and sleep in comfort, rather than being forced to navigate this icy world of survival? Don't worry. Even if you hadn't proposed skating, we would have still fallen, Gyre replies succinctly, but Meatsai can sense a note of concern in his tone. Diching nods, gesturing inward. The terrain here is quite evident. Regardless of our path, We will encounter danger and potential falls. Point 1 could only conclude that their current fall was fortuitous, as they had not met calamity. Unlike the perilous areas Gyre and Diching had previously scouted, which were fraught with ice spikes, had they fallen there, it would have been a swift return to the embrace of the beast gods. What more could Mitsai say? She clenches her teeth and continues to follow them through the winding tunnel. The previously narrow passage opens into a new realm, revealing a more expansive view before them. Several ice pillars support the icy surface, and the ground appears remarkably leveled at this point. It is clear that nature alone could not have formed this. It is evident that a third party has meticulously overseen and facilitated this environment. Diching's expression shifts as he begins to speak, only to be interrupted by the sudden crash of two massive figures descending from above. With a resounding thud, they create quite a disturbance, nearly causing Mitsai to stumble. Her mind still reeling, Gyre reacts swiftly, bending down to help Mitsai to her feet. Mitsai, however, is keenly observing the newcomers, revealing themselves to be colossal beastmen clad in ice armor, resembling snow leopards. Their every move exudes an aura of unearthly power. Impervious to the frigid air, almost devoid of human vitality. You are not welcome here. Turn back, one of them warns coldly. Should you advance, our eradication protocol will be enacted. With a scoff, Diching retorts, gazing unflinchingly at the two ice leopards. Which tribe do you hail from? I have never encountered your kind before. He steps forward, but the two beastmen brandish their weapons, ready to strike should Diching show any signs of aggression, danger lingering in the air. Unfazed, Diching states, I am the chieftain of the tribal city, with the authority to record the names of the beastmen belonging to this land. Mitsai feels a pang of conflict within her. Is this an excessive display of professional integrity? The two beastmen remain expressionless, as if the presence of Diching and his companions is an affront to their existence. Eliminate the intruders, they proclaim in unison, as soon as the words leave their mouths. They lunge forward, weapons aimed directly at Diching's heart. Not on my watch, Gyre exclaims, rushing forward to confront them in that instant. Diching realizes the gravity of the situation and coordinates with Gyre, but it is clear that they are outmatched against the two formidable beastmen. There has to be a way. Mitsai grits her teeth, recognizing her own limitations in physical prowess against the ice leopards. Without hesitation, she seizes a nearby chunk of ice and hurls it at the snow leopards with all her might. Initially, it seems to have a slight effect, granting Diching an opportunity, nearly allowing him to seize one of the beasts. Who knows? Another reaction was swift, effortlessly capturing Jialong, merely a provocation, as Diching was heavily slammed to the ground, narrowly avoiding being pierced. This was thanks to Mao Duoduo's instinctive, forceful tug, allowing Diching to evade a series of attacks that caught them utterly off guard. Mao Duoduo had no time to think, struggling alongside Diching against these two colossal orcs. She had longed to clarify her intentions, to express her destination, yet these orcs seemed solely fixated on eliminating intruders, granting her no chance whatsoever, thus causing considerable trouble. With a resounding thud, they were ultimately defeated. Crashing heavily to the ground, Mao Duoduo felt as though she might cough up blood, lying there as the chilling aura relentlessly invaded her body. Clear the outsiders, that moment. The orcs approached, ready to drag them away. One orc seized the robust Diching, while the other grasped Jialong and Mao Duoduo. Mao Duoduo yearned to resist, yet found herself unable. Jialong too was filled with regret, feeling guilty for not being able to assist her. In this critical moment, the orcs began to escort them into a shadowy realm, where danger seemed to lurk. Just then, a feminine voice suddenly rang out. Wait a moment. Chapter 59. So she came here only to be a bride for another. Upon hearing the voice, the two enormous orcs halted, as if they had received a command. The woman's voice continued. Bring them here. Not a single one can be left behind. Understood. The two gigantic orcs responded mechanically, then proceeded to lead them in a specific direction. They entered a corridor, entirely made of ice, appearing extraordinary, causing Mao Duoduo to feel as if she had stepped into a new world. Lanterns hung along the corridor, casting a cold, eerie blue light that created a peculiar atmosphere. The orcs guided them through the corridor, ultimately stopping before a massive metal door, quickly releasing them. Soon as Mao Duoduo was freed, she began to cough. Are you all right? Jialong asked, anxious. Mao Duoduo shook her head, noticing that the orcs were actively pulling the heavy metal door, It required both titanic orcs to exert their strength simultaneously. Even so, they managed to open it halfway. Just enough for them to enter. Upon stepping inside, Mao Duo realized there was an issue. Is this truly a world? She pondered, feeling utterly bewildered. Outside was an extremely frigid, icy realm, yet within the door lay a vibrant spring world, brimming with life and vitality. Countless flowers, grasses, and trees flourished, while birds and beasts rejoiced, their gentle chirping providing a soothing contrast to the recent battle they had endured. This world, it seems we need to explore to understand. Diqing mused aloud. Jialong and Mao Duo concurred. Continuing to walk for a while, it was evident that this place was overly comfortable, prompting everyone to find a spot to rest by the riverside, in trees, and on bridges. They all settled down, instinctively closing their eyes. Everything felt remarkably natural. No one questioned the appropriateness of their actions. However, as Mao Duo closed her eyes, she sensed an underlying issue. Oh no, is this a trap? She thought. Alarmed, attempting to awaken It that moment, she heard a melodic laugh. A trap? So, you think that way. The voice belonged to the woman who had previously instructed the orcs to release them. Mao Duo quickly turned to see a gentle and beautiful woman, adorned in ethereal garments, standing nearby, gazing at her. Though she appeared approachable, there was an air of distance that made her seem not easily accessible. Mao Duo was taken aback, instinctively asking, "Why did you make us fall asleep?" The woman smiled and tilted her head, her flowing hair captivating Mao Duo's attention. "Because I wanted to meet you." "Meet me?" Mao Duo was bewildered, not considering herself a person of great allure. The woman did not beat around the bush. Introducing herself, "I am the Snow Maiden, the guardian of these snow-capped mountains. Upon noticing your arrival in this place, I wish to see you. It's quite fascinating. It has been many years since I have seen a living person here." Her sweet smile remained, yet the implications of her words left Mao Duo feeling uneasy. "Goodness, it seems I underestimated her potential threat. What brings you here?" the Snow Maiden inquired, her smile unwavering, appearing harmless. Mao Duo sensed that the woman was not as amicable as she seemed. Lying might lead to danger. She instinctively replied, "I seek Shirong, my partner." She bit her lip, adding, "I previously acted poorly, forcing him to hunt blue foxes on the snow-capped mountains to craft a fur coat for me. Now I regret it but cannot find him. However, the valley's lord mentioned that if I bring him a heart of the earth spirit, I could locate Shirong." While she felt remorse, there was little else she could offer. It was truly unfair that she had to bear the consequences of the original owner's misdeeds. The Snow Maiden gazed at her, a delicate smile gracing her doll-like face, speaking in a tone of knowing. "I can grant you the heart of the earth spirit. However, you must promise me one condition. When you next seek me, you must fulfill it." Her voice was light and melodious, akin to a lark singing. "She can truly provide it?" Mao Duo was uncertain of what this item entailed, but she could infer its significance from Grandpa Rome's tone. Unable to contain herself, she asked, "Do you know where my partner Shirong is now?" The Snow Maiden nodded, replying, "He is still in the Elven Valley." "What?" Mao Duo was astonished. The Snow Maiden continued, "The valley's lord only deceived you to bring you here." Upon hearing this, Mao Duo felt despondent. She questioned what value she had to be deceived. Immediately, she contemplated breaking her agreement with the valley's lord and returning to retrieve Shirong. However, the Snow Maiden added, "You can take the heart of the earth spirit. Only then will the valley's lord meet with you." Mao Duo thought, "So this journey is still for someone else's benefit." That moment, the Snow Maiden produced a crystal-like stone and handed it to Mao Duo. The instant she grasped it, the space around her began to tremble violently. The Snow Maiden uttered her final words, "I will have a snow leopard escort you out." And then, it seemed she had more to say. But in the next moment, Mao Duo awakened, standing up only to find a piece of crystal had fallen from her. Seeing the crystal, Mao Duo's heart raced, and instinctively she picked it up, soon noticing Diqing and Jialong awakening in a similar manner. They yawned, appearing relaxed, clearly having rested well. "Let us go. We're heading back." Mao Duo suddenly felt her strength returning as they journeyed back under the snow leopard's guidance. She speculated that their restored strength and condition were connected to that enigmatic Snow Maiden. She appeared rather endearing, and aside from her peculiar nature, the fact that they had not directly encountered her did not seem to weigh heavily on her mind. The journey had been arduous. Returning, however, was effortless, especially as Mao Duo aimed to correct her previous clumsy skating. The others seemed entirely unperturbed. "Let us hurry and ski. We can return sooner. You must believe, we definitely won't encounter such misfortune again." Diqing and Jialong declared with conviction. Mao Duo decided to trust them for the time being. Chapter 60. Meeting the father of the cubs thus, they traversed the icy expanse once more, and after some hesitation, Mao Duo eventually suggested they part ways. She wished to seek the valley's lord. However, this was not something she wanted the others to witness. Jialong and Diqing were not in favor of this decision. Diqing's gaze seemed capable of penetrating Mao Duo's fabricated words, making it difficult for her to maintain her deception. Meanwhile, Jialong remained silent, resolutely following her, insisting, "I will protect you." They were indeed kind, providing a sense of security. Yet Mao Duo was preoccupied with urgent matters. Gritting her teeth, she asserted, "I truly am fine. I just need to take care of some things. Once I'm done, I'll hurry back to see you." Jialong was about to speak, but was interrupted by Diqing. "If after a certain time you have not returned, we will come looking for you." The certainty and directness of his words left Mao Duo no room for refusal. "All right, given the cost, I can reluctantly accept that." Ultimately, Mao Duo achieved her objective without needing to deceive them excessively. Awaiting her return to the Cavern of Ur, she felt an unsettling trepidation upon entering, fearing yet another ambush from the blue foxes. To her surprise, however, a solitary blue fox trailed behind her, seemingly engaged in conversation, nodding towards Cat Duoduo before turning to lead the way. Cat Duoduo gritted her teeth, striving to reassure herself that this was likely a ploy orchestrated by the Lord of the Elven Valley. And thus she followed the fox's lead into the depths. The place was profound and peculiar, but as she ventured further, a warm embrace dispelled the earlier chill, rendering her quite comfortable. As she delved deeper, she soon encountered Grandpa Banyan, the Lord of the Elven Valley. "You have returned, my child. I have brought back the heart of the Earth Spirit," Cat Duoduo replied, not in haste to present it, but instead inquiring, "Where exactly is she long now?" The Lord appeared to understand the gravity of her question, smiling as he responded, "His situation is quite unique. Upon entering the Elven Valley, he consumed the energy crystals sustaining this little world. In order to prevent his departure, I had to seal him away, using my remaining strength to maintain the Elven Valley. Brave child, as a reward for your courage and boldness, I present to you a gift." With a gentle rustle of leaves, Grandpa Banyan produced a verdant seed heart, radiating a delightful aura. As Cat Duoduo instinctively reached out, the moment her fingers brushed against the seed heart, it unexpectedly vanished. "Where has it gone?" she exclaimed. The Lord chuckled. "Do not worry. The seed heart now resides within your dantian, tasked with transmitting energy to you. It is merely resting, awaiting the moment you require it. When that time comes, you shall bear the responsibility that lies ahead." Cat Duoduo mused inwardly, sensing trouble on the horizon. She couldn't help but lament her misfortune, as she seemed perpetually besieged by endless troubles. Nonetheless, she genuinely felt a subtle warmth in her dantian, suggesting it was not a mere deception. After a tumultuous contemplation, she conceded that perhaps the Lord's previous reticence had its own reasons. Following the Lord's guidance, Cat Duoduo began searching for the location of the energy crystals. Successfully placing the heart of the Earth Spirit in its rightful position, the surroundings were unexpectedly serene, resembling a tranquil stream, but upon closer inspection, a delicate bridge spanned the waters. Crossing the bridge, she soon discovered a small lotus lantern. Determined to complete her task, she felt an inexhaustible power surging forth. At that moment, the area began to transform dramatically, bridges extending from all directions, as if reconstructing a new world. The once modest stream rapidly morphed into a mighty river, waves crashing upon the shore, while vibrant flora sprang into existence, infusing the scene with life and whimsy. This hidden realm underwent a vigorous metamorphosis, evolving in an intriguing and unique manner, captivating anyone who beheld it. The little fairies, previously busy gathering nectar, responded joyfully, emerging to frolic. Observing this, the Lord was elated, rising from the ground to seek out a new dwelling. At that moment, Cat Duoduo traversed the bridge, soon spotting a figure resting upon a purple boat by the riverside. Though she could not yet discern their features, an instinctual recognition surged within her, as if the one she sought had finally appeared. Hastening her steps, she reached out and grasped the figure's garments, calling out, "Shilong, awaken!" Indeed, it was Shilong, Currently in a state of slumber. Up close, his striking features became evident. Compared to the charming mischief of the little ones, Shilong exuded an aura of power and beauty, embodying the adult version of the younglings, with attributes amplified by their youthful traits. Presently, he lay curled upon the boat, lost in dreams. Upon seeing his visage, Cat Duoduo's heart was inexplicably stirred. She yearned to question the original owner of this body as to why they had held disdain for him. He was undeniably a handsome figure. Regaining her composure, she clenched her teeth, endeavoring to rouse him, even threatening to present him with a mountain of hot peppers. If you do not awaken, I shall feed you dozens of fiery peppers that will make you weep. You are Cat Duoduo, Shilong murmured, groggily opening his eyes. Though his vision was blurred, he quickly recognized her. Instinctively, he distanced himself, eyebrows furrowed in surprise, yet he remained acutely aware that they were in the Elven Valley. Recalling the events from his previous unconsciousness, all right, we must return. The little ones are worried about you, fearing for your safety. Chapter 61. Kill, kill, kill. Eliminate her. Cat Duoduo paid no heed to anything else. She was genuinely exhausted. Were it not for her concern for the little ones and her sympathy for the original owner's deliberate mistreatment of Shilong, she would not have endured for so long. Rising, she called for Shilong to follow her. As they took a few steps, just before leaving the riverbank, Shilong suddenly halted, turning towards a direction. Lord. Upon hearing this, Cat Duoduo glanced where the voice had come from. Indeed, Shilong was addressing Grandpa Banyan. At that moment, Grandpa Banyan was in high spirits, enjoying a performance by the little fairies surrounding him. He noticed the actions of Cat Duoduo and Shilong, chuckling. What is it? Do you not intend to leave so soon? Not exactly, Cat Duoduo replied, shifting the burden of conversation onto Shilong. It seems he is reluctant to depart. Not at all, Shilong interjected, unable to suppress a correction, despite being an undeniably handsome beast-man. He clearly lacked eloquence. Even though there seemed to be a certain tension between him and the original owner, he refrained from escalating matters for the sake of the children and family. Now pondering, Shilong pushed back his hair, revealing his forehead to Grandpa Banyan. In that moment, Cat Duo noticed the 3 serpentine red patterns adorning his brow, reminiscent of little snakes slithering across his skin. The markings were rather appealing. While they resembled tiny serpents, Cat Duo found them more akin to flames. Truly fascinating. Initially indifferent, a memory of other patterned beastmen she had encountered flashed through her mind, prompting her to exclaim, "You are a 3-patterned beastman." Her astonishment was evident, easily discernible to anyone with eyes. Shilong nodded, stating, Lord, upon awakening, I noticed something different about my body. My strength seems to have increased significantly, surpassing my previous limits. Grandpa Banyan chuckled softly. Is that not a good thing? If I had not realized that this newfound power was overwhelming for Shilong's body, I would not have previously fretted over finding something else to replace his strength. Shilong moved his lips, as if to say something, but ultimately shook his head. If that is the case, I shall take my leave. As he departed, he cast a quick glance at Cat Duoduo. Memories of her past bullying and mistreatment of him and the little ones flashing through his mind. Cat Duoduo, unfazed, carried her small bamboo basket, urging Shilong to keep pace. A true foodie. Her primary motivation was simple. The sooner they returned, the sooner they could indulge in steaming hot meat soup. Shilong thought to himself, is this fellow's mind truly intact? It was only after the two had walked some distance that Grandpa Banyan finally reacted. I just recalled, this newfound strength can awaken the beastman's primal instincts, typically associated with ferocity and slaughter. Yet, Shilong has not revealed such tendencies. Could it be that the girl holds great significance for him? In truth, as Shilong embarked on his return journey, his pace slowed, and an intense murderous intent flickered in his gaze as he repeatedly glanced at Cat Duoduo. He felt a profound transformation within himself. His body surged with an overwhelming power, liberating him from the previous weakness, no longer subject to the control of the diminutive and inferior female. Kill, kill, kill. If he could eliminate Cat Duoduo along the way, no one in the city would notice, nor would anyone inquire about her whereabouts. He could then live a stable and comfortable life with the little ones, free from the threat of bullying. But, by the way, I must tell you, after you left, I enthusiastically joined the little ones in farming. However, it turns out that farming is quite challenging. I was utterly perplexed. as the fields were overrun with weeds. And we couldn't distinguish which wild plants were edible. They said you were skilled at identifying these. Perhaps upon our return, you could teach us? Indeed, previously, during the rainy season in the village, it was quite troublesome. The villagers even decided to relocate to the underworld to avoid the downpour at that time. The river overflowed its banks, rushing toward the village, and the chief led us to seek refuge in the mountains, allowing us to escape a calamity. Moreover, it was astonishing that a female gave birth to a remarkably adorable child in a cave, something I had never encountered before. On the way, Miao Miao found herself contemplating the awkwardness of her relationship with the other party. If they continued to indulge in such a peculiar and rigid dynamic, it would eventually complicate matters for the little ones. That moment, Miao Miao considered herself a rather reliable and trustworthy guardian for the little ones, and she began to put on a show of confidence. As someone who struggled with social interactions, she eagerly communicated with Shirong, undeterred by the lack of response from him. After all, she believed she had clearly explained the events that transpired after his departure from the village. During this time, the stories she had missed were now shared with a fresh perspective, each one reaching her ears. Shirong wanted to express disbelief, but hearing it this way, he had to admit that the words revealed a sufficiently amiable relationship between the little ones and Miao Miao. Lowering his gaze, his handsome features transformed from their usual gloominess, and even the formidable hands, concealed beneath thick animal skins, seemed to retreat if the little ones truly chose to forgive Miao Miao, this irresponsible mother. Then he could also extend forgiveness as they were about to leave the Snow Peak Valley. Miao Miao gritted her teeth and took the initiative to say, "I apologize." Shirong paused, looking back at her in disbelief. As if to say, "You, Miao Miao, actually apologize?" If the situation were different, she would have liked to retort, "Of course, I can apologize. What of it?" However, considering that this individual had often been a target of the original owner's bullying, she bit her lip and resolved to handle the consequences of the original owner's past transgressions maturely. She sighed and continued, "I will not deny my past self and the despicable actions I inflicted upon you and the little ones. Nor do I expect your forgiveness." Shirong, unexpectedly, has my self-awareness improved? Miao Miao, how should I put it? I was once of a terrible disposition, prone to bullying others and committing wrongdoings, even enjoying putting others in difficult situations. However, I intend to change. Regardless, I will treat the little ones well, and that extends to you as well. Of course, this was predicated upon the mutual understanding that they could all be amicable neighbors. Chapter 61. An unconventional confession. Miao Miao resolved to care for the little ones diligently, ensuring they grew up well. They asked for whether Shirong had turned to darkness. She would simply remind him occasionally, allowing him to be the dashing father to the little ones. Beyond that, she wouldn't overthink it. With her simple arrangements concluded, Miao Miao sighed in relief, her face blossoming with a smile. "All right, I've said what I needed to. Let us hurry back and prepare some meat soup." Having been away for quite some time, she worried about the little ones. Previously, she had entrusted their care to others, but she feared they might not be faring well. Miao Miao casually mentioned this, sharing the minutiae of her children's lives as if conversing with family, causing Shirong, whose eyes had initially glimmered with darkness, to suddenly lift his head, observing Miao Miao's unconcerned demeanor. He pressed his lips together and chose to follow her. It appeared he had no pressing need to eliminate her immediately. If Miao Miao merely intended to placate him, he could discern the truth when he encountered the little ones. Having departed not long ago, he felt the little ones might have suffered, and he needed to comfort them swiftly. However, this thought shattered when he successfully encountered a few of the little ones, only to find himself overwhelmed as they united against him, pinning him to the ground. "You've all become quite heavy," he remarked in surprise. The little snake children were overjoyed, showering him with affectionate kisses and complimenting their mother. Miao Miao, who was busy nearby, their every action radiated boundless energy and vitality, compelling anyone who witnessed them to acknowledge this undeniable truth. Miao Miao, observing the scene, couldn't help but chuckle, finding it amusing that it seemed that the three-striped beast man was not as dangerous as she had imagined. Easily subdued by her own little snakes, which was utterly hilarious. "No, wait. Father, you can't say we're fat. You must say we've become strong and robust," exclaimed the third snake, puffing out his cheeks. "That's what Mother says." Even the typically composed Snake 1 and Snake 2 echoed this sentiment, transforming into the appearance of human children, their weight increasing significantly, making it all the more challenging for Shirong, who sought to lift them, to do so without effort. Well, it seemed these little ones indeed brought him unexpected burdens. Yet, upon closer inspection, he found no trace of mistreatment or bullying upon their bodies. In fact, they appeared even more robust than when he had last seen them, their development evidently thriving to this moment. Shirong's heart settled slightly, his worries alleviated, and he couldn't help but glance in Miao Miao's direction. Meanwhile, Miao Miao was focused on tending the fire, simmering the contents of the stone pot. Her swift movements indicated that she was accustomed to hard work. The little ones instinctively wanted to lend a hand upon witnessing her actions. But it was Shirong's low voice that drew their attention. During this time, has she treated you well? Extremely well. Mother is the best. She can do everything. The little ones chimed in unison. In other matters, they might have had different thoughts, but at this critical moment, they became the staunch defenders of their mother's honor, brimming with enthusiasm. Mother can do everything. She often prepares delicious food for us. She even moved us into a big house, so we no longer have to sleep on the ground and be seen as country snakes. Mother also says she will help us train some wild beasts, so we can have meat to eat even without going out. In their words, Miao Miao emerged as an incredibly diligent and capable figure, bringing them endless surprises and excitement. Moreover, she had repeatedly acted as their protector against those who sought to bully them, such as Hu Fenger. Shirong lowered his gaze, listening to their words as waves of conflicting emotions surged within him. Outside, Miao Miao merely needed to wait for the final cooking, indifferent to the interaction between the father and son duo. She busied herself gathering some spices she had found earlier. This should suffice as Sichuan pepper, she mused, inhaling its fragrance, eager to taste it that moment. Not far away, Jia observed the commotion within the stone house. A trace of sorrow appearing on his face in Miao Miao's eyes. He had always been someone who kept his emotions in check, rarely expressing himself so openly. Now, witnessing this, she wondered if he had been bullied by someone. Miao Miao approached, concerned, and asked, Jia, what's wrong? Miao Miao, why are you here? Jia initially thought she was inside the stone house, spending time with Shirong and his son, that I'm just making some meat soup. Miao Miao shrugged, but recalling the help he had rendered, she smiled and extended an invitation. By the way, I've prepared some meat soup, and you must stay and enjoy a bowl that I truly cannot thank you enough for your assistance this time. All I can do is invite you to a hearty meal. Her radiant smile was filled with sincerity. However, Jia found it difficult to return her smile genuinely, and Miao Miao sensed a flicker of emotion within him. Wait a minute, isn't this the person who confessed to me previously? Miao Miao's smile faltered as she felt conflicted. She attempted to say, actually, we can still be friends, and I hope we can treat each other like family in the future. Upon closer inspection, maintaining a friendship with Jia would be a gain for her. He was strong and considerate, and she, a little chubby one, felt she was reaching too high. Jia tugged at his lips, lowering his gaze, yet his words were imbued with unwavering certainty, making it impossible for her to refute. I only wish to be Miao Miao's partner. In my eyes, being your partner means being family. He looked at her then, his azure eyes filled with deep affection. The weight of such words overwhelmed Miao Miao, leaving her unable to accept them. Feeling her cheeks flush, she had to refuse. I'm sorry. Jia, I hope you can find someone more suited for you. Indeed, it would be unwise to seek her out. From every conceivable angle, she is simply unsuitable. Even the cat, Miao Miao, perceives that Jia is somewhat myopic in his admiration for her. Chapter 62. If one does not love her, why bind her so? What if I were to say that I have already found that person? Before Jia could finish his words, he was interrupted by the exuberant voice of Shi-san. Mother, come quickly. Your most adorable cub is calling for you. Oh, coming right away. This sudden diversion caused Miao Miao to temporarily forget Giles' words and eagerly run off to meet Shi-san. The reunion with Shi-san and the other cubs was a scene of unbridled joy. After a round of clapping, she took the initiative to strike a spark and began preparing food, looking forward to the life that awaited them upon their return, while also emphasizing the need to tidy up their dwelling. Shi and the others were still thinking about the home they had painstakingly crafted, a place they had yet to enjoy properly. Shirong stood by with his arms crossed, observing the scene with a detached expression. The next day, they embarked on their journey home. Miao Miao took it upon herself to exchange some food in the tribal city, transforming it into convenient semi-finished products for their travels, and began contemplating the route back. With Shirong's presence, the cubs were particularly lively, insisting on sharing every morsel with him, their affection evident without a word needing to be said. Were it anyone else, jealousy might have reared its head at such a moment. Yet Meow Meow merely observed Shirong, whose long hair and handsome features were dressed in the same animal hide attire as any ordinary beastman, revealing arms adorned with a pleasing musculature, devoid of the usual bulkiness associated with beastmen. His allure was undeniable, especially after his transformation into a three-striped beastman, which, while allowing him to suppress his power, only served to heighten the attention he garnered from others as they dined. Meow Meow prepared a simple meal and invited everyone to partake. Gile, appearing somewhat aloof, stood at a distance, seemingly out of place among them. Uncertain of how to approach him, Meow Meow took the initiative to offer him a bamboo tube filled with meat soup that we still have quite a way to go. For now, this is all I can offer. I hope you don't mind. What you make is always quite delectable, Gile replied, each word laced with sincerity as he regarded Meow Meow intently, feeling her face warm under his gaze. Meow Meow cleared her throat and sat to the side, staring blankly at the sky. Gile examined the bamboo tube in his hand. The unique fragrance of the bamboo tempered the aroma of the meat soup, and he could confidently assert that the taste was indeed delightful. However, he instinctively glanced at Shirong, unable to conceal the animosity in his eyes, surrounded by the lively chatter of the cubs. Shirong listened patiently, though he remained acutely aware of the hostile gaze directed his way. That a casual glance from him was enough to divert his attention elsewhere. Father, the food made by Mother is absolutely delicious. Indeed, once we return, we can indulge in more of that tender chicken, and Mother can prepare so many delightful dishes. Hee, the beggar's chicken is delicious too. It's so fragrant. By the way, Father, have you had anything as tasty as this during your time away? Shirong responded patiently, acknowledging their inquiries with a non-committal hum. His memories of the recent past were hazy, and while his strength had surged, it had also necessitated a period of slumber to cope with the overwhelming emotions that accompanied such growth. Had the cubs been more discerning, they would have quickly recognized the inconsistencies surrounding Shirong. Yet, in the joy of reuniting with their father, they momentarily forgot these concerns. As the night deepened, the fire remained alight, and the cubs had already curled up around Meow Meow, snoring peacefully. Their natural ease prompted Shirong to silently tend to the fire, adding wood to fend off the chill. It seemed that during their time apart, the bond between the cubs and Meow Meow had blossomed to an extent that demanded Shirong's serious attention. That moment, a familiar presence drew Shirong's gaze. It was Gile, his demeanor cold as he gestured toward the outside. His intentions unmistakable. Shirong rose and stepped outside alongside him. As soon as they were outside, Gile could no longer contain his pent-up emotions. I formally declare war on you. I love Meow Meow, and I will compete with you to the end. Is that so? Shirong replied nonchalantly, his demeanor suggesting that Gile's declaration only confirmed his lack of genuine affection for Meow Meow. If you do not love her, why bind her so tightly, denying her freedom? Gile's anger flared as he stepped forward, grasping Shirong's collar. His azure eyes blazed with fury, and he raised his hand, poised to deliver a lesson that would be unforgettable. I said, release me. Shirong's voice turned icy, a dangerous undercurrent flickering in his gaze. I will not let this go. You cannot treat Meow Meow this way, Gile retorted, feeling indignant on her behalf. After all, he had traversed great distances to find Shirong, only to be met with indifference. Just as tensions were about to escalate, a female voice interrupted. Hey, what are you two doing? Meow Meow yawned, and upon recognizing who was outside, she gasped, particularly taken aback by their actions, which sparked a multitude of thoughts in her mind. Struggling to find her words, she finally managed, you two seem to have a great relationship. This statement jolted Gile back to reality, prompting him to abruptly release Shirong. Shirong also took a step back, gradually retracting the dangerous energy that had been at his side. Forget it. Consider this fellow fortunate to escape unscathed, Gile muttered, clearing his throat. He added, you two carry on. I'll go check on something over there. Meow Meow was reluctant to admit that her reason for stepping out was simply to use the restroom. She quickly dashed away, intent on making the most of her time, her mind even wandering to the idea of learning papermaking techniques. Life in this world had proven to be quite challenging for her. That night, It seemed that only Gile and Shi Rong were privy to the events that had transpired, one silently committing it to memory, while the other remained unperturbed. The following day, they resumed their journey home. The outbound journey had been arduous, yet the return proved far easier, especially with the formidable presence of Shi Rong and Gile to protect them from the wild beasts they encountered. Meow Meow and the cubs successfully transformed this trip into a splendid outdoor adventure, gathering resources and preparing various meals while relishing the delectable fare. They also took the opportunity to forage for wild herbs and seasonings that might prove useful. As days passed and they neared their village, Meow Meow noticed some solitary beast men living apart from the others, who greeted her from a distance, sharing snippets of their stories. Many of them had left the village years ago, becoming accustomed to solitude and finding it difficult to return to their former lives. Chapter 62. Wherever you are, I shall be there as well. After parting ways with them, Meow Meow suddenly had a realization. Seizing a moment of rest, she seized the opportunity to inquire of Gile, having been away for so long. Do you not intend to return home? Home? Gile lowered his gaze, a hint of sorrow in his voice. I no longer have a home. The simplicity of his words hinted at a deeper narrative that Meow Meow could sense. It suddenly struck her that from the moment she had met Gile, he had always exhibited a certain difference. That I apologize. It was wrong of me to say that. Meow Meow quickly offered her apology. Gile regarded her with intensity. The words he had nearly spoken silenced as he realized she was not urging him to leave. He merely fixed his gaze upon her, his sincerity palpable as he stated, "Wherever you are, I shall be there as well." Gile. Meow Meow was momentarily taken aback, her expression betraying her surprise as she processed his declaration. She felt as though her head was spinning from the implications of his words. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to impart wisdom. You should explore the world beyond. There are many remarkable individuals waiting for you. He remained still, lips pressed together, silent but clearly revealing his true intentions. Gile. Meow Meow contemplated invoking a popular phrase from the internet. What I like about you. I should reciprocate, but suddenly realized something and turned her head. By sheer coincidence, she found herself gazing at Shi Rong and the three cubs standing nearby. Clearly having overheard her conversation with Gile, the cubs displayed their animosity toward Gile without reservation, hissing like snakes. And it seemed that had they not been restrained, they would have eagerly chased him away. Meow Meow cleared her throat. You all are here too. MHM, Shi Rong replied, his expression impassive, not uttering a single word as he naturally led the cubs away. The cubs, still unwilling to relent, clung to Shi Rong, demanding that he showcase his prowess to reclaim their mother. Please stop causing a ruckus. Meow Meow sighed, exasperated but relieved to witness Shi Rong's demeanor. This scene did not escape Gile's notice, prompting him to assert, Shi Rong does not care for you. Meow Meow remained silent, inwardly acknowledging, I am aware. Even as someone who has once encountered the original text, she could discern that unless Shi Rong was indeed a quintessential masochist, it was difficult to fathom why he would harbor affection for her. Given his current demeanor, merely refraining from inflicting harm upon herself could be considered a testament to his mildness and kindness. Wouldn't you agree? Jia had keenly observed this underlying truth. Alas, it is often wiser to avoid unnecessary complications. Mao Duoduo simply lowered her gaze, her fingers subconsciously clutching a corner of the animal hide. Her voice barely above a whisper, I am quite content with my life at present. Observe how her words seemed to convey a tender sentiment towards Shi Rong. As for the specifics, Mao Duoduo genuinely felt a desire to evade confrontation, hastily departing after dropping her comment. As long as she did not have to face Jia any longer, she could convince herself that her actions were entirely justifiable. Ultimately, her decision to remain was largely influenced by the lurking dangers that this unfamiliar world posed. Furthermore, she sought to cling to a powerful ally, hoping to avert the grim fate that befell the original owner, thus enabling herself to live a more comfortable life. From her current perspective, maintaining a respectful distance with Shi Rong was indeed a commendable situation. With endearing, easily manageable offspring and a formidable beastman to ward off any threats, her safety was assured. Mao Duoduo could also indulge in her idyllic farming days. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, if she chose Jia, her life would inevitably be altered. Mao Duoduo hesitated, feeling lost about the future, yet she did not wish to wound Jia's feelings and instinctively opted for avoidance. Jia, motionless, observed her silhouette and murmured, You have not rejected me, So does that not imply I still possess a glimmer of hope? He was somewhat aware of her character and could roughly gauge her temperament. Thus, he instinctively clenched his fists, the smile in his eyes deepening considerably. Who could say who would emerge victorious? Hey, Mao Duoduo, you and Shi Rong actually returned, exclaimed a villager, astonished. I thought you two would never make it back. Within moments, the news of Mao Duoduo and Shi Rong's return spread throughout the village. What troubled Mao Duoduo most was the villagers' reactions, which bore a subtle complexity, seemingly tinged with a mix of entangled emotions and an eagerness to witness the unfolding drama. Goodness, could there be trouble lurking behind the scenes? Mao Duoduo refrained from voicing her concerns, quickening her pace to follow the others home. Upon reaching her doorstep, she finally recognized the source of her unease. Her home was currently occupied by others. Unceremoniously, they were cozied up right at her doorstep. Bao Lai, our child will undoubtedly be as powerful and brave as you, said Tu Ling Er, their intimacy on full display. Their shared smiles filled with an overwhelming affection that made Mao Duoduo feel nauseated. She interrupted bluntly, "What are you doing in my house?" "Your house?" Tu Ling Er, nestled in Bao Lai's embrace, smirked, unabashedly reveling in her triumph. She leaned against Bao Lai, almost as if to flaunt her victory over Mao Duoduo, deliberately rubbing against his chest. Mao Duoduo retorted, a resounding no, that's far too greasy. Thank you to AT. That moment, a labored breathing caught her attention. Mao Duoduo turned to see Wali Na approaching, clutching her abdomen, appearing quite distressed. Upon arriving, she quickly apologized to Mao Duoduo. I'm so sorry. Duoduo, I failed to protect your home. Wali Na's expression was one of guilt, her head lowered, her hands tightly clenched. Mao Duoduo scrutinized her closely and noticed numerous scars adorning Wali Na's hands, indicating that her recent days had not been kind. Considering Wali Na's demeanor and the potential underhanded tactics of Bao Lai and Tu Ling Er, Mao Duoduo felt a wave of displeasure wash over her. This situation was clearly directed at Bao Lai and Tu Ling Er. She unceremoniously patted Wali Na's shoulder, offering reassurance. It's all right. You can't help but attract the attention of those blind pests. Why must they insist on intruding? Hey, who are you talking about? Tu Ling Er's expression darkened as she shot a fierce glare. However, when Bao Lai glanced her way, she swiftly transformed her demeanor, gazing at him with an affectionate, almost pitiful look. Mao Duoduo thought, this is doubly disgusting. Chapter 64. Lured into danger, she shot a look at Shi Rong and Jia Er, signaling them to refrain from intervening, as she coldly chuckled. Isn't it clear that I am addressing the vermin that have invaded my home? Where were you when I diligently constructed it? Tu Ling Er's eyes darted, seemingly concocting a strategy to counter Mao Duoduo's words. The children could hardly contain themselves. Had it not been for Shi Rong's firm embrace, they might have jumped down to land a kick on Tu Ling Er. You wicked thief, you've stolen our home. Oh no, the house has been sullied by a villain. What will mother do now? With trash like you, any offspring you produce will surely be terrible and despised. Upon hearing the last remark, Tu Ling Er's expression soured. But she did not retaliate immediately. Instead, she stifled a sob, leaning into Bao Lai's embrace, her body trembling slightly, as though she had suffered a significant blow. You little brats, are you truly unafraid of death? Bao Lai hastily shielded her, fully aware that Tu Ling Er was no longer alone. She was carrying their child. He bluntly addressed Mao Duoduo. I know you're still envious of Tu Ling Er, but cursing our unborn child is going too far. She is still quite frail. Mao Duoduo was taken aback by this audacity. Goodness, was this fellow out of his mind? Just then, Shi-san ran into Mao Duoduo's arms. Whimpering, Mother, am I not a child too? Am I to be at the mercy of these villains? This left Mao Duoduo feeling exasperated. Shi-yi and Shi-er were genuinely furious, especially upon seeing their precious clay pots now filled with the possessions of Bao Lai and Tu Ling Er, which they had painstakingly crafted with Mao Duoduo. It felt as though their rightful belongings had been snatched away, and they were expected to congratulate the thieves. Instantly, the two were incensed, brazenly smashing the clay pots and vociferously berating Bao Lai and Tu Ling Er. Hey, those were meant for protecting the fetus, Tu Ling Er screeched, her voice piercing. What do you little rascals think you're doing? Bao Lai's displeasure was palpable. He stepped forward, intent on teaching Shi-yi and Shi-er a lesson. Knowing well that their recent absence had stalled his own plans, just when the snake gallbladder was nearly within his grasp, They had caused a delay that A.S. Bao Lai prepared to take action. Mao Duoduo noticed this and swiftly stepped in front of Shi Yi and Shi Er, simultaneously shouting, "Help! Help! Bao Lai is trying to murder our family to seize our home. Bao Lai and Tu Ling Er are violating village rules by forcibly taking our house." With her outcry, the children joined in, hurling stones at Bao Lai. His expression darkened, preparing for retaliation, but Jia Er intervened, gripping his hand to restrain him. This was merely the beginning, for Mao Duoduo observed a growing crowd approaching, their murmurs of concern and curiosity intensifying. She quickly urged Jia Er to release his hold, positioning herself behind him to adopt a guise of vulnerability as for Shi Rong, who had originally maintained a cold demeanor from a distance. He too was compelled to cooperate, momentarily assuming the role of a victim due to the children's pleading glances. Amidst the chaos, Wali Na stood in stunned silence, her hands, which should have been in agony, surprisingly free from distress, as she found herself wanting to applaud the scene unfolding before her. In a way, they truly have taken over Mao Duoduo's home. So this is how beautiful Mao Duoduo's house is. I recall passing by after the rainy season and thinking how lovely it appeared. It seemed hardly affected by the rain. No wonder Bao Lai had the audacity to claim he would provide Tu Ling Er with a bright future. It turns out he was merely usurping someone else's home. It's outrageous. They were only gone for a few days, and their house was seized. This is a blatant violation of village customs. A multitude of beastmen gathered, casting judgment on the scene, their voices laced with disdain. They felt the actions of Bao Lai and Tu Ling Er were underhanded. If Mao Duoduo and her family had indeed perished, it would have been one thing, but the reality was that they had merely been away for a short while, and their survival was still unconfirmed. The audacity of seizing their home and damaging their belongings, coupled with bullying their young, was something that did not sit well with the villagers. In this day and age, the birth and nurturing of young ones was a challenging endeavor. In villages like theirs, everyone would do their utmost to support the children, for they represented the future of the community. Insufficient cubs have emerged, and as they grow stronger, it is only a matter of time before this village is either absorbed by others or faces complete annihilation. Under the weight of so many sermons and accusations, Leopard's expression darkened. Rabbit gritted her teeth, stamping her foot and clutching her belly as she wailed, "It hurts. Help me. My stomach is in excruciating pain." Leopard glared furiously in the direction of Cat, his rage palpable. "You wretched creature!" He was genuinely enraged, advancing swiftly as if to deliver Cat a swift end. "What are you planning to do?" Giles stepped in just in time, his expression frigid, clearly intending to impart a lesson that would linger in the opponent's memory for a lifetime. Snake, too, was incensed. "Leopard, you coward. You only know how to bully females. I've never seen anyone like you. So arrogant in your own den. Surely, you do not only know how to flaunt your might against females." His words were swift and venomous, drawing the attention of many males present, who regarded Leopard with a mix of disdain and intrigue. Leopard was indeed furious. "You are insufferable." In truth, Snake was the first target he had intended to strike. Had he not fled, Leopard's plans would have come to fruition, transforming his hands into those of a cheetah. He leaped forward, claws bared, seemingly intent on utterly destroying this entity. Snake and Cat's eyes widened, unable to react in time as Leopard approached. The onlookers held their breath, while Rabbit smirked, eagerly anticipating a scene where Snake, the loathsome little brat, would be drenched in his own blood, granting her endless satisfaction. She instinctively touched her abdomen and licked her lips, pondering whether the flesh of the snake cub could aid her unborn child in growing stronger. At that critical moment, when the stakes were highest, a figure suddenly appeared, striking Leopard with force. Most importantly, the assailant's hand pierced Leopard's chest with astonishing precision. Chapter 65. The Apex Showdown. Snake's actions took everyone by surprise. After all, Leopard was recognized as the strongest in the village. Consequently, even those who were aware of his involvement with Rabbit at Cat's residence refrained from speaking out, aside from that oblivious valley. Who would dare invite trouble upon themselves? Yet, against all odds, Snake, once deemed the weakest by many, managed to injure Leopard. The scene froze. Leopard's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed down at his own abdomen. Snake's demeanor was icy as he slowly withdrew his hand. "Leopard!" Rabbit exclaimed suddenly. Leopard snapped back to reality, retreating abruptly, forcibly urging his body to accelerate the healing of his wound. Cat observed as wisps of smoke emanated from Leopard's injury, which soon began to mend. He spat derisively, his gaze fixed on Snake. That I never imagined you would actually land a hit on me. But next time, I won't grant you another chance. That's so? Snake replied, his expression nonchalant. From the moment he returned, it seemed as though he had transformed into an entirely different individual, emanating an aura of coldness. Now, as he faced Leopard, a fleeting glimmer of bloodlust flickered in his eyes, and he smirked enigmatically before launching into a rapid assault, leaving even the notoriously swift Leopard struggling to keep pace. How is this possible? How could I lose to a worthless wretch? Leopard seethed, his frustration mounting as he unleashed a powerful strike, forcing Snake to evade his furious attack, his hair billowing in the wind, inadvertently revealing the distinct markings of a three-patterned beast man upon his forehead. It must be noted that the appearance of beast markings varies among individuals, but in Snake's case, they resembled flames, accentuating the sense of danger that caused the other beastmen to tense up. This is impossible. You are a three-patterned beastman, Leopard faltered, his pupils dilating in shock. If this were true, then Snake would be the strongest in the village. You are doomed, Snake retorted, realizing that he had inadvertently exposed what he had wished to conceal. The coldness around him intensified as he decisively slammed Leopard into the ground. Leopard cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Observing his pitiful state, the onlookers gasped, fearing that his organs might have shattered. A brief silence enveloped the scene. The confrontation had escalated so swiftly that it caught everyone off guard. Just like that, the strongest in their village, Leopard, had been defeated by the previously scorned Snake. Cat was utterly stunned. Good heavens, no one warned me that battles between beastmen could be so fierce. As the clash between Snake and Leopard escalated, their true forms were revealed, a magnificent spectacle of a giant python battling a leopard. Ultimately, victorious Snake ensnared Leopard with his tail, forcing the latter to cough up blood repeatedly. Yet, Snake chose to release him, granting Leopard a chance at survival. Now, in his upper body transformed into human form, he gazed down at the seemingly incapacitated Leopard, the mockery in his voice impossible to ignore. Is this what you consider your so-called authority? Because you possess strength, you dare to bully my cubs? Snake's voice turned icy. Apologize, and do so to my cubs. Wow, father is so cool, several cubs exclaimed in unison, breaking the peculiar tension in the air. They were thrilled that their father had become so formidable. No one would dare bully them again. Immediately, the cubs rushed forward, surrounding him with unrestrained joy. Unbeknownst to them, several beastmen nearby were terrified, their legs trembling. Their minds were filled with dread, pondering the fate of those who had previously bullied Snake and his cubs. Why on earth did Snake return alive, and why had he grown so powerful? Hey, apologize. Snake did not lose sight of his objective, his gaze fixed on Leopard. Cough. No way. Leopard protested defiantly, unwilling to concede, even though he knew he was outmatched. He attempted to resist, but Snake easily suppressed him. Now, Snake simply stated, shall we consider this as you declaring war against me? Wait, why is this happening? Rabbit's thoughts raced, instinctively wanting to intervene, but the surrounding beastmen, acting out of goodwill, quickly pulled her aside, covering her mouth to silence her. Are you foolish? Your partner cannot even handle Snake, and now you want to say anything in front of him? You cannot possibly have become this strong. Leopard struggled against his restraints, his thoughts consumed by Snake's earlier words about war. Aside from Snake's cub, who remained oblivious to the implications of war, the expressions of the other beastmen shifted dramatically. And Cat felt conflicted. This was a disaster. How had things escalated to this point? Her original plan had merely been to return to the village and lead a simple farming life. Eddie, oh, you need my assistance. Giles suddenly spoke up. No, please don't. Cat was reluctant to involve anyone else. However, the situation was dire. The atmosphere between Snake and Leopard grew increasingly tense. Many swallowed hard, unable to easily intervene and halt the unfolding chaos. Finally, a familiar voice rang out. Stop. Have you all forgotten the village's rules? The deep voice of the elder carried a hint of weariness, yet it was unmistakably that of Chief Shilly. Cat recalled this wise beast man and quickly looked over, hoping he could restore order to the turmoil. Numerous beastmen instinctively parted to create a path as Shilly, leaning on his cane, walked slowly toward them. Upon his appearance, Snake willingly released Leopard, for had he exerted even a little more force, Leopard's life would have been forfeited. Seeing this, Shili sighed. Thank you, Snake, for showing mercy and sparing Leopard. Snake said nothing, merely casting his gaze toward the dwelling. Shili followed his line of sight, furrowing his brows in concern. Now, what exactly transpired here? Who will explain it to me? He inquired. Chief, I can clarify, Cat interjected. Understanding the importance of seizing control of the narrative, she promptly volunteered, with other beastmen stepping in to emphasize key points. The cubs, in perfect unison, clung to Snake's legs, occasionally catching snippets of the conversation and nodding sagely, exuding an adorably mature demeanor. Chapter 66. Do you still hold affection for him? After a lengthy pause, Shili finally spoke. Now I understand the situation at this moment. Rabbit hastily joined forces with others to support Leopard, who appeared gravely injured, blood still trickling from his lips. Chief, look, Leopard has sustained severe injuries, according to our village's customs. A harsh punishment should be meted out to Cat and the others, Rabbit exclaimed urgently. Ha. Perhaps you should reflect on who was the first to provoke the situation, Cat retorted, her fighting spirit ignited. Seeing this, Rabbit contemplated releasing Leopard to confront Cat directly. However, at that moment, Shili bellowed, Enough, allow me to adjudicate this matter. Understood. The multitude of orcs spoke in unison. They might harbor doubts about others, yet they must firmly believe that Shili's stance is neutral and will not jeopardize anyone's interests. Shili cast a glance over the gathered orcs before slowly speaking. Based on your statements, coupled with the evidence present, and what I observed upon my arrival, Tulinger and Bao Lai, your unlawful appropriation of another's possessions is a grave matter. An apology is imperative, the property must be returned, and adequate compensation must be provided. Surely not. On what grounds? Tulinger exclaimed impulsively, and Bao Lai beside her almost nodded in agreement. After all, he had procured many fine items for this new home. Upon hearing this, Mao Duoduo felt a chuckle rising within her and remarked, You make it sound as if I welcomed you with open arms. For heaven's sake, if you lack sense, perhaps a plunge into the river would cleanse your mind. Before Tulinger could finish her retort, she was met with a fierce glare from Shili. The influence of the latter within the village was certainly no mere illusion. His prestige was undeniable, which compelled Tulinger to swallow her words and obediently fall silent. Do you agree with the resolution regarding this matter? Shili swiftly turned his gaze towards Mao Duoduo, making a conscious effort to avoid looking at Shirong, who had indeed grown stronger, but was not someone Shili intended to concern himself with at this moment. Mao Duoduo pondered for a moment, but could not contain herself, leaning in to whisper to Shi. The latter's eyes brightened as he nodded eagerly, ready to protest on behalf of himself. But before he could, he dashed inside, only to return shortly, exclaiming, Mother, our home has undergone a significant transformation. Many things have become utterly chaotic. In Shi's words, their home had become filthy, thoroughly ruined by malevolent forces. Upon hearing this, Mao Duoduo sighed and declared, Chieftain, I do not require any apology from them. I have no desire to dwell in a house they have occupied. Her disdain was palpable, laced with a hint of sarcasm. I had prepared a considerable amount for the cubs, only to have it discarded by Tulinger and Bao Lai, rather than endure such a fate. I would prefer to do without. Tulinger, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger but was quelled by the presence of others, forcing her to bow her head. As for Bao Lai, his eyes flickered with uncertainty. But Shili paid him no heed, simply stating, In that case, according to the rules, we can opt for compensation in the form of food. In Shili's words, forsaking a good house in favor of food as compensation was a rather foolish decision. Yet, he could not resist the fact that he stood before Shirong's mate, a notably astute individual within the village. Very well then, Shili mused, stroking his chin and surveying the surroundings of the village. Let Bao Lai bring you the food. You may dictate the schedule. Regarding your future residence, feel free to choose at your leisure. This was a necessary course of action. One cannot leave a person homeless without offering an opportunity, especially in a village as vast as this, where he had no qualms about allowing Mao Duoduo to choose freely. All right, Mao Duoduo replied, cracking her fingers to produce a satisfying sound. Let him deliver food to me for a month. Upon hearing this, Tulinger and the other orcs let out a sigh of relief. Many orcs present harbored secret affections for Bao Lai, and they secretly thought that it seemed Mao Duoduo still held lingering feelings for him. However, Mao Duoduo quickly added, Let us calculate it based on our household's daily consumption, so Bao Lai must ensure he hunts diligently. The orcs, who initially thought they could handle the situation with ease, now felt a sense of dread as their gazes landed on Shirong. It is said that powerful orcs tend to have particularly large appetites, especially since Shirong had evolved into a three-patterned orc. All right then, Bao Lai, do your best. Your future is paved with a smooth path. One must take responsibility for their own actions. Bao Lai rose, clutching his chest, but not before casting one last glance at Mao Duoduo's family, his gaze lingering momentarily on Shirong before departing. As the commotion dissipated, Shili's departure prompted the other orcs to follow suit. However, Valina and Yuli chose to remain, one sincerely wishing to apologize while inviting Mao Duoduo to stay at her home, and the other enthusiastically urging Mao Duoduo to join her for a lively gathering. The two were quite fervent, nearly squabbling over who could have Mao Duoduo as a guest. Mao Duoduo glanced around, feeling overwhelmed by the attention, and sighed. It was then that Shi San, in his naive innocence, piped up, "Mother, what are you doing?" Nothing. I am merely contemplating. I will be finished shortly." Mao Duoduo reassured him, then, after some reflection, decided to placate Valina, subsequently stating earnestly that she had pressing construction tasks ahead and would likely be unable to play with them, but would make it up later. With that, Valina and Yuli had no choice but to depart with regret. Now that the matter was settled, Mao Duoduo acted swiftly. She chose a location, sketched a simple design, and began calculating the amount of earth and work required. The cubs were more than willing to follow her, obediently doing whatever she instructed. They even volunteered to carry small baskets as they searched for edible wild vegetables. Even though the notorious Bao Lai would come to deliver food, they were determined to prove their worth to their mother, showing that they were capable and could be relied upon. As for Mao Duoduo, she worked alongside Shirong and Jiaer, the latter handling the transportation of soil and lumber while she focused on crafting mud bricks and the like, having gained experience from building a house once before. The second endeavor became remarkably straightforward. Everyone worked efficiently, their roles clearly defined. Mao Duoduo awaited Shirong and Jiaer's departure, allowing herself a moment to breathe a sigh of relief. Jiaer appeared reluctant to leave, perhaps harboring a story of his own, yet he continued to assist. After much deliberation, Mao Duoduo decided to modify her design into a spacious modern rural home, a multi-room dwelling with a unique design. Chapter 67. Mother is in danger of being taken away. Since Jiaer had offered his assistance, she felt obligated to provide him with a place to stay. She could not bear to leave him feeling disheartened. However, this also meant she was hesitant to be alone with him. Yet, even so, she could not resist Jiaer's proactive nature. With his considerable strength, he often carried heavy loads and only listened to her commands. Throughout the entire process, there was little pretense, which caused the cubs to feel a surge of resentment. "This won't do. We must take action, or else mother will truly be taken away." But I see that father seems unconcerned. He was just standing not far away, watching Jiaer bring mother water. Bah! Regardless of Jiaer's intentions, we must ensure that mother remains with father. We need a warm family. After all, father has just returned, and we cannot let him miss out on such a wonderful person as mother. The cubs murmured among themselves, their voices carrying to Shirong's ears not far away. Ever since entering the realm of three-patterned orcs, Shirong could distinctly sense his own transformation, that he appeared more aloof, constantly striving to suppress the bloodthirsty urges within himself. Now, he sat upon a tree, taking advantage of the fact that others could not see him to rest for a moment. Shirong found himself gazing at Mao Duoduo, who was currently teaching Jiaer how to weave with bamboo. Her hands moved deftly, her smile radiant, and she showed no signs of hiding her knowledge. In fact, she remained oblivious to Jiaer's yearning and pursuit, instead treating him as merely a friend. How foolish. There could be no true friendship between males and females. Shirong and Jiaer were indeed powerful orcs, their work efficiency remarkably high. Sometimes, Mao Duoduo had to specifically call for them to stop in order to witness them resting. Mao Duoduo thought to herself that if this were the modern world, she would be more than eager to become the bourgeoisie, having these two work for her like 007. On just the fifth day, there was ample mud brick in the large pit they had dug together. They all began constructing the house in an orderly manner. The entire process went exceedingly smoothly, and Mao Duoduo even added a creative touch. She crafted special structures on the roof, sloped at the top, and sealed with a cement-like material. As it stood, this design could withstand the onslaught of the rainy season, though its long-term durability remained to be seen. When the new home was finally completed, Mao Duoduo felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction and invited everyone to choose their rooms. She meticulously drew the design on the ground, encouraging everyone to take a good look. Of course, considering the close bonds between Shi and the other cubs, she also made special accommodations for them. Their small rooms lacked fixed doors, only curtains, providing them with the perfect space to visit their siblings at any time. But as soon as this concept was introduced, Shi and the others excitedly surrounded Mao Duoduo, exclaiming how great she was as a mother. Mao Duoduo struggled to suppress her laughter and then said, "Now, look here. This is your view from the window, as I have specially left space for planting trees and flowers. In the future, when the weather becomes warm, you may take to the trees to rest. When the fruits are plentiful, you can enjoy them while napping." This sentiment was expressed beautifully by the little ones. However, they certainly would not be easily swayed by sweet words. That moment, one of them cleared their throat and pointed to a specific location, sweetly proclaiming, "Mother, you and father shall reside here. It will be convenient for us to visit you. Indeed, this is the closest option, allowing you and father to come see us before bed, which would be delightful. He, with mother around, I wouldn't dare to indulge in sleeping in." The smile of Cat Duoduo became somewhat stiff. The room the little ones fervently pointed to was not only near theirs, but also served as the couple's quarters. She had not considered sharing such a space with Shirong. Meanwhile, Jia glanced over, his lips moving as if to speak, but he abruptly realized he had no standing in this matter. Strictly speaking, he was merely an outsider, despite having 3 little ones with Shirong. He turned and took a few steps away, only to hear Cat Duoduo call after him, "By the way, Jia, where do you plan to stay?" Jia paused, revealing a hint of surprise. Cat Duoduo nodded vigorously and said without hesitation, "Don't forget, you are also a part of the house-building project. I'm not the kind to ask for help without expressing my gratitude." She huffed, pointing with a piece of wood to several locations. Jia hesitated, but upon seeing Cat Duoduo's profile, he could not resist pointing to a spot and inquiring, "Then why not let me stay here?" To that, Cat Duoduo replied, "Well, this is where I reside." With a cough, she clarified. The little ones, now feeling lethargic, had no desire to glance at Jia. Heaven knows how eager they were, recounting how delightful it felt to stay in the same room as Cat Duoduo and Shirong. Only to have Cat Duoduo promptly correct the notion, revealing that a space had been reserved specifically for Jia. Their world felt as though it was crumbling. No, this simply cannot be. Yet, they dared not cause a scene in front of Cat Duoduo. They were acutely aware of her principles, and that she was not one to excessively dote on her offspring. "Well then, I shall choose this one." Jia ultimately decided on a room close to Cat Duoduo. Without further thought, she marked it with a check and prepared a sign to hang on the door, indicating that it would be recognized as Jia's room. Jia, while appearing composed, felt his heart racing, nearly losing his sanity. Observing this scene, Shirong's gaze darkened. He remained silent, capable of moving without disturbing anyone, and walked towards a secluded area. Almost immediately, he entered the dense forest, transforming into his true form, and unleashed his wrath upon the wilderness. The reason for his discontent was palpable, an overwhelming urge for slaughter that he struggled to suppress. The task of crafting nameplates for the houses was temporarily halted. Primarily, Cat Duoduo was preoccupied with celebrating the new home, decisively inviting Valina and Yuri to join in the festivities, despite the banquet being scheduled for the following day. She began preparations early, determined to showcase her culinary skills learned during her recent outing to gather spices. Upon her return, she had indeed accomplished much, and now was the perfect moment to share her experience with everyone. That evening, Cat Duoduo simultaneously opened several large stone pots, simmering through the night. Chapter 68. The successful preparation of braised delicacies. On such a day, as the warmth dissipated, it was most suitable for enjoying braised dishes. Moreover, with the spices Cat Duoduo had collected, she was eager to experiment and incorporate them into this banquet. Initially, the flavors of the braised dishes were subtle, but as time passed into dawn, an enticing aroma began to waft through the air. Both Shirong and Jia, who were dozing at the cave entrance, could hardly contain themselves. Cat Duoduo, meanwhile, could not resist licking her lips, already dreaming of indulging in various delectable braised treats. As for the little ones, despite yawning and still appearing to be asleep, they instinctively crawled forward, drawn towards the delicious scent of braised food. Had it not been for the fortunate coincidence of stepping on Shi Rong and Jia, who promptly restrained them, the little gluttons might have devoured all the braised dishes. The effect of the braised food was evident. The next day, Cat Duoduo prepared a grand feast, with the little ones tasked with gathering fruits and assisting. They were quite adept at such activities, drawing the gaze of Shi Rong, who found it difficult to look away. Meanwhile, Shi Rong and Jia took on the hunting duties, having already caught a fair amount of game, and with the usual contributions from Bao Lai, Cat Duoduo found herself overwhelmed by the abundance of food. "Never mind, I'll set aside a bit for preservation, and the rest we shall consume," she declared, rubbing her hands together, ready to showcase her culinary prowess. She rummaged through her supplies, managing to find a meager amount of preserved oil. Just enough for a few refreshing vegetarian dishes. As for the meat, she cooked it through various methods, frying, stewing, and braising, leaving Velina and Yuri, who had arrived for lunch, utterly astonished. They regretted bringing their partners along. "Hurry and eat. I rarely take the initiative to prepare such a feast," Cat Duoduo exclaimed excitedly. The little ones, already salivating, awaited Cat Duoduo's guidance. Velina and Yuri exchanged glances, bemused, before nodding. This gathering was a small-scale banquet among friends. Allowing for a relaxed atmosphere as the little ones enjoyed their food, they ventured to the nearby stream, hoping to catch sight of some fish. The other beastmen also lounged around, eating and resting. Cat Duoduo decided to indulge in a lettuce wrap filled with roasted meat. At that moment, the mingling flavors of the succulent meat and refreshing lettuce brought a satisfied smile to her face. It was also during this time that Velina and Yuri seized the opportunity to sit beside her, not rushing to eat the meat in their hands. The braised dishes were indeed fragrant, crafted with a wealth of ingredients and perfectly seasoned. For Velina and Yuri, who were experiencing this type of braised food for the first time, it was a delightful awakening for their taste buds. Despite their suppressed appetites, they turned their attention to Cat Duoduo's recent life. "Rest assured, I've been doing splendidly lately. I hardly have to do any heavy work. And I have the little ones to keep me company," she replied with a grin, prompting Velina and Yuri to stifle their laughter, as if to say that the little ones were merely there for her amusement. Observing her, they couldn't help but chuckle. As long as you feel that way. They had initially thought that Bao Lai's encroachment on her home would cause her discomfort. "Worry not, it's just a house. It's not something I can't let go of. Besides, Bao Lai delivers food to my home daily," Cat Duoduo teased, raising an eyebrow. "My family certainly has a big appetite. He has his work cut out for him." "Huh, I can see that." Indeed, it was because they witnessed Bao Lai's injuries that he tirelessly hunted, leading many in the village to remain silent. This could be seen as Bao Lai's own folly. Seeing the smile on Cat Duoduo's face, Velina and Yuri felt considerably relieved. They glanced around and lowered their voices. "By the looks of it, have you found a new partner? I think Jia is quite suitable. He seems obedient and willing to stay by your side." They had observed their surroundings, unconsciously treating Cat Duoduo's rather poor relationship with the original owner as a kind of Cold War. Naturally hoping that the current state of Cat Duoduo could be preserved for as long as possible. Though, please don't say such things. There really isn't anything between Jia and me," Cat Duoduo interjected abruptly, only to spot Shi Rong sitting on a nearby tree. He appeared exceptionally handsome and unique when silent, and having overheard Velina and Yuri's conversation, he cast a fleeting glance in their direction. Though he was not directly present, Cat Duoduo felt as if he had heard their words, prompting her to swiftly descend the tree and move away, seemingly never to return. "Shi Rong," Cat Duoduo blurted out, causing Velina and Yuri to tense up. "I'm sorry. I have to go," she said hurriedly, nodding before instinctively chasing after him. Velina and Yuri, witnessing this, grew increasingly anxious. What if their friend Cat Duoduo was overly concerned about Shi Rong, leading her to feel insecure in such a relationship? "Shi Rong," Cat Duoduo called out after a short chase, seeing him pause and hurriedly approaching him. She gasped for breath, standing firmly before him, her gaze unwavering as she hastily apologized for the earlier incident. "Don't think too much about it. Velina and Yuri were just speaking nonsense. Rest assured, I haven't betrayed you. With such a wonderful moment at hand, let us simply continue to eat. I've prepared a truly sumptuous feast. Just play the part of a foodie and focus solely on devouring the food, without overthinking anything." Cat Duoduo looked at Shi Rong with hopeful eyes, attempting to avoid provoking the imposing figure before her. Shi Rong remained motionless, his gaze fixed upon her until he suddenly chuckled, remarking, Your actions have already betrayed your thoughts. What do you mean? Cat Duoduo was momentarily stunned. She heard Shirong coolly say, "Let us dissolve our partnership." His expression was indifferent, and the disdain previously evident in Cat Duoduo's eyes seemed to have lessened. It appeared that ending their relationship in this manner could allow them to continue living normally. But wait, a troubling thought surfaced. Would this mean she would have to witness Shirong transform into a rootless beast, descending into madness like those she encountered on the road? A tightness gripped Cat Duoduo's heart. And just as she was about to speak, a rustling sound interrupted her. She suddenly leaned in from a nearby branch, whimpering, "Daddy, Mommy, are you two really separating? Will you not want us anymore?" Cat Duoduo's pupils constricted. Nearly terrified, Shirong frowned. "Shi-san, you little rascal, are eavesdropping." Shi-e and Shi-er abruptly emerged from the thicket ahead, seemingly having evaded Shirong's notice. They gazed at him with wide eyes, their lips pressed together, their lovely faces marred by unhappiness. "Daddy, must it truly be this way?" In Chapter 69, a heated argument ensued. Their family had finally found stability, and it seemed they could enjoy happiness like other families. "This matter does not concern you." Shirong suppressed the fiery anger within him and stated, "Without you, I would part ways with her regardless." This statement left the young ones in shock. Did this imply they were the reason for their father's discontent? Cat Duoduo quickly inferred their thoughts, her expression darkening as she admonished Shirong. "You should not speak like that in front of the children, so, should I continue to pretend for you?" He coldly shot back, casting a disdainful glance. Something felt amiss. This attitude was entirely unacceptable, and Cat Duoduo was not inclined to indulge him or play along. "Shirong, what exactly are you thinking? You may not like me, but you cannot vent your frustration on the children." Shirong remained silent and turned to leave. Cat Duoduo was incensed. Even if he was destined to become a formidable beastman, it did not grant him the right to ignore and bully the children. Did he not see how dejected they looked, on the verge of tears? Enough. Stop right there. She stepped forward and seized his arm. "Do not wait until the children have grown up before you act like a coward and deny their existence. Do not make me look down on you." She had hoped to continue pretending with him, maintaining a semblance of normalcy, playing the part of a couple, and raising the children to grow up happy. Yet, reality proved her overly optimistic. After she finished speaking, anger propelled her to run away. She did not go far, her mind a whirlwind of regret as she sat on the roots of an ancient tree. How had everything transformed into this? Infuriating. Footsteps approached, and Cat Duoduo instinctively turned her head, spotting Giles standing nearby, his expression somewhat awkward. His voice was low as he said, "I heard you had an argument." Cat Duoduo's lips moved, wanting to say, "Is this an argument?" But she quickly recalled the children involved in this turmoil and felt the fire of frustration rise within her. "I seem to be an inadequate mother." She had believed she could be more reliable than the original, ensuring the children grew up safe and healthy. Giles, though confused by the situation, sincerely remarked, "Since I met you, you have always cared for and looked after the children. They rely on you. You are just trying to placate me." Cat Duoduo replied, feeling her anger dissipate as she prepared to return to the children. "I am not lying," Giles continued, but before he could say more, they heard the familiar sound of footsteps. The children were coming. They rushed towards Cat Duoduo, fearing she might leave, eager to leap into her embrace, softly saying, "Mommy, I missed you." In their warmth, Cat Duoduo felt revitalized. Even if she had to face that insufferable Shirong again, she would not hold any disdain. "Do not worry. Mommy will make that annoying fellow understand his place." The children exchanged glances, opting to remain silent, pretending that it was not their biological father who had triggered Cat Duoduo's wrath. "Daddy, you have gone too far this time." Their atmosphere was filled with warmth as they sat together, chatting and picking black fungus. When the time was right, they returned home, and as they approached the banquet site, they encountered a male beastman from the village. He appeared amiable and, upon seeing Cat Duoduo, said, "The chief sent me to ask you to come with me." Is something wrong? Cat Duoduo wondered to herself, believing she hadn't done anything noteworthy to attract the chief's attention lately. The male exhibited a conflicted expression, his voice lowered. "There is a female in the village who is about to give birth but cannot make it to the city in time. The chief entrusted me to ask you to go, thinking you would provide reassurance." Upon hearing this, Cat Duoduo felt a mix of surprise and dread. "Goodness, it seems I am to become a midwife before my time." However, the difficulty of childbirth for females was a significant challenge. Cat Duoduo found no reason to refuse and informed the children before following the elder. The female's den was somewhat distant and on their way. The male elder recounted tales of the female's family. Suddenly, they encountered an old adversary, Tu Linger. Upon catching sight of Cat Duoduo, a flash of disdain crossed her face as she approached, saying, "No way. Are you heading to the female's home to assist with the birth?" Cat Duoduo remained silent, fixating her gaze on Tu Linger. Well aware that she would not utter anything kind as expected, Tu Linger continued, "With your capabilities, you will hardly accomplish anything worthwhile if you go there. You might bring misfortune, endangering the female." Before she could finish, a stone narrowly missed her face, causing her to gasp in shock. "Shut your mouth." A tall beastman approached, his eyes filled with hostility towards Tu Linger. "Cole, you're here to let's go." The male elder greeted him warmly. Upon hearing the name, Cat Duoduo realized this was the partner of the female responsible for giving birth. "Goodness, this changes everything," she thought, now viewing Tu Linger with new eyes. Her reckless words had reached the ears of the very partner involved. How fortunate for Tu Linger. It was clear that Tu Linger recognized Cole, and she immediately donned an innocent expression, attempting to engage him in conversation. However, Cole was solely focused on the female who was about to give birth, his face cold as he simply invited Cat Duoduo to accompany him. "All right, as long as you are not rude to Tu Linger. We can be friends," Cat Duoduo replied with a smile, willingly following Cole to support the female. Watching their departing figures, Tu Linger's eyes glinted with malice, and when they had truly vanished from view, she muttered, "You will regret this." Time would prove that she was far superior to Cat Duoduo, whom she deemed useless. Childbirth was no easy feat for females. Although Cat Duoduo lacked first-hand experience, her extensive online knowledge proved invaluable. Upon arrival, it became evident to her why they had sought her assistance. The female clearly had a narrow pelvis, making the birthing process exceedingly difficult. In Chapter 70. As the situation escalated, Cat Duoduo realized she could not simply stand by and do nothing while a life hung in the balance. Even if she had to be ruthless, she could not allow a life to extinguish before her eyes. Thus, the beastmen, including Cole, were taken aback as Cat Duoduo transformed upon meeting the female, issuing commands with newfound authority. "Quickly heat the water." "Yes, now." "Each piece of cloth must be sanitized thoroughly. Get it done swiftly. Prepare the fire and clean this cave. Make sure there are easy-to-eat foods ready. We cannot risk choking the female." A flurry of instructions poured forth, compelling the previously anxious beastmen to spring into action, leaving them no time to ponder the gravity of the situation. How frightening. Why is it that this is the first time we've realized how much is needed for a female to give birth? They thought, scrambling to work. The fear of disappointing Cat Duoduo loomed large, as they felt that even a moment's delay might result in her wrath. A most embarrassing fate. The others busied themselves. The female in labor breathed a sigh of relief. Sweat beaded on her forehead and neck, revealing her struggle. Yet the child showed no signs of arriving. She sincerely thanked Cat Duoduo. "Thank goodness you're here. I was so afraid I might truly die." "Don't say such ominous things. You must believe in your health. The baby will certainly be born." With both hands clasped around the other, Mao Duoduo attempted to divert the conversation, occasionally providing a soothing massage to help her companion's body relax into a more favorable position for labor. Indeed, under her successful influence, the female began to give birth. And news of this reversal from the previous dire situation spread, bringing many rushing with excitement and trepidation. As night fell, the sound of a baby's whimpering resonated, igniting a wave of exhilaration and celebration among the gathered crowd. Mao Duoduo called upon the village's experienced elder females to care for the newborns while she swiftly tended to the hygiene of the new mother. Despite the mother's robust physical condition, which left no fear of postnatal complications, Mao Duoduo felt it necessary to lend her support. The female soon drifted into slumber, a smile gracing her lips, seemingly filled with boundless hope for the future. Meanwhile, Mao Duoduo yawned as she emerged from the burrow, fatigue clouding her mind as she longed for a restful reprieve. To her surprise, upon stepping outside, she was greeted by a throng of enthusiastic villagers, all eagerly calling out to her. Most astonishingly, even the young ones had come. Despite it being a time when the children should be sleeping, several excited hatchlings shouted praises. "Mother, you're incredible." Yuli beamed, cradling her little one, Aina, and waved at Mao Duoduo from a distance. Seeing the joyful faces surrounding her, Mao Duoduo couldn't help but smile. realizing that perhaps this was not so bad after all. Indeed, the young ones were the most endearing and healing. Gazing at their radiant smiles, she suddenly recalled that her desire to witness the laughter of children had been the very reason she chose to embrace life anew. Shall we have a drink? That sounds delightful. I recently gathered some fruits to indulge ourselves. Just don't let it be those bitter and astringent ones again. In the village, numerous beastmen gathered outside their caves, chatting and enjoying the breeze. Mao Duoduo found herself surrounded by a group of beastmen. While not far away, Jair and Chiron perched on different trees. Though their purposes diverged, both stood vigil over those they deemed important at that moment. A peculiar scent wafted through the air. Jair and Chiron frowned, still unable to fully grasp the situation, when a series of sounds erupted, followed by the sudden appearance of several large, beastly figures. They struck with incredible swiftness, as if having rehearsed this countless times, launching a clear assault on the gathered beastmen. Chapter 71. Caught off guard and abducted by beasts, Mao Duoduo was abruptly snatched away by a massive beast. Its swift movements leaving her no chance to react. She felt a fierce bite on her arm, pain coursing through her, rendering her unable to escape. In the midst of the creature's frantic sprint, she could only focus on self-preservation, avoiding further injury. As she was jostled about, Mao Duoduo could barely recall the gang of beasts, roughly a dozen in number, seemingly laden with spoils of victory, before she succumbed to unconsciousness. When she awoke, she found herself unceremoniously tossed onto the ground. Ouch! She gritted her teeth, touching the bite on her right arm, struggling to rise, only to realize she was in a vast hall. The hall bore clear signs of beastmen activity, with numerous imposing figures exuding a disquieting aura surrounding her, instilling fear that paralyzed her from making any rash movements. The beastman seated upon a stone throne regarded her with intense scrutiny. Mao Duoduo's heart raced as she noticed the 4 distinctive markings on his arm, a display of formidable power not to be underestimated. His tail twitched, revealing his species, a scorpion beastman. My lord. Suddenly spoke the beastman who had just tossed Mao Duoduo aside. He effortlessly pinned her to the ground, her face pressed against the cold floor, the pain almost causing her to cry out. Yet, the sounds of whimpering around her compelled Mao Duoduo to swallow her fear. Nearby, several other captured beastmen, mostly females and younglings, were also present. This one is the finest among our hall, especially for you, my lord, the beastman who had brought Mao Duoduo here said with a smug grin. The scorpion beastman rose from his throne and approached her, leaning down to grasp Mao Duoduo's face roughly, scrutinizing her features closely. The pressure of his grip caused her discomfort, and instinctively, she tried to pull back. But he merely tightened his hold, making her feel as though her jaw might shatter. She dared not cry out, seizing the opportunity to observe her surroundings, her mind clouded with confusion about her predicament. Interesting, the scorpion beastman chuckled, releasing her and commanding that she be thrown into a dungeon, denied food and water for the time being. What? Mao Duoduo's eyes widened in disbelief as she was dragged away. Just before she was cast into the dungeon, she managed to overhear snippets of conversation among her captors, piecing together some information about her situation. She had been captured in the heart of a city without roots in the desert. Home to the rootless beast tribe, a place of extreme peril. The rootless beasts were notoriously volatile, and the beastman named Gigi, a scorpion beastman of formidable strength and a notorious weakness for the fairer sex, ruled there. This tribe frequently raided others, enslaving many females for breeding purposes. In Mao Duoduo's words, these creatures were nothing more than pests disrupting her peaceful agricultural life. That if she was not mistaken, the recent raid had left her village severely wounded, and she would likely be without rescue for some time. As these thoughts consumed her, Mao Duoduo felt a wave of lethargy wash over her, prompting her to conserve her energy by minimizing movement. The beastmen guarding her were formidable, and she dared not underestimate them. She could only rely on the fleeting moments when they changed shifts to stealthily consume whatever provisions she had stored in her space, just to survive. As for what lay ahead, she could not fathom a plan. Is the Lord still forbidding us from providing this female with food and water? Leave it be. We mustn't speak to her. If discovered, we could face dire consequences. Once again, the voices of the rotating guards echoed outside. Mao Duoduo feigned ignorance, flipping over to open her space, quietly roasting meat within. When they were distracted, she would sneak in to satiate her hunger and thirst, pondering the clues she had gathered and devising an escape plan. Frustratingly, she had already been imprisoned in this place for 2 days. Gigi was deranged, believing that by imprisoning her here, he could compel her to submit. If she could remain hidden in her space for an extended period, she would relish the chance to show these wretched, rootless beasts what true strength looked like. As night fell, Mao Duoduo resolutely etched a vertical line onto the wall with a stone. Uncertain of how long she would be confined here, but determined to keep track of the passage of time in this manner, that on the third day, she was summoned by the beast-men, instructed that the Lord wished to see her. Having gone 3 whole days without bathing or grooming herself, Mao Duoduo felt as though she was on the verge of emitting a foul odor. Gigi scrutinized her intensely, suddenly changing his demeanor, questioning the surrounding beast-men. Why does she appear unchanged? Did you feed her? No, one beast-man quickly denied. Fearful of incurring Gigi's wrath, Mao Duoduo shrank back, realizing that this was his deliberate ploy to starve her, intending to torment her, though she felt a swell of dissatisfaction. She dared not show it. Gigi continued to glare at her, snorting disdainfully before commanding his guards, "Take her away. No one is to come near her." "Yes, my lord. Not again," Mao Duoduo exclaimed as she was dragged away once more. Thrown back into the dungeon. This time, she sensed an increase in the number of beastmen tasked with watching her. Perhaps due to her prolonged exposure to Gyre and Shirong, she had become more attuned to the presence of such powerful adversaries. At times, she could almost feel unseen eyes monitoring her every movement. Mao Duoduo thought to herself, "Damn it, I should really try to hide in my space. If she were a chemist, she would blow this place to smithereens and make a swift escape." Unfortunately, she was not. Another day passed, and new reports of her surveillance were submitted. That moment, Gigi, embracing a curvaceous female and savoring delectable food, chuckled upon hearing the results. So, she refuses to plead for mercy and is unafraid of starving. Is she? Nonsense. It is impossible for any beastman to survive for days without food or water. Gigi's fury flared, his power radiating from him as he threatened, "Continue the investigation. Listen closely. Do not let her escape." Chapter 72. An encounter with the burrowing marmot. That night, Mao Duoduo was still deep in slumber. In her dreams, she found herself racing down the path away from this place, even hearing the soft hisses of the snakes. They were expressing their affection, lamenting their longing for her, and clamoring to continue their frolics with her. "Wait for me. I will find you," Mao Duoduo mumbled in a daze. Suddenly, a booming sound jolted her awake, and she feared that the beastmen were about to inflict harm upon her. Frantically, she scurried to the corner, only to catch a glimpse of a large hole in the ground. Her mouth fell open in astonishment. What on earth? A gaping hole had appeared in her prison. To her surprise, a beastman emerged from the hole. Mao Duoduo nearly cried out, but the beastman quickly shushed her. "Don't scream. I didn't mean to breach your cell." As the flickering flames illuminated the surroundings, Mao Duoduo finally discerned his appearance. A burrowing marmot beastman, still retaining many of his original features. In this light, he appeared quite festive and adorable, gazing at her with innocent eyes, devoid of any lewdness, which alleviated her tension. With a sigh of relief, she ventured, "Who are you?" The marmot beastman, initially taken aback, found his gaze fixated on Mao Duoduo, his pupils dilating as he stuttered, "As so beautiful." He was so excited that he nearly leapt into the air, but Mao Duoduo, fearing he would cause too much commotion, quickly restrained him, allowing the marmot to regain his composure. With a grin, he rubbed his hands together and introduced himself softly. "My name is Tam, and my greatest interest is digging holes everywhere that I never expected to end up here. Little beauty, what brings you to this place?" Although his tone bore a hint of frivolity, Mao Duoduo sensed no malice in his words. It appeared that he was merely a light-hearted fellow with a penchant for beauty. Feeling slightly awkward, Mao Duoduo couldn't help but feel grateful that a beastman appreciated her looks. Originally, she had a modest charm of around 6 or 7 out of 10, but since her arrival here, she had undergone a transformation, enhanced by the nourishment of various meats, now standing at a solid 10. However, in recent days, she had been forced to limit her food intake, leaving her feeling somewhat frail and delicate, much to Tam's delight. "This must be what my old man spoke of, the legendary beauty," Tam exclaimed, almost in tears of joy. "Thank you, old man, for leading me to a female that meets my standards. Ahem. Could you help me?" Mao Duoduo seized the opportunity while Tam was momentarily distracted, examining the cave. She had to admit that this hole was ill-suited for her movements. The entrance was far more accommodating for Tam. If she attempted to squeeze through, she risked getting stuck and becoming a source of ridicule. Of course, Tam snapped back to attention, his eyes wide with anticipation. Clearing her throat, Cat Duoduo quickly scanned her surroundings for any beastman guards before introducing herself. I was captured and may soon meet my demise at the hands of the city lord. Please, help me find our villages Gyre and Shirong. I can tell you their location. This opportunity is fleeting. Whatever means you use, as long as it creates a commotion, I might find a chance to escape. If she continued to remain passive, her fate was sealed, and she could even risk exposing her spatial abilities. Absolutely. Tam's indignation flared as he cursed the city lord, then gazed at Cat Duoduo with fervent eyes. Little beauty, come with me. I won't let you come to harm. Ahem, it's a bit complicated. Cat Duoduo gestured toward the hole in relation to her size. Tam's spirits sank again, lamenting the difference in their statures. Why hadn't his old man mentioned this before? Tam. Cat Duoduo glanced at him, concern etched on her features. Fear not. Tam, will surely rescue you. His eyes sparkled with determination, igniting a warmth within Cat Duoduo. That moment. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged into the hole and began to flee. Hearing the commotion, Cat Duoduo hurriedly covered the hole with dirt, letting out a breath of relief, though it left her feeling fatigued. Resolutely, she gritted her teeth and, taking advantage of the absence of guards, retrieved some milk from her spatial pocket, sipping a few mouthfuls, followed by some roasted meat. Confirming her hunger was somewhat satiated, she allowed herself to rest. As she struggled to relax, her mind was consumed with thoughts of rescue, leading to a restless slumber. Suddenly, she was jolted awake by the sound of her cell door creaking open. Before she could fully process what was happening, she was forcibly dragged from her straw bed. Still dazed, she was brought before the Lord, Gigi, who stared intently at her, murmuring, I have had enough. After all these days without indulging in this beauty, no one will stand in my way now. Wait. Cat Duoduo's mind was still reeling. Before she could fully grasp the situation, she noticed the other beastmen instinctively retreating. They did not regard her as a living being, but rather as a mere plaything for the city lord. With a loud slam, the door shut. Gigi approached her, and with a few steps, he transformed into his true form, a massive scorpion, its tail thrashing uncontrollably, the venomous stinger gleaming ominously, nearly striking Cat Duoduo several times. Gritting her teeth, she evaded left and right, narrowly escaping danger. Not bad. You have some skill, Gigi taunted. The more you evade, the more excited I become. Ha! The scorpion beastman appeared to revel in the thrill of the chase. Intensifying his attacks, Cat Duoduo found it increasingly difficult to dodge, barely managing to escape the blows of his tail that sent her crashing to the ground, leaving her with fresh wounds, with gritted teeth. She struggled to rise, only to feel a powerful gust of wind approaching. Her heart raced as she saw the tail descending upon her. This time, Cat Duoduo had no chance to evade. She could only watch helplessly as the tail aimed directly for her. Please, anyone, come to my aid. The shadow of death loomed overhead. Cat Duoduo had no opportunity to fight back. She could only brace herself as the threat drew closer, her mind clouded with pain. Just as it seemed she would be gravely injured by the scorpion's sting. A sudden barrage of stones struck her. Before she could comprehend what had happened, a figure leaped from the ground. Chapter 73. Poison Gyre. Cat Duoduo's eyes sparkled with hope as she witnessed Gyre fighting valiantly against the beastman. In a moment of instinct, she glanced at the hole on the ground, vaguely contemplating that perhaps Tam had aided in bringing her rescue. However, time was of the essence, and Cat Duoduo was destined to be a liability. Gritting her teeth, she noticed her body was battered and bruised. The injury she sustained from the moment of her capture had yet to heal, compounded by the severe blows she had endured while evading Gigi. Cat Duoduo fought to leave this place, determined not to hinder Gyre. But then, with a resounding crash, Gyre was sent flying, landing directly in Cat Duoduo's path. Gyre. Cat Duoduo rushed to him, only to find him spitting blood. He struggled to open his eyes, revealing a look of guilt. I'm sorry. The gap in our strength is too great. It's all right. This is my fault. I've put you in danger. Cat Duoduo gritted her teeth, her gaze falling on the markings on Gyre's body. Realizing he was facing a foe of great power, the beastman approached, and it was clear he had come for her, targeting Gyre as a consequence of her actions. Ha ha ha, this guy looks quite delectable. Gigi's voice echoed from behind. Cat Duoduo's hair stood on end. She snapped to attention, instinctively positioning herself in front of the gravely injured Gyre, suppressing her fear as she met Gigi's gaze. Indeed, the hunger in Gigi's eyes was unmistakable, now fixated on Gyre. This is bad. How could I have forgotten? Such colossal beastmen possess an insatiable appetite for those of equal strength. The flesh and blood of beastmen differ from that of ordinary creatures. Once they reach a certain level of power, their hunger transforms into a craving for the meat of their own kind, especially that of the powerful. Jair is in danger. I must protect him. Jair will be consumed piece by Gigi, and it will be a torturous fate. Cat Duoduo's heart raced as her mind raced through a flurry of analyses. She steeled herself against her fear. Attempting to negotiate with Gigi. Spare him. He is just an ordinary beastman. He cannot offer you much strength. Cat Duoduo was unaware of her own resilience and tenacity, desperately holding on in a manner that, in the eyes of certain groups, only served to incite a desire for cruelty and destruction. Gao, witnessing this, felt a pang of concern and attempted to rise to protect Cat Duoduo, but found his body utterly immobile. The savage glimmer in Gigi's eyes grew ever more intense as he laughed heartily, drool spilling from his mouth, advancing towards Cat Duoduo with malicious intent, exclaiming, "Well now, this gives me the perfect opportunity to have some fun. Let go of me." Cat Duoduo suddenly found herself gripped tightly by the hand, the pain unbearable, rendering her incapable of breaking free. In that moment of crisis, just as she felt her breath hitch, a subtle shift in the atmosphere seemed to materialize. With a resounding crash, Gigi, the tormentor who sought to annihilate her, was violently thrust against the wall. The force was so great that it shattered the wall, causing him to writhe in agony, nearly coughing up blood. This sudden turn of events brought about a palpable change. A figure approached leisurely amidst the dissipating dust. Shirong. He appeared unchanged from the last time she saw him. His long hair tied back, exuding an icy demeanor despite being a snake-man beast-man, as if countless turbulent undercurrents lay hidden beneath a tranquil surface. "You take him into the cave first," he instructed. "And you?" Cat Duoduo bit her lip, supporting Gal as they made their way toward the cave. Shirong did not look back as he brushed past her, his voice cold yet unmistakably clear. "I will follow." Cat Duoduo wanted to express her gratitude, perhaps say more, but ultimately, all that escaped her lips was, "He is a four-pattern beast man. Be cautious, don't overexert yourself. We will wait for you." With that, Cat Duoduo gritted her teeth and entered the cave with Gal. Indeed, this time the cave was significantly larger, indicating that Tam had invested considerable effort. After a short while of crawling with Gal, they began to hear the thunderous sounds emanating from the cave entrance, suggesting that Shirong was engaged in a fierce battle. "Don't die." Cat Duoduo gritted her teeth, knowing that if the antagonist was not entirely formidable, yet was devoured by some unknown cannon fodder, the wrath of the readers would surely be directed at her. "He will catch up," the weakened Gal insisted, struggling to stay conscious before fainting. "Gal, open your eyes. Don't die." Cat Duoduo was fraught with anxiety, instinctively listening for his heartbeat. Thankfully, it still pulsed steadily, allowing her to breathe a tentative sigh of relief. Yet, the weight of his unconsciousness only compounded her stress, for he was indeed a rather powerful male beast man. "Why haven't you left yet?" Suddenly, Shirong's voice rang out from behind. Cat Duoduo gasped. "You're all right. Do you wish for me to be in trouble?" Shirong retorted, his sardonic tone catching Cat Duoduo off guard. He seemed to realize the peculiarity of his words and abruptly shifted the topic. "Is he dead?" "Gal is merely unconscious," Cat Duoduo emphasized, unable to contain herself. Shirong acknowledged this with a simple "oh," and promptly hoisted Gal onward, urging, "We can't waste time. That guy will be here soon. I can't contend with him." "All right, if Shirong says so, then it must be quite dire," Cat Duoduo thought, disregarding everything else and hastily following him. The cave was long and wide, clearly a testament to Tam's considerable effort. After running for a while, they encountered several forks in the path, uncertain of which way to proceed. "This way," Shirong declared, leading Gal down one path while picking up something from the ground, beckoning Cat Duoduo to follow. Cat Duoduo paid no heed to anything else and quickly followed, her hazy awareness recognizing that they seemed to have entered an underground palace. If not for the markers along the way that allowed Shirong to navigate clearly, she would have been utterly lost. After what seemed like half an hour, or perhaps even longer, they finally emerged to the surface. At that moment, Cat Duoduo realized they were outside the desert, signifying their departure from the city of rootlessness. Panting, she felt a mix of astonishment and relief. Shirong, however, swiftly took action, blocking the cave entrance with nearby rocks and debris, stating, That guy named Tam advised me to do this. He truly is quite chatty. I must properly thank him when we return. Despite their brief acquaintance, he had aided her to this point. Chiron cast her a sidelong glance. Saying little more, as he continued to carry Gal forward, it was evident that the color of Gal's wounds had darkened, indicating a serious poisoning. Chapter 74. Life in peril. Suddenly, Gal began to cough. Chiron halted, gently lowering him against a large stone, acutely aware of the subtle changes in his condition. Gal, what's wrong? Cat Duoduo's heart raced as she carefully grasped his hand. Why is it so cold? Gal had always been strong. His body should be warm. Poisoned, Chiron observed, quickly shifting away from her touch, his tone laced with a subtle emotion he himself did not fully comprehend. He was wounded by Gigi. The lord of the city, he will die within an hour. Die? This was the first time Cat Duoduo had come face to face with the concept of death, especially when it was someone who had previously sheltered her with his strength. She felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness as she noticed Gal's pallor intensifying, signifying the retreat of life force, his body failing to summon its usual power. Cat Duoduo. Chiron began to speak, but abruptly turned his gaze toward the desert. Narrowing his eyes, he suddenly declared, No, we must leave. The pursuers from the city of rootlessness are drawing near. If we linger, we will all be captured, and then we shall perish together. This meant abandoning Gal. Cat Duoduo gritted her teeth, her mind ablaze with memories of their time together. She trembled, uncertain of how to decide. Seeing her hesitation, Chiron approached, attempting to drag her away, making the decision for her. However, the snake hatchlings could not leave Cat Duoduo behind. Thus, he was not particularly inclined to save this individual. Suddenly, a voice from the system echoed in her mind. Congratulations, host, for diligently expanding the space. Space upgrade complete. Herbal repository unlocked. This announcement caused Cat Duoduo's heart to skip a beat, and in an instant, she accessed the herbal repository with her mind. To her astonishment, shelves upon shelves of herbs filled the space. And not too far away, a flourishing herbal garden awaited. Most importantly, there were numerous tomes nearby, including one dedicated to the study of poisons. Cat Duoduo hastily flipped through the pages, discovering detailed explanations of how to counteract scorpion venom. I have a way. I know how to detoxify him. Trust me. With determination, she lifted her gaze to meet Chiron's, her eyes resolute. Although her face bore a hint of pallor, the confidence radiating from her was unmistakable. Chiron cast a glance, his expression unchanged, merely responding with an indifferent "oh" as he resumed carrying Gal forward. Cat Duoduo hurried to keep pace, regardless of her exhaustion, pain from her inflamed wounds, or the biting winds. She pressed on to stay with Chiron. Before long, Chiron found a suitable hiding spot that as soon as he set Gal down, Cat Duoduo gritted her teeth, actively searching the nearby underbrush for materials to serve as a shield. Seizing the opportunity, she began to concoct an antidote based on the instructions from the poison tome. The powder was fine and pure white, and upon closer inspection, it bore a mixture of other scents. In that moment, Cat Duoduo had no time to ponder further. She took the prepared antidote and administered it to Gal. Finding water in the desert was a challenge. She gritted her teeth and fed him the powder. Observing his struggle to swallow, which filled her with concern, this can serve as water. Just as she sought nearby water sources, Chiron sliced a piece of succulent cactus, skillfully removing the outer thorns, and squeezed the juice into Gal's mouth. The refreshing liquid quickly alleviated the dryness of Gal's lips, prompting him to instinctively consume the antidote she had prepared. Seeing this, Cat Duoduo sighed in relief, patiently waiting for Gal to awaken. During this time, they were met with 2 waves of pursuers sent by Gigi. These appeared to be merely 1 or 2 pattern beast men, but their numbers were overwhelming. Cat Duoduo, a fragile female, was uncertain of her own abilities. Should she falter, the consequences would be dire. She remained patient, striving to minimize their presence alongside Chiron as they awaited their chance from the scorching morning heat. They endured until nightfall, yet Gal still showed no signs of awakening. The pursuers finally retreated and would not return for a while. Cat Duoduo could no longer suppress her anxiety and approached to check on Gal's condition. Why had he not awakened yet? Her brow furrowed. The newly opened herbal repository in her space was indeed powerful. She is quite perceptive, and the medicinal powder she has prepared proves to be remarkably effective. There is no way she would have her wait for such an extended period. The most evident change is in the area where Jair was previously wounded by the Lord of Gigi City. It had appeared ominously dark and terrifying, but now it has gradually transformed into a normal shade of red, with the bleeding having ceased and a scab forming at an astonishingly swift pace. Most importantly, the life force that had been seeping from the wound has halted, and Jaire's complexion has notably improved, his hands growing warm once more. Mao Duoduo meticulously examines his body, finding no issues according to the medical text she has studied in the apothecary. However, she observes something faintly amiss with Jaire's cheeks, tightening her heart with concern. Could it be a lingering aftereffect, a sign of poisoning? Her voice is barely above a whisper, unable to mask the formidable presence of Shi Rong standing nearby. He speaks softly, indicating his desire to advance, with life and death resting upon his own shoulders. What? Mao Duoduo exclaims in shock, her heart racing that if her memory serves her right, the original narrative had stated that advancing does indeed grant orcs greater power. But it also carries considerable risks, especially since Jair had only recently sustained injuries at the hands of the perverse lord of Gigi City, who is a formidable fourth-tier orc. Please, don't let anything happen to him. Biting her lip, Mao Duoduo instinctively grasped Jair's hand, her eyes shimmering with concern. Shi Rong, standing a short distance away, happens to witness this scene that he lowers his gaze, a surge of unnameable anger igniting within him. Just as he is about to turn away, he catches a glimpse of Mao Duoduo's next move that if you can endure this, then let us become partners. Regret washes over him. He wishes for Jair to survive. If you are well, I will no longer refuse you. The female's voice, laced with both tenderness and anxiety, is unmistakable, especially as she holds Jair's hands with such earnestness that it is impossible for anyone to overlook. Chapter 75. I will let you die slowly. Shi Rong strides purposefully to the side of a massive stone, closing his eyes to rest. Mao Duoduo, hearing the movement, glances over, mistakenly believing that he is merely accustomed to solitude and will keep his silence. She leans against Jair's shoulder, and though no words are spoken, the intimacy conveyed is evident to all present. Shi Rong instinctively forces himself to look away, the flames of jealousy and rage within him raging fiercely, threatening to consume him entirely. Stop it, do not dwell on this. I have no connection to that crude and detestable female. As I previously stated, I will sever my bond with her as for descending into the depths of becoming a rootless beast. That is of no concern that he can control his strength and temper, just as he had managed to suppress his murderous intent towards her before. Flashes of memories from the journey home surface in his mind. Recalling the moments shared with Mao Duoduo and Shi Zai, filled with laughter and joy, awaiting the dawn, Mao Duoduo is awakened by Shi Rong, and together they relocate to a hidden spot. The scent of other orcs nearby is quite strong. All right, she replies, hastily following him, trusting his judgment in such matters. This time, they arrive at a cave in a nearby valley, a place where they can find a water source and shelter, and with some diligence, potentially catch prey. A sigh of relief escapes her as she checks on Jair's condition upon entering the cave, noticing that he remains unconscious but his complexion has improved somewhat. Immediately, she carefully fetches water, offering a bit to him before taking a sip herself. After quenching her thirst, she turns to find Shi Rong watching her intently, his gaze unwavering, and she is uncertain how long he has been observing her. A flush of warmth creeps onto her cheeks as she realizes he has seen her feeding water to Jair. Even though she used a leaf to give Jair water, she then used the same leaf for herself. A gesture that speaks volumes about their closeness. An explanation is necessary. Biting her lip, Mao Duoduo decides to invite him outside for a conversation. She has nothing to hide regarding this matter and speaks plainly. Once we return, we should find a way to dissolve our partnership. Her eyes shine brightly, despite the disheveled appearance from her days of captivity, her wounded arms and other injuries, treated hastily with medicinal powder the previous night, still look rather pitiful in the absence of a proper change of clothing. Shi Rong remains silent, his gaze fixed upon her. Although no words are spoken, Mao Duoduo feels a sense of guilt creeping in. Wait, wasn't it you who previously expressed the desire to sever our bond? She resolves to be decisive, laying her feelings bare. I have genuinely developed feelings for Jair. Knowing he nearly died fills me with sorrow. I even wish to accompany him in death. The chance for a new life is immensely significant to her, yet her time spent with Jair has subtly shifted her focus. Her eyes glimmer with sincerity as she reassures him. Rest assured, I will not act rashly to harm you. If you find this unacceptable, I will seek a way to end our partnership without reducing you to a rootless beast. Rootless beasts are orcs abandoned by females, known for their fierce aggression and danger. She hopes that Shirong can be a good father, accompanying Shizai and the others as they grow. Shirong gazes at her, his voice tinged with a different undertone. No. What? Mao Duoduo is taken aback, utterly confused. This is entirely contrary to what she had anticipated. She displays her surprise, her expression one of disbelief. Shirong remains indifferent. So be it. Unless you cannot sit still and choose to unilaterally dissolve it. With that, he strides towards the riverbank, leaving Mao Duoduo increasingly perplexed. What on earth is happening? What she had assumed would be an easily resolved matter has now grown exceedingly complicated. Mao Duoduo ultimately returns to Jaire's side, observing his gradually improving condition with a sigh of relief. When the time comes, she plans to prepare simple meals that require minimal cooking, leaving some for Shirong before returning to await Jaire's awakening. Shirong, meanwhile, gazes intently at the items she has prepared, a slight frown creasing his features, though he does not outwardly express his displeasure that he closes his eyes, waiting for a long while before eating. Struggling to suppress the urge to obliterate everything around him. Do you smell that? It's so fragrant, coming from downstream. Are you certain? It wouldn't be mere temptation. Be careful not to draw the ire of the Lord of Jiji City. I can't guarantee anything else, but when it comes to finding good food, I excel at it. That evening, Mao Duoduo decides to cook some steamed oysters, which she had collected from the riverbank. Eating only vegetables for the past few days is not ideal. She needs to nourish her body with some meat. Moreover, she has sensed that Shirong is hiding something from her, as if he has also sustained injuries, though he is deliberately concealing it. Mao Duoduo uses the oysters to restore his strength, and ultimately, Shirong finishes his meal, following her example by burying the oyster shells in a mound of earth. They all settle down for a normal night's rest. Mao Duoduo reflects that they have been resting for quite some time, and the pursuers from the rootless city would not expect them to be hiding here. Tomorrow, they can set out on their journey home. However, the next day, she is awakened by the sounds of wild, beastly cries, accompanied by a strong scent of blood that assaults her senses, overwhelming her and compelling her to open her eyes. Upon doing so, her heart sinks. The cave entrance is surrounded by figures, led by the dangerously formidable four-striped orc, the Lord of Jiji City, accompanied by a considerable number of other orcs. While she slept, they had engaged in a fierce struggle, inflicting heavy damage on the other orcs while sustaining injuries themselves. This was none other than Shirong. Now, he is covered in blood, and she cannot tell if it is his own or that of the orcs he has wounded. Mao Duoduo's pupils constrict, sensing the escalating danger, her heart racing. Something is very wrong with Shirong. Hand over the person, and I may grant you a chance at survival. The Lord of Jiji fixed his gaze intently on the throat of Shirong. Licking his lips, considering the arduous path you've traversed in your cultivation, I shall not permit you to meet your demise so swiftly. The blood and gall of a serpent are indeed valuable treasures. Chapter 76. Fleeing before the intent to kill, his voice was barely above a whisper, yet it sent shivers down Mao Duoduo's spine, causing her hair to stand on end. This fellow was clearly fabricating lies while harboring murderous intent towards Shirong. However, it was evident that he did not intend to exhaust all resources. Rather, he seemed to plan to keep Shirong captive, ensuring a steady supply of serpent blood for himself. Upon reflection, this notion appeared quite plausible. After all, Shirong was a three-patterned beast man, having consumed special crystal stones, endowing him with extraordinary power. Shirong, be cautious. He is attempting to deceive you. Mao Duoduo could not help but exclaim. Shirong remained unresponsive. Tightening Mao Duoduo's heart that moment, Lord Jiji erupted into a chilling laugh, his gaze cold and menacing. Give up. You cannot hope to defeat us, he signaled to those around him, and soon 10 beastmen stood in unison. As they began to summon their powers, the traits of their strength manifested across their bodies. All were two-patterned, with some even as formidable as three-patterned. This was dire. Even at his peak, Shirong might struggle to contend with so many opponents simultaneously. Yet Shirong showed no inclination to retreat, fiercely engaging them in battle. He transformed into his true form, displaying no sign of faltering. The other beastmen also shifted into their true forms, their massive physiques betraying no fear of Shirong. Indeed, while many could not best him, they still inflicted grievous wounds upon him. This is bad. If this continues, Shirong will perish. This realization was painfully clear in Mao Duoduo's mind. She sought anything around her that could assist him. But all that lay nearby were small stones, which would be of little help against the beastmen in fact. Any rash action on her part could distract Shirong at a critical moment. Why did she lack combat prowess? Why had she failed to swiftly assess Lord Gigi's intentions and leave with Shirong sooner? Suddenly, Lord Gigi spoke. If you command Shirong to leave, I might still grant him a chance at survival. This statement made Mao Duoduo grit her teeth, her eyes tinged with a hint of crimson. With a resounding crash, Shirong was slammed against the wall, the enormous serpent letting out a roar. Yearning to retaliate, yet all avenues of escape were blocked by the other beastmen. Moreover, numerous powerful beastmen were closing in, their numbers overwhelming, sending Mao Duoduo's heart into disarray. This is terrible. Shirong stands no chance. Gritting her teeth, Mao Duoduo resolved to take the risk, even if it meant exposing herself. She would usher Shirong and Gyre into the space, striving to secure a sliver of hope for them all. Her mind grew unnaturally calm at this moment. If they could be cast into the space, and she transformed into her true form to flee recklessly, perhaps they could carve out a path to survival. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, several beastmen charged towards Shirong simultaneously, baring their fangs, their eyes glinting with ravenous desire. In that instant, Mao Duoduo also rushed forward. Suddenly, a blinding light flared, and an unprecedented aura surged forth as a colossal white beast struck all the beastmen by surprise, sending them flying, and stood protectively before Shirong. Mao Duoduo stared at the shadow ahead. Her eyes brimming with tears, she noticed a wound on the back of the white beast, a mark she had treated previously. This beast is Gyre. What is happening? It poses an unprecedented threat to me. Lord Gigi gestured for the beastmen to step back. As he took a step forward, he transformed into his true form without hesitation. With a bellow, he engaged the massive white tiger in combat. Witnessing this, Mao Duoduo's heart raced. Ignoring the complex emotions swirling within her, she hurriedly dragged the injured Shirong aside. Don't even think about escaping. Several beastmen caught sight of Mao Duoduo's movements. Intent on attacking her, primarily fixated on Shirong, their appetite for his flesh insatiable. You must be dreaming. Mao Duoduo aimed to transform into her true form and confront them. However, before she could act, the white tiger's tail swept across, effortlessly sending the beastmen tumbling. Stunned, Mao Duoduo instinctively turned her gaze to see Lord Gigi, who had once instilled endless terror in her, now clearly at a disadvantage. Even being mercilessly torn apart by Gyre, blood gushing from his wounds, seemed her previous treatment had been effective. Gyre was no longer intimidated by the poison coursing through Lord Gigi. With a resounding crash, Lord Gigi was sent flying, a cloud of dust erupting around him. Let us go, quickly. Lord Gigi disregarded everything else, commanding his followers to flee. Surprisingly, even the rootless beastmen displayed an unexpected unity in this situation. Swiftly vanishing from sight, Mao Duoduo regained her senses, slowly gazing towards Gyre. The white beast stood like a lighthouse, exuding an endless sense of security. Mao Duoduo steadied her thoughts, prepared to call out Gyre's cat. Duoduo found herself lacking in this knowledge, feeling quite frustrated that she could not be of assistance. Not far away, on a tree, Shirong had transformed back into his original form, quietly resting and occasionally opening his eyes to glance around, pondering when he could return. The bubbling of the soup caught cat Duoduo's attention, prompting her to hastily prepare it, urging Gao and Shirong to eat quickly, perhaps due to his injury. Shirong displayed an unusual eagerness and promptness in eating, requiring no special supervision from cat Duoduo. However, Gao was evidently distracted, hastily finishing his meal before standing in the river, attempting to attack the water in search of the strength he had inexplicably lost. Cat Duoduo watched from the side, growing increasingly worried. Why was this happening? Gao was, after all, an orc who pursued power. Having finally broken through various constraints to obtain unprecedented strength, he could hardly accept the reality of losing it. Understanding that she could not help, cat Duoduo sat aside, contemplating what she could do. After standing in the river for quite some time, Gao, lost in thought, finally declared his decision as the sun began to set. I have decided to return to White Tiger City in search of an answer. If anyone can help me resolve my doubts, it must be them. He looked at his hands with a complex expression. The white tiger orc stood in the river, with clouds and hues painting the sky in the distance, reflecting uniquely on the water's surface, creating a sense of aesthetic beauty. From cat Duoduo's perspective, there was a distinct and stirring quality in his actions. All right, I will accompany you, cat Duoduo suddenly spoke. her face bright with a radiant smile. You accompanied me before. Now it is my turn to accompany you. Surprised by her words, Gal could not help but smile in return. The two exchanged glances, their smiles revealing a unique understanding between them at that moment. Shirong gradually transformed back into human form, his hair cascading down, and the gloomy and dangerous aura surrounding him dissipated somewhat due to his injury. He glanced over, his voice cool yet tinged with disapproval. Shi and the others are still quite worried about you. This thought struck Cat Duoduo as significant. Shirong added, they witnessed you being taken that day. And they were terrified, crying the whole time. They even tried to gather their things, preparing to sneak out with us. Hearing this, Cat Duoduo's lips moved, but she could not find the words to respond. What was this all about? The mere fact that Gal and Shirong had come to rescue her had already incurred considerable costs. If Shi and the others truly came, it would be as if they were delivering a snake feast to the Lord of Gigi City. Cat Duoduo's face darkened. Shirong continued, if they don't see you return this time, they might just run off again. Their synergy and decisive actions were incredibly difficult for outsiders to perceive. And with the three brothers working in unison, there was no way to stop them. Enough, Cat Duoduo said, her head throbbing. Why did this difficult decision have to fall on her? She wanted to accompany Gal to White Tiger City to understand the reason behind his transformation into a two-patterned orc. Yet she was also afraid that those pesky little ones would come running from afar, putting themselves in danger. How vexing. If only she could clone herself. If you're too worried, I can go alone, Gal suddenly suggested. Cat Duoduo looked at him, gritted her teeth, and replied, no, I've made up my mind. I want both. Under the watchful eyes of Gal and Shirong, Cat Duoduo assertively declared, we will go to White Tiger City together, and then we will return to the village to deal with Shi and the others. White Tiger, Gal remarked. It seems a bit odd, but I can accept it. Shirong added, I hope those little ones don't expose themselves too easily upon our return. With this unexpected turn of events, it seemed that matters were not as dire as they initially appeared. However, it was clear that Shi and his companions posed an unstable factor. After much discussion, they decided to return to the village first to report their safety and to have Cat Duoduo teach those little rascals a lesson to prevent them from running amok. With that, they quickly set off after adjusting themselves. Chapter 77. The three little ones that cause unease. On the day Cat Duoduo and her companions returned to the village, Shi and the others were simultaneously packing their belongings, embarking on yet another escape journey. By sheer coincidence, Cat Duoduo's group stumbled upon their escape scene. The situation was undeniably awkward. While Cat Duoduo stood in shock, Shi and the others were overly excited, tossing aside their small bamboo baskets and rushing into Cat Duoduo's embrace. Mother, you're finally back, they exclaimed. Whoa, we thought you were in trouble, and we're trying hard to learn about enduring hardship from your stories to take revenge on those guys in the future. Cat Duoduo felt somewhat embarrassed upon hearing this, yet she firmly grasped the little ones, reprimanding them as they walked. With our elders away, how dare you little ones run off freely if another rootless beast attack occurs? Wouldn't you all be caught off guard and meet your end? Regardless of what Cat Duoduo said, the three mischievous snake cubs who had previously caused a ruckus in the village merely smiled foolishly, drawing several glances from the previously indifferent Shirong. But thankfully, you didn't successfully leave. That's a relief, Cat Duoduo said, holding the most affectionate of the snake cubs, Snake 3, while holding Snake 1 and Snake 2 by the hand. Though somewhat fatigued, her smile was unabashedly radiant as they entered the village. Their presence astonished countless beastmen, who rushed to spread the news. Observing this scene, Cat Duoduo turned back to Gal with a smile, saying, now it's all good. I don't even need to greet anyone specifically. Gal nodded in agreement, the mutual understanding between them causing the snake cubs to frown slightly, preparing to address matters properly later. Upon returning home, Cat Duoduo found little dust, and no one had occupied their space. She quickly tidied up, but before she could instruct Shirong and Gal on what to do, they autonomously set out to hunt. Cat Duoduo could not comprehend the male orcs' inexplicable competition and rivalry. As she cleaned, preparing dinner, she listened to Shi and the others discuss village affairs. Upon hearing about the day she was captured, and how several beastmen had been killed by rootless beasts, Cat Duoduo could not help but scrub the stone pot vigorously, causing the nearby little cubs to suspect she might break the pot. How infuriating. One day, I shall seek justice for everyone. Mother is the strongest, Snake 3 chimed in softly, Snake 2 rolled his eyes at him, while Snake 1, with his cute little face, earnestly discussed the chief's handling of the situation. The village had suffered considerable losses. In addition to the beast men who were killed, many of their prey had been taken, and their caves had been destroyed. Naturally, the following days were spent in continuous repairs. Meanwhile, Chief Shili arranged for Gao and Shi Rong to rescue Cat Duoduo, while also ensuring that someone took good care of the little ones. However, the little ones could not sit still, bouncing around all day long, causing headaches for everyone in the village. You all are so disobedient. How can I ever feel at ease? Cat Duoduo lamented. As long as mother is around, the cubs will definitely be the most obedient in the world. Snake 3 said, pouting, trying to prove himself. Cat Duoduo found it amusing yet exasperating, but she quickly prepared a simple vegetable soup for them. The wild vegetables in this world had yet to be domesticated, often retaining a bitter taste. Fortunately, some root vegetables were relatively sweet, and with proper preparation, they could be made into a soup suitable for a meat-loving race like the beast men. Indeed, when the vegetable soup appeared, the snake cubs were overjoyed, gulping it down without a hint of their earlier mischief in search of their mother. At that moment, Gao and Shi Rong returned, bringing back a considerable amount of game. Cat Duoduo merely glanced over, her mouth twitching. It seemed they would be busy for quite some time. Shi Rong and Gao were well aware of this. Cat Duoduo, feeling exasperated, simply directed them to the animal pelts for careful cleaning, while she worked with the snake cubs to prepare sauces and seasonings. This time, the quantity prepared was substantial, primarily because Shi Rong and Gao had brought back too much game. Soon, Cat Duoduo was busy making braised meat, roasted meat, meat soup, and beggar's chicken, simultaneously managing several pots, ensuring that Gao and Shi Rong were too occupied to divert their attention elsewhere. After a hearty meal, everyone sat around the campfire to rest. Just as they began to converse, footsteps approached. It was Yuli accompanied by Aina. She was another female beast man. Aside from Valina and the others, her partner stood beside her, carrying a female cub. Gratitude evident on her face. Thank you so much for saving my cub before. If the rootless beasts had truly taken them, I fear I would never have seen them again. Typically, the rootless beasts captured females to rear their offspring, and young cubs like hers would struggle to survive on the journey, destined to become their food. It's all right. The safety of the cubs is what matters most. Cat Duoduo harbors a significant fondness for the young ones. Yuli pursed her lips in a smile. Under the moonlight, she appeared increasingly gentle and poised. Tio call Cat Duoduo is akin to invoking poetry under the moon, offering compliments that seem utterly out of place for an orc of this era, exuding an elegance and gentleness that is simply extraordinary. Little did she know, as this thought flitted through her mind, she heard Yuli speak. In the future, the first male from Aina will undoubtedly be your offspring. Huh? Cat Duoduo felt a twinge of confusion. Yuli, with utmost seriousness, articulated each word with care. With a mother like you, I have every confidence that your offspring will be splendid companions. Rest assured. Aina's first partner will be your young one. Were it anyone else, they would have been overjoyed at this moment, for it is well known that the competition among males is fierce, and females tend to be quite selective. Most females have several partners, as they are inclined to choose mates with whom to bear offspring. Yuli's statement essentially signifies that Aina will, in the future, bear children with Cat Duoduo's young. However, the crux of the matter is that Cat Duoduo holds little interest in such affairs.